A 15-year-old boy awakens a divine-level sign-in system. Once a student used as a negative example by his teachers, he is about to stir up a storm at Qinglei Academy. In the Divine Descent continent, gods reign supreme, and demigods are everywhere. On this vast land, becoming a god is not just a dream, it's the only path forward. This divine relic stone once hosted the presence of a true deity, explained Nangong, the guiding teacher, as he introduced the massive primordial stone infused with divine energy to the new students in the mist-shrouded forbidden area. The freshmen were buzzing with excitement, their chatter filling the air. Nangong observed the reverence in the eyes of these 15-year-olds and smiled with satisfaction. However, his smile froze when his gaze fell on Nangong Ho, who was daydreaming at the back of the group. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Nangong Ho's mind. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the divine level sign-in system. Current sign-in location: Qinglei Academy's Divine Relic Stone. As an outsider who had accidentally transmigrated into this world, Nangong Ho finally encountered his destined opportunity. The system informed him that the more unique the location, the greater the rewards from signing in. Nangong Ho, with that attitude, forget about becoming a god, you won't even awaken divinity. Nangong scolded the inattentive student harshly. The surrounding classmates quickly distanced themselves. Being in the same class as him is such bad luck. He probably won't even make it into the lowest-ranked Huang class. At Qinglei Academy, the four classes Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang represent varying potentials for godhood. The Tian class is filled with prodigies, while only 1 in 100 students in the Huang class ever achieves demigod status. Sign in. Nangong Ho made his decision without hesitation. Sign in successful. Reward: Super level complete divine domain. Next sign-in location updated: Dragon Demon Sacred Statue. Suddenly, a crimson divine light pierced through the clouds and descended, enveloping Nangong Ho's body. Everyone stood in shock, witnessing someone awakening divinity. Nangong, ready to praise this prodigy, was stunned to see that the divine light was surrounding Nangong Ho. Not only that, but this student whom he had labeled a negative example was already beginning to establish a divine domain upon awakening. To put things into perspective, the fastest record for establishing a divine domain at Qinglei Academy was 5 days. The quality of a divine domain determines the development of one's worshippers, and faith is the foundation of godhood. Even Nangong himself had taken a full 2 months to establish his divine domain back in the day. Bathed in golden divine light, Nangong Ho felt the resonance between his soul and a vast, ancient space. Divine domain, activate, he declared, his voice resounding as lightning flashed in his eyes. Awakening as the god of thunder, and yielding, powerful, and overwhelmingly aggressive. Not bad, but I wonder what level of divine domain he can establish. As Nangong was deep in thought, an ancient and primal aura suddenly erupted from within Nangong Ho. In an instant, the spirits of all the new students trembled violently, and even Nangong's gray divine domain began to quiver uncontrollably. This is impossible. Nangong's eyes widened in shock. As the owner of a grade divine domain, he was well aware of the hierarchy of divine domains: D, C, B, A, and S, with the legendary supers grade above them all. The higher the grade, the greater the domain's expanse, the more abundant its spiritual energy, and the greater its capacity to accommodate diverse faith-based races. This aura, it's not a grade. It's an grade divine domain. Nangong exclaimed in disbelief. A genius capable of forming an grade divine domain would undoubtedly ascend to godhood in the future. At that moment, a dreamlike, ethereal face appeared in the sky. The Dean. Nangong immediately bowed his head in respect. He hadn't expected that even the Dean, a true deity, would be drawn to the scene. Nangong, well done. The Dean briefly commended before turning his attention to Nangong Ho. As the primal aura continued to spread, the hidden deities within the academy were all alarmed, their gazes converging toward the direction of the divine relic stone. Pay close attention. This is the formation of an grade divine domain. It will be immensely beneficial for your future, Nangong said, his voice trembling with excitement. Suddenly, an ancient and sacred energy swept across the area, and everyone held their breath. A divine tree, radiating a holy brilliance, descended from the sky, hovering above Nangong Ho's head. Strangely, it was tightly bound by 9 chains. Is that truly the legendary divine tree? Nangong cried out in disbelief. Indeed, it is the divine tree, suppressed by 9 chains of law. The Dean, Jiang Shi, appeared directly above the divine relic stone and let out a furious roar toward the heavens. You wretched heavens! Why must you treat Qinglei Academy this way? It became clear that a super grade divine domain was not only extraordinarily rare, with a probability of 1 in a million, but also a frustrating paradox. Despite its complete laws and abundant spiritual energy enough to ensure even a pig could eventually achieve godhood within a divine tree was an unparalleled miracle. A single fruit from the tree could transform into 1,000,000 units of faith energy, and when fully matured, it could bear 81 divine fruits, enough to instantly elevate a demigod to full godhood. Precisely because of this, the laws of heaven had imposed 9 chains to forcibly restrict the tree's growth. Without the complete feedback from the divine tree, an austere divine realm is nothing but a wasteland. The excitement on Wang Gung's face was instantly replaced by disappointment. The moment that should have witnessed a miracle had ended so anticlimactically. Now that I've awakened the system, how could I, Nangong Ho, possibly be a failure? Steer divine realm, activate. Nangong Ho's eyes blazed with divine light, his aura surging. The 9 chains of laws shall not bind the divine tree break for me. Boom. A deafening explosion shook the heavens and the earth, and an overwhelming pressure instantly engulfed the entire Qinglei Academy. Everyone involuntarily trembled, as if facing divine judgment. Within the divine realm, the faithful races knelt and prayed fervently, while the hidden powerhouses within the academy rushed toward the sacred stone, fearing they might miss the birth of this miracle. Crack! The first chain shattered with a thunderous sound under the terrified gaze of Headmaster Jiang Shi. Even this godlike figure couldn't suppress his trembling at this moment. The radiance emanating from the divine tree illuminated the entire sky. The second chain, the third, until the 9th chain of laws all shattered and dissipated. A thunderous roar echoed across the divine fall continent. They broke. The 9 chains of laws are completely broken. This is the complete divine tree. Jiang Shi stared blankly at the divine tree in the sky. Without its restraints, the 5-colored divine light bathed the land, and everyone touched by its glow felt their pores open, an indescribable sense of euphoria washing over them. In a flash, the divine tree merged into Nangong Ho's body. Haha, now this is a true miracle. Qinglei Academy's rise is assured. With this young man, we will undoubtedly gain another mighty deity. Jiang Shi threw his head back in laughter. The gloom from earlier swept away. His fiery gaze locked onto Nangong Ho as he stood guard before him, ensuring no harm would come to him. At this moment, Nangong Ho was examining the system's rewards. Divine interface. Deity, Nangong Ho. Divine role, God of Thunder. Divine rank, Tier 0 demigod. Divine skill, Thunderous Might LV1 requires 1000 faith power per use. Divine realm, Steer, divine tree in sprouting phase. Initial area spans 10 territories, initial population limit of 300 beings. Faith power, 0. Faithful races, none. When Nangong Ho's divine soul connected to the divine realm, he immediately felt as though he was the sovereign of this world, able to decide the life and death of all beings within it with a single thought. Looking out across the realm, it was vast and boundless. Massive trees requiring 2 people to encircle them stood tall, and the dense spiritual energy of the world rose like mist. Majestic mountain ranges and crystal-clear streams painted a scene of pure paradise. At the very center of this space stood a small sapling, no taller than a baby. Though its size paled in comparison to the towering trees around it, it radiated a 7-colored brilliance, its light rippling outward. This was the divine tree. The fully formed divine tree stood proudly in Nangong Ho's divine realm, unrestrained by any chains of laws, free to grow to its complete form. Nangong Ho nodded in satisfaction. This ultra-class divine realm truly lived up to its reputation. Now, all that was left was to assign it a corresponding faith-bound race. After confirming that everything was in order, Nangong Ho's divine soul slowly withdrew from the divine realm, and he opened his eyes. Nangong, you're awake? Jiang Shi, who had been closely monitoring him, immediately asked. Wang Gung quickly introduced. Nangong, this is the headmaster of the academy. Greetings, headmaster. Nangong Ho said respectfully, bowing. Excellent, excellent. Headmaster Jiang Shi burst into hearty laughter. Our Qinglei Academy will surely rise to prominence because of you. He then announced a series of significant decisions. From this moment on, the Academy's resources will be fully directed to Nangong. Furthermore, he will be immediately admitted to the Divine class and granted the title of Divine Scion of the Academy. This series of declarations left Wang Gung covering his mouth in astonishment. While he could understand the resource allocation given Nangong Ho's display of a fully formed ultra-class divine realm and his divine tree talent, which indeed warranted the Academy's full support, the decision to place him in the divine class seemed overly hasty. It was important to note that the divine class ranked above the heavenly class and was limited to only 10 individuals, the weakest of whom were already third-stage demigods. These individuals were all unparalleled geniuses capable of dominating the destiny of an era. Nangong Ho, despite possessing an ultra-class divine realm, was still a 0-stage demigod. The vast disparity in power was bound to spark controversy. Headmaster, we fully support the first 2 decisions, but shouldn't the title of Divine Scion be reconsidered? A powerful teacher immediately voiced their dissent, with others nodding in agreement. The position of Divine Scion carried immense significance. It was second only to the headmaster, representing both the successor and the face of the academy. Qinglei Academy had not seen a Divine Scion in tens of thousands of years, and suddenly bestowing such an important title upon Nangong Ho was certain to cause an uproar, especially among the divine class, where one particular genius was determined to claim the position. Faced with the crowd's doubts, Headmaster Jiang Shi looked at Nangong Ho with a piercing gaze and said meaningfully, "Do you know what the divine tree signifies? The ignition of divine fire after the 9 transformations of a demigod is an extremely painful and perilous process." Principal Jiang Shi stood at the podium, his gaze solemn as he explained to everyone, the essence of igniting divine fire lies in the ignition of the divine soul. Only when the divine soul is immortal and indestructible can it forge a true soul of heaven and earth, freeing the beings of the divine realm from the shackles of rules and allowing them to fight for their faith in the gods. His voice was deep and powerful. The divine fruit contains the complete power of the rules of the divine fall continent. If consumed during the ignition of divine fire, it not only greatly reduces the risks but also significantly increases the success rate. This is why I have appointed student Nangong as the divine heir. Jiang Shi's gaze swept over the teachers present. 81 divine fruits. If Nangong Ho is willing to share a few, our academy could produce several more deities. Moreover, a fully formed super-class divine realm, as long as Nangong Ho does not fall, is destined to become a mighty god in the future. The teachers were visibly surprised but nodded in agreement. They were all perceptive individuals and naturally understood the principal's far-reaching intentions. Jiang Shi turned to Nangong Ho with a kindly smile. "Student Nangong, what do you think?" This scene left the surrounding freshmen utterly stunned. The dignified principal was actually seeking the opinion of a freshman, and his tone was almost pleading. "Principal, I'm just a freshman and would prefer to keep a low profile," Nangong Ho replied with an awkward smile, secretly thinking to himself, "I have a system in hand. I just need to develop quietly. Why make such a big deal out of this?" Jiang Shi narrowed his eyes. Low profile? Some people are born incapable of keeping a low profile. Like a lion among wild dogs, forcing yourself to stay low will only lead to ruin. Do you understand the trouble a super-class divine realm brings? What kind of trouble? Nangong Ho couldn't help but shiver, thinking, this old man better not have ulterior motives against me. Jiang Shi continued his explanation. When an ordinary divine realm is first established, it is protected by the rules until it gradually loses that protection after its first transformation. Even then, without precise coordinates, other demigods would struggle to locate your divine realm. He paused. But a super-class divine realm is different. It is not protected by the rules. Instead, it shines like the blazing sun. From the moment you establish your divine realm, other faith-based races will be able to pinpoint your location. Their sole objective will be to seize your divine tree. If you lose the divine tree, your divine realm will collapse, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Life as insignificant as an ant should still aspire to soar like a swan. Though I, Nangong Ho, am merely a zero-turn demigod who has just begun to establish my divine domain, I am willing to dedicate myself to the Academy's cause and uphold the principles of heaven and earth. Nangong Ho straightened his back, his gaze resolute as he looked at the headmaster, Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi nodded slightly. Since you are destined to live without anonymity, then embrace death with grandeur. That is the spirit befitting a child of the divine. You've only just opened your divine domain. Return and stabilize it first. For now, we will keep your identity as a divine scion a secret. Before his voice had fully faded, Jiang Shi swept his wide sleeve, and a surge of divine power rippled outward. The eyes of the freshmen present instantly clouded with confusion. Clearly, Jiang Shi had erased their memories regarding the divine scion. This was to protect Nangong Ho, allowing him to grow steadily until he had sufficient strength. As for the information about the ultra-grade divine domain, Jiang Shi chose not to erase it. Since it could no longer be hidden, it was better for Nangong Ho to grow under the halo of a genius. Jiang Shi's voice echoed in Nangong Ho's mind. Do not rush to choose a faith race just yet. After careful consideration, I will use every resource available to procure a 5-star faith race sealing card for you. As Jiang Shi and the others disappeared from sight, Nangong Ho silently pondered the ranking system of the faith race sealing cards. From 1 star to 5 stars, with 5 stars representing top-tier faith races with the potential for godhood. As for anything beyond 5 stars, those belong to the realm of deities themselves and could not be sealed. Wang Gung announced the end of the Sacred Stone viewing event, but the enthusiasm of the freshmen showed no signs of waning. They eagerly introduced themselves to Nangong Ho, including individuals like Lin Fan, who made a deliberate effort to emphasize their prior acquaintance. Under Wang Gung's guidance, the freshmen were led to their respective courtyards. The accommodations at Qinglei Academy were indeed exceptional. Each freshman was assigned a private courtyard, protected by the power of rules to prevent unauthorized entry. Nangong, if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to come to me. Wang Gung patted Nangong Ho on the shoulder, making his goodwill and intentions clear. As a seven-turn demigod teacher, he clearly recognized the value of forming a connection with Nangong Ho. After Wang Gung departed, Nangong Ho returned to his courtyard and activated the protective rule power, finally allowing himself to relax. He murmured to himself, "Dragon demon statue? Tomorrow, I must find out more about it." Meanwhile, the desolate wilderness of the divine domain continent was already in an uproar. The emergence of an ultra-grade divine domain had driven all faith races into a frenzy, with boundless divine radiance blazing like the midday sun. Following the instructions of their respective gods, they began their march toward the divine domain with a singular purposito: seize the divine tree. What a wondrous aura! The divine domain is so close to me. A demigod issued a command to his Shadow Wolf tribe. Shadow Wolves, heed my order. Launch the divine war and claim the divine tree. By the will of our god. Nangong, the student, was under the guidance of Xiaobing, the teacher of the divine class, who was an incredibly powerful 9-turn demigod. Having already ignited her divine fire, she was just one step away from fully ascending and breaking free from the limitations of a demigod. However, Nangong did not need to rush, as with his complete strength divine domain and the dean searching for a 5-star racial seal card for him, his ascension to godhood was merely a matter of time. Early in the morning, Wang Gung led Nangong Ho toward the divine class. Along the way, Nangong Ho took the initiative to ask about the class. The divine class may only have 10 students, but every single one of them is a monstrously strong individual, Wang Gung warned gravely. Until you become stronger, it's best not to provoke them. That said, the divine class is also a treasure trove of the academy. It houses the dragon demon sacred statue. Wang Gung explained in detail. This statue was built to commemorate a genius from our academy. After ascending to godhood, he nurtured his faith race, the dragon demon race, into a divine existence. The academy constructed this statue to honor his glorious achievements. Most notably, the statue contains a drop of dragon demon blood, capable of unleashing a divine strike in times of crisis. Additionally, it can evaluate the level of faith races. Hearing about the dragon demon sacred statue, Nangong Hao's heart stirred. Wasn't this the location for his next sign and task? It was as if fortune had effortlessly brought him exactly what he sought. He eagerly anticipated the rewards this sign-in would bring. Before long, the two arrived at a secluded area. Wang Gung retrieved an ancient token and released a trace of divine power. This is the Academy's registration token. You freshmen don't have one yet. The higher the token's authority, the more places you can access. As a child of a divine being, you're allowed to go anywhere in the Academy, Wang Gung said, his tone tinged with envy. As the divine power from the token rippled outward, the rules of the space shifted, and the scenery before them transformed. A towering dragon demon statue, standing nearly 100 meters tall, loomed majestically atop a massive stone, its gaze seemingly piercing through time and space. Beneath the statue, about 100 meters away, 10 meditation cushions were arranged in a specific formation. One in the forefront, 2 side by side 5 meters behind it, and 7 scattered further back by about 10 meters. At that moment, 7 individuals were seated cross-legged on the cushions. Wang Gung, you've got quite the nerve to bring a 0-turn demigod into our divine class. Who gave you the right? A student seated at the very back suddenly barked in a harsh tone. Wang Gung's expression shifted between anger and restraint. Being reprimanded by a student in his position as a teacher was deeply infuriating, but he suppressed his emotions and replied in a low voice, "Mulin, I am still a teacher of this academy. Show some respect." Just a mere 7-turn demigod with a level divine domain, and even your faith race only has 3-star potential. What makes you qualified to be our teacher? A student named Mulin suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming with disdain. As a prodigy who had advanced to a 3-turn demigod within a year, possessing an 11 divine domain and a 4-star faith race, he naturally looked down on a teacher from an ordinary class who was a 7-turn demigod. The other 6 students also cast contemptuous glances, displaying the unique arrogance of the elite divine class. And you? Just a 3-turn demigod, the lowest ranked in the divine class. What gives you the right to question an academy teacher? Nangong Ho retorted coldly. Hearing this, Wang Gung showed a hint of gratitude, but a trace of worry flickered in his eyes. Making enemies with these people on his first day might affect his future studies. How dare you? Mulin roared furiously. A mere freshman dares to disrespect the seniors of the divine class? You deserve punishment. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the academy. Being a senior sounds impressive, but let's be honest, you're just someone who's been here a few years longer than me, Nangong Ho replied fearlessly. For the record, I'm also a student of the divine class. Let me introduce myself. I am Nangong Ho. As for your names, there's no need to mention them. Not to single anyone out, but let me just say this. All of you here are trash. With that, Nangong Ho turned his attention to the dragon demon statue, as a system notification had already sounded in his mind. Ding! You have reached the dragon demon statue, the designated sign-in location. Would you like to sign in here? Sign in. Nangong Ho responded without hesitation. Ding! Sign in successful. Reward: Ultra 5-star race ceiling card. Would you like to use it? A mocking smile appeared on Nangong Ho's lips as his gaze swept over Mulin and the others, who were glaring at him in anger. You're nothing but an ant who just established a divine domain. Mulin shouted furiously. Even if you're the headmaster's son, there's no way you'd qualify to join the divine class. Nangong Ho, I suspect Wang Gung abused his authority as a teacher to bring you here to observe the dragon demon statue. Now, I'll capture you and hand you over to teacher Xiaobing for punishment. 10,000 vines entwine. With a loud roar, Mulin unleashed an intense burst of wood elemental rule power. No! Wang Gung exclaimed in alarm, preparing to intervene. However, Nangong Ho simply smiled calmly and closed his eyes. In this moment of confidence, everything seemed so effortless. Use it. As Nangong Ho uttered these two words, a dazzling light erupted from within him. At the same time, the eyes of the dragon demon statue began to radiate a brilliant glow. Could this be the birth of a chosen race? Wang Gung muttered in shock. Though jealousy surged in his heart, his face couldn't hide his excitement. Nangong Ho's strength would only bring him greater benefits in the future. The intense light instantly shattered the wooden vines binding Nangong Ho. The dragon demon statue seemed to come to life, and a powerful wave of rule energy forced Wang Gung and the others to retreat step by step. As the Academy's guardian deity, the dragon demon statue was now actively protecting Nangong Ho. On the dragon demon statue, white light erupted like the rising sun. This white light symbolized the most basic 1-star faith race, but it vanished in an instant, quickly replaced by the green light of a 2-star level. Then, the green light swiftly transformed into the blue light of a 3-star level, and shortly after, it shifted to a purple glow, signifying a 4-star level. Wang Gung's pupils were filled with the purple light. Although purple exceeded his own race's level and would be considered genius level for others, it was still far from enough for Nangong Ho. At that moment, the purple light began to flicker intensely, and a striking red light suddenly burst forth from within. 5-star. Mulin was so shocked that he could barely speak. A 5-star faith race indicated the potential to become a deity, something exceedingly rare even among racial seal cards. The dragon demon before them was the perfect testament to this rarity. However, all of this seemed to be within Wang Gung's expectations. His face still carried a look of anticipation. He had once witnessed Nangong Ho create an SS-class divine domain, and now, a miracle was happening again. The light on the dragon demon statue resonated with the red glow from Nangong Ho, and suddenly an orange light, as brilliant as the dawn of creation, erupted, completely engulfing the red. Super 5-star faith race. Wang Gung's face flushed with excitement. This was unprecedented in the million-year history of the divine descent continent. Mulin's expression turned to fear as he recalled his earlier actions against such an existence, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The other 6 people stood up in shock, witnessing this legendary moment with their own eyes. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside the statuette with Xiaobing, a teacher from the divine class. She gazed at Nangong Ho with an impassive expression, while Nangong Ho was already immersed in his divine domain. Within the divine domain of the wild continent, a new race had descended. These beings had bull horns atop their heads, stood over 3 meters tall, and their muscular bodies were covered in mysterious divine patterns. Nangong Ho immediately opened the racial interface to check the details. Race: Minotaur tribe, descendants of the ancient divine demon flame purple gold bull. Potential: Super 5-star, capable of being cultivated into deities. Attribute: Strength-based. Rank: Tier 2 elite. Skills: War Charge LV2. Divine Demon Bloodline Talent. Essence of Strength LV1. Population: 100. Nangong Ho was very satisfied with these results. Not only had he obtained a super 5-star faith race, but the Minotaur's strength had also surpassed the first tier of ordinary races, reaching the second-tier elite level. Within the 90-year power system, this was already a solid starting point. He finally had his own faith race and could now focus on nurturing them into deities to gather the power of faith. Casting one last satisfied look at his faith race, Nangong Ho's divine soul slowly withdrew from the divine domain. When he opened his eyes, the holy dragon demon statue had dimmed, and the radiance surrounding him had faded away. However, the sudden appearance of a woman before him left him momentarily stunned. She was dressed in a simple cyan gown, light and ethereal like clouds, accentuating her graceful figure without a hint of impropriety. Her jet-black hair was elegantly coiled atop her head, with strands of fine hair at her temples gently swaying in the breeze, framing a face that could captivate an entire city. Her delicate brows were slender and should have exuded gentleness, but at the moment, they were slightly furrowed, adding a touch of defiance and aloofness. Her clear, cold eyes were as calm as still water, betraying no emotion, and her exquisitely sculpted face remained expressionless. Her soft pink lips were tightly pursed, devoid of any trace of a smile. Nangong Ho quickly composed himself and bowed respectfully to the woman before him. Nangong Ho, a new student of the divine class, pays respects to teacher Xiaobing. Xiaobing's face remained as cold as ice, but inwardly, she was overwhelmed with shock. Recognized as a genius in the academy and a renowned figure among her peers, she had always been proud of her talents. Yet, upon meeting Nangong Ho, she truly understood the meaning of genius. Opening an Ultras-level divine realm just yesterday and already obtaining an Ultra 5-Ester divine chosen race today, this defied all logic. It was as if the heavens themselves favored him. Suppressing her astonishment, Xiaobing quickly regained her composure and casually tossed a few cards to Nangong Ho. Take these. Your faith race has been born. Go and earn their faith. Nangong Ho accepted the cards. An S-level race habitat seal card, a first-tier supreme race weapon seal card, and an S-level food boar sheep herd seal card. Nearby, Wang Gung cast an envious glance. Although these cards were not the rarest, they were incredibly valuable, worth at least 5 to 600,000 divine points, and were often impossible to purchase even with money. Without saying a word, Nangong Ho entered his Ultras-level divine realm. Instantly, the once clear sky turned dark, and thick clouds roiled with countless streaks of lightning dancing within. 100 Minotaurs dropped to their knees in unison, trembling under the boundless divine might. I am the god of thunder, the deity of this land. A majestic face formed of lightning appeared in the sky. As my people, you shall be granted a place to dwell. He used the 3 seal cards one by one. Elegant tents rose from the ground. Plump boar sheep grazed leisurely, and sharp axes and gleaming shields were neatly arranged. The Minotaurs prostrated themselves in reverence. We thank the ancient, noble, and mighty god of thunder for your blessings. May your divine power remain eternal, and your divine might endure through the ages. Please accept our faith and make us your followers. Faith channels were immediately established, and the power of belief began to flow steadily. Nangong Ho watched everything with satisfaction, thinking to himself that to become a god, one must first master the art of awe-inspiring presence. However, establishing a following would be a long-term endeavor. With this in mind, he opened the follower interface. Nangong Ho opened the believer interface and carefully examined the data. Holy Spirits 0, Saints 0, Fanatics 0, Devout Believers 0, True Believers 10, Shallow Believers 40. Both divine envoys and divine powers were not yet unlocked. The system notified him that he had received 2 sources of faith value. 40 shallow believers contributed 4,000 points, and 10 true believers provided 10,000 points. Only 40 shallow believers and 10 true believers? Nangong Ho frowned slightly. Shallow believers had unstable faith and could leave at any moment. True believers, although more devout, were still not entirely steadfast. However, he quickly came to terms with it. After all, gaining faith from an Ultra 5-star faith race was inherently challenging. What surprised him, however, was the dramatic surge in faith value. Typically, shallow believers would provide 1 point of faith value per day, and true believers would provide 10 points. Yet his Minotaurs had amplified this by 100-fold. It seems this is the unique trait of an Ultra 5-star race, Nangong Ho thought to himself. I must quickly gain more faith from the Minotaurs. He then switched to the deity interface. Deity, Nangong Ho. Divine role, God of Thunder. Divine rank, 0th tier demigod. Divine skill, Thunderous Might LV1. Each activation consumes 1,000 faith points. Divine domain, Ultra S-class, divine tree in its budding phase. Initial area spans 10 provinces, initial population limit of 300 people. Faith points, 14,000. Faith race, Minotaur tribe. Well, how is it? Wang Gung eagerly asked, while Xiaobing also cast a curious glance. Only 50 believers were added, but I gained 14,000 faith points. Nangong Ho answered truthfully. Only 50 believers? Wang Gung was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. Wait, 14,000 faith points? From just 50 believers? He nearly gritted his teeth in frustration. This guy's believers provide faith points at 100 times the rate of ours. No way, I can't compare myself to him. I'd drive myself crazy. Nangong Ho, what is your faith race? Xiaobing asked softly. A strength-based Minotaur tribe, descendants of the ancient divine beast, the god flame purple gold ox. Their bloodline is incredibly potent, Nangong Ho responded calmly. Since this much had already been revealed, there was no harm in sharing a little more. Besides, being forthright might benefit his development under the Academy's guidance. Does that mean all your Minotaurs have the potential to ascend to godhood? Wang Gung exclaimed, covering his mouth in astonishment. Nangong Ho nodded in confirmation. No wonder your initial population is only 100, Xiaobing mused. If I'm not mistaken, it must be difficult to expand your Minotaur tribe. The stronger the bloodline of a divine or demonic race, the more restricted their reproduction becomes under the laws of heaven. Nangong, my task here is complete. All right, I won't disturb your class any longer, Wang Gung said, turning to leave. His face was etched with exhaustion. The events of the past 2 days had been overwhelming. On the first day, he witnessed the birth of an inscrutable divine realm, with a sacred tree breaking through 9 chains of laws. On the second, he saw the emergence of a super 5-star race, each member exuding a godlike aura. If I'm guilty, let the Academy punish me, but don't let a genius humiliate me over and over again. Wang Gung muttered, his voice tinged with helplessness. Wait, Mr. Wang. Nangong Ho grabbed Wang Gung's arm. Wang Gung looked at him in confusion, wondering if this young man intended to continue mocking him. But Nangong Ho turned to the side, pointing at Mulin, who had just acted. His voice was icy. You, come over here and apologize to Mr. Wang. Mulin's expression instantly darkened. As a student of the divine class, he was accustomed to privileges. Ordinary teachers were insignificant in their eyes. Now, being ordered to apologize by a mere zero-turn demigod was a humiliation that ignited his fury. Your talent is indeed terrifying, but you don't have the power to command me. If you want me to apologize, dream on. Mulin clenched his fists and said arrogantly. Nangong, let it go. Wang Gung quickly intervened. I'm already grateful for your support. Though touched by Nangong Hou's bold defense, he didn't want the situation to escalate further. Nangong Ho patted Wang Gung on the shoulder, his gaze firm. Wang Gung glanced at him, then at Xiaobing, who remained silent and reluctantly stepped aside. Mulin, is it? Since you look down on me as a newcomer, then let's initiate a divine battle. Nangong Hou's voice brimmed with fighting spirit, his aura making Mulin appear as insignificant as a zero-turn demigod. A divine battle? Mulin's eyes grew serious. A divine battle was not just a duel between demigods, but a life-and-death struggle between faith-based races, often ending with the annihilation of one side. Afraid? Nangong Ho stared coldly. Teacher Xiaobing, this is too dangerous. Wang Gung said urgently. Nangong is a Ancient Millennium genius. How can I'd like to see the combat power of a super 5-star faith-based race? Xiaobing interrupted him, her stunningly beautiful face betraying no emotion. You're courting death. Mulin glared at Nangong Ho. Teacher Xiaobing, I request to initiate a divine battle with Nangong Hou. No retreat, no surrender. Agreed. Xiaobing replied without hesitation. While the students of the divine class were prodigies, without trials by fire, they would remain sheltered flowers. In this world, geniuses were never in short supply. Activate the divine realm coordinates and prepare for the divine battle. Xiaobing commanded, and simultaneously, beams of light shot out from both Mulin and Nangong Ho. On this vast and boundless wilderness continent, connecting 2 divine realms without coordinates was nearly impossible. Nangong Ho's eyes sparkled like lightning, staring sharply at Mulin, who responded with a cold sneer. As their divine realms gradually intertwined, Xiaobing and the others seized the opportunity to enter the realms with their divine souls, ready to witness this battle of prodigies. The moment they stepped into the divine realm, Mulin and his companions were stunned by the sight before them. This isn't glass divine realm. They finally understood that the terrifying divine suppression they felt at the academy the previous day had come from Nangong Ho. Nangong Ho's divine realm resembled a blazing multicolored sun, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Feeling the suffocating pressure of this high-level divine realm, Mulin's heart trembled. A single thought flashed through his mind. No, this man must not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, there will be no place for me, Mulin. In the Qinglei Academy, Mulin's ethereal face appeared in the sky above his divine realm as he issued a rallying call to his people. People of the wood god, prepare for the divine battle. Seize the divine tree of the opposing realm. I promise to elevate your bloodlines and grant you the position of deities. After his initial fear subsided, a wave of madness surged within Mulin. If he could claim the opponent's divine tree, this monumental opportunity would belong to him. The divine emissaries of the Trayant clan immediately began preparing for war. By the will of the god, fight for our deity. Prove our faith with their blood. Xiaobing quickly analyzed the strengths of both sides. While Mulin's faith-based race only had 4-star potential, they already possessed a 4th-tier Lord-level divine emissary, with other warriors ranging between the 2nd and 3rd tiers. In contrast, Nangong Ho's race, with its Ultra 5-star potential and superior bloodline, was still at the 2nd tier, without even a single divine emissary. With a thunderous boom, the connection between the 2 divine realms was completed, revealing a vast plain in the center. Nangong Ho issued a straightforward command. I am the god of thunder. Unleash the power of the divine and demonic bloodlines, and crush the enemy's ambitions. Roar. Kill. The divine and demonic bloodlines shall not be challenged. A towering Minotaur wielded an axe, leading 100 of his kin in a fierce charge. Wooden traps release. The Trayant clan's divine emissary suppressed his fear and gave the order. However, the suppression of their bloodlines quickly became apparent. The wood-based energy was weak and scattered, and some Trayants who had not fully pledged their faith even collapsed to their knees, trembling. The Minotaurs easily severed the entangling wooden vines. Useless. Get up! The divine emissary shouted in desperation, immediately casting a spell. Spring of the forest. A surge of green wood energy flowed from his body, infusing strength into each member of his clan. Suddenly, their bodies began to grow sturdier, and the empty sockets of their eyes were gradually filled with a ghostly green light. The life force of spring coursed through the Trayants, awakening an endless fighting spirit within them. The forest domain descended. As the incantation echoed, the ground trembled, and countless massive branches, like giant serpents springing to life, erupted from the earth, wildly entangling the charging Minotaurs. Break apart! One Minotaur roared, swinging his axe furiously, sending wood chips flying. Yet, no matter how hard he struck, the resilient branches refused to yield and only tightened their grip. This scene repeated itself across the battlefield. Mulin, watching the trapped Minotaurs, let out a maniacal laugh. Huh. So what if you're a super 5-star race? So what if you're descendants of divine and demonic bloodlines? You're still no match for my Trayants. Surrender now. Hand over your sacred tree and abandon your faith, and maybe just maybe he'll spare you. He could already see the dawn of victory. You're celebrating too soon. War charge, came the deep voice of Nangong Ho. Even before his words fully landed, the twin horns atop the Minotaurs' heads began to glow with dazzling light. With a sharp ripping sound, the previously unyielding branches were torn apart like paper before the brilliance of the glowing horns. Freed from their restraints, the Minotaurs lowered their heads, their sharp horns aimed at the Trayants, and launched a ground-shaking charge. The sheer force of the level 2 war charge was terrifying. 100 Minotaurs charging together shattered the ranks of the towering Trayants, leaving their formation in shambles as green sap spilled freely across the battlefield. Die! A Trayant warrior roared, swinging a massive fist. But a Minotaur, blessed with divine and demonic bloodlines, effortlessly dodged the attack. Seizing the moment, the Minotaur lunged forward, his sharp horns piercing through the Trayant and sending it flying. In close combat, the Trayants were steadily losing ground. Do not retreat. The glory of the wood god is about to shine. Slay these heretics. Wood fusion. The Trayant priest, holding the staff of wood aloft, cried out hoarsely. All the surviving Trayants, as if pulled by an invisible force, began retreating rapidly, converging toward the priest like water drawn into a whirlpool. 1 by 1, 10 by 10, 100 by 100 until every Trayant had merged completely. A colossal Trayant, towering over 60 feet tall, opened its eyes. This was Mulin's ultimate move-wood fusion technique capable of reaching the power of a 5th-tier transcendent. Perish! The giant Trayant let out an earth-shaking roar as it swung its massive, pillar-like fist down from above. The sheer force of the blow shattered the surrounding trees and mountains into fragments. Quick! Stop him! Wang Gung anxiously gazed at the battlefield below, his voice trembling. Nangong is the dean's top protege, a genius of the academy, practically a god here. Though he cut himself off before finishing, his worry was palpable as he looked toward Xia Bing. At this moment, she was the only one who could put an end to this battle. Xia Bing's eyes were locked on the battlefield, her expression focused. Mulin's Trayant tribe was already prepared. Once they annihilated the Minotaur tribe, it would be the perfect time for him to strike. The fall of a faith-based race would severely weaken the power of their deity by more than half. I told you, you're celebrating too soon. Nangong Ho declared in a deep, commanding voice. Activate the bloodline talent force of power. As his words rang out, divine runes on the bodies of 100 Minotaurs lit up simultaneously. Gray energy wove together in the air like a net, ultimately forming a massive battle axe. The terrifying pressure shattered the rocky ground and even forced the towering Trayants, standing nearly 60 feet tall, to sink their legs into the earth under the immense weight. Impossible! Mulin roared in disbelief. How can you be this strong? You've only been a demigod for 2 days, and your faith-based race was just born yet. You can defeat my 5th-tier extraordinary Trayants? His fury erupted as he charged into Nangong Ho's divine domain. Divine skill. Shadow wood hand? In my presence, no one can call themselves a genius. Nangong Ho declared with unshakable confidence, standing tall and proud. A flawless start, and steer divine domain. A fully formed divine tree, a 5-star faith-based race, and the sign and system all of it pointed to his inevitable path to invincibility. Mulin's shadow-wood hand lashed out like a swarm of venomous serpents, but Nangong Ho remained fearless. Divine skill, thunderous wrath. In an instant, the sky erupted with deafening booms as countless bolts of lightning rained down like a storm. The sheer power of the thunder, with its pure and overwhelming energy, combined with the suppression Mulin faced after stepping into the divine domain and the disadvantage of losing the faith-based race battle, left him far from his peak strength. The relentless lightning strikes shattered the shadow-wood hand one tendril at a time, obliterating it completely. Bright flashes of lightning illuminated Mulin's terrified face. He realized that if this continued, he would not only lose the battle but also suffer a devastating blow to his strength. Teacher Xiaobing, I concede. I concede. Seeing that his divine ability could no longer hold up, Mulin hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Xiaobing spoke at the right moment. Nangong Ho, you and Mulin are both students of the divine class. While there may be conflicts, there's no need to fight to the death. Let him go. Her goal was merely to test the combat power of a super 5-star race, and the results had already exceeded her expectations. Hearing this, Mulin felt a sense of relief, but his eyes burned with intense resentment. Being defeated by a newcomer in front of Xiaobing meant he was likely to lose his place in the divine class limited to only 10 students, where resources were concentrated but competition was brutal. He silently vowed that when his cousin returned, he would make Nangong Ho pay. The path of a genius is destined to be filled with challenges, and the road to godhood is inevitably drenched in blood. If you dare challenge me, you'd better be prepared to face death. At this moment, Nangong Ho resembled a deity wielding the power of life and death, utterly merciless. Thunder wrath. Golden lightning cascaded down like a tsunami. No, you can't kill me. Mulin trembled in fear as death loomed over him. This violates the Academy's rules. Even as a divine class student, you don't have that privilege. Oh, did I forget to mention, I'm not just a student of the divine class. I'm also the chosen son of the divine, personally appointed by the dean. Nangong Ho's devilish smile deepened. Now, tell me, do I have that privilege? The son of the divine? Impossible. You're lying. Mulin's eyes widened in disbelief, his desperate screams drowned out by the roaring thunder. In an instant, the Trayant tribe lost their faith. The wooden deity statue in their temple shattered into pieces. Mulin, the semi-divine being and the faith god of the Trayant tribe, fell. The Minotaurs roared with earth-shaking fury, their axes, infused with the essence of strength, cleaving down with gray radiance that swallowed the entire Trayant tribe, splitting Mulin's divine domain in two. They recognized their own god of thunder, and their fervent battle spirit caused their faith to surge. Nangong Ho watched as the faith channel expanded rapidly, delighting in the discovery. So, gaining the faith of a race wasn't limited to granting blessings. As his gaze fell upon the sea of thunder, his hands trembled slightly, and an uncontrollable, manic grin spread across his face. Everyone, you've seen enough. You can leave now. Whatever you want to say, do it outside. Nangong Ho suppressed the excitement in his heart and issued a dismissal. Thanks to the rules of his divine domain concealing his actions, Xiaobing and the others couldn't detect anything unusual about him. Teacher Xiaobing, we demand the Academy punish Nangong Ho. Zhang Jin's sharp gaze locked onto Nangong Ho, who remained seated with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent. Zhang's voice was firm and resolute. As a member of the divine class, he blatantly killed Mulin in front of everyone. This is a clear violation of the Academy's rules. The other 5 members of the divine class turned their eyes toward Xiaobing in unison, attempting to exert pressure on her. In their minds, Mulin's fate was secondary. Their real concern lay with the Academy's stance. If the Academy decided to give special attention to Nangong Ho, the resources available to them would inevitably decrease. The Academy's decisions are not for you to dictate. Xiaobing's expression turned icy as she coldly rebuked them. Sit down and prepare for class. Her displeasure with Nangong Ho's defiance was evident. Startled by Xiaobing's anger, Zhang Jin and the others quickly straightened their posture, sitting respectfully. Yet, deep down, they sneered in silent. Sight was clear Xiaobing's anger was directed at Nangong Ho. Meanwhile, Nangong Ho seemed completely detached from the commotion around him. His full attention was fixed on the hexagonal crystal in his hand, which emitted a vibrant green glow. This is a divine authority? Nangong Ho stared in disbelief at the crystal radiating a dense aura of wood energy. By all logic, when a demigod falls, their divine realm collapses, their worshippers perish, and their divine authority should dissipate as well. Such an anomaly could likely be attributed to the unique nature of an SS-rank divine realm. With a wave of his hand, Nangong Ho dispersed the lingering lightning energy and firmly grasped the wood element divine authority. At that moment, a faintly glowing, transparent orb began to dissolve into the heavens and earth. It was Mulin's divine soul, on the verge of being reabsorbed by the laws of the world. Just as the soul was about to fully dissipate, a powerful suction force emerged. The orb shot like an arrow toward the center of the divine realm, heading straight for the divine tree. Under Nangong Ho's astonished gaze, the divine tree devoured the pure divine soul entirely. I see now, Nangong Ho exclaimed in realization. No wonder the laws of the world bound the divine tree with 9 chains of rules. It requires the power of the world's laws to grow. This revelation filled Nangong Ho with both excitement and apprehension. Nurturing the divine tree would necessitate the continuous acquisition of demigods' divine souls, which meant endless battles and bloodshed. He couldn't help but wonder, would such actions provoke the wrath of the heavenly laws? Shaking off these troubling thoughts, Nangong Ho refocused on the divine authority in his hand, contemplating how to absorb this unexpected gift. Nangong Ho pulled his thoughts back, his gaze burning as he fixed his eyes on the divine crystal before him. His hands trembled slightly, but without hesitation, he pressed the crystal against the center of his forehead. In an instant, the crystal fused with his divine soul, and a surge of dense wood element energy began to wash over it continuously. Success! A moment later, Nangong Ho opened his eyes in excitement and immediately attempted to unleash a skill. Shadow Wood Hand? With his low command, a burst of wood element power erupted, perfectly replicating the divine skill that Mulin had previously displayed. At that moment, he realized that he not only gained a second divine role but also mastered 2 entirely new divine skills. Unable to contain his eagerness, Nangong Ho opened the divine interface. Deity, Nangong Ho. Divine roles, God of Thunder, God of Wood. Divine rank, Tier 0 Demigod. Divine skills, Thunderous Might LV1 consumes 1000 faith power. Shadow Wood Hand LV1 consumes 1000 faith power. Vitality Surge LV1 consumes 1000 faith power. Divine Domain, S grade, sprouting phase of the divine tree. Faith power, 20,400,000. Faithful race, Minotaur tribe. 20 million pure faith power. Nangong Ho was nearly overwhelmed by the immense joy. Not only had he obtained a divine role, but he also inherited Mulin's faith power. Despite some loss, this immense wealth was more than enough to support him in completing the first transformation required to ascend in divine power. Controlling the excitement in his heart, Nangong Ho shifted his focus to the faithful interface. Holy Spirits, 0. Saints, 0. Devotees, 1. Pious Believers, 5. True Believers, 35. Lukewarm Believers, 50. Divine Envoys, none. Divine Arts, none. System notifications flashed in rapid succession. 10 new lukewarm believers added, gaining 1000 faith power. 25 new true believers added, gaining 25,000 faith power. 4 new pious believers added, gaining 8,000 faith power. 1 new devotee added, gaining 5,000 faith power. The rewards from this divine battle far exceeded expectations. Not only had the number of believers increased significantly, but more importantly, a devotee had emerged. With a devotee, he could appoint a divine envoy, making the management of the tribe and the spread of faith much more efficient. Marveling at the tremendous gains from this divine battle, Nangong Ho quickly turned his attention to the newly ascended devotee. People of the divine realm. A commanding voice echoed throughout the sacred domain. 100 minotaurs knelt on the ground, awaiting the decree of the god of thunder. Green light surged from the surrounding trees and grass, flowing like water into the bodies of each minotaur. Under the miraculous effect of the vibrant life, divine skill, their wounds healed rapidly, the bleeding ceased, and their weary bodies were revitalized with strength. The sight left the minotaurs in awe, deepening their unwavering faith. Nangong Ho felt a surge of satisfaction, fully aware of the power in cultivating devout followers. Nyo Guli, Nangong Ho's voice resounded. I shall bestow upon you the title of divine envoy. Do you accept? The tribal chief, Nyo Guli, who knelt at the forefront, respectfully replied. Nyo Guli is honored to serve as the servant of the divine, desiring only to remain in the presence of the gods. Without hesitation, Nangong Ho infused a strand of divine power into Nyo Guli's body. Instantly, Nyo Guli's form expanded to a towering height of 2 zhong, his muscles swelling, and the divine markings on his body growing increasingly intricate. With a thunderous roar, his strength ascended to the level of a Tier 3 leader, and he simultaneously gained mastery over 2 new abilities. Nangong Ho checked the follower interface and observed the current composition of his believers. 0 Holy Spirits, 0 Saints, 1 Fanatic, 5 Devout Believers, 35 True Believers, and 59 Superficial Believers. The newly appointed divine envoy, Nyo Guli, had acquired the skills Thunder Strike LV3 and Berserk Technique LV3. Unexpectedly, this promotion led 9 additional Minotaurs to join the ranks of believers, earning Nangong Ho 900 faith points. Nyo Guli, Nangong Ho delivered his first divine command: build a temple around the sacred tree, erect a statue of the god of thunder, and offer daily prayers. Can you fulfill this task? Great God of Thunder, rest assured, your servant will complete your instructions to perfection, Nyogoli responded with deep reverence. Satisfied, Nangong Ho nodded and withdrew from the divine realm. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, a cold voice rang out, I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? I heard you. But so what? If you dare to strike at me, you'd better be prepared to fall. Nangong Ho cast a brief, indifferent glance at Mulin's lifeless body sprawled on the ground. His gaze swept over the others present, carrying both a warning and an unspoken answer to Xiaobing's question. Teacher Xiaobing, Nangong. I'll take my leave now, Wang Geng said nervously, sensing the tension in the air. He grabbed Mulin's corpse and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Nangong Ho, how dare you speak to Teacher Xiaobing like that? Zhang Jin stepped forward, his voice filled with anger. You've already violated the Academy's rules. What awaits you is the harshest punishment. Kneel down now and await the Academy's judgment. Nangong Ho cast him a dismissive glance, his tone dripping with disdain. My affairs are none of your concern. Or is it that you think you can speak on behalf of Teacher Xiaobing? You, Teacher Xiaobing, this insolent brat has no respect for his elders and openly defies the Academy's rules. I request, Zhang Jin's outburst was cut short as Xiaobing interrupted him. Enough. Sit down and prepare for class, Xiaobing said impatiently. Although Zhang Jin fell silent, his heart was filled with doubt. How could this arrogant boy remain unscathed? Could the rumors be true that the headmaster had named him the divine child? And why was Teacher Xiaobing letting him off so easily? This was unlike her usual strict demeanor. Nangong Ho let out a soft chuckle, ignoring the reactions around him, and walked straight to the first meditation cushion, seating himself. This action stunned all 6 students present, and even Xiaobing's eyebrows twitched slightly. How dare you? Zhang Jin shouted immediately. Nangong Ho, you're just a freshman, and yet you dare to sit in the first spot. Do you even know whose place that is? Even if he's not at the academy, that position is not for someone like you. I sit where I want. Nangong Ho growled impatiently. If you're unhappy, then fight me. Otherwise, keep your mouth shut. Xiaobing spoke up, her tone calm yet curious. Why are you sitting there? The arrangement of the cushions clearly reflected a hierarchy of strength, with the first cushion being far apart from the others, signifying its owner's unparalleled power. Because it's closest to the teacher. I can hear the lesson better this way, Nangong Ho replied without hesitation. His unexpected answer caught Xiaobing off guard, and for a moment, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Teacher Xiaobing, you look so beautiful when you smile. Why do you always put on that icy facade? Nangong Ho said, captivated by her rare expression. Xiaobing's smile vanished instantly, her face returning to its usual cold demeanor. You should focus on how to handle the challenges ahead. What an arrogant little brat. Once a demigod awakens their divinity and selects a divine role, it cannot be changed. Generally, we only awaken a single divine role. However, there are exceptional geniuses who, upon awakening their divinity, manifest dual or even triple divine roles. As Xiaobing mentioned the word genius, she glanced at Nangong Ho. At this moment, Nangong Ho could be considered the Academy's top genius, yet he had only awakened a single divine role. In this lecture, Teacher Xiaobing primarily explained knowledge about divine roles. This might have been important for the other students, but for him Nangong Hou was hardly worth mentioning. After all, his divine role defied explanation through the Academy's teachings. Who had ever heard of someone acquiring a divine role by slaying a deity? Only Nangong Ho seemed capable of such a feat. What's more, Nangong Ho could effortlessly fuse the divine roles he gained through slaying deities, directly enhancing his power with a new divine role. Forget dual or triple divine roles, achieving a 4th divine role was only a matter of time for him. This lecture was utterly dull, even to the point of making Nangong Ho feel a bit drowsy. Finally, the class ended, and Xiaobing left in a hurry without bothering to speak with Nangong Ho. She needed to report his emergence as a chosen race to the headmaster. As for the trouble that would follow, if this boy dared to cause it, he would have to handle it himself. She wouldn't care. Nangong Ho, as a freshman, you're far too arrogant. Do you even see us upperclassmen in your eyes? Mulin merely had a verbal dispute with you, and you killed him just like that. Do you even have any humanity left? As soon as Xiaobing left, Zhang Jin, an older student, was the first to step forward. He didn't have a particularly close relationship with Mulin, but Nangong Hou's arrogance had infuriated him. In the divine class, every single one of them was considered a genius, the future pillars of the academy. And yet, a mere freshman dared to disregard them. It was an affront to their pride as geniuses. Humanity? What a joke. Mulin, a third-tier demigod, initiated a divine battle with me, and none of you spoke of humanity then. I suppose at the time, you all thought I was simply courting death. And now that he's dead, are you mediocrities just like him afraid? Nangong Hou's expression remained calm, showing not a hint of panic despite being surrounded by several students. Arrogant. You've only just awakened your race. So what if your talent is extraordinary? We are not like Mulin. Killing you would be as easy as slaughtering a pig or a dog, Zhang Jin sneered. His pride couldn't tolerate someone like Nangong Ho, whose arrogance surpassed even his own. That sliver of wounded pride made it impossible for Zhang Jin to back down. Is that so? Then I, Nangong Ho, am asking for death. With those words, Nangong Ho stepped forward, directly facing Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin could even feel the heat of Nangong Ho's breath. Yet, it was precisely this overwhelming aura of invincibility that made Zhang Jin involuntarily take a step back even though Nangong Ho wasn't even a first-tier demigod yet. Humph, is that all? Nangong Ho sneered. At this moment, I have only one thing to say, trash. Oh, don't take it personally, I'm not just talking about you. I mean everyone here is trash. With a flick of his sleeve, Nangong Ho burst into laughter and turned to leave. Nangong Ho, don't get too cocky. You killed Mulin, and his kin, Mugan, won't let you off. Just wait for him to return and seek revenge. Also, you initiated a divine battle with Mulin without permission and killed him. That's already a violation of the Academy's rules. Zhang Jin shouted after him. You will definitely be punished by the Academy. Zhang Jin roared furiously, glaring at Nangong Ho's retreating figure. The single step he was forced to take back filled him with humiliation. Nangong Ho didn't stop walking. A faint, disdainful smile curved his lips. Ha, you know nothing about me. Punish me? How naive. Once the Academy finds out, not only will they refrain from punishing me, they'll reward me. My identity, my strength, they ensure that people like you can only look up to me. With that, his figure disappeared from everyone's view. Elsewhere on campus, two students were quietly chatting. Did you hear? Our academy has a peerless genius. On his very first day, he awakened divinity and became a demigod. He even created a divine realm on the spot. What? That's absurd. Rushing like that, he probably couldn't have created anything above a level divine realm. The other student shook his head in disbelief. What a waste of such incredible talent. Ah, that's the difference between a genius and us. The first student glanced around cautiously before lowering his voice. He created an ultras-level divine realm, and a divine tree was born fully complete. An ultras-level divine realm? A fully complete divine tree? His companion's eyes widened in shock. That's unheard of. Such a divine realm hasn't been seen in a million years. And wasn't the divine tree's growth restricted by the chains of law? You're not pulling my leg, are you? How could someone like that even exist? I swear it's true. My distant relative is one of this year's freshmen, and he saw it with his own eyes. Even the headmaster showed up in person. As Nangong Ho passed by and overheard their conversation, a faint smirk appeared on his face. A peerless genius? This is just the beginning. Meanwhile, Xia Bing reported the news to the headmaster, Jiang Shi, who needed to confirm it twice before believing that Nangong Ho had naturally developed a heaven-chosen race. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Jiang Shi laughed heartily. With such a prodigy in our academy, how could we not catch up to the others? An ultra 5-star race, this boy has truly astonished me. In that case, let's replace my initial promise with a reward: 2 premium divine realm space stones and 10 million divine power points. You're not worried about the other students finding out he killed Mulin? Xia Bing asked coldly. Oomph. Mulin was a fool who provoked a divine heir of the academy. He brought his death upon himself, Jiang Shi replied in a deep voice. Now that you mention it, this reminds me, make sure his divine heir token is presented to him as well. The identity of a divine heir must not be challenged. But the identity of a divine heir is extremely important. Aren't you worried that giving him the token now might provoke dissatisfaction among other senior students? Xia Bing frowned slightly, her tone laced with concern. Jiang Shi, however, chuckled nonchalantly. Dissatisfaction? That's nothing more than the jealousy of the weak. Nangong Ho's talent is enough to dominate the destiny of this era. He will undoubtedly have a place in the future divine path battles. Besides, I never said I would reveal his identity. Once he has the token, how he handles it is entirely up to him. Xiaobing nodded in agreement. As long as Nangong Ho wasn't reckless, he would naturally avoid disclosing the identity of the divine heir prematurely. Meanwhile, Nangong Ho sat alone in his dormitory, contemplating the opportunity before him. 1 million faith points can be refined into a wisp of divine power, which not only purifies the divine soul but also strengthens the divine body, allowing me to ascend to the rank of a Tier 1 demigod. With the 2 million faith points I gained from defeating Mulin, it's more than sufficient. With this thought, he immediately activated the thunder divinity within him. A strand of purple lightning erupted inside his body, beginning the process of refining faith points. A powerful aura began to rise steadily from him. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, when Nangong Ho opened his eyes, the symbol of thunder flickered in his gaze. He had successfully ascended to the Tier 1 demigod realm and used the remaining faith points to enhance his divine skills. He accessed the divine interface to check his latest status. Deity, Nangong Ho. Divinity, God of Thunder, God of Wood. Divine rank, Tier 1 demigod. Divine skills, Thunderous Might LV1 consumes 1000 faith points per use. Shadow Wood Hand LV1 consumes 1000 faith points per use. Vitality Surge LV1 consumes 1000 faith points per use. Divine Domain, Supers level, Divine Tree Germination Phase. Faith points, 10,400,000. Faithful Race, Minotaur Tribe. As soon as he exited the Divine Domain, a system notification chime sounded. Ding. A new check-in location has been refreshed. Check-in location, Divine Domain Battle Monument. Finally, a new check-in location, Nangong Ho thought to himself with anticipation. After all, the check-in system was his greatest support. His previous 2 check-ins granted him a Supers level Divine Domain and a Super 5-star race, so this time would surely not disappoint. After tidying up, Nangong Ho stepped out of his dormitory and immediately encountered Wang Gung waiting outside. How was your cultivation, Nangong? Wang Gung asked with a smile. Teacher Wang, why are you here? The dean heard about your creation of a Super 5-star race and was delighted. He specifically asked me to deliver something to you. Wang Gung respectfully handed him a spatial ring. Inside the ring were 2 radiant top-grade Divine Domain Space Stones and a Divine Air token, accompanied by 10 million Divine points. The token was not only a symbol of his identity, but also a testament to the Academy's recognition of his strength and talent. As Nangong Ho examined the token, he mused inwardly, so, they want to tie me to Qinglei Academy. Well, considering how humble the dean is being, I suppose I'll accept it for now. The token felt like a blend of gold and something else. Its front was engraved with intricate patterns and the words Divine Air, while the back bore the inscription Qinglei Academy. As for the 2 priceless Divine Domain Space Stones, Nangong Ho directly gifted them to Wang Gung, as they were of little use to someone like him who already possessed a Supers level Divine Domain. I can't accept something so valuable, Wang Gung said, clutching the 2 crystal-clear, top-grade Divine Domain Space Stones in his hand. His Adam's apple bobbed visibly. These were worth 6 million Divine Power Points, an amount he would need 6 full years to accumulate, even if he spent none throughout the year. Mr. Wang, please take them, Nangong Ho said with a warm smile. There will be plenty of times in the future when students like me will need your help. All right, then I'll accept them shamelessly, Wang Gung replied after a moment of thought. But 1 stone is enough. A single Divine Domain Space Stone can expand a territory the size of a province, which is more than sufficient for the growth of my faith-based race. You should keep the other one. You might need it someday. Without hesitation, Nangong Ho neatly put away the 2nd space stone. Student Nangong, Wang Gung's eyes shifted to the token hanging at Nangong Ho's waist. Aren't you going to put that token away? You just said you need to keep it safe, yet now you're wearing it so openly. As a divine heir, why wait a whole year? Nangong Ho straightened his posture, exuding a commanding presence. Though the dean had my best interests in mind, now that I've embarked on the path of a genius, there's no need to cower in fear. From today onward, I am the Academy's divine heir. If anyone wants it, let them come and try to take it. Your boldness, student Nangong, is something I can only admire. Wang Gung sincerely praised, clearly impressed by Nangong Ho's resolute demeanor. Mr. Wang, Nangong Ho suddenly changed the topic. Does our academy have a place called the Divine Domain Battle Monument? Indeed it does, Wang Gung replied with a smile. Are you planning to challenge it? Seeing the look of curiosity on Nangong Ho's face, Wang Gung suggested. It seems you're not too familiar with the Divine Domain Battle Monument. Let's talk as we walk. Luckily, I don't have any classes today. As they walked, Wang Gung explained the origin and purpose of the Divine Domain Battle Monument in detail. He described how demigods connect their divine souls to the monument, how they train their faith-based races in the Divine Domain battlefield, and the history of this particular Divine Domain. Given how much time has passed, the faith-based races in that Divine Domain must be nearly depleted, right? Nangong Ho asked. Quite the opposite, Wang Gung explained. This is class Divine Domain, naturally ideal for the growth of faith-based races. Moreover, the Academy regularly uses race ceiling cards to maintain the population of these races. Class Divine Domain? Nangong Ho murmured, deep in thought. Even a god of such strength could fall. It seems that becoming a god is fraught with dangers. By the way, what are the requirements for using the Divine Domain Battle Monument? Wang Gung raised a single finger. 1 day, 100,000 divine power points. That's absurdly expensive. Nangong Ho couldn't help but complain. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at a flat expanse within the academy. At the center stood a massive black stone monument, towering over 100 feet tall, its surface shimmering with countless white specks of light. Beneath the monument, an elderly man sat cross-legged, a small table placed before him. About 3 meters in front of him, dozens of students were also seated cross-legged on the ground, their eyes closed in meditation. That's Elder Fei. He's in charge of the Divine Domain Battle Monument and also ensures the safety of these students, Wang Gung explained to Nangong Ho in a hushed voice. And those people over there? Nangong Ho motioned towards the group of students standing on the periphery. They're just here to watch, mainly hoping to see if anyone can break a record, Wang Gung said with a chuckle. All right, now that I've brought you here, I'll take my leave. Oh, by the way, Nangong, you can use your divine points at the Academy's trading pavilion. There are plenty of good items there. With that, he turned and left, secretly thinking to himself. If this kid attempts the challenge, he might break a few records again. I don't want to deal with that kind of shock anymore. Nangong Ho nodded in acknowledgement, feeling intrigued by the idea of breaking records. However, he decided to complete his check-in first. As he approached the Divine Domain Battle Monument, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Divine Domain Battle Monument check-in successful. Reward. Special Physique Battle Saint Body. The Battle Saint Body, one of the top 10 ancient combat physiques, was said to greatly enhance the user's combat power, with an unyielding fighting spirit that never waned. It was indeed a remarkable gift, but as a demigod with a divine physique, Nangong Ho felt it was unnecessary for himself. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him could bestow this reward upon his faith-bound race. Meanwhile, the surrounding students noticed the approaching first-year demigod and began whispering among themselves. Looks like a freshman who's only been here for a little over a year. What's he doing getting so close to the monument? Showing off, obviously. What else? Judging by his appearance, he probably doesn't even have 10,000 divine points to his name. Wait, look at the token on his waist. It's purple? Aren't all Academy tokens supposed to be black? Nangong Ho ignored the murmurs and immediately established a connection with the Divine Domain. Over the past 4 days, significant changes had occurred in the Divine Domain. The Divine Emissary, Nuguli, had constructed a temple around the sacred tree, enshrining a statue of the god of thunder within it. At that moment, Nuguli was leading his people in their daily prayer ritual. O great god of thunder, hear the prayers of your devoted followers and accept our faith, Nuguli prayed devoutly. Suddenly, the statue seemed to come to life, with endless thunder resounding above the temple. Nuguli immediately prostrated himself in worship. The great god of thunder has revealed himself. Please, grant us your divine decree. Nuguli, the god of thunder is pleased with your devotion. I bestow upon you, divine emissary Nuguli, the battle saint body. Nangong Hou's commanding voice echoed across the land as a glowing orb descended from the heavens, merging into Nangul's body. Roar! Nuguli let out a pained and guttural roar as divine markings flared across his body. His muscles swelled, and his height surged from 2 meters to 3 meters. His cultivation level instantly broke through to the 4th-tier Lord rank, and with a casual punch, he unleashed a thunderous sonic boom that nearly ruptured the eardrums of the surrounding tribespeople. Nuguli thanks the god of thunder for his divine blessing. Nangong Ho watched in delight as the channels of faith grew thicker, the flow of faith energy increasing dramatically. Some channels even emanated a dazzling brilliance. Seeing Nangul's imposing transformation, his heart burned with excitement. If he could acquire more saintly physiques and grant them to all the Minotaurs, the scene would be nothing short of spectacular. He couldn't help but imagine the sight of 100 warriors, each with ancient saintly physiques, charging into battle like divine beings. The thought alone made him want to laugh out loud with exhilaration. Struck gold. Nangong Ho's face lit up with a delighted smile as he glanced at the believer interface. The faith income brought by a battle saint physique far exceeded his expectations. With a light touch to the center of his brow, a faint wisp of divine power emanated, directly enhancing Nuguli's divine skill levels. The believer interface immediately displayed detailed data. Holy spirits, 0. Saints, 1. Fanatics, 2. Devout believers, 30. True believers, 67. Casual believers, 0. Divine envoy, Nuguli. Physique, battle saint physique. Rank, Tier 4 Lord class. Divine skills, Thunderstrike LV4, Berserk Technique LV4. System notifications flashed consecutively. Added 1 saint, gained 10,000 faith points. Added 2 fanatics, gained 10,000 faith points. Added 25 devout believers, gained 50,000 faith points. Added 32 true believers, gained 32,000 faith points. Nangong Ho quickly calculated the gains this wave alone brought in 100,000 faith points. At the current level of believers, he could accumulate 140,000 faith points daily, which amounted to over 50 million annually. This figure was staggering. Ordinary demigods, even with a population advantage, barely reached annual earnings in the tens of millions. Just as he was about to exit the divine realm, a pack of shadow wolves emerged from the mist outside the realm. Leading the pack was a massive wolf chief, towering at 5 zhang tall, followed by a dense swarm of 400 to 500 shadow demon wolves, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Nyoguli immediately rallied the Minotaurs, halting their prayers. Armed and resolute, they stepped out of the temple. Even when facing hundreds, his gaze remained firm and fearless. Followers of a false god, how dare you trespass on the territory of the god of thunder? Do you wish to provoke a divine war? Nyoguli demanded in a deep voice. The divine envoy of the shadow wolves, Langmos, sniffed the air deeply, its nose twitching. The aura of the divine Trite cannot be mistaken. It then raised its head to the sky and began to pray. O great god of darkness, your faithful have arrived at the designated divine realm. Please bestow your divine decree, so we may destroy these false believers and claim the divine tree for you. In a dark courtyard, Su Feichin slowly opened his eyes. Ever since the arrival of the super-class divine realm and the descent of the divine tree, he had issued commands to his faithful race. What should have been a 2-day journey was deliberately stretched to 4. Over the past 2 days, Su Feichin had been tirelessly working to strengthen the power of his faith-bound race. His divine envoy, the wolf named Mose, had ascended directly from a 4th-tier lord level to a 5th-tier extraordinary level, significantly increasing its strength. To further enhance the abilities of the other shadow demon wolves, he had spent all his savings on diluted Moon Wolf King's Blood, a thirder item that could markedly boost the limb strength and claw sharpness of wolves below the 3rd tier. The investment was substantial, but the results were immediate, elevating the combat effectiveness of the entire Shadow Wolf clan by at least 1 level. After making thorough preparations, Su Feichin ordered Mose to lead the army toward the sacred tree. Upon surveying the opposing tribe's situation, he couldn't help but feel relieved that he hadn't rashly initiated a divine war. Although the enemy tribe consisted of only 100 warriors, their bloodline alone suppressed his shadow demon wolves. What was even more shocking was that every one of these warriors had reached the 2nd tier, and their leading divine envoy was at the 4th tier lord level. How is this possible? It's only been 4 days. Su Feichin roared in fury. It took me an entire month after establishing my divine domain to acquire a 3-star shadow wolf race seal card. How on earth did this brat manage it? Despite his rage, he was inwardly grateful for acting in time. If he delayed any further, obtaining the sacred tree would become nearly impossible. Gazing at the enemy's divine domain, shrouded in mist and radiating a multicolored divine glow, Su Feichin's desire burned fiercely. As long as he annihilated the opposing faith-bound race and stepped into their temple, with his current level as a 4-turn demigod, he could obliterate his opponent completely. Shadow Wolf clan, hear my command. Su Feichin shouted impatiently. Tear them apart, rip out their throats, and let their blood dye the false god's domain red. Receiving the divine command, Mose dug its claws into the ground, unleashing a wild, bloodthirsty aura as its sharp fangs glinted menacingly. Oh wool! Shadow Wolf clan, charge! It howled to the heavens, issuing the attack order. In an instant, 500 shadow demon wolves surged forward like phantoms in the night, lunging toward the Minotaur camp with gleaming claws and fangs, determined to shred the hearts of their enemies. Commenced the divine war. Facing the swarming wolves like a plague of locusts, Nangong Ho remained unflinching. Taking on 5 times their number was nothing unusual for these warriors with divine and demonic bloodlines. Tribesmen, Nyoguli bellowed after receiving the Thunder God's divine command. The Thunder God watches over this battle. Show your might and crush these false believers. The Minotaurs responded with a roar, gripping their battle axes tightly. As a shadow demon wolf leapt at a Minotaur's throat, the hulking warrior let out a fierce shout, lightning fast as he grabbed the wolf's leg with his left hand and slammed it to the ground. With a swift swing of his axe, the wolf's head flew off in a spray of blood. However, no sooner had he slain one wolf than more descended on him from behind. Though their individual strength might fall short, the wolves had the advantage of overwhelming numbers. Divine Art, Berserker's Rage. At the critical moment, Nyoguli growled deeply, activating a level 4 group Berserk spell in an instant. A demigod with thunder attributes? In the skies above the battlefield, Su Feichin stared intently at the chaos below, his gaze locked onto the Minotaur who had entered a berserk state. After invoking the rage spell, the divine envoy, Nyoguli, became shrouded in crackling arcs of lightning. His eyes turned a blazing white, with the faint shapes of thunderbolts flickering within. This spell not only greatly enhanced his strength and agility but also exponentially boosted his combat prowess. Wielding a massive battle axe, the Minotaur unleashed devastating blows with each swing, leaving trails of blood in his wake. Paired with the momentum of his war charge, he tore through the wolf pack like an unstoppable force, driving the demonic wolves into disarray. Sensing the tide turning against him, the wolf leader, Langmos, quickly cast the divine spell Shadow Vanish. Instantly, the wolves' speed surged, and their movements became erratic and elusive, barely stabilizing the battlefield. Langmos' piercing green eyes fixed on Nyoguli, his resolve hardening. If the divine envoy could be slain, the Minotaur army's morale would collapse. With this thought, Langmos let out a long howl before vanishing from sight. At that moment, Nangong Ho's voice echoed in Nyoguli's mind. It is time to unleash the power of the sacred body. By the decree of the Thunder God. Nyoguli responded with reverence, his battle intent surging to new heights. His muscles bulged with explosive strength, radiating an aura of unstoppable power. A shadow demon wolf darted toward his back like a gust of wind, its claws aiming for a fatal strike. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Nyoguli spun around with blinding speed, his arms slicing through the air with a sharp whistle as they broke the sound barrier. He seized the ambusher mid-attack, and with a single, brutal motion, tore the wolf apart before it could even let out a cry, its remains raining down in a crimson spray. Langmos, a fifth-tier extraordinary creature, unleashed his full strength as his razor-sharp claws tore through the air, hurtling toward Nyoguli. Watching from above, Su-Fachin felt a slight sense of relief. Fifth-tier versus fourth-tier should provide a decent chance of victory. However, Nangong Ho merely smiled faintly. The battle sacred body is one of the 10 ancient sacred bodies. Overcoming higher-tier opponents is but a trivial feat. Fight! Nyoguli roared, swinging his massive, sandbag-sized fist directly at Langmo's claws. Despite its seemingly cumbersome appearance, the punch carried an overwhelming force, colliding head-on with the wolf's attack. Langmos could only watch in horror as his prized claws first bent, then shattered. The excruciating pain elicited a blood-curdling howl, as his entire front leg was twisted out of shape. His massive wolf form was sent hurtling backward by the devastating blow. Seizing the opportunity, Nyoguli stomped the ground with immense force, propelling himself forward in a low charge. His sharp horns aimed unerringly at the airborne Langmos, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Divine Art. Shadow Demon Armor. At the brink of life and death, Langmos suppressed the searing pain and activated the divine art bestowed upon him by Su-Fachin, the god of shadows. In an instant, the pitch-black demon armor flowed like liquid, encasing his body as his form expanded. This armor not only significantly amplified his defense, but also served as the core of Su-Fachin's meticulously designed growth path for Langmo's speed, wolf claws, and defense, a flawless trinity. However, what happened next left Su-Fachin utterly stunned. Nyuguli's horns shot forward like lightning, colliding violently with the freshly formed shadow demon armor. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as Langmo's massive frame was sent hurtling skyward. Nyuguli's hooves sank deep into the ground, knees slightly bent, before launching himself like a cannonball. With a thunderous roar, Nyuguli unleashed a devastating punch at Langmo's midair. The cracking of bones was incessant, blood raining down like a storm, and the shadow demon armor shattered inch by inch. Langmo's was slammed downward by the overwhelming force, plummeting toward the ground with enough impact to shatter every bone in his body. Fear completely consumed Langmo's, stripping him of his feral instincts. Trembling, he desperately prayed to the god of shadows for a miracle. Yet during the divine war, demigods were forbidden from intervening in battles among their followers. There is only one true god on the savage continent, the noble god of thunder. Followers of a false god, prepare to face the judgment of death. Nyuguli bellowed. Divine art. Thunderstrike. The sky roared as a golden thunderbolt descended, transforming into a spear in Nyuguli's grasp. He raised the electrified spear high, arcs of searing lightning dancing along its surface, then hurled it with all his might. Wherever the spear passed, the ground charred black. In Langmo's glowing green eyes, the golden lightning grew larger and larger until, in the next instant, the spear impaled him to the ground. Blood gushed from his wolfish body, pooling beneath him as the surrounding minotaurs erupted into thunderous cheers. God of Thunder! God of Thunder! Leaderless, the Shadow Wolf clan fell into complete disarray. Nyuguli strode unyieldingly towards the opposing temple, stepping inside to destroy the idol within. This single act crippled Su-Fachin's divine power by more than half. At that moment, Nangong Ho stepped into the divine realm, standing face-to-face with the God of Shadows. God of Shadows, I have arrived. Damn it, why are your followers so strong? Su-Fachin roared in fury. Despite having more shadow wolves and higher-ranking divine envoys, he had suffered such a devastating defeat. Nangong Ho smirked disdainfully. Foolish God of Shadows, how dare you covet and steer divine realm? My Minotaurs are a race of supreme 5-star descendants of gods and demons. How could you ever hope to triumph? A super 5-star race? Descendants of gods and demons? Su-Fachin stared at the slaughtered wolf pack below, his body trembling uncontrollably. What kind of monster was this being before him? But soon, fear was replaced by greed. A glint of madness flickered in Su-Fachin's eyes. Even if you possess an class divine domain and belong to a super 5-star race, so what? You're just a first transition demigod. Once I kill you, all of this will be mine. Divine skill, Shadow Reaper. Despite having lost half his power, Su Feichin chose to attack first. With his incantation, an ink-black darkness engulfed the surroundings, murderous intent lurking in every shadow. His figure melted into the darkness, becoming one with death itself, ready to claim a life at any moment. Pathetic tricks. Nangong Ho stood motionless. Divine skill, thunderous wrath. Golden lightning erupted around him, transforming into a dazzling sea of thunder. With deafening roars, bolts of lightning rained down relentlessly, banishing the darkness wherever they struck. The pure and overwhelming power of the thunder continuously compressed the domain of darkness. Damn it! Hidden within the shadows, Su Feichin gritted his teeth. How does he have so much divine power? He only became a demigod 4 days ago. This is impossible. Nangong Ho burst into laughter. Amazing! Throwing out skills like this feels incredible. My divine power regenerates at over 100,000 a day. As the dark space shrank further, Su Feichin knew he couldn't wait any longer. A streak of black light suddenly shot out from the shadows, aiming straight for Nangong Ho's throat. Couldn't hold back anymore, huh? Nangong Ho sneered, a bolt of lightning, precisely striking and dissipating the attack. But immediately, countless tendrils of dark energy surged toward him like living creatures. Thunder and darkness collided repeatedly, and every fragment of darkness scattered left faint traces on the ground. When the last wisp of darkness dissipated, Su Feichin emerged, his face pale. Nangong Ho smirked in disdain. Is that all you've got? You couldn't even burn through a fraction of my million divine power. Who are you? Su Feichin demanded in despair, unable to accept that he, a fourth transition demigod, had been utterly defeated. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that your end is near. Thunderous wrath. Hundreds of bolts of lightning coalesced in the air. No, spare me. Faced with imminent death, Su Feichin begged desperately. I was wrong. I shouldn't have coveted your divine tree. I swear. I'll serve as your subordinate god. Nangong Ho paused his attack, appearing deep in thought. In that brief moment, a glint of malice and mockery flashed in Su Feichin's eyes. Divine skill. Shadow annihilation. Su Feichin let out a thunderous shout, and the few drops of dark energy that had previously fallen before Nangong Ho suddenly erupted, instantly coalescing into a pitch-black, razor-sharp sword of darkness aimed directly at Nangong Ho's heart. Haha, you're still too young. Die. Su Feichin laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with the light of victory. The dark sword was now only a breath away from piercing Nangong Ho's divine body, and though the thunder in the sky was ready to descend, it seemed too late to halt this fatal strike. Is that so? Nangong Ho's lips curled into a faint smile as a surge of powerful wood element energy erupted from within him. Divine skill. Shadow Wood Fist. In an instant, countless massive wooden fists, formed from condensed wood energy, surged out of Nangong Ho's body, striking the dark sword in rapid succession. At the same time, the thunder from the sky crashed down with a deafening roar. Dual divine rolls. You actually possess dual divine rolls. No, I refuse to accept this. Su Feichin roared in a mix of shock and fury as his seemingly assured victory was shattered. The dark sword crumbled under the relentless barrage of wooden fists, disintegrating into nothingness. Su Feichin's pupils reflected the blinding white light of the descending thunder, a divine punishment poised to consume him. I never said I only had one divine roll, Nangong Ho said calmly, watching Su Feichin become engulfed by the thunder. His gaze was sharp, filled with anticipation for the possibility of acquiring a new divine roll, much like a gamer eagerly awaiting rare loot. As Su Feichin's agonized screams faded into silence, Nangong Ho withdrew the thunder. Suspended in the air was a pure white orb of light. Su Feichin's divine soul, which was swiftly absorbed into Nangong Ho's divine domain, nourishing the sacred tree within. A pitch-black diamond-shaped crystal floated quietly in midair. Without hesitation, Nangong Ho grasped the crystal and pressed it into his forehead. The power of shadow coursed through his soul, purifying and integrating with it. Moments later, a faint trace of darkness spread across his body before quickly dissipating. With the successful fusion of the Shadow Divine Roll, Nangong Ho immediately examined his divine interface. Deity, Nangong Ho. Divine Rolls, God of Thunder, God of Wood, God of Shadow. Divine Rank, Tier 1 Demigod. Divine Skills. Thunderous Might LV2 consumes 2000 Faith Power. Shadow Wood Fist LV2 consumes 2000 Faith Power. Vitality Surge LV2 consumes 2000 Faith Power. Shadow Kill LV1 consumes 1000 Faith Power. Divine Domain, Super S Rank, Sacred Tree Sprouting Phase. Faith Power, 76.87 million. Faithful Race, Minotaur Tribe. The acquisition of the Shadow Divine Roll, though only adding a single divine skill, had already given Nangong Ho a significant edge among demigods. While he now had the ability to appoint 2 Minotaurs as divine emissaries, he decided to hold off, considering that the Minotaur's strength-oriented combat style was not particularly suited to the divine arts of the wood and shadow roles. Although a considerable amount of faith power had been lost, 70 million was still gained. Nangong Ho recalled the words of teacher Wang Geng and couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of acquiring faith power through divine wars and slaying opposing deities. The fall of a fourth-turn deity directly brought him 70 million faith power, sufficient to refine into 7 strands of divine power. However, Nangong Ho was not a bloodthirsty person. While not a saint, he would not resort to unscrupulous means for personal gain. His gaze turned to the battlefield below, where the death of Su Feichen triggered a chain reaction. The temple collapsed with a thunderous crash. The statue crumbled into dust, and the shadow demon wolves, deprived of their faith support, instantly fell to the blades of the Minotaurs. Great God of Thunder! The false believers have all been slain. Your divine radiance makes us invincible. Nyoguli knelt in prayer. This battle had fully unleashed the power of his divine demonic bloodline and the combat saint physique, even giving him the confidence to face a 6th-tier immortal false believer. Nangong Ho looked approvingly at the devout Minotaur warriors. Your bravery has been witnessed by the God of Thunder. Now, let us savor the fruits of victory and let the God of Thunder bestow strength upon you. As his words ended, he touched his brow, and countless strands of faith power transformed into golden rain, showering down. The bodies of the Minotaurs began to grow taller, their muscles more solid, and the patterns of their divine markings became increasingly intricate. Each Minotaur's aura surged, leaping from 2nd-tier elite level to 3rd-tier leader level. Thank you for the blessings of the God of Thunder. Amid thunderous prayers, the faith channel expanded rapidly. Although this reign of faith consumed nearly 20 million faith value, Nangong Ho felt no regret. A strong faith-driven race was his best defense against future crises. As for the mysteries of the divine demonic bloodline, they would have to comprehend them on their own within the ultra-glass divine realm. Taking advantage of the moment, Nangong Ho checked the faith interface. 1 Holy Spirit, 2 saints, 97 fanatics, and no other believers for now. Divine Envoy Nyoguli, equipped with the combat saint physique, had reached the 4th-tier Lord level and mastered Thunder Strike LV4 and Berserk Art LV4. The system notified him of new additions to his ranks: a Holy Spirit 100,000 faith value, Saints 20,000 faith value, and Fanatics 475,000 faith value. The spoils of this divine war filled Nangong Ho with elation. The might of the combat saint physique, his triumphant slaying of a demigod, and the final reign of faith had collectively brought nearly 600,000 faith value. At this rate, it would amount to 18 million faith value per month. With the 100-fold faith value multiplier, such gains made Nangong Ho feel as though he had discovered an inexhaustible treasure trove. Nangong Ho silently calculated the balance of faith points. While the faith points brought by his followers were substantial, the enhancement of divine skills for his 3 divine offices consumed a huge amount of them. Adding a new divine office would clearly exceed the current reserves. However, he wasn't worried. He knew that these followers would eventually become the most devoted of holy spirits. He shifted his focus to the divine tree. After absorbing the divine souls of 2 demigods, the tree seemed to have grown slightly, though the change was not significant. Nangong Ho understood that the growth of the divine tree required a long period of time. Exiting the soul space, Nangong Ho opened his eyes. Only an hour had passed in the outside world. His gaze fell on the domain battle monument. The sign-in task was already completed, but the next sign-in location had yet to refresh. Hey, are you going to challenge the stage or not? If not, stop standing there trying to look cool. Senior Jin Song should make it into the top 100 of the leaderboard today. You, a first-turn demigod, stop standing there getting in the way. Disgruntled murmurs arose around him, but Nangong Ho ignored them, instead turning his attention to the leaderboard next to the domain battle monument. The shimmering stone tablet displayed names that shifted and floated continuously. At the very bottom of the leaderboard, he spotted Jin Song's name, a 4th-turn demigod who had cleared the 4th level at warrior difficulty, earning 2,800 points and ranking 100th. Some names on the leaderboard were fully displayed, while others only showed aliases. The highest record was clearing the 6th level. The most eye-catching of all was the name at the top, Xiao Zhan, a 7th-turn demigod who had cleared the 6th level at king difficulty with a staggering 12,000 points. This score was a full 6,000 points higher than the 2nd-place rank, showcasing extraordinary strength. This time, I finally made it onto the leaderboard. Jin Song opened his eyes, his face flushed with excitement. Old Fei, sitting nearby, also opened his eyes, his expression stoic as always. Not bad. Making it onto the leaderboard proves the effort you've put in recently. Thank you for the praise, Elder Fei. Jin Song quickly bowed in gratitude. To rank among the top 100 out of nearly 100,000 academy students was indeed a testament to remarkable talent. At that moment, Nangong Ho asked, "Excuse me, what are the benefits of making it onto the leaderboard?" The surrounding students immediately broke into mocking smiles, eagerly anticipating the drama to come. Elder Fei was notorious for his eternal stone face and eccentric temper. For a newcomer to ask such a basic question, trouble seemed inevitable. Sure enough, Elder Fei's expression darkened. He furrowed his brows and said sternly, "Are the new students these days so arrogant and ignorant? You haven't even grasped the basics of the domain, yet you dare to come to the domain battle monument? Which class are you in? I'll make sure to have a word with your teacher about teaching you some discipline." With that, he turned and glared at Nangong Ho. The corners of Nangong Ho's lips curled upward, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered in his gaze toward Elder Fei. Despite its seemingly harmless appearance, the expression was laden with provocation. The students present instinctively held their breath. No one had ever dared to act so audaciously in front of Elder Fei. Jin Song, having just etched his name onto the Divine Domain Battle Monument, and riding high on his recent success, couldn't help but speak up. "Freshman, you've got some nerve to talk to Elder Fei like that. Aren't you going to apologize?" "Elder Fei, should I apologize to you?" Nangong Ho replied nonchalantly, as if the situation was of no consequence to him. Jin Song shook his head inwardly. This freshman clearly hasn't experienced the harsh realities of life yet. In his mind, he could already envision the arrogant newcomer spending the next month bedridden after facing the consequences. However, what happened next left everyone utterly stunned. Elder Fei's eyes fell on the token hanging from Nangong Hou's waist, and his expression abruptly shifted. His face turned grave as he immediately bowed his head in apology. "You're actually my apologies, sir. I overstepped. Please forgive my offense." Elder Fei's uncharacteristic humility left the students exchanging bewildered glances. They turned their attention back to Nangong Ho, particularly to the striking purple token at his side, a stark contrast to the standard black tokens typically seen in the academy. Jin Song let out a bitter chuckle. "Well, I thought he was the clown here. Turns out, the clown is me. Clearly, someone with his background doesn't need me to step in on his behalf." "No harm done," Nangong Ho replied gently. "Elder Fei, you've been guarding the Divine Domain Battle Monument for years. It's a tough job. Would you mind enlightening me about its rules?" Elder Fei, inwardly admiring Nangong Hou's composed and noble demeanor, quickly proceeded to explain the intricacies of the monument. The monument has two modes, trial and training. In training mode, you can earn 100,000 divine power points daily, which can be used to refine your faith-based abilities. Trial mode, on the other hand, costs 100,000 divine power points and consists of 9 levels. Each level corresponds to the strength tiers of different faith-based races and is subdivided into 4 difficulty levels: Adventurer, Warrior, King, and Hell. He continued, "At the end of each month, the leaderboard is updated, and additional points are awarded based on rankings. This is why individuals like Jin Song are so eager to make it onto the leaderboard." "I see, the rules are straightforward enough," Nangong Ho said with a faint smile, handing over his token. "Very well, we'll give it a try and earn some points while I'm at it. There's no need for you to use divine power points. That's one of your privileges," Elder Fei replied respectfully. Nangong Ho nodded and then sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to establish a connection with the monument. Elder Fei, without drawing attention to himself, took a step closer, positioning himself in the best spot to protect Nangong Ho if necessary. The safety of Shen Mingzi must not be compromised. Standing before the battle monument, Nangong Ho originally intended to challenge the hell level difficulty directly. However, he was constrained by the rules, which required starting from the adventure level. This protective mechanism was designed by the Academy to prevent students from overestimating their abilities. The moment his divine soul connected with the monument, the space around him transformed dramatically. 100 towering Minotaurs stood, bewildered by the sudden change in their surroundings. Before them appeared an equal number of rat men. These one-star creatures, despite their decent speed and venomous fangs, were only ranked as Tier 1 common level in combat strength. Only the larger rat man leading them had reached Tier 2 elite level. Meanwhile, Nangong Ho's Minotaurs had also been suppressed to Tier 1 common level, showcasing the extraordinary nature of the Domain Battle Monument. "My people, unleash your full strength and destroy them." Nangong Ho's divine command echoed across the battlefield. "For the glory of the Thunder God, charge!" roared Nuguli as he led the charge. Though the filthy rat men failed to ignite the fighting spirit of the Minotaurs, the divine command was an absolute mandate. The battle was over in an instant. Despite their suppressed strength, the Minotaurs, as a superior 5-star race, annihilated the Ratman army with overwhelming dominance. Outside the divine domain, Elder Fei kept his eyes fixed on the battle monument. When the white light representing Nangong Ho lit up on the first level, he had already sensed that a new record was about to be set. Sure enough, as the white light shone for just a moment, the monument erupted in a blinding brilliance. The record that previously displayed Xiao Zhan, adventure level completion time, 18 minutes, was mercilessly erased, replaced by Nangong Ho, adventure level completion time, 5 minutes. What's going on? Is the monument malfunctioning? 5 minutes. Senior Xiao Zhan's 18 minutes already shattered a century-old record, and even the dean said it was near the limit. Even if it's a massacre, how could it be this fast? Who exactly is this freshman? The surrounding students, watching the spectacle, burst into shocked discussions. Yet, as they were still speculating about Nangong Hou's identity, the white light for warrior-level difficulty had already begun to shine. 5 minutes, another 5 minutes, the onlooking students exclaimed. The atmosphere in front of the Divine Realm Battle Monument instantly boiled over. This was warrior-level difficulty, a whole tier above adventurer level. Yet even such a challenge couldn't slow down this freshman's progress. Fei Lao stood among the crowd, his brows slightly furrowed. He had anticipated that Nangong Ho might break the record, but he hadn't expected it to happen in such a straightforward and overwhelming manner. Even Xiao Zhan, hailed as the most talented student of the divine class and the academy's most promising demigod in a century, took 30 minutes to clear the first level of warrior difficulty, someone murmured in a low voice. Nangong Ho? A surprised voice emerged from the crowd. You mean the genius who awakened divine power on his first day of school and created an SS-rank divine realm? The same Nangong Ho who, on the second day, gave rise to a god-chosen, 5-star race. Although Nangong Ho's feats had already spread throughout the academy, few had actually seen him in person, as he had been in seclusion for the past few days. At this moment, Xiao Zhan's name on the Divine Realm Battle Monument was erased, replaced by Nangong House. This record would remain until someone else broke it. Look, he's starting the king-level challenge. Another wave of excitement rippled through the crowd as some students began timing him. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. The student keeping track announced just as the Divine Realm Battle Monument lit up again. Nangong Ho had cleared the king-level challenge once again in just 5 minutes. The news spread rapidly across the academy. Students without classes rushed over, and even teachers brought their students to witness the scene. The entire academy was abuzz with Nangong Ho's incredible achievement. Meanwhile, Nangong Ho had already begun the hell-level challenge. Facing 500 vicious rat men and 10 second-tier elite opponents, he merely gave a faint smile. What might be a nightmare for others is merely a slight inconvenience for me. With a single command, Nyo Gully, a battle-hungry Minotaur, charged straight into the horde of rat men. Without even needing divine amplification, he began a relentless slaughter. The hell-level difficulty was truly intimidating regardless of the number or strength of their believers. All races were forcibly suppressed to a count of 100 and the power of a first-tier ordinary level. To make matters worse, the gnawing rat men here had already evolved from a 1-star race to a 2-star race. Such a terrifying challenge was enough to deter most challengers. Finally made it past 5 minutes, someone in the audience sighed softly. If it had stayed at just 5 minutes, I wouldn't even dare call myself a demigod anymore. Indeed, on the leaderboard for hell-level difficulty, the number of people who had successfully cleared it was still painfully small. Although Nangong Ho possessed a super 5-star race, he had only ascended to godhood 4 days ago. Today, he had already broken the records for adventure level, warrior level, and king level difficulties consecutively, which was impressive enough. Seeing that Nangong Ho hadn't cleared this stage within 5 minutes this time, many spectators felt a slight sense of balance restored in their hearts. However, this balance lasted less than a minute. The Divine Domain Battle Monument erupted once again in a dazzling white light. No way, no way. The crowd murmured in disbelief. But it was true. Nangong Ho, hell-level difficulty, cleared in 6 minutes. This was the terrifying power of a super 5-star race on full display. Everyone present was at a loss for words to describe what they had witnessed today. With his consecutive clearances from adventure level to hell level, Nangong Ho's score skyrocketed to 4,500 points, with the hell level alone contributing a staggering 3,000 points. On the leaderboard, the position Jingtsong had painstakingly fought for vanished in an instant, replaced by Nangong Ho's name, which shot up to 78th place, just 1,000 points shy of 77th. It was then that Jingtsong truly understood what Nangong Ho had meant earlier by just farming some points to him. This was like playing a game with zero difficulty. Although Jingtsong had just barely made it onto the leaderboard only to be pushed off again, he felt no frustration at all. He knew he was witnessing a legendary moment that would be immortalized in the Academy's history. Look, Nangong Ho is starting the second layer of the challenge. A sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. So, this is the challenge of the second level? Nangong Ho glanced around. The scene shifted abruptly, revealing 200 venomous serpentmen standing in formation, their crimson tongues flickering as their feet firmly gripped the ground. In the center stood 2 third-tier leader-class serpentmen, exuding an aura that sent chills down the spine. The venom of these serpentmen was far more potent than that of the rat men encountered earlier. Just a trace of their poison entering the body could paralyze an enemy instantly. Nangong Ho had entered the second level unprepared this time. Anyone else would have ensured their faith-aligned race was equipped with anti-venom potions beforehand. Fortunately, the Minotaurs had recovered their strength to the second-tier elite level. Thanks to the Divine Realm Steel's sign-in opportunity, otherwise, who knows when I could have made it here, Nangong Ho thought. Since I'm here, I might as well rack up some more points. With that thought, Nangong Ho summoned the Divine Realm, preparing to crush the enemies before him. My kin, this is the Thunder God's trial for us. Show your talents and annihilate the enemy. War charge, roared the Divine Envoy Nuguli, raising his battle axe high. With a thunderous boom, the ground trembled as 100 Minotaurs charged in unison, their unyielding horns aimed straight at the enemy formation. The Serpentmen's formation was instantly shattered by the sheer force of the impact. They quickly retaliated, their venomous fangs sinking into the Minotaurs, attempting to inject their deadly poison. Hiss! Damn Minotaur! Are you paralyzed yet? Sneered one serpent man, baring its fangs as it loomed over the Minotaur it had bitten. Lie down and let me feast. Your blood is truly delicious. A lowly race dares to covet the bloodline of gods and demons? Die! The bitten Minotaur's divine markings glowed as it swung its battle axe with force. A serpent head, filled with shock and unwillingness, flew into the air. Even in its final moments, the serpent man couldn't comprehend why its venom had no effect. How could the bloodline of gods and demons be tainted by mere venom? Without their greatest weapon, the Serpentmen's combat effectiveness plummeted, turning the battle into a one-sided massacre. Meanwhile, outside the Divine Realm space, more and more students were gathering, with some teachers mingling among them. Is that the genius Nangong Ho? A newly arrived student asked, pointing to the figure sitting cross-legged on the ground. Of course. Who else but Nangong could possess such strength? He cleared the first level with all 4 difficulty modes on his first attempt, instantly taking the top spot on the leaderboard. A bystander proudly boasted. That impressive? How long did it take him to break the record? The new student asked eagerly, and those around perked up their ears. 5 minutes each for adventure, warrior, and king modes. Even for hell mode, he only took an extra minute. That's insane. This record might remain unbeaten for centuries, maybe even millennia. The crowd murmured in awe, stunned by Nangong Hou's performance. Look, it's about to end, someone suddenly shouted. The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on the Divine Realm Steel. A dazzling white light flashed, and the steel displayed. Xiao Zhan, Adventure Mode Clearance Time. 58 minutes. Xiao Zhan's name reappeared on the Divine Domain Battle Monument, only to be swiftly erased by a new record. Nangong Ho, Adventurer level cleared in 6 minutes. A collective gasp filled the air. The difficulty of the second floor's Adventurer level far exceeded that of the first, yet Nangong Ho had only taken 1 minute longer than his first floor run. This completely upended everyone's expectations. Once hailed as the Academy's top prodigy, Xiao Zhan's brilliance now paled in comparison to Nangong Ho. Each time a record was broken, Xiao Zhan's name would briefly reappear, only to be mercilessly overwritten. The once revered leader of the divine class had now faded into the background. But no one had time to pity Xiao Zhan, as Nangong Ho had already begun his next challenge. People gradually became accustomed to his astonishing 6-minute clear times and turned their attention to guessing how he would perform at the warrior level. The warrior level has 300 scaled serpent men, you know. Their scales are practically impenetrable, ordinary weapons can't even scratch them. And don't forget, there are 3 third-tier boss level enemies too. Nangong's troop count is only 100. Surely this time it'll take him more than 6 minutes, right? Despite these words, after witnessing Nangong Ho defy expectations time and time again, no one dared to make any definitive predictions. As it turned out, even with only top-tier first-tier weapons equipped, Nangong Ho's Minotaur warriors were unstoppable. Their relentless war charges shattered defenses with sheer persistence. Even the 3 third-tier boss-level serpent men stood no chance against Nuguli, who possessed the Battle Saint physique, despite his strength being suppressed to the level of a second-tier elite. When the timer hit the 6th minute, the Divine Domain Battle Monument lit up with white light once more. Another 6 minutes. Even after witnessing it multiple times, someone couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Xiao Zhan's name briefly appeared again, only to be replaced by the new record. Nangong Ho, warrior level cleared in 6 minutes. Next came the challenge of the king level. When the third 6-minute mark was reached and the monument lit up again, the crowd had grown numb. I think the white light notifications from the battle monument are a bit redundant. They're seriously slowing down Nangong's progress to the next stage, a teacher remarked absent-mindedly. Divine Domain Battle Monument? I don't want to look anymore, cried a mentally overwhelmed student, clutching their head. Nangong is ruining our challenge experience. Come on, don't be so upset. Can't handle a little setback? Nangong still has plenty more 6-minute records to break and many more floors to conquer. We need to stay strong, said a comforting friend, though their face was also streaked with tears. Xiaobing, aren't you going to watch? This is only the second level of hell difficulty, asked Jiang Shi, the dean of Qinglei Academy, as he noticed Xiaobing preparing to leave. What's there to see? It'll just be another few minutes to clear the level, Xiaobing replied coldly. The pride of this once renowned prodigy had been utterly shattered, and all because of a freshman who had only been at the academy for 4 days. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, "This isn't just inhuman, it's completely beyond human limits." With that, she turned and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the horizon. In her heart, she had already resolved to take good care of Nangong Ho in the next class. This kid, Jiang Shi chuckled softly, shifting his gaze back down below. But honestly, even I find this hard to believe. My fastest record back in the day was over half an hour, but this boy cleared it in just a few minutes. Truly, the new waves of the Yangtze River pushed the old waves onto the shore. Before his words could settle, a flash of white light gleamed in Jiang Shi's eyes, and another clearance notification rang out. Nangong Ho cleared hell difficulty in 7 minutes. Hell difficulty took an extra minute. Looks like it's indeed a bit harder than King difficulty, murmured the students below, who were already numb with disbelief. They stared blankly at the leaderboard as it updated. The second level, like the first, awarded a full 4,500 points upon clearing all difficulties. Combined with the first level, Nangong Ho had accumulated 9,000 points second only to senior Xiao Zhan's 12,000. Nangong Ho continued his challenge of the third level, completing each difficulty at an astonishing pace. Adventurer, 7 minutes. Warrior, 7 minutes. King, 7 minutes. Hell, 8 minutes. When the leaderboard displayed Nangong Ho at the very top with 13,500 points, the crowd was too stunned to speak. Suddenly, Jin Song's exclamation shattered the silence. I just remembered. The purple token, that's the divine envoy token of our academy. A divine envoy's status is equivalent to that of the dean. His words struck like a thunderclap, instantly igniting heated discussions. Some pointed out that since the founding of Qinglei Academy, there had only ever been 2 divine envoys, one who left their name on the divine monument and another who created the dragon demon statue. Now, the academy had bestowed such an exalted title upon Nangong Ho. The debate quickly split into 2 factions. Supporters argued that Nangong Ho's extraordinary talent made him fully deserving of the title. Opponents countered that, compared to senior Xiao Zhan, who was already a 7th-turn demigod, Nangong Ho, as a mere 1-turn demigod, still needed time to mature, and his future remained uncertain. Both sides stood firm, locked in an unrelenting argument. All right, that's enough. Stop arguing. Nangong has already decided to forego the challenge, someone called out. At that moment, Nangong Ho slowly opened his eyes, stood up from the ground, and stretched lazily. He glanced at the leaderboard with a calm expression, as if the result had been entirely within his expectations. The surrounding students, seeing his composed and carefree demeanor, couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. It turns out all our hard work is still no match for his effortless approach, they murmured. Nangong, wait a moment, Jin Song suddenly called out, stopping Nangong Ho just as he was about to leave. What's the matter? Nangong Ho paused and turned slightly. I want to become your subordinate deity and follow you. Would you be willing to accept me? Jin Song said solemnly. This statement caused a stir among the crowd. Gasps and murmurs filled the air as people covered their mouths in shock. To most, a subordinate deity was akin to a servant, and the fact that the dignified Jin Song would humble himself and make such a public request was truly astonishing. Yet, upon further thought, the chance to follow a genius like Nangong Ho might indeed lead to a brighter future. Nangong Ho gave Jin Song an intrigued look. A 4th-rank demigod, your strength is decent, he remarked. However, he politely declined the offer and then strolled away at a leisurely pace toward a specific direction. Before long, he stopped outside a courtyard, his destination, the trading pavilion. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Nangong Ho was taken aback by the bustling scene before him. The area was filled with stalls, where students enthusiastically promoted their goods, while some teachers sat quietly on the side, waiting for buyers. Beyond this lively marketplace stood the official trading pavilion building. Come take a look. A bottle of 3rd-tier barbaric bear, blood only 80,000 divine points. Just broke up selling 100 sets of 1st-tier weapons for only 30,000 divine points. After observing the scene briefly, Nangong Ho made his way straight to the trading pavilion. Thanks to his status as a divine scion, he enjoyed a 30% discount on transactions. It didn't take long for him to exhaust his 1 million divine points. Next came the points redemption phase. The holographic screen displayed an array of rare items. The blood of a golden giant priced at 100,000 points. The blood of a green dragon at 500,000 points. The most eye-catching item was a dragon egg. Although its vitality was faint, it was over 300 years old and priced at 100,000 points. I want that dragon egg, but I only have 10,000 points, Nangong Ho said, pointing at the egg. The teacher in charge of the transaction wiped his forehead nervously. Divine Scion, this doesn't comply with the rules. Even with the discount, it would still cost 70,000 points. 10,000 points just won't cut it. I think it's possible, Nangong Ho replied earnestly. At that moment, a voice echoed in the teacher's minded was the principal's directive. After receiving the approval, the teacher immediately handed the dragon egg to Nangong Ho. The egg, half as tall as a person, was warm to the touch and weighted heavily in his hands. Satisfied, Nangong Ho stored it in his spatial ring and left the trading pavilion. In the divine realm, the god envoy Nuguli led his people in devout worship before the temple. Nangong Ho, pleased with their devotion, decided to reward them. With a wave of his hand, 100 sets of 30-year top-grade weapons and round shields appeared beside each Minotaur. Following this, 2 altars, intricately engraved with divine runes, emerged from the ground. These were a power altar and a defense altar, both of 4th-tier quality. The power altar could enhance the strength of the faithful race, while the defense altar could bolster their physical defense. However, both altars were only effective for faith-based races below the 4th tier, with a success rate of 60%, and each came with 1,000 usage opportunities. These 2 altars nearly exhausted Nangong Ho's divine power points. If not for a 30% discount, he wouldn't even have been able to afford them. His gaze involuntarily shifted back to the trading pavilion, where higher-tier altars were displayed 6th-tier profession altars, job transition altars, and skill altars. Unfortunately, their prices were exorbitantly high. The Minotaurs collectively expressed their gratitude for the Thunder God's blessings, sending a surge of faith power toward Nangong Ho. He nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention to the divine tree. The tree continued to emit a soft glow, and Nangong Ho decided to place the dragon egg he had exchanged for 10,000 points beside it. To his surprise, the previously lifeless dragon egg began absorbing the divine tree's light, and faint heartbeats could be heard from within. It seemed the egg's hatching was imminent. After leaving the divine realm, Nangong Ho began refining the faith power he had obtained from slaying Su Feichin. The purple thunder god's power within him grew stronger as he entered a state of secluded cultivation. Meanwhile, Mugan returned to Qinglei Academy after his training journey. Zhang Jin immediately sought him out and recounted everything that had transpired during his absence. What? Mugan shot up from his seat, his face filled with fury. Seeing this, Zhang Jin was delighted and thought to himself that with this 5th-turn demigod taking action, Nangong Ho would surely suffer a devastating blow. He eagerly fanned the flames, saying, Senior Mugan, you must seek justice for Mulin. Nangong Ho has shown you no respect at all. Show respect to your mother. Mugan suddenly roared, and a wooden branch as thick as a barrel materialized out of thin air, tightly wrapping around the unsuspecting Zhang Jin. The branch constricted tighter and tighter, leaving Zhang Jin completely immobilized. Mugan's palm struck Zhang Jin's face heavily, instantly leaving his cheek red and swollen. The sharp pain made Zhang Jin let out a howl. Senior Mugan, what are you doing? Mugan, seething with rage, stepped closer to Zhang Jin and delivered another resounding slap. Do I need you to fight my battles for me? Mulin was killed because of his own recklessness. He has no one to blame but himself, not Junior Nangong. Did I ever say I wanted revenge for him? You just can't keep your mouth shut, can you? The more Mugan spoke, the angrier he became, and his slaps kept landing on Zhang Jin's face. As a contender on the points leaderboard, Mugan was fully aware of the difficulty of the Divine Domain War Monument. Nangong Ho's record-breaking performance had already made him wary. A genius like that was undoubtedly blessed with incredible fortune. There were only 2 ways to deal with someone like him. Either strike with a single, decisive blow or avoid becoming enemies altogether. A single decisive blow? If it were any other first transition demigod, Mugan wouldn't give it a second thought. But Nangong Ho was different, couldn't guarantee success against him. Moreover, Nangong Ho was currently in seclusion. Who knew how much stronger he would be upon emerging? On top of that, as a child of the gods, Nangong Ho was undoubtedly under the Academy's special protection. Mugan wasn't reckless enough to challenge the Academy itself. Most importantly, he and Mulin were only distantly related by blood. After delivering over 20 slaps, Mugan finally stopped when Zhang Jin's lips bled and his face turned bruised and swollen. It's all because of you, you idiot, that I ended up offending Nangong. Get lost. If something like this happens again, I'll see you on the divine battle stage. Mugan tossed Zhang Jin aside like a discarded rag. Zhang Jin glared at him with venomous hatred, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white from humiliation. Nangong Ho, Mugani won't let either of you off. Mugan began calculating in his mind. I need to find a way to eliminate Nangong's hostility. Looks like I'll have to use this piece of information to win his favor. The thought of giving up such a rare training opportunity made Mugan's heart ache. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Nangong Ho's tightly shut courtyard gates finally opened. He quietly assessed the situation. Over 50 million points of faith value used. 5 threads of thunder divine power refined. I've finally advanced to a third transition demigod. But to continue improving, I'll need to solidify my divine body and soul further. He opened the divine interface to check his status. Deity, Nangong Ho. Divine domains, God of Thunder, God of Wood, God of Shadows. Divine rank, third transition demigod. Divine abilities. Thunderous Might LV3 requires 3,000 faith points per use. Shadow Wood Hand LV3 requires 3,000 faith points per use. Vitality Surge LV3 requires 1,000 faith points per use. Shadow Deathstrike LV3 requires 1,000 faith points per use. Divine Realm, Super S-Class, Divine Tree and Sprouting Phase. Faith points, 8.5 million. Faithful Race, Minotaur Tribe. In addition to refining divine power, upgrading his divine abilities had consumed nearly 10 million faith points. Nangong Ho sighed inwardly. It seems no matter how much faith I gather, it's never enough. Mr. Nangong? A clear voice rang out from behind. Nangong Ho turned around to see a man in a blue robe walking toward him. The man's features bore a striking resemblance to Mulin. It was Mugan. Are you here to avenge Mulin? Nangong Ho narrowed his eyes and asked calmly. No, please don't misunderstand, Mr. Nangong. Mugan quickly stepped forward, forcing a somewhat ingratiating smile onto his face. Mulin brought it upon himself. He has no one else to blame. As for that troublemaker Zhang Jin, I've already dealt with him. This time, I've come specifically to apologize to you. Nangong Ho merely nodded lightly. Such petty grievances meant little to him. Even if Mugan had come seeking revenge, it wouldn't have mattered. Seeing Nangong Ho's indifferent reaction, Mugan gritted his teeth and took a few more steps closer. Lowering his voice, he spoke a few words. What? Are you certain? Nangong Ho's eyes suddenly lit up with intensity. I wouldn't dare deceive you, Mr. Nangong, Mugan replied with a solemn nod. The news sent a jolt through Nangong Ho's heart. A fallen true god's divine realm might give birth to a 5-star race. And the exact coordinates of this divine realm were hidden within Mugan's mind. Just when he was lacking 2 divine roles for his divine envoys, this opportunity came at the perfect time. Who else knows about this? Nangong Ho asked swiftly. Feng Tian from Titan Academy, Li Ran from Mengshur Academy, Lu Song from Litan Academy, and Moxin from Bella Academy. We agreed to re-enter the divine realm today. You've been there before? Yes, but we were unprepared the first time. As soon as we entered, we encountered a Tier 4 Gale Storm Dragon of the Subdragon race. We barely made it out alive. Mugan's eyes still carried a trace of fear as he recounted the incident. Nangong Ho quickly searched his memory for information on the Gale Storm Dragon, a subdragon species with Tier 5 bloodline, known for its speed and ferocity, though its potential was capped at Tier 5 extraordinary level. When are you planning to act? In 2 hours. All right, count me in. Nangong Ho patted Mugan on the shoulder. Relieved, Mugan transmitted the coordinates to Nangong Ho through his divine soul and gave a few additional instructions before leaving. Returning to his courtyard, Nangong Ho activated the power of rules and sat cross-legged once more. A Tier 5 extraordinary Gale Storm Dragon? He murmured, then closed his eyes to rest. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and the appointed time arrived. Followers, prepare yourselves for a new battle. The commanding voice of Nangong Ho echoed throughout the divine realm. Nyoguli immediately took the lead and shouted, ready to fight for the god of thunder at any time. The other Minotaurs responded in unison, their deafening roars reverberating through the sacred domain. Nangong Ho nodded with satisfaction and proceeded to establish a connection with Mugan's divine soul using the coordinates of the divine realm. Mugan had already been waiting outside the realm. With seamless coordination, the two issued commands to their respective devoted races. The divine realm suddenly spun into chaos as Nyoguli led his tribe into an unfamiliar domain. Mugan's team had yet to appear a deliberate part of their strategy. Nangong Ho had volunteered to act as bait to lure away the Tempest Storm Dragons, allowing Mugan to bring an extra member into the realm. In his mind, Nangong Ho had conceived a bold plan to tame the Tempest Storm Dragons and turn them into mounts for the Minotaurs, creating true dragon warriors. He could already envision the awe-inspiring sight of 100 Minotaurs charging into battle atop these powerful creatures. Following Nangong Ho's instructions, Nyoguli cautiously led his tribe forward. Before long, they spotted a group of Tempest Storm Dragons drinking by a river. These ferocious creatures quickly sensed the intruders, and an aura of bloodlust filled the air. The ground quaked as the dragons roared in fury, over 300 of them surging toward the Minotaurs like a violent storm, their gaping maws ready to devour their enemies. Move! Nyoguli strictly followed the orders, immediately leading his tribe to retreat. As the moment ripened, Nangong Ho signaled to Mugan, whose devoted race then descended upon the divine realm. However, Mugan and his team's divine souls could only channel their will through their race. They could not physically enter this true god's realm. After a relentless pursuit, Nyoguli glanced at the Tempest Storm dragons chasing them and sneered, a pack of inferior creatures. If you were true dragons, perhaps you could stir my blood. Now, it's time to show you real power. Charge. At Nyoguli's command, the Minotaurs, weary of retreating, turned around in unison. Like an unstoppable tidal wave of steel, they collided head-on with the Tempest Storm dragons. Despite their formidable appearance, the dragons were sent sprawling under the Minotaur's force. As per prior instructions, the Minotaurs refrained from dealing fatal blows. A particularly massive, 5th-tier extraordinary Tempest Storm dragon lunged at Nyoguli, jaws wide open. Get lost. Nyoguli roared, using sheer brute force to hurl the beast aside. Seizing the opportunity while it was airborne, he grabbed the dragon by its hind leg and slammed it into the ground with such force that the earth trembled. These once terrifying pseudo-dragons, who had struck fear into Mugan and his followers, now stood powerless before Nyoguli. The extraordinary dragon was repeatedly lifted and smashed into the ground until it was battered and barely clinging to life. Nyoguli stepped onto the dragon's throat, emanating the oppressive bloodline aura of a supreme 5-star race. He bellowed, "Submit to the great god of thunder and live. Refuse and perish." The other Minotaurs raised their heads and roared toward the heavens, unleashing the full force of their bloodline power. Submit or die. Mugan, I didn't expect the person you found to be so reliable. They actually managed to lure away the Tempest Storm dragon, said Fengtian, the representative of the Golden Giant tribe. He was a 6th-tier immortal level warrior, with a trace of Titan giant blood flowing through his veins. As a 4-star race, the Golden Giants held a significant position within the divine realm. Fengtian, only someone like you would pull something like this. I would never harm my fellow academy members. Mugan of the Centaur tribe responded coldly. The Centaur tribe, also a 4-star race, possessed divine bloodlines and immense evolutionary potential. Their spears were deadly weapons capable of striking targets from hundreds of miles away. At this moment, Mugan, also a 6th-tier immortal level leader, gripped his javelin tightly. Within the divine realm, the 5 faith-based races had formed 5 distinct factions. Liran of the Azure-Winged Rock tribe flapped his wings in midair, his expression serious. Since he's not coming back, let's move on. Although the true god here has fallen, we have no idea what other races might still be inside. As a representative of Mingshire Academy, Liran led the Azure-Winged Rock tribe, a 4-star race renowned for their combat prowess among flying clans, with ancient beast bloodlines coursing through their veins. If this divine realm could accommodate more than 1,200 people, we wouldn't be so restricted, said Lu Song from Litan Academy, standing among a group of elves whose beauty surpassed that of ordinary mortals. Though the elves had low fertility rates, their bloodlines had mutated, containing a trace of light energy and granting them the potential to ascend to godhood. Kiki, it seems the person you're talking about is back, said Moxine from Bella Academy, her voice metallic and eerie. She was the faith lord of the undead skeleton tribe. Surrounding her were numerous undead skeletons, silently gripping bone blades. These 4-star undead beings could continue to evolve as long as they strengthened their soul flames. As her words fell, a group of Minotaurs returned, their bodies marked with battle scars and bloodstains. That weak? Only 3rd-tier strength? Even the divine emissary is merely 4th-tier? Fengtian asked in confusion. Are you questioning me, or are you looking for a 5-star race? Nyoguli retorted, his vision already shared with Nangong Ho. Nangong is right. Let's move, Mugan said, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. He silently celebrated not having made an enemy of Nangong Ho, for this Ultra 5-Ester race of just 100 members had managed to subdue the 4th-tier Tempest Storm dragons so swiftly. As a divine centaur, Mugan could even feel a sense of suppression emanating from the Minotaurs. A trace of malice flickered in Feng Tian's eyes as he let out a cold snort. The group then set off. Before long, they arrived at a swamp, and on a small hill behind it, a dark dragon lay resting. Dark dragon? Liran, the green-winged rock, exclaimed with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. It's a real member of the dragon race. This must be a 5-star species. Lu Song of the Elven tribe observed the massive creature before them with a grave expression. Such an overwhelming presence. This dark dragon has undoubtedly reached the 7th-tier epic level of power. Though it was just 1 tier above their 6th-tier immortal level, the gap was vast enough that even joining forces might not guarantee their ability to contend with it. Everyone, we're already here. We can't leave empty-handed, Moxin, the undead skeleton, rasped in a metallic voice as he stepped boldly onto the swampy ground. Suddenly, the swamp began to stir with gurgling sounds as if the earth itself had come alive. In no time, over 2,000 swamp mudmen rose up from the ground. Despite being merely a 3-star species, their ability to disassemble and reassemble at will made them even more troublesome than most 4-star species. The commotion of the mudmen roused the resting dark dragon. Lowly creatures, do you dare covet the noble dragon race? Prepare to meet your end. The dragon unleashed a black fireball that exploded amidst the undead skeletons. The terrifying black flames consumed them in an instant, leaving not even ashes behind. 7th tier epic level, what terrifying power! The group exclaimed in awe. Mugan of the Centaur tribe made a swift decision. Everyone, there's no turning back now. Let's work together to eliminate the mudmen first. As for the dark dragon, well, each rely on our own strength. Without waiting, the centaurs raised their spears and hurled them in unison, the sound of their throws reverberating across the swamp as they pinned countless mudmen to the ground. The golden giant opted for a more direct approach. With a thunderous blow, its massive fists smashed the mudmen into pieces. Meanwhile, the elves utilized their natural magic, sending razor-sharp wind blades slicing through the mudmen, reducing them to fragments. Let's see which is more troublesome, undead skeletons or these lumps of mud. Xenu roared as he swung his bone blade, cleaving mudmen in half. Yet, the mudmen quickly reformed, returning to their original state. Nangong Ho watched the battle unfold with cold detachment, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the dark dragon. Even though he already possessed a dragon egg within his divine domain, it didn't diminish his desire for this creature, whose shadow power resonated so strongly with his own. Then let's deal with these mudmen first. Charge! Mugan bellowed, and the Minotaurs surged forward with a ferocity rivaling that of the golden giant, launching a relentless assault on the mudmen. Minotaur brother, you're so strong. Please help me. A towering, translucent-boned, 6th tier immortal skeleton pleaded in a coquettish tone, its voice grating like metal scraping. It complained, I have plenty of undead skeletons, but why does this cursed black dragon always target me with its breath? This bizarre contrast sent a shiver through Nyo, who instinctively shattered a nearby undead skeleton. Seeing this, Nangong Ho quickly gestured for Nyo to keep his distance from the unsettling skeleton army. The battlefield was becoming increasingly dire. Despite the 5 divine envoys, excluding Nangong Ho, all possessing immortal-level strength and leading races with extraordinary 5th-tier combatants, the swamp mudmen proved extraordinarily resilient. To make matters worse, the dark dragon loomed disdainfully over the battlefield, clearly not taking these races seriously. Its occasional bursts of dragon breath inflicted devastating casualties on the faith-based races. Aerial assaults were out of the question as the ruler of the skies. The dragon's bloodline pressure alone rendered the Chingy rock incapable of approaching. Unexpectedly, Nangong Ho, who had been underestimated, revealed astonishing strength. Throughout the battle, his Minotaur troops charged at the forefront without a single casualty. They effortlessly crushed the brittle swamp mudmen, their sheer power impressing even the golden giants. When faced with the black dragon's breath, their agility allowed them to evade unscathed. I thought he was a bronze player, but it turns out he's a king, remarked Lu Song of the elf race in awe. Too bad even a king can't carry 5 deadweights, Nangong Ho replied indifferently. While crushing mudmen, the golden giant anxiously exclaimed, enough talking. Think of a plan. At this rate, all of our faith-based races will be wiped out. Every fallen golden giant was a painful loss for Feng Tian. Cover me, Nyo suddenly growled. If we take down the black dragon, the crisis will resolve itself. The coquettish skeleton immediately chimed in, Minotaur brother, you're only a 4th-tier lord, and that dragon is a 7th-tier epic beast. Are you sure you're not just walking to your death? If you think you can do it, be my guest, Nyo replied calmly. Mugan was the first to voice his support. Nangong, I'll cover you. He had come intending to mend his relationship with Nangong Ho. Although the allure of a 5-star race was tempting, as Nangong Ho had pointed out, even with the opportunity, he couldn't subdue the dark dragon. It was better to use this chance to build goodwill. While unleashing his earth-stomp divine ability to clear a path for Nangong Ho, the golden giant grumbled, stop whining already. This mission is costing us big time. The remaining 3 hesitated no longer. They were all intrigued by this Nangong Ho of Xinglei Academy, a figure they'd only just heard of. What gave him the confidence, as a 4th-tier lord, to challenge a 7th-tier epic black dragon? Now united in purpose, the 5 Academy elites joined forces to carve out a path for Nyo advance. Nyo swung his axe, cutting down a swamp mudman with a single blow. With a powerful push of his legs, he leaped up the hillside like an arrow. Standing atop the hill, the Minotaur warrior, standing only 3 zhang tall, faced a massive dark dragon, whose colossal form stretched an imposing 7 zhang. Minotaur, the noble dragon race can smell the bloodline coursing through you. The dark dragon growled, its enormous eyes glinting with greed as it loomed over Nyo. But what a pity you're far too weak. I wonder if devouring you might help me ascend to the 8th-tier legendary rank? The dark dragon had refrained from unleashing its devastating breath upon the Minotaurs, as it sensed a shocking bloodline suppression emanating from Mugili and his companions. This suppression, impossibly strong, radiated the presence of a bloodline far superior to its own 5-star dragon lineage. What astounded and excited the dragon even more was that this extraordinary presence wasn't from one individual, it came from an entire group of 100 Minotaurs. The realization left it both unnerved and eager. Devouring these Minotaurs would surely grant it a breakthrough in its bloodline power. A mere reptile dares to covet the bloodline of gods and demons? Nyaguli's expression was solemn as he spoke. I'll give you one chance, swear allegiance to my master, the god of thunder. Roar. The dark dragon erupted with fury. I am a dark dragon, 7th tier epic rank, a proud 5-star race. How dare you suggest I bow to a mere demigod? The pride of the dragon race will not be defiled. With a roar, the dragon's massive claws crushed the stones beneath it, and its vast wings spread wide, blotting out the sky. In an instant, the heavens darkened, and the howling winds sent the faithful races below stumbling and falling. Just as the dragon prepared to take flight, an immense force surged from beneath its feet, pinning it firmly to the ground. Those who do not worship the Lord of Thunder are enemies, and enemies must die. Mugili roared, his muscles bulging like coiled dragons as the ground cracked beneath his feet. The dark dragon, livid, lashed out with its tail, its scaled appendage smashing through the air with such force that even the surrounding swamp mudmen were obliterated. At the same time, its massive maw opened wide, black flames beginning to churn in its throat. The onlookers were stunned by the ferocity of the clash. Mugan, watching the scene unfold, silently thanked his own foresight in avoiding a foolish decision. The other 3 observers made mental notes to report news of this prodigy from Xinglei Academy to their superiors. How delightful, came a chilling voice from the undead skeleton present. I'd love to meet this rising star. Let's hope they're not as hideous as this Minotaur. The comment sounded especially bizarre, given that the speaker divine being of the undead race was herself a female demigod, a fact that carried its own strange irony. A deafening explosion echoed through the divine realm, shaking the earth violently. The shockwave from the collision of forces swept across the surroundings, obliterating countless swamp mud creatures into dust. Even the mighty golden giants, known for their strength and defense, were thrown into the air. The small hill where the dark dragon once rested collapsed entirely under the immense power. Nyoguli gripped the dragon's tail tightly with his other hand. Even as blood streamed down his arm, his iron will refuse to let him loosen his grip even slightly. At that moment, the dark dragon unleashed a jet of pitch-black dragon breath, engulfing Nyoguli completely. Is this fierce Minotaur brother about to turn into roasted beef? The undead skeleton asked in a metallic, grating voice. No one responded to her question. All eyes were fixed on the blazing dragon flames, holding their breath. They had all witnessed the devastating power of this dragon breath before it was potent enough to instantly annihilate a 6th-tier immortal divine envoy. Nyoguli, being only a 4th-tier lord, seemed doomed. Roar. You pathetic creature. How dare you abandon the glory of your ancestors to become a follower of a demigod? Today, I, this dragon, shall cleanse you of your disgrace. The dark dragon bellowed thunderously as it felt the grip on its tail and claws beginning to weaken. Foolish reptile. A furious roar came from within the black flames. You will never comprehend the might of the god of thunder. The god of thunder can lead us to reclaim our former glory and go even further. Today, you will witness the power of the battle saint physique. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the massive body of the dark dragon was suddenly hurled aside by an overwhelming force. No, impossible. The dark dragon roared in disbelief. Under dragon breath, even a 7th-tier epic being would perish, let alone a mere 4th-tier lord. Before it could regain its balance, Nyoguli, his body glowing with divine patterns and now a gray hue, had already charged forward like lightning. Despite being a 7th-tier epic-level entity, the dark dragon trembled in the face of this transformed Nyoguli. Divine skill. Berserk technique? Nyoguli declared as he empowered himself. Today, I will shatter your arrogance. A heavy punch landed squarely on the dragon's abdomen, shattering its tough scales and causing dark dragon blood to spurt out. The dark dragon howled in pain and spewed another jet of dragon flames. Is the dragon race really so impressive? Nyoguli advanced fearlessly, his fist piercing through the flames before delivering another devastating blow to the dragon's back. Curse you! Curse you! Die already! The dark dragon, a proud 7th-tier epic-level being, was enraged as it found itself being dominated by a 4th-tier lord. It swung its massive limbs furiously at Nyoguli. 5-star race, and so what? Nyoguli retorted, landing another punch. As the battle raged on, the gray divine patterns on his body glowed brighter, forming eerie, living designs. The combination of the battle saint physique and his divine demonic bloodline made him grow stronger with each strike. Every punch carried pure, unyielding power, hammering relentlessly against the dark dragon. From the very beginning, Feng Fei and the others knew this would be a one-sided slaughter. What they never expected was that the victim of the brutal assault turned out to be the dark dragon. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, Nuguli showcased a pure and raw display of violence. Despite his bull-like body being only 3 zhang tall, he unleashed astonishing power, raining punch after punch onto the dark dragon's tough scales. Each strike resounded with a deep, thunderous boom. The so-called legendary might of a 7th-tier epic creature seemed utterly insignificant in the face of such ferocity. What was even more shocking was that Nuguli directly grabbed the dark dragon's thick tail and swung it like an enormous whip, slamming it violently against the ground over and over again. The relentless impacts left the earth riddled with craters, and even the seemingly indestructible swamp mudmen were obliterated by the terrifying shockwaves, with thousands of them reduced to fragments. Though the dark dragon was battered and blood dripped from its black scales, its 7th-tier epic strength was not just for show. Its armor-like scales continued to resist stubbornly, making it difficult for Nuguli to deliver a decisive blow. Roar! You can't kill me. As long as I can spread my wings and fly, you will all perish, the dark dragon roared, its eyes burning with fiery rage. Then I'll make sure you can't fly. Divine skill, Thunderstrike, Nuguli bellowed. In an instant, a bolt of lightning materialized in his hand and pierced through the dragon's wings, pinning it firmly to the ground. The scorched wound sizzled with smoke as the dragon let out a cry of agony. Submit to the mighty thunder god, or face death. Nuguli's gaze bore into the dark dragon. Never. The pride of its dragon lineage surged as the dark dragon defiantly refused to bow to a demigod. Then die. Essence of strength. With Nuguli's roar, divine runes on his body flared with dazzling light, shooting straight into the sky. Simultaneously, 99 similar beams of light converged and fused in the air above. This scene left the Golden Giants, a race of devout believers, utterly astonished. As top beings of the Academy, they immediately recognized this as the essence of power that only true gods could wield. Though Nuguli's mastery of it was still weak and only capable of manifesting phantoms, the fact that 100 individuals of a race with divine and demonic bloodlines could achieve this was unprecedented. Li Ran, Feng Fei, and the others were too shocked to speak, while Mugan and Nangong Ho took mental notes, planning to consult teacher Xiaobing later on how to enhance the level of their own essence mastery. The terrifying essence of strength destabilized the very fabric of this divine realm, where a fallen god once ruled. In the presence of such power, everything seemed destined to be reduced to dust. I submit. I submit. I pledge my faith to the Thunder God and vow to become a follower of the Thunder God. Spare me. Ultimately, the dark dragon was overwhelmed by the terrifying essence power and trembled from the depths of its soul, begging for mercy. Nangong Ho, is it? I'll remember you. I'm sure we'll meet again soon. With the submission of the dark dragon, the battle came to an unexpected end. No one could have anticipated the sheer power of the dark dragon, and even more shocking was the fact that a mere 4th-tier Lord-level Minotaur turned out to be an ultra 5-star race, utterly suppressing the dragon. At this moment, the dark dragon hovered in the air, watching as the divine realm began to collapse. This might have been caused by the erosion of time, or the effects of the profound power of strength. The collapse of the divine realm signified the imminent death of all creatures within the harsh reality of the world of true gods. After Feng Fei and his companions departed, Mugan's centaurs also hurriedly retreated. Before leaving, one of the centaurs glanced at the dark dragon in the sky with a puzzled expression, then vanished from the soon-to-be-destroyed divine realm. Now, tell me, what other secrets does this divine realm hold? Nuguli asked, his gaze fixed on the dark dragon above. It was the dragon's earlier words that had convinced him to stay. The dark dragon quickly revealed the truth. The true god of this divine realm has not completely perished. This place was created to nurture 5-star races. Within the core space of the divine realm lies a unique divine authority despair. This information had only come to light when the dragon reached the 7th-tier epic level. Where is the divine authority? Nuguli cut straight to the point, disregarding any other details. Whether the true god had fallen was irrelevant now, and the results of nurturing 5-star races already belonged to the god of thunder. Beneath the hill where I reside, in the deepest part of the marshlands, the dark dragon, now a devoted follower of the god of thunder, replied truthfully, a flicker of fear in its eyes as it looked at Nuguli. The two quickly returned to the location and worked together to penetrate the swamp. Soon, a divine authority emanating the power of despair was revealed. Nuguli carefully held it, immediately feeling an overwhelming force of despair invade his entire being, plunging him into a deep sense of helplessness and a desire for self-destruction. Wake up! Nangong Ho's spiritual essence reverberated, pulling him back to consciousness just in time. Carrying the perilous divine authority and accompanied by over 300 storm dragons, Nyoguli passed through the gateway and returned to the familiar divine realm. At this moment, Nangong Ho was finally able to manifest his ethereal visage. Nyoguli, you've done well, Nangong Ho said. It is Nyoguli's honor to fight for the god of thunder. Here is the divine authority of despair, Nyoguli replied reverently. Such is the virtue of saints, their unwavering faith in their gods, always prepared to sacrifice everything. Excellent, Nangong Ho remarked with satisfaction as the divine authority of despair ascended into the air and vanished. This power, capable of influencing souls and even controlling life and death, filled him with an intense fervor. When Nangong Ho reached out to touch the divine authority, the essence of despair immediately coiled around him, attempting to affect his soul. Nangong Ho frowned and let out a cold snort. In an instant, a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel descended from the sky, striking precisely on the divine authority. A faint trace of blackness surfaced on its surface, accompanied by a barely audible scream, before the blackness quickly vanished. The despair divine authority then merged into Nangong Ho's forehead. A unique energy began to flow, cleansing his divine soul and body. At that moment, the long silent system prompt unexpectedly echoed in his mind. The power of shadow and the power of despair can be fused. Proceed with fusion? This unexpected revelation stirred something within Nangong Ho. It seemed that the system was indeed closely tied to his ability to acquire divine authorities. Without hesitation, he chose fuse. The two forces immediately began to merge seamlessly, like water blending with milk. Before long, a brand new divine authority had formed within Nangong Ho. The system promptly displayed his updated attributes. Deity, Nangong Ho. Divine authorities, God of thunder, God of wood, God of darkness incomplete. Divine rank, Tier 3 demigod. Divine skills, Thunderous Might LV3 consumes 3000 faith power. Shadowed Wooden Hand LV3 consumes 3000 faith power. Vitality Surge LV3 consumes 3000 faith power. Descent of Darkness LV1 consumes 1 million faith power. Divine Domain, Super S-Class, Sapling Phase of the World Tree. Faith power, 7.87 million. Faithful Race, Minotaur Tribe. It actually fused into the God of Darkness. Nangong Ho exclaimed in surprise. This was one of the 6 main divine authorities. Even though it was only an incomplete version, it was far superior to ordinary divine authorities. With the system's assistance, he could fully restore it in the future. He quickly recalled information about the 6 main deities in his mind. The god of nature controls all natural energies, the god of death rules over death, the god of life creates life, the god of time and space governs time and space, the god of darkness spreads despair and fear, and the god of light brings warmth and hope. As Nangong Ho reveled in the prospect of becoming one of the 6 main deities, he suddenly remembered that his thunder divine authority was a branch of the god of nature. Could it also be fused? However, he decided to set that thought aside for now. He turned his attention to the newly acquired divine skill, Descent of Darkness. This skill could instantly trap enemies in a pitch-black space, eroding them with the power of despair while subjecting them to relentless shadow attacks. Such power was indeed worthy of a main deity's authority. However, the cost was staggering. Just activating it at level 1 required 1 million faith power, while upgrading it would demand a full 10 million. For now, Nangong Ho had no choice but to hold off on improving it. At that moment, a dark dragon entered his divine domain. The dragon immediately sensed the extraordinarily dense spiritual energy and detected a presence that made it uneasy, a presence akin to its own kind. But what truly shocked it was the existence of the divine tree. This was unmistakably a Super S-Class divine domain. When the dragon felt the gaze from above, it couldn't resist looking up. That single glance was like plunging into endless darkness. Its throat felt constricted by an invisible hand, and even breathing became difficult. Instinctively, it knew that its life and death were entirely under the control of this demigod. This absolute suppression of power forced even the proud dragon race to submit. A robust channel of faith instantly formed. Is this what a saint is? Nangong Ho murmured in surprise. He was well aware of the dragon's innate pride, but in the face of overwhelming power, even they would bow in submission. This was the order brought about by strength. Nangong Ho fixed his gaze on Ural. With a point of his finger at the center of his brow, a surge of dark power shot out and directly entered Ural's body. Ural, to worship the god of thunder is your greatest honor. I now appoint you as the divine emissary, granting you authority over the Tempest Storm dragons. Thank you for the blessing of the god of thunder. Your faithful servant prays for you always. The dark dragon, Ural, closed his eyes, feeling the surge of dark power coursing through him. This force was several times stronger than the power of despair he had once wielded, once again reminding him of the immense might of the god of thunder. Ural, lead the Tempest Storm Dragons to find a new habitat elsewhere, and ensure no conflict arises with the Minotaur tribe, Nangong Ho commanded. By the divine decree of the god of thunder, it shall be done. Ural unfurled his massive wings and soared into the sky. In that instant, the pride of a true dragon race erupted from within him. His overwhelming presence caused the Tempest Storm Dragons, as a sub-dragon species, to cower and tremble in submission. The noble and great god of thunder has granted the dark dragon new life. Ural's majestic voice echoed through the heavens. Inferior bloodlines, kneel and offer your faith at once. His oppressive aura and bloodline power completely subdued the Tempest Storm Dragons. In an instant, 300 channels of faith connected to Nangong Ho, growing wider and brighter. With a resounding dragon roar, Ural led the Tempest Storm Dragon clan away from the Minotaur tribe's territory. Nangong Ho nodded in satisfaction and turned to Nyoguli. Select suitable Tempest Storm Dragons to form Dragon Warriors, and send 4 strong warriors in 4 directions to explore the wilderness continent. Since his divine realm had become a target of envy, he decided to take the initiative. By the divine decree of the god of thunder, it shall be done. Nyoguli immediately set to work. The gains this time were significant. While the Tempest Storm Dragons had a lower bloodline tier, with a maximum growth potential of tier 5 extraordinary, they could be nurtured through the altar of potential. 100 dragon warriors charging into battle would be enough to make tier 6 powerhouses avoid confrontation, not to mention having Ural, a tier 7 epic level being of a 5-star race, as their ultimate weapon. Most importantly, they had obtained the Dark Divine Authority. Though incomplete, it would eventually become whole. Nangong Ho then checked the race and faith interfaces. Race interface displayed detailed information about the Minotaur tribe and the Tempest Storm Dragons, including their divine emissaries, bloodlines, potential levels, and skill attributes. Faith interface showed the distribution of 1 Holy Spirit, 1 Saint, 108 Zealots, and 291 devout believers. The entire Minotaur race had now ascended to the rank of Zealots. Nyoguli became the first Holy Spirit in Nangong Ho's divine realm, meaning that his soul would not dissipate after death. As long as Nangong Ho ignites the divine flame and establishes his divine kingdom in the future, Nyoguli could be resurrected. At the same time, the newly subdued storm dragons of the Gale all became devout followers. Seeing the notification of millions of faith points added to his divine realm panel, Nangong Ho exited the divine realm with satisfaction. Stretching lazily, he pushed open the courtyard gate and saw Mugan waiting outside. Nangong, you're finally out. We have Teacher Xiaobing's class today. Let's go together, Mugan said, walking briskly toward him. Mugan, is there something on your mind? Nangong Ho noticed Mugan's hesitant expression. It's nothing major. Mugan hesitated for a moment before continuing. After leaving the true god's divine realm, I went looking for Zhang Jin, but he had already left the academy for training. There was a trace of worry in Mugan's tone. Zhang Jin holds grudges deeply. I taught him a lesson before when he tried to sow discord between us. I'm afraid he might. No need to worry. He's nothing more than a clown, Nangong Ho said indifferently. The two walked to the divine class together, where 6 students were already seated. Including the 2 of them, there were now 8 students in total. Nangong Ho's arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. After all, his reputation had skyrocketed just 2 weeks after he joined the academy, making him a household name at Xinglei Academy. What a shameless bootlicker, a mocking voice sneered. Your own kin were killed, yet instead of seeking revenge, you grovel like a dog. Truly disgraceful. The speaker was Xueqing, and his words were directed at Mugan. Mugan's face flushed red as he glared at Xueqing. Why bother arguing with a dog? Nangong Ho waved dismissively and walked straight to the first meditation cushion, sitting down. Arrogant. Xueqing, seated on the 3rd cushion, shouted angrily. Nangong Ho, I admit your talent is exceptional, but I am your senior and stronger than you. Don't you even know basic respect? Nangong Ho sneered. If I were weak, would you still be sitting here reasoning with me? You're just jealous. The academy invests heavily in me because of my abilities. If you can't get the same treatment, it only proves you're inadequate. Speaking of status, I am a child of the divine. You're merely a student of the divine class. Do you not know how to behave in the presence of a divine child? As his voice rose, a surge of dark energy erupted from his eyes, striking directly at Xueqing's soul. Xueqing's face turned deathly pale as a wave of despair and rage surged through him, making his spirit tremble uncontrollably. Ugh! Xueqing suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, finally regaining some composure. When he looked at Nangong Ho again, his eyes were filled with fear. As a 6th-tier demigod, he couldn't believe that a mere glance from Nangong Ho had inflicted such severe damage on him. The clown was right there all along, just hadn't realized it was himself. Xueqing, how dare you? You even have the audacity to offend the Shenmingzi. Mugan sneered coldly. Do you even know Shenmingzi's status? How could someone like you compare? Get over here right now. kneel, and beg for Shin Mingzi's forgiveness. Xue Qing's eyes were bloodshot, his face full of defiance. He had intended to use sarcasm to undermine Nangong Ho, but he hadn't expected this Shin Mingzi to be so domineering. Shin Mingzi's status is beyond challenge, and his authority is not something you can trample on, Nangong Ho said calmly, his gaze fixed on Xue Qing. Since you refuse to acknowledge me as Shin Mingzi, fine. I won't use my status to suppress you. I'll give you a chance step onto the divine battle platform. Do you dare? The words, do you dare, echoed in Xue Qing's mind. He clenched his fists tightly, fury blazing in his eyes. As the third-ranked student in the Shen class, he couldn't tolerate being so blatantly disrespected by a newcomer. Fine, then let's fight. Xue Qing growled, his voice like that of a wild beast. At that moment, Xia Bing appeared out of nowhere, her expression cold as she interrupted, class has already started. If you want to fight, do it tomorrow. Yes, Teacher Xia Bing, Xue Qing replied, lowering his head and retreating. Yet a trace of a triumphant smirk flickered across his lips. Mugan, come sit behind me, Nangong Ho commanded with unyielding authority. How about the top seat in the Shin class? I insist on taking it. Not only will I sit there, but my people will sit there too. Without hesitation, Mugan agreed, casting a provocative glance at Xue Qing before taking his seat behind Nangong Ho. As class began, Xia Bing started explaining how to maximize faith from the races they governed. For someone like Nangong Ho, who controlled over 100 Ultra 5 Ester races, these basic lessons were utterly dull. It wasn't long before he started dozing off again. When the class ended, the other students gradually left. Nangong Ho, his face filled with curiosity, approached Xia Bing and asked 3 questions. How to enhance the divine and demonic bloodline power and mysteries of Ultra 5 Ester races, the branches of the Dark God, and whether a demigod's divine office could persist after their death. Xia Bing answered briefly, but just as Nangong Ho was pondering how to continue the conversation, Dean Jiangshi appeared unexpectedly and offered a detailed explanation about the mysteries. When Nangong Ho tried to request an ancient divine stone, Jiangshi firmly refused, emphasizing the rarity and value of such relics from ancient divine wars. Then what's the point of even bringing it up? Nangong Ho rolled his eyes, but quickly pressed for the answer to his third question. Once a demigod dies, no divine authority remains, Jiangshi explained in a teaching tone. This is because the divine authority is already fused, and its power has been inherited by the demigod. Therefore, when a demigod perishes, it is impossible for any divine authority to be left behind. It seems the dean is nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. Nangong Ho remarked with a faint smirk, his tone laced with mockery. Impossible? Well, I've already made it happen. It seems even someone of your stature, Dean, only has a partial grasp of the mysteries of Ensclass divine realm. Jiang Shi's eyes widened at the comment, and his beard bristled with indignation. This brat dared to call him a frog in a well? He thought to himself, if a demigod's death could leave behind divine authority, I'd stand on my head but he stopped himself from saying it aloud, lest Nangong Ho seize the opportunity to use it against him. Can divine authority be cultivated later on? Nangong Ho pressed further. Though displeased, Jiang Shi answered patiently, it's possible. Such authority is usually born naturally, but the likelihood is extremely slim. Moreover, the cost of cultivating it is extraordinarily high. It requires the divine authority to absorb the entire power of a divine realm. Simply put, cultivating a single divine authority would consume an entire divine realm. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Nangong Ho's eyes. He speculated silently. The fall of that true god's divine realm must have been intentional, likely sacrificed by another true god to cultivate divine authority. This meant he had offended a true god. However, he wasn't worried, as the rules of the divine path prohibited true gods from acting against demigods. Thank you for clarifying, Dean, Nangong Ho said with a polite smile. Then he asked, since I am a godborn, am I entitled to unrestricted access to the Academy's resources? Jiang Shi explained that while godborn individuals had privileges granting them access to resources unavailable to regular students, these privileges were not unconditional. Godborn were expected to set an example and earn their rewards through their own abilities. However, he added with a shift in tone, as it happens, there's an opportunity right now that could allow you to obtain what you want without conditions. What kind of opportunity? In 10 days, the Academy competition will take place. I can adjust the rewards to include what you desire, Jiang Shi said, his gaze meaningful. A godborn should naturally demonstrate their overwhelming strength and command the respect of all. Of course, but the Academy competition? For me, that's as easy as reaching into my pocket, Nangong Ho declared, exuding unwavering confidence. After Jiang Shi left, Nangong Ho also exited the room. Outside the divine class building, Mugan was already waiting for him. Nangong, the entire academy knows about your divine duel with Xue Qing tomorrow, Mugan said, approaching quickly. I'm aware. Nangong Ho replied nonchalantly, clearly unbothered by Xueqing. He then asked, Mugan, what are the rules for the academy competition? Mugan immediately provided a detailed explanation. The academy competition takes place every 10 years, and this year marks the 10th. The competition is divided into 3 divisions. Division 1 is for new students who have been enrolled for less than 10 years. Division 2 is for older students who have been enrolled for less than 500 years, though new students can also participate. After the second round concludes, it's time for the grand competition among the academy's teachers. Besides the teachers, any student who believes they have the strength can also participate, Mugan said confidently to Nangong Ho. Nangong, your strength is undoubtedly the best among the freshmen. Nangong Ho nodded thoughtfully. I hope it'll be somewhat challenging. While Nangong Ho was contemplating the academy's grand competition, Xueqing silently left the academy. Qinglei City, where Qinglei Academy was located, was incredibly bustling. The streets were filled with demigods, and even the street vendors possessed demigod-level cultivation. Xueqing walked through several alleyways before finally stepping into the Dreamland Tavern. The tavern was lively and noisy. He quickly scanned the room and soon spotted a man in a black cloak sitting in a corner. Without hesitation, he walked over and sat across from him. This is what the Lord asked me to give you, the man in the black cloak rasped, handing over a few cards. Don't mess this up. Don't worry. If it weren't for that, Lord, I wouldn't have gone to provoke Nangong Ho in the first place. Xueqing replied in a low voice. What about the benefits you promised me? Rest assured, you won't be shortchanged, the man replied coldly. But if you dare betray the Lord, you know what will happen. With that, he stood up and left. Xueqing glanced at the cards in his hand, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, before leaving the tavern as well. The next day, the academy suspended classes due to Nangong Ho's upcoming divine battle. As the academy's top prodigy, a son of the gods, and a creator of legendary records, every battle involving Nangong Ho drew immense attention. Xueqing, ranked 3rd in the divine class, was sure to make this duel a spectacular one. However, many doubted Nangong Ho's chances. While he had previously slain Mulin, he was still only a 3rd-turn demigod, and it had been less than a month since his enrollment. The gap between low-tier demigods' 1st to 3rd turn and mid-tier demigods' 4th to 6th turn was enormous. Low-tier demigods required only 1 to 3 strands of divine power per turn, while mid-tier demigods consumed entire drops, each drop equivalent to 10 strands. A 4th-turn demigod needed 4 drops of divine power, making the disparity self-evident. For a 3rd turn to face a 6th turn, it would ordinarily be a death sentence. Yet Nangong Ho still had a 20 chance of victory. More importantly, such battles between prodigies offered rare learning opportunities for freshmen and even insights for senior students. As a result, the divine battle arena was packed with spectators early in the morning. In the distance, some teachers were also observing the fight. Teacher Xiaobing, both of these are students from your divine class. Who do you think will win? Wu Hao from the heaven class asked with a bright smile, his eyes filled with admiration and passion. I don't know, Xiaobing replied coldly. Though rebuffed, Wu Hao was not angered. Instead, he found himself even more drawn to Xiaobing's aloof demeanor, a strong desire to win her over surging in his heart. Suddenly, a commotion rippled through the crowd. Look, Xueqing is here. The divine battle platform stood tall and imposing, a sacred arena where life and death duels between students and teachers of Qinglei Academy took place. Before the platform, a towering statue rose 100 feet high, exuding an air of majesty. At its base coiled a lifelike giant dragon. This was the statue of Qing Wentian, the first headmaster of Qinglei Academy, and the dragon beneath his feet was a true deity from the divine realm, testament to the founder's unparalleled strength. At this moment, countless students had their eyes fixed on the figure slowly ascending the divine battle platform. It was Xueqing, a senior student of the god class, who had been cultivating at the academy for over 4 centuries. His power had reached the 6th-tier demigod realm, on the verge of stepping into the ranks of high-tier demigods. The race he worshipped was the 4-star Titan giant ape, not the most elite, but one with significant evolutionary potential. Recently, rumors had been circulating that Xueqing's divine servant had completed its evolution, ascending to a 5-star race. Xueqing stood with his eyes closed, expressionless, waiting for his opponent, Nangong Ho, to appear. Meanwhile, in the distance, Nangong Ho had just opened his eyes, as a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The sign-in location has been refreshed. New sign-in location. Divine battle platform. Stretching lazily, Nangong Ho stepped out of his courtyard, thinking how conveniently the sign-in location aligned with his plans this time. As soon as he exited, he saw Mugan waiting for him. Having resolved to follow Nangong Ho, Mugan wasted no time and got straight to the point. Classmate Nangong, may I have the honor of becoming your subordinate god? After a brief moment of thought, Nangong Ho nodded in agreement. He sensed a vague sense of impending danger. While the academy itself was safe, the divine realm undoubtedly harbored formidable enemies. Considering that his worshipped race was about to reach the divine realm, having an additional ally seemed wise. Upon receiving approval, Mugan was overjoyed. He immediately knelt on one knee and pledged, "Honorable Thunder God Nangong Ho, I willingly become your subordinate god, pledging my loyalty to you. I shall offer 50% of my faith power annually, and I will obey your commands without hesitation, even at the cost of my life." "I accept your loyalty," Nangong Ho solemnly replied, immediately sensing a subtle connection forming between his divine domain and Mugan's. This bond allowed the divine master to descend freely into the subordinate god's domain, while the subordinate god required permission to enter the master's territory. "Young Master Ho, Xueqing is already waiting at the divine battle platform," Mugan respectfully reminded. "Let's go then," Nangong Ho said with a faint smile, leading Mugan toward the platform. Below the platform, a murmur of discussions had already begun. "Nangong Ho still hasn't shown up. Do you think he's afraid?" "Shut up," someone immediately retorted. "Classmate Nangong is the Academy's #1 genius. How could he possibly fear a fight? Did you not witness the day he broke the record? That kind of natural talent, that effortless demeanor, I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. If you dare to badmouth Nangong again, we'll settle this on the divine battle stage right now." A group of students immediately surrounded the gossiping classmate. The person shrank back, pulling their neck in and not daring to utter another word. Ever since Nangong Ho's stunning performance on the divine battle stage that day, he had completely won everyone's admiration, especially the freshmen, who had practically all become his fervent followers. "Look, Nangong is here," someone exclaimed, and all eyes turned in the same direction. Nangong Ho walked over with a calm and composed demeanor, clearly not taking his opponent, Xueqing, seriously. "Now that's Nangong for you, truly deserving of the title of the #1 prodigy. Today, let us witness another miracle 3-return demigod, crushing a 6th-turn demigod." The surrounding students cheered excitedly, their enthusiasm resembling religious zeal. Xueqing, standing on the platform, kept his eyes closed, his hands digging so tightly into his palms they left marks. "I'm still alive, aren't I? Can you all spare a thought for my feelings?" he roared internally. Nangong Ho stopped at the base of the divine battle stage, looking up at the towering statue that stood 100 feet tall. A surge of ambition swelled in his chest. "One day, I too will become a true god admired by all. My divine feats will be sung for generations to come." At that moment, a system notification sounded. "Ding! Divine battle stage sign-in successful. Reward: 1 monument of arcane truth." A monument of arcane truth? Nangong Ho nearly fainted from the surprise. Just yesterday, the dean had mentioned that to enhance one's arcane abilities, one must gather corresponding arcane stones, which were so rare that even a fist-sized piece was considered invaluable, something not even the prestigious Qinglei Academy could procure. And now, the system had gifted him an entire monument. It was like receiving a pillow just when he needed a nap. Although eager to claim the reward, Nangong Ho restrained himself. Everything could wait until the battle was over. With that resolve, he leaped onto the stage, landing firmly. Immediately, a powerful force of rules enveloped the entire divine battle stage. No one could interfere unless one side perished. Without hesitation, Xueqing connected his divine soul, divine domain, and the stage itself. Instantly, the shadow of his faith raced the titan apes materialized in the air. Countless giant apes wielding steel staffs appeared, their gray-black fur shimmering. Each stood over 2 zhang tall, their mountainous forms imposing. Leading them was a golden-furred titan ape, its body reaching nearly 4 zhang in height and exuding the terrifying aura of a 6th-tier immortal. So powerful, his divine envoy has truly evolved into a 5-star race. Look at those titan apes under his command. Many of them already have golden fur, which means they've reached 5th-tier transcendent level. Who would have thought Xueqing's strength was this terrifying? If not for today's battle, who could have imagined he'd grown to such heights? At that moment, even Nangong Ho supporters fell silent. What they had initially thought to be a slim chance of victory now seemed far less certain. A projection in the sky revealed the opposing faction, Nangong Ho's faith-based race. 100 Minotaurs wielding massive battle axes stood firmly in the arena, their heavy breaths echoing through the air. Although their stature was slightly smaller compared to the titan giant apes on the other side, their leader, a divine envoy, was only at the 4th-tier lord level. An ultra 5-star race. A legendary existence. A burst of astonished exclamations erupted among the spectators. Though Nangong Ho had only been enrolled for a month and had already developed his faith-based race to this stage, it was still a far cry from the strength of Xueqing's race, which had been cultivated over many years. Why doesn't the Academy intervene to stop this battle? Losing either side would be a loss to the Academy, someone questioned aloud. But once a divine battle begins, there is no turning back. "Show me your full strength." Xueqing's voice resonated through the divine realm. Nangong Ho furrowed his brows, puzzled as to how Xueqing knew he was holding back. The matter of Ural should have been known only to Mugan and a few individuals in the academy. If that's the case, there was no need for further hesitation. A thunderous dragon roar suddenly erupted, and a massive shadow obscured the sky. A true dark dragon, already at the 7th tier epic level. The crowd was in an uproar. While sub-dragon species were common, true dragons were exceedingly rare. Born as a 5-star race, they were incredibly powerful and notoriously difficult to tame. A flash of shock crossed the eyes of Xiaobing and the academy headmaster Zhang Shi, but the most surprised of all was Xueqing himself. So there really is a dark dragon. Without the help of that lord, I would indeed have no chance of winning. Xueqing's soul flickered with a trace of cold laughter. The Titan Giant Ape's divine envoy, Yuan Shi-san, pulled out a card engraved with a door-like emblem, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. The dark dragon hovered above the Titan Giant Ape, roaring, "Lowly false believer! How dare you challenge the majesty of the god of thunder?" It then dove down, preparing to unleash its dragon breath. The audience collectively believed that victory had shifted in Nangong Ho's favor. A 7th tier epic dark dragon could devastate the 300 Titan Giant Apes with just a few breaths of dragon fire. Yet, in Xueqing's heart, he thought coldly, the so-called #1 genius? If I kill you and earn that lord's favor, the title of God's chosen one will be mine alone. Xueqing roared with excitement in a voice only he could hear. Shun Shi Yuan Shirsen lightly tossed his furry hand, and the card in his grasp suddenly emitted a dazzling light. A massive red arched gate materialized out of thin air and, with lightning speed, suppressed the dark dragon Ural from the sky, pinning it to the ground. With a thunderous crash, Ural's neck was tightly trapped by the arched gate, and its enormous body sank deep into the earth. Despite its furious struggles and searing dragon breath, the gate remained immovable and unscathed. This sudden turn of events left Nangong Ho utterly stunned. He fixed his gaze on the vivid red arched gate and noticed a lifelike dragon carved upon it, with its neck perfectly severed by the arch. It was unmistakably a legendary Dragon Sealing Gate card. Dragon Sealing Gate! Xiaobing exclaimed in shock. This is a divine artifact designed specifically to suppress dragons. With every dragon it slays, it grows stronger. This Dragon Sealing Gate must have already tasted dragon blood. Mugan seethed inwardly. Damn it! How did Xueqing find out that Ho Xiao had tamed the dark dragon? Who leaked this information? Nangong Ho furrowed his brows. From Xueqing's insistence on going all out from the beginning, it was clear this was no coincidence. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could the wisp of black smoke destroyed by lightning during the fusion of the Despair Godhood have been a mark left by the true god? That would explain everything. Xueqing must have received aid from that deity. However, true gods are bound by the iron law of the heavens. They cannot directly attack demigods. Moreover, in the vast expanse of the divine fallen continent, even a true god might not intervene personally. Otherwise, they wouldn't need a proxy like Xueqing. With this realization, Nangong Ho felt slightly reassured. Nangong Ho, without the dark dragon, your Ultra 5-Ester race is no match for me. Xueqing shouted arrogantly. If you're willing to become my subordinate deity, I might spare your life. You're celebrating too soon, Nangong Ho retorted with a cold smile. Although the appearance of the Dragon Sealing Gate had disrupted his plans and deprived him of Ural's support, and even the storm dragons trembled under the gate's oppressive aura, he still had the Minotaur army. It was troublesome, but not insurmountable. At that moment, Ural suddenly began chanting in dragon tongue, its voice echoing powerfully, "Despicable false believers! How dare you use such a vile dragon sealing gate? I, Ural, will tear you all to pieces." Hearing the familiar dragon spell, a faint smile appeared on Nangong Ho's lips. Of course, how could I have forgotten about that? On the battlefield, Wular was fervently chanting dragon language magic, but its effects did not manifest immediately. Nangong Ho seized the moment and issued a divine decree to Nuguli. Responding to the command, Nuguli let out a thunderous roar and charged straight at Yuan Shi-san, the divine emissary. A mere Minotaur, even if you're from a top-tier race, so what? Watch me cut you down. Yuan Shi-san, wielding an iron staff, struck downward with overwhelming force. As a 6th-tier immortal-level combatant, facing a 4th-tier lord-level opponent, his eyes gleamed with absolute confidence in victory. Golden-furred monkey, even the dark dragon Wular yielded to me. How dare a mere immortal-level creature spout such nonsense? Bring it on. Nuguli roared, raising his round shield high. Hearing this, Wular silently grumbled to himself. Though it doesn't cause any damage, the insult is unbearable. Brother, must you say these things out loud? With a deafening clang, sparks flew as the iron staff slammed into Nuguli's round shield with such force that the ground beneath them caved in. Yet, Nuguli, his muscles bulging like mountains, deflected the staff and immediately swung his battle axe downward with unstoppable momentum. Caught off guard, Yuan Shisan hastily raised his iron staff to block. But what followed stunned everyone known for his immense strength. The 6th-tier immortal level Yuan Shisan was nearly disarmed by the blow. His massive frame staggered backward repeatedly. Fight! Mugili pressed his advantage, unleashing the full power of his war saint physique. His strength and speed were unmatched. As he had proclaimed, even the Dark Dragon had fallen before him. How could Yuan Shisan stand a chance? Elsewhere on the battlefield, other Minotaurs launched a thunderous charge. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, their morale was sky-high, and a single charge was enough to break the formation of the Titan giant apes. The spectators erupted in astonishment, marveling at Nangong Ho's prowess. Even with the Dark Dragon suppressed by the Dragon Sealing Gate, his top-tier race demonstrated extraordinary power, capable of overcoming higher-level opponents. Xueqing's Titan giant apes, despite their numerical and level advantage, were being pushed back relentlessly. Without their superior numbers to hold the line, they might have already been routed. As Yuan Shisan struggled to hold on, Xueqing roared in fury. When Mugili landed a punch squarely on Yuan Shisan's chest, leaving a visible dent and causing him to spit blood, a flicker of hesitation crossed Xueqing's eyes. It was quickly replaced by a fierce determination as he began issuing new commands to Yuan Shisan. Harnessing this surge of power, Yuan Shisan was sent flying backward, his furry hands swiftly pulling out a sealing card. A sinister, crimson needle shot out of the card, piercing precisely through the top of the Titan giant ape's head and into its body. The excruciating pain caused Yuan Shisan to let out an earth-shaking roar. His eyes were quickly flooded with a blood-red hue, and his once golden fur turned as vivid as flames. Even more astonishing, his originally 4's hang-tall body began to expand uncontrollably, growing to an immense 8 zhang in height. As his size transformed, Yuan Shisan's strength skyrocketed. From the 6th-tier immortal rank, he surged to its peak, then broke through to the 7th-tier epic rank, climbed to its peak again, and finally stabilized at the 8th-tier legendary rank. The terrifying aura shattered the surrounding rubble. The blood-colored Titan giant ape's eyes burned with ferocity, as if ready to tear Nyoguli into pieces. He's gone mad. Xueqing has gone completely mad. The senior students on the Divine Battle stage exclaimed in shock. That's the 8th-tier legendary level potential soul needle. It can elevate a faith-based species to at least the 7th tier, but the cost is draining the host's potential, permanently reducing their strength by 50%. This is a 5-star species completely ruined. Some of the students who supported Nangong Ho sighed in dismay. With the Dark Dragon sealed, no matter how strong Nyoguli was, he could never match an 8th-tier legendary opponent. Jiang Shi let out a cold laugh. Xueqing sure came prepared. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Daring to meddle in Qinglei Academy won't get away with this. Meanwhile, Xueqing had descended into madness, roaring incessantly, "Die! He must die. Only then can I survive." He knew full well that his 2 trump cards had already alerted the academy, and only by killing Nangong Ho could that powerful figure intervene to save him. In stark contrast, Nangong Ho remained calm, constantly analyzing his options. Nyoguli could at best contend with a 7th-tier epic opponent, but even with his ultimate techniques, defeating an 8th-tier legendary Titan giant ape seemed nearly impossible. Just then, a resounding dragon's roar pierced the skies. Ural bellowed, "Despicable false believer. A mere dragon sealing gate dares to imprison the great dark dragon? Dragon tongue magic. Dark inferno." A torrent of pitch-black dragon flames erupted from Ural's mouth, crackling through the air as it scorched everything in its path. This divine spell, granted by Nangong Ho's fragmented dark power, was infused with the force of darkness, rendering its destructive potential extraordinary. All faith-based species present felt an overwhelming shadow engulf their hearts. Even the berserk Yuan Shisan experienced a fleeting moment of clarity. "Haha, still unwilling to give up?" Xueqing laughed wildly within the divine realm. Dragon flames are completely useless against the severed dragon gate. The gate was born to suppress dragonkind. A glimmer of confidence shone in his eyes. He thought to himself, as long as he destroyed the faith race of Nangong Ho and stormed his temple, he could cut his opponent's strength in half. At that point, killing Nangong Ho would be a mere formality. "I told you, you're celebrating too early," Nangong Ho said with a faint smile, his gaze shifting downward. "The real show is just beginning." The dark blast flame, though similar to ordinary dragon flames, contained a trace of the power of darkness, one of the 6 most supreme divine authorities. Even though it was only a fragment of that power, it was far beyond anything ordinary. When the dark blast flame struck the severed dragon gate, a bizarre scene unfolded. No flames erupted. The moment the blast made contact, it vanished completely. The observing students held their breath. Even the headmaster, Jiang Shi, was prepared to break open the divine battle platform at any moment. Though by the rules of a fair duel, Xueqing should have already fallen. The fact that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes made it impossible for the headmaster to stand idly by and watch a divine child be slain. Just as hope seemed lost, someone suddenly cried out, "It's melting! It's melting!" The severed dragon gate began to dissolve like snow under the sun. At the same time, the massive Ural broke free from its restraints, rising once more with a vivid scar across its neck. "You despicable false believer, taste the wrath of the dark dragon Ural." With a thunderous roar, Ural soared into the sky, unleashing continuous breaths of dragon fire that reduced swaths of titan giant apes to ashes. The legendary 8th tier Yuan Shursan could no longer hold back and launched an attack on Ural, the most threatening presence on the battlefield. The two clashed fiercely. Ural's dragon flames scorched Yuan Shursan's blood-red fur, crackling and hissing, but the latter seemed impervious to pain, extinguishing the flames with a single punch. Meanwhile, the battle between the Minotaurs and Titan giant apes reached a stalemate. Despite Ural's dragonfire having wiped out over 50 Titan giant apes, the numerical advantage still lay with the apes. "Retreat." Nuguli gave the command, and the Minotaurs immediately withdrew from the fight. While the Titan giant apes stood in confusion, the ground began to rumble. 100 storm dragons charged forward, and the Minotaurs swiftly mounted their backs, ready to launch a new wave of attacks. Nuguli leapt onto the back of a 5th-tier extraordinary class Gale Storm Dragon. 100 dragon warriors stood in perfect formation, exuding an awe-inspiring presence on the battlefield. The Gale Storm Dragons beneath them panted heavily, an ominous bloodthirst radiating from their breaths. "Amazing! Absolutely incredible!" Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd of onlookers. Nangong's hidden aces continued to unfold one after another, leaving the spectators dazzled. The emergence of this 100-strong dragon cavalry completely shifted the balance of the battle. What was once an evenly matched struggle now leaned heavily in their favor. The Titan giant apes were no longer a threat, especially with the blood-red giant ape locked in a fierce clash with the dark dragon. Xiaobing stood in the observation area, a glimmer of admiration flashing in her eyes as she murmured softly, "This kid really knows how to surprise people." Beside her, Wu Hao caught her expression and seemed to ponder something. On the battlefield, under Nuguli's command, the dragon warriors launched a decisive charge. The extraordinary class Gale Storm Dragon beneath Nuguli surged forward like a bolt of lightning, leading the entire cavalry unit to smash through the Titan giant ape's defenses. One Titan giant ape was flung into the air by the charging Gale Storm Dragon. Before it could hit the ground, Nangong's battle axe cleaved through its chest. Blood spurted like a fountain as the massive ape collapsed lifelessly. What had been a balanced struggle quickly turned into a one-sided slaughter with the arrival of the dragon warriors. Xueqing stood atop a high vantage point, watching helplessly as his meticulously nurtured Titan giant ape clan was decimated. His heart ached as though being torn apart. He had initially underestimated Nangong Ho, especially after acquiring the dragon's severing gate and the potential soul needle, which had bolstered his confidence immensely. Yet the tide of the battle had flipped repeatedly, and even his prized dragon's severing gate had been effortlessly melted by a single burst of dragon fire. None of this had been within his calculations. To make matters worse, the effects of the potential soul needle were about to fade. Sure enough, moments later, Yuan Shursan's body began to shrink rapidly. His once golden fur turned sparse and snow-white, his entire frame covered in bloody wounds. The once mighty warrior was now reduced to a frail and aged ape. "False believer, this dragon grants you a death with dignity." Ural's thundering roar echoed across the battlefield, followed by a searing blast of dragon fire. "O great god of fire, your follower has failed you." Yuan Shursan smiled in relief within the flames, turning to ash while maintaining his unwavering faith to the very end. With Yuan Shursan's fall, the battle's outcome was sealed. Nuguli, astride his Gale Storm Dragon, stormed into Xueqing's temple. Towering over him, Nuguli declared with authority, "False god, are you ready to face the judgment of the Thunder God? Is it finally time for the ultimate showdown?" Everyone's eyes were fixed on the floating image in the sky. The battlefield was littered with corpses, and the bodies of 300 Titan apes lay lifeless on the ground without exception. It wasn't Nangong Hou's cruelty, but rather the choice of these fanatics. To them, sacrificing themselves for their god was the highest honor. Unfortunately, they would never witness the final duel between Nangong Ho and Xueqing, as the battle between demigods was shrouded in the mists of the divine realm. Yet, everyone present understood one thing: only one of them would walk out alive. With his hands clasped behind his back, Nangong Ho took a casual step forward, directly entering Xueqing's divine domain. At this moment, Xueqing's face was marked with the despair that followed madness. "From the moment I entered the academy, I, Xueqing, was always regarded as a genius. Even Xiao Zhan, the top student of the divine class, only pushed me to strive harder. But in front of you, for the first time, I felt overwhelming despair. Why is that?" Xueqing asked with a bitter smile. Maybe because you're just trash, Nangong Ho replied after a moment's thought. Ha, so even I, Xueqing, can be called trash one day, Xueqing mocked himself. Shall we begin? Aren't you curious about who wants to take you down? By now, Xueqing had lost all the imposing aura of a sixth-tier demigod. His devoted followers had been slaughtered, his temple destroyed, and his current strength could barely reach the level of a fourth-tier demigod. A true god, I assume. But so what? Nangong Ho smiled faintly, and the sky rumbled with thunder. Knowing that and still staying so calm in this point, I can't compare to you, Xueqing said as he suddenly pulled out a sealing card. The image on it was unmistakably his own. But do you really think you've got me cornered? As long as I kill you, I can still rise again. He crushed the sealing card in his hand, and it disintegrated into dust. In an instant, his power surged, restoring him to the level of a sixth-tier demigod. That was given to you by the true god, wasn't it? Nangong Ho observed calmly. Indeed, this is the Celestial Deception Soul Card, an S-class artifact. Only a true god can craft it, capable of deceiving the will of the heavens once. This was Xueqing's final trump card. The price of using the Celestial Deception Soul Card was immense when a demigod reached the 9th tier and prepared to ignite their divine flame and establish their divine kingdom. They would be discovered by the power of the heavens. At that time, igniting the divine flame would become several times more difficult than for an ordinary demigod, almost guaranteeing death. But Xueqing had no other choice now. Even that won't change your fate. Nangong Ho remained as composed as ever, as if he had foreseen everything. Is that so? Then let's see what other tricks you've got. Flames of determination ignited in Xueqing's eyes. Divine skill-blazing inferno. The surrounding air instantly ignited, and an endless sea of fire surged forth like a dragon. The flames shifted from crimson to violet. This was no ordinary fire, but heavenly flames that even demigods struggled to withstand. Xueqing unleashed his full power right from the start, unsure if Nangong Ho had any other hidden cards. With his strength as a sixth-tier demigod, these heavenly flames should have been enough to reduce Nangong Ho to ashes. Perfect time to test the power of darkness, Nangong Ho murmured as his pupils turned completely black. Divine skill descent of darkness. An infinite darkness blanketed the entire space in an instant. At that moment, the celestial flames abruptly extinguished, and the firmament collapsed with a deafening roar. The world plunged into pitch-black darkness, devoid of even the faintest glimmer of light. In the consuming void, Xueqing's face contorted in unrelenting agony, a chaotic blend of fury and despair devouring his sanity. His mind succumbed entirely to the abyss of darkness. When the shadows eventually dissipated, all that remained on the ground was a fiery red divine crystal. Xueqing's form had vanished, forever merging into nothingness. Nangong Ho, overwhelmed by the immense force of this dark power, felt his soul ache as though it might shatter at any moment. The divine authority at this level far exceeded what a low-tier demigod like him could bear. Just unleashing it once had drained an entire million units of faith energy. With a pale face, Nangong Ho fixed his gaze on the divine crystal before him. Slowly, he reached out, grasping it in his hand, and pressed it gently to the center of his brow. The crystal dissolved instantly, beginning to purify his soul. Moments later, a wisp of flame erupted from within him before vanishing, signifying his complete mastery over the divine authority of fire. By this point, Nangong Ho had already acquired 4 divine authorities, a staggering and unprecedented feat that, if revealed, would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world. The spectators held their breath, too stunned to predict the outcome. Although Xueqing's faith-driven followers had been annihilated, it was uncertain whether he had a final contingency in place. After all, the mere existence of the priceless 8th-tier Dragon Severance Gate was proof that Xueqing had powerful allies supporting him. Abruptly, Xueqing's divine statue began to crumble, and his divine realm fractured. These dramatic changes unfolded clearly before everyone's eyes, heralding his defeat. As expected, Xueqing's body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Nangong Ho opened his eyes, declaring victory in this divine battle. The observing students erupted into cheers, their faces displaying a mix of disbelief, vindication, and exhilaration. Moments later, the voice of Dean Jiangshi resonated across the academy. Everyone, you have witnessed the events of this divine battle. Xueqing colluded with outsiders in an attempt to harm the academy's divine scion. Such audacity defies the honor of Qinglei Academy. Law Enforcement Hall, where are you? I command you to identify the mastermind behind this within 10 days. Several figures stepped forward in unison. Responding, as you command, Dean, they promptly departed the academy. Jiangshi's directive was not only to shield Nangong Ho, but also to send a stern warning to those coveting Qinglei Academy's power. Although the divine battle had concluded, its aftermath continued to ripple through the academy. Nangong Ho, meanwhile, returned to his quarters, activating protective barriers to begin mending his soul, which had been damaged by the dark energy. Once his soul had stabilized, he immediately connected to his divine realm and addressed his followers. Your courage is commendable, and your faith is invaluable. As a reward, I bestow upon you the monument of arcane truth. Study it day and night to comprehend the mysteries of strength. As his words faded, a towering gray-black monument, 10 zhang high, descended beside the temple. It was inscribed with intricate, enigmatic divine runes. The monument, divided into 10 tiers, was a treasure of immeasurable significance. If its existence were discovered by true gods, it would undoubtedly ignite another earth-shattering war among the deities. Over 300 kilometers away from the sacred resting grounds of the Minotaur tribe, a brutal divine battle was unfolding in a mountain valley. To be precise, it was not an evenly matched confrontation but a siege by 3 factions against a single tribe. Damn it, those cursed domain raiders. The Tigerkin chieftain roared, throwing a powerful punch. Yet, the Murloc warrior before him only responded with a contemptuous smirk, effortlessly dodging the attack while his trident mercilessly claimed the chieftain's life. The disparity in both strength and numbers turned the tribal grounds into a blood-soaked slaughter in the blink of an eye. High above the clouds, a massive black dragon named Wular watched the carnage with cold indifference. Originally, the task of exploring the wildlands was assigned to the Minotaurs, but due to the need to enhance their cooperation with the Stormwind Dragon and maximize the power of dragon warriors, the responsibility had fallen to him. As a powerful flying species, Wular was indeed better suited for the mission. In the wildlands, every demigod had their own domain. Leaving the domain meant being shrouded in mist, and the strength of the outside world was unpredictable, making exploration a rare and perilous endeavor. Looking down at the massacre below, Wular's eyes flickered with disdain. A bunch of third-tier species, filthy and insignificant beings. If not for the command of the great thunder god, a single breath of dragon fire would be enough to obliterate them. Once the Tigerkin's temple was destroyed and their deity statues shattered, the invading trio of species began to retreat. Wular suppressed his urge to intervene and chose to follow the rock giants among them. The group quickly reached their settlement, located 100 kilometers away, but Wular prudently refrained from entering their domain, wary of alerting their demigods. After confirming the completion of his task, he spread his wings and soared back to his own domain. Inside the rock giant's temple, 3 demigods were busy tallying their spoils. They were the infamous domain raider trio brothers Gaijin, Gaoi, and Gotu. The eldest, Gaijin, was a 5th-tier demigod who wielded the power of metal and commanded the intelligence-gathering giant tooth rat men. The second brother, Gaoi, a 4th-tier demigod, controlled the power of water and led the Murlocs. The youngest, Gotu, also a 4th-tier demigod, governed the power of earth and commanded the rock giants. This notorious group of domain raiders had a long history of preying on other domains and their inhabitants. Instead of methodically collecting resources, their plundering approach allowed for rapid expansion, though it carried higher risks. However, with the exceptional intelligence-gathering capabilities of the giant tooth rat men, they consistently managed to select their targets with precision and launch devastating ambushes. Big brother, this haul is impressive, Gaoi remarked as he sorted through the spoils. I didn't expect a 5th-tier demigod from a mere 3rd-tier species to have accumulated so many valuable items. Indeed, Gaijin replied, satisfied as he watched his subordinates distribute the resources. With these, the combat strength of our faith-based species will reach new heights. However, Big brother, the second brother, Gotu, seemed eager to give it a try. The 3 of us have achieved what we have today by sticking to one principle: stability. The Super S Divine Realm may be tempting, but have you considered that even if we obtain the Divine Tree, we might not be able to keep it? Moreover, the Divine Tree is a legendary artifact. Even if we manage to acquire it, we may not have the resources to nurture it to maturity. In that case, it's better not to pursue it at all. The eldest brother, Gujin, spoke with a steady and commanding voice, exuding the wisdom of years of experience. Meanwhile, Wular had already spread its wings and flown back to the Divine Realm, carrying this crucial information to Nangong Ho. Divine bandits, is it? Nangong Ho murmured, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. If that's the case, there's no need for courtesy. Without hesitation, he made a swift decision and began issuing a series of divine commands. Nyoguli, lead 100 dragon warriors and destroy the rock giant tribe. Nangong Ho ordered, his tone calm yet resolute. Nyoguli immediately sprang into action, rallying his people and setting off along the route described by Wular. Wular, take 100 storm dragons and annihilate the merman tribe. Nangong Ho continued issuing orders. The sky was soon filled with the deafening roars of dragons as 100 storm dragons prepared for battle. At this moment, Nangong Ho, having established his dominance over the Super S Divine Realm, finally revealed his fangs. The distance of over 300 kilometers was merely a 2-hour journey for the storm dragons. By this time, the merman tribe and the gnawing ratmen had already retreated to their respective divine realms. However, the slow-moving rock giants remained in place. Born as natural tanks, their bodies were made entirely of solid stone. People, the hunt begins now. We can't let that Wular steal the credit. Charge, war charge. Nyoguli roared, leading the charge atop his storm dragon. His words immediately ignited the fighting spirit of the Minotaurs, who knew all too well that Wular had always been arrogant, looking down on everyone except for Nyoguli. The commotion startled Shirku, the divine envoy of the rock giant tribe. Seeing the rising dust in the distance and Nyoguli leading the charge, he let out a piercing alarm. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Prepare for battle! The rock giant warriors quickly assembled, their silver-white bodies instantly turning to a dark gray as they activated their racial ability. This transformation significantly increased their defensive power. They formed an impenetrable stone wall at the front of their settlement. However, as the 100 dragon warriors came into full view, Shirku's heart began to tremble. This army, capable of taming storm dragons, was far more powerful than the rock giant tribe. Before they could react further, the steel torrent of storm dragons broke through their defenses. The rock giants' proud fortifications were utterly useless against this elite force. Despite their numerical advantage, the battle turned into a one-sided massacre. Great God of Earth, your faithful followers are under attack by false believers. I beseech you to show your divine power and save the rock giants, Shirku cried out in desperation, kneeling before the temple in anguish. What? Other demigods' followers are attacking my tribe. Gu too, the earth god, arrived upon hearing the plea, but could only watch helplessly as the slaughter unfolded. The combination of storm dragons and minotaur tactics demonstrated the unstoppable power of ancient cavalry. However, as a demigod bound by divine rules, Gu too could only provide faith and growth resources, unable to intervene directly in the battle. Third brother, hurry! Send your mermen to support my rock giants. Through the interconnected temples, Gu too could only call upon his younger brother, Gu Shui, for aid. Second brother, get your people to run quickly. As Gu too stepped into the temple of Gu Shui, he was met with Gu Shui's panicked and furious roar. Before he could react, a massive shadow descended from the sky. It was a 7th-tier, epic-level dark dragon, spewing its devastating breath from above. Each wave of its dragon breath swept across the land, instantly turning swathes of mermen into ashes, their agonized screams echoing across the divine realm. How did we provoke such a powerful enemy? Gu Tu and Gu Shui, the two brothers, turned pale, their faces filled with terror. Without wasting any time, they hastily ordered their followers to retreat and immediately fled toward their elder brother Gu Jin's domain. To them, preserving their own lives was far more important than anything else. As Nyoguli stepped into Gu Tu's temple, Nangong Ho stormed into the divine realm like a bolt of lightning, only to find it deserted. The same scenario played out again in Gu Shui's domain. Let's see where you can run this time. Nangong Ho sneered coldly. He then issued a divine command to Nyoguli and Wular, ordering their forces to head straight for the divine realm of the gnawing rat men. Meanwhile, in Gu Jin's domain, the three brothers had gathered together. Gu Jin's brows furrowed deeply as he looked at his two pale-faced siblings. With their followers devastated and their temples destroyed, their strength had dwindled significantly. A dragon warrior, a dark dragon? We've always been cautious. When did we offend such a formidable foe? Gu Jin was utterly baffled, eventually concluding that it must be due to their proximity to Nangong Ho's domain. Big brother, now isn't the time to figure out the cause, Gu Tu said anxiously. We need to think of a way to deal with this. The enemy is clearly prepared and will likely arrive any moment, Gu Shui added, convinced that this was a coordinated attack by two demigods. Before their words could fully sink in, the dark dragon had already descended upon their domain. Though the three brothers had spent years as domain raiders, they had always preyed on the weak and avoided the strong. Faced with such an overwhelming foe, their temple quickly fell. Suddenly, Nangong Ho appeared before them, his tone calm and indifferent. Nowhere left to run, is there? Seeing that their opponent was merely a third-tier demigod and alone at that, a glint of malice flashed in the brothers' eyes. Without hesitation, they launched a coordinated attack. Divine skill. Rain of arrows. Divine skill. Golden cavalry. Divine skill. Earthen bind. Massive stone hands rose from the ground, aiming to immobilize Nangong Ho's feet. Thousands of water arrows whistled through the air with deadly precision, while countless golden weapons coalesced above, crashing down with lethal force. Such a synchronized assault would have thrown any ordinary demigod into disarray, but Nangong Ho remained composed and unshaken. Although Nangong Ho had been a demigod for less than a month, he had already slain 3 others of the same rank. Now, under siege from formidable enemies, he did not hesitate to unleash his divine abilities. Shadow Wood Fist. Thunderous Wrath. With a powerful shout, Nangong Ho activated both of his divine powers simultaneously. Countless wooden fists erupted from his body, clashing with the enemy's water arrows in a series of deafening explosions. At the same time, golden lightning descended from the heavens, striking the opponent's weapon forged from the power of gold, producing a piercing metallic screech. However, at that very moment, Nangong Ho's feet were firmly trapped by a flowing stream of mud. A dual divine power wielder. Gajan and his companions smirked confidently as they saw him immobilized. Unfortunately for you, today will be your end, is that so? Nangong Ho grinned and muttered under his breath, divine skill. Despairing roar. Shadow Death Strike. These two divine powers, previously fused into an incomplete force of darkness, were now wielded separately. The power of despair instantly enveloped Goto, stripping him of all will to fight. Consumed by despair, Goto completely lost the ability to resist. Brother, snap out of it, Gajan shouted desperately, trying to rouse his sibling. But it was too late. A shadow flickered, and a pitch-black sword pierced through Goto's chest. This was the terrifying power of the Shadow Death Strike. So long as darkness and shadows existed, it guaranteed a fatal blow. Damn it, 4 divine powers. You're actually a wielder of 4 divine powers. Gajan roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at his fallen brother. Our trio has never wronged you. Why must you exterminate us? In this line of work, debts must be paid. After all these years as marauders, have you still not learned this lesson? Nangong Ho replied coldly, devoid of any pity. Without Goto's support, Gajan and his remaining brother were no match for Nangong Ho. In mere moments, 2 more lifeless bodies hit the ground. The 3 divine souls of the bandit trio were absorbed by the divine tree, marking their ultimate demise. Nangong Ho waved his hand, collecting the trio's divine powers, and left the crumbling divine domain. The Minotaurs and others had completed their sweep as well, retreating with him. What was once a haven for a devout race had now become a desolate wasteland. Upon returning to his own divine domain, Nangong Ho began the process of merging the newly acquired divine powers. Just as the fusion of the 3 was completed, a system notification suddenly appeared. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth powers can be fused. Proceed with fusion? This unexpected revelation ignited a fire of excitement in Nangong Ho's heart. He had already witnessed the devastating potential of the incomplete force of darkness. If he could fuse these elements into the power of nature itself, who could possibly stand against him? Among the 6 most powerful divine powers, he would claim 2 as his own. Proceed with the fusion. Suppressing his excitement, Nangong Ho initiated the process. The 5 elemental forces of nature intertwined within him, transitioning from initial rejection to harmonious integration. The immense power continuously accumulated, elevating not only his divine soul to new heights, but also further strengthening his divine body. His 3rd transformation was now fully stabilized, and he was ready to refine the power of faith at any time to further enhance his cultivation. The god of nature, a legendary deity who wields the elemental energies of the natural world, has the ability to instantly create a domain of nature, trapping enemies within and subjecting them to relentless, furious elemental attacks. At this moment, Nangong Ho has successfully merged 5 divine powers, which represent a portion of the god of nature's abilities. When Nangong Ho opened his eyes, his pupils glimmered with the light of different elements: gold sharpness, earth's solidity, water's fluidity, wood's vitality, and fire's ferocity. Moreover, he had mastered all the derivative powers of these 5 divine roles, such as the ice power stemming from water, which now lay completely under his control. Such overwhelming power. Nangong Ho silently marveled at his newfound abilities, a wave of satisfaction rising within him. He realized that if he had comprehended these divine roles earlier, he could have easily defeated the Gujin brothers with a single move and wouldn't have needed to rely on dark power even against the 6th-level demigod Xueqing. With this sense of satisfaction, Nangong Ho opened his divine interface. Deity, Nangong Ho. Divine roles, God of Thunder, God of Darkness Incomplete, God of Elements. Divine rank, 3rd-level demigod. Divine abilities. Thunderous Wrath LV3 activation cost, 3000 faith power. Descent of Darkness LV1 activation cost, 1 million faith power, upgrade requirement, 10 million faith power. Elemental Barrier LV1 activation cost, 500,000 faith power, upgrade requirement, 5 million faith power. Divine Domain, Super S level, Divine Tree in sprouting phase. Faith power, 480 million. Faithful races, Minotaur tribe, Dark Dragons. As he reviewed the interface, Nangong Ho realized that there was still a gap between him and the true god of nature. He could control the elements, but had not yet fully mastered the forces of nature. His newly acquired divine ability, Elemental Barrier, could trap enemies and subject them to endless elemental assaults. Considering that upgrading it required only 5 million faith power, he decided it was worth prioritizing. Even after devouring 5 divine souls, the divine tree remained in its sprouting phase. However, the harvest of 400 million faith power was undeniably significant. This power could be converted into 40 strands of divine energy, equivalent to 4 drops of divine essence, just enough for him to ascend to the 4th level. At that moment, Nangong Ho noticed that Guli and his companions had brought back an altar. Upon inspection, he discovered it to be a 5th-tier extraordinary class transfer altar. It could upgrade 2nd-tier or higher strength-type warriors with mounts into Silver Knights, granting them the War Stomp skill, but it was limited to 50 users. Clearly, this altar was a trophy looted by the 3 domain bandits from elsewhere. Nangong Ho stood within the divine realm, contemplating the issue of the Dragon Warrior's job transition. Without hesitation, he commanded Nuguli to select 50 strong Dragon Warriors to undergo the transformation. As he waited for the process to unfold, his gaze swept over the divine monument of mysteries. In front of the monument, many Minotaur warriors were seated, deeply engrossed in comprehending its profound truths. Even Wular was sprawled there, diligently studying. Nangong Ho felt a surge of desire to delve into the monument's mysteries himself, but he reminded himself that the priority was to enhance his strength, and so he temporarily suppressed the urge. Finally, his eyes rested on the sacred tree. The tree remained as crystalline and radiant as ever, while the dragon egg beside it exuded an increasingly vibrant life force. Its heartbeat grew stronger and more pronounced. Nangong Ho knew that the hatching of the dragon egg was imminent. Seeing everything progressing according to plan, Nangong Ho left the divine realm with satisfaction and turned his focus to refining the power of faith. Immersed in his secluded cultivation, time passed quietly, and he only reappeared on the day of the Academy's grand competition. The grand competition at Xinglei Academy was a highly anticipated event. The Academy had announced unprecedented rewards. The champion of the 1st District's new student competition would receive a Tier 6 Bloodline Altar. The champion of the 2nd District's senior competition would be awarded a Tier 7 Job Advancement Altar, and the champion of the 3rd District's teacher group would earn a Tier 8 Profession Altar. Additionally, each group champion would be granted 10 million divine power points and 30,000 credits. These extraordinary rewards sent the entire Academy into a frenzy. The competition was held beside the sky-piercing stone, an extraterrestrial meteorite floating in midair, which served as the perfect arena for the battles. After a rousing opening speech from the headmaster, Jiang Shi, the competition officially began. The rules were simple. Anyone could step forward to challenge, but excessive force or killing was strictly prohibited. The first to take the stage was Ding Xun of the Yellow class. Once a student who took 3 years to awaken his divinity, he had now grown into a first transition demigod and was considered an outstanding student in his class. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, a voice suddenly rang out, "Apologies, am I late?" Instantly, all eyes turned toward the source of the voice. As Nangong Ho strode forward with a commanding presence, the crowd instinctively parted to make way for him. His arrival instantly drew everyone's attention. Such was the natural aura of a true powerhouse. "Young Master Ho, you're here. I'll take care of those challengers right away and clear the way for you," Mugan said, hurrying over with deference. No one thought his words were sycophantic. Instead, they looked on with envy. After all, being a subordinate to Nangong Ho was an exceptional opportunity. "No need for all that trouble," Nangong Ho said, patting Mugan on the shoulder before leaping effortlessly onto the Tongtian stone and landing firmly. His voice wasn't loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "From now on, anyone can challenge me. Or, if you'd prefer, you can all come at once." The sheer confidence in his words left the crowd in awe. Xinglei Academy, one of the 5 elite academies of Qingzhou, welcomed tens of thousands of new students each year. Yet Nangong Ho showed no concern, boldly inviting everyone to challenge him simultaneously. What was even more astonishing was that no one thought of it as arrogance. Instead, it seemed entirely fitting. Standing atop the Tongtian stone, Ding Shan immediately conceded. "Classmate Nangong, I forfeit," he declared before turning to leave. No one mocked his decision to back down. After all, Nangong Ho was a formidable figure, someone who commanded a 7th-tier epic dragon. How could an ordinary 2nd Transcendence demigod hope to compete? "Well, this is no fun at all," someone muttered with a sigh. Dean Jiangshi gazed at Nangong Ho on the Tongtian stone, his expression filled with pride. A true genius should shine brilliantly. Seeing that no one else dared to challenge him, the dean promptly announced, "The first place in this year's freshman competition goes to Nangong Ho." He then tossed the rewards to Nangong Ho, a 6th-tier immortal grade bloodline altar, 10 million divine power points, and 30,000 academy credits. "Next up is Zone 2, the competition among senior students," Jiangshi announced. However, seeing that Nangong Ho remained motionless atop the Tongtian stone, some whispered among themselves, "Isn't Nangong going to step down? This stage is meant for senior students." "Fools," someone immediately refuted. Why should Nangong step down? He absolutely has the strength to defeat any senior student from the past 5 centuries. Making history is what he does best. I'm sure he'll claim the senior competition championship as a freshman. This sentiment quickly gained widespread agreement. For a moment, no one dared to ascend the Tongtian stone to challenge him. Finally, Yin Hao from the Earth class could no longer hold back and leaped onto the stone. Earth class, Yin Hao. I humbly ask for your guidance, Nangong. Yin Hao. I've heard he's already reached the level of a 4th transcendence demigod, making him one of the top talents in the Earth class, the crowd murmured. Yin Hao fixed his gaze on Nangong Ho, his mind involuntarily recalling the awe-inspiring scene of Nangong's previous battle against Xueqing. He certainly didn't expect to win, but rather aimed to showcase his abilities to these teachers and create opportunities for entering the prestigious Tianzi class. Let's begin. Nangong Ho nodded and closed his eyes. The divine realms of both individuals instantly connected to the Academy's dedicated battle domain. 50 dragon warriors stood in a neat formation, while Ural hovered in the sky. At this moment, Nangong Ho had another 50 dragon warriors undergoing enlightenment and advancement in the transition altar, so he did not summon them all. Opposite him, 300 frost elves were already in position. These warriors, close to a 4-star race, lived in an icy world. They had pointed ears and snow-white skin, resembling humans in appearance. Clearly, Yin Hao's troops had been meticulously trained at the transition altar. At the front stood 100 robust warriors wielding massive shields, tasked with defense. Behind them were 100 archers, arrows nocked and eyes focused. These archers, empowered by a concentration altar specially acquired by Yin Hao, never missed their mark. At the rear stood 100 gifted frost elf mages, known for their exceptional mastery of ice magic. Not bad, Zhang Shi commented from the stands. This Yin Hao has a keen sense of racial composition and resource allocations, quite talented. Unfortunately, his high-end combat strength is lacking. Once his formation is broken, his backline will have no way to resist. As Zhang Shi predicted, Yin Hao's Frost Elf formation was no match for Nangong House powerful Dragon Knight Charge and the airborne 7th tier Epic Dark Dragon. I concede. Thank you, Nangong, for showing restraint. Yin Hao, witnessing the terrifying charge of the Dragon Knights, decisively admitted defeat. Thank you for the match, Nangong Ho replied with a polite smile, his composed demeanor earning the admiration of the crowd. Does anyone else wish to challenge? If not, I hereby declare the champion of this year's senior competition to be Zhang Shi. Increasingly impressed with Nangong Ho, was about to announce the result when a voice interrupted. Hold on, Dean. Since when did the champion of the senior competition become something a freshman could claim? The voice instantly drew everyone's attention. The new students looked puzzled, and someone couldn't help but ask, who is he? An older student took a deep breath, his tone full of reverence. He is the Academy's former top genius, the background legend of Nangong Ho, chief of the divine class, Xiao Zhan. It's him. He's actually back. This is going to be interesting. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Nangong Ho raised his eyes and saw 2 men walking toward them. The one in front was a tall man with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes, his expression cold. Behind him followed a man with a long scar across his face and a mocking smirk on his lips, the one who had just spoken. Mugan quickly stepped to Nangong Ho's side and whispered, the one in front is Xiao Zhan, the chief of the divine class. The one behind him is Zhong Xia, ranked 2nd in the divine class and Xiao Zhan's subordinate deity. It's been a few years, but it seems you found yourself a decent master, Mugan, Zhong Xia said gruffly, then turned his sharp gaze toward Nangong Ho. So, you're Nangong Ho? The so-called son of divinity of the Academy? His eyes were like daggers, as if trying to exert invisible pressure. Nangong Ho chuckled lightly. That's right. The chief of the divine class is young Master Xiao. The title of son of divinity is not something you deserve, Zhong Xia sneered. Such a title belongs only to young Master Xiao. Without the strength to back it up, you'd best not cling to things beyond you, lest you invite disaster upon yourself. If I am unworthy, then who is worthy? Xiao Zhan? He's nothing more than the backdrop to my breaking the divine domain monument record, Nangong Ho replied calmly. How dare you? Zhong Xia roared, unleashing the aura of a rank 6 demigod. It swept over Nangong Ho like a raging storm. Mugan, standing nearby, turned pale and wobbled under the oppressive force. But Nangong Ho remained unfazed. He stepped forward, raised his hand, and lightly patted Zhong Xia's cheek. Is that all? You think a mere show of aura can intimidate me? If you want to defeat me, bring your full strength. I'll show you what despair truly means. The audacity of this action stunned everyone present. After all, the 2 before them were considered the strongest of the older generation, especially Xiao Zhan, once hailed as the top genius of Qinglei Academy. You're courting death. Zhong Xia's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Nangong Ho burst into laughter. There are countless people who want me dead. What makes you think you're anyone special? Finally, Xiao Zhan, who had remained silent, spoke in a low voice. You're quite impressive. He stepped forward, positioning himself between the two. This simple movement instantly put Nangong Ho on high alert. This man was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. You're just average, Nangong Ho replied, still exuding confidence despite his seriousness. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhan said, there's something about you that unnerves me. Your talent surpasses mine, and the future undoubtedly belongs to you. But for now, this moment is still mine. Is that so? I think, with me here, you're already a thing of the past. Just like your name on the divine domain monument completely erased, as if you never existed. Arrogant. If that's the case, let's settle this on the sky stone. Xiao Zhan finally showed anger. Not so fast, Nangong Ho suddenly said. Are you afraid? Afraid? You're overthinking it. I just think a simple fight is too boring. Why not make it more interesting? Go on. If I win, you become my subordinate deity. And if you lose? That's not something you need to worry about. Because it won't happen, Nangong Ho declared with unwavering certainty. Today, an intense battle of dragons and tigers is about to unfold. On the towering Tongtian platform, Nangong Ho stood proudly, his gaze sharp as lightning as he scanned the crowd. If you lose, the title of divine envoy will belong to me, Xiao Zhan declared, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit as he stared at Nangong Ho. Nangong Ho smirked slightly. Haha, if you have the ability, come and take it. Now, step forward. Both of you, together, he said, curling his fingers in a dismissive gesture. Arrogant fool. To deal with you, I alone am enough. There's no need for young Master Xiao to intervene. Zhongxia retorted, enraged by Nangong Ho's flippant attitude. You? Not good enough. Nangong Ho shook his head, his tone dripping with disdain. Zhongxia was about to explode with anger when Xiao Zhan raised a hand to stop him. In that case, we'll take you on together. With those words, he leaped forward, Zhongxia following closely behind, his eyes gleaming with a ruthless determination. Though your faith race may be rated as beyond 5-star, you only have 100 of them. Therefore, Zhongxia and I will each summon 100 as well, Xiao Zhan said, closing his eyes to connect with his divine realm and summon his faith race. Zhongxia quickly did the same. As the mist in the air began to dissipate, 100 amethyst behemoths emerged. These towering beasts, standing 4 to 5 meters tall, exuded an aura of ferocity and bloodlust, their heavy steps causing the ground to tremble slightly. Each one was an elite 4th-tier Lord-level creature, and leading them was a golden-hued golden behemoth, a formidable 6th-tier immortal-level being. Soon after, 100 emerald-eyed halfman lions appeared. Their bodies were marked with simple divine runes. Though they were descendants of the godfire golden sacred lions, their bloodline had thinned over generations. Even so, they maintained a 5th-tier transcendent level strength. The oppressive aura they radiated was so intense that even the amethyst behemoths instinctively took a step back. Suddenly, a piercing roar echoed through the skies. A massive 6-meter crimson lion griffin soared above, its eagle head and lion body exuding overwhelming power as its mighty wings stirred up gusts of sand and dust. This was Xiao Zhan's proud achievement after a century of honing his skillset 7th-tier epic-level blazing lion griffin, a true ruler of the skies. Such power. Xiao Zhan truly lives up to his reputation as the genius of Qinglei Academy. The spectators exclaimed in awe, many already convinced of Xiao Zhan's victory. While Nangong Ho was undoubtedly gifted, it was clear he still needed time to reach his full potential. Yet Nangong Ho showed no signs of retreat. On the contrary, his fighting spirit burned even brighter as he locked his fiery gaze on the imminent battle. Finally, a worthy opponent? Nangong Ho chuckled softly and closed his eyes. With a mere thought, 100 Minotaurs appeared on the battlefield in perfect formation. In the sky above, Ural circled continuously, its gaze filled with disdain. However, when it locked eyes with the blazing griffin across the field, a flicker of solemnity passed through its expression. It sensed a real threat emanating from the griffin. Followers, crush the enemy, Nangong Ho commanded succinctly and firmly. This time, he decided to take the offensive. If someone like Xiao Zhan was to willingly become his subordinate deity, it would require nothing less than overwhelming him 100-fold. Silver Berserker Dragon Knights, charge! Roared Nuguli. 50 newly advanced Silver Berserker Dragon Knights revealed their ferocious might for the first time. With every step the storm dragons took, the ground quaked and cracked under the sheer force of their rampage. In mere moments, the Dragon Knights reached the amethyst behemoths and unleashed the skill war stomp. The charging power of the Silver Berserker Dragon Knights multiplied several times over, sending the massive amethyst behemoths flying. The 50 Dragon Knights tore through the behemoth ranks like a whirlwind scattering fallen leaves, their war charge combined with war stomp proving utterly unstoppable. At the same time, Another 50 dragon warriors charged toward the emerald-eyed Manticore tribe. Although their momentum was not as overwhelming as the upgraded Dragon Knights, the destruction they caused was still astonishing. Kill! Roared the Manticore chieftain and divine emissary. Its powerful forelimbs leaped high, and the spear in its hands descended with enough force to shatter boulders. It's time to test the results of the profession altar, Nangong Ho murmured to himself. These 50 dragon warriors, enhanced in strength and defense, displayed extraordinary prowess. They cleaved through the Manticore's spear with their axes. Nuguli was even more terrifying, activating the might of his battle Saint physique and tearing through the Manticore ranks like a tiger among sheep. At this moment, Nangong Ho's faith-driven forces fully unleashed their true combat power as a super 5-star race infused with divine and demonic bloodlines. We've lost, and it's no disgrace, Xiao Zhan said calmly, as though becoming someone else's subordinate deity was of no consequence to him. If you can withstand my next attack, I concede. Bring it on, Nangong Ho replied with a faint smile. Xiao Zhan nodded. The griffin beneath him let out a sharp screech, and the divine patterns on his body began to glow. A cataclysmic energy was brewing. All eyes were fixed on the scene. Nangong Ho's overwhelming dominance had already shattered their perceptions of his strength. But the bloodline ultimate skill Xiao Zhan was preparing transcended the realm of divine techniques. Could Nangong Ho withstand this strike? Could his unmatched prowess continue to prevail? Such a diluted bloodline power, too weak. Ural, show him your strength. Nangong Ho commanded coldly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Ural immediately began chanting an intricate dragon language spell, the ancient incantations reverberating through the air. Someone asked curiously, I heard that Nangong's Minotaur tribe also possesses powerful techniques. Why not let Nuguli and the others step in? Relying solely on dragon magic seems a bit overconfident, doesn't it? These skeptics clearly had no idea how terrifying the explosive flames infused with dark energy truly were. The destructive power Ural displayed last time at Duanlong Gate was merely the tip of the iceberg. At that moment, the Griffin's ultimate power was also ready. In the sky, a golden spear materialized, the hallmark of the attack-driven power of gold. As the spear emerged, the entire divine realm trembled violently, as if it might collapse under this overwhelming force at any moment. On the ground, the behemoths and the green-eyed half-lion men shivered in fear under the immense pressure. Only the Minotaurs remained unfazed, their eyes sharp as lightning, the complex divine patterns on their bodies faintly glowing. This strength-based ultimate power was a manifestation of the higher principles of the universe. Yet at this moment, they did not need to act. Die! With a piercing screech from the griffin, the golden spear tore through the sky, carrying destructive force as it aimed straight for Ural. Just then, Ural's dragon magic was complete. Dark explosive flame. A jet-black dragon flame burst forth from his mouth. Compared to the grandeur of the golden spear, the black flame seemed unremarkable. The moment the golden spear collided with the black flame, the divine realm was split in two, one side engulfed in a golden ocean, the other swallowed by endless darkness. This is the power of darkness. Jiang Shi leapt to his feet, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. As one of the 6 most powerful divine forces, those who could wield the power of darkness were without exception incredibly terrifying. His gaze flickered toward Nangong Ho, a suspicion forming in his mind. Suddenly, agonized screams interrupted his thoughts. The golden ocean was rapidly being devoured by the darkness, and the entire divine realm plunged into pitch-black chaos. O God of speed, please grant us your miracle and save your followers. Desperate cries echoed one after another. Zhong Xia hurriedly withdrew her faith-bound races from the divine realm, her own eyes snapping open, filled with terror. What kind of power is this? Even Xiao Xiao's ultimate technique couldn't withstand it. Xiao Zhan also opened his eyes, but they gleamed with excitement. There's no mistaking it. It's that kind of power. Who dares to say Nangong isn't the Academy's greatest prodigy? A true child of the gods. The crowd marveled in astonishment. Nangong Ho slowly opened his eyes and asked calmly, well, impressive. I can't compare. If my guess is correct, your Ultra 5-star race can also unleash profound powers, right? Xiao Zhan asked calmly, his tone devoid of any arrogance. To him, acknowledging someone else's excellence was no challenge, as long as he remained strong enough himself. The essence of strength, Nangong Ho answered directly, without the slightest hesitation. This response finally caused a ripple of emotion on Xiao Zhan's usually composed face. The profound powers of the great Daoit was far beyond his expectations. What shocked him even more was that his own profound powers couldn't even force Nangong Ho to reveal his full strength. In this battle of faith-based races, he had been utterly defeated. The surrounding freshmen and seniors broke into murmurs of discussion, all deeply impressed by Nangong Ho's strength. Even the former #1 genius admitted his inferiority. How could anyone else dare to protest? Zhong Xia's voice suddenly interjected. Though her tone carried less arrogance than usual, there was still a hint of defiance. Your faith race is indeed powerful, but this isn't the full extent of our strength. Besides, you're just a fourth-tier demigod. If you think you can make young Master Xiao your subordinate deity, you're far from qualified. Fair point. Nangong Ho replied with a faint smile, his demeanor calm. Suddenly, his aura shifted drastically, and his robe began billowing despite the absence of wind. In that case, let's settle this as you wish. Are you sure? I won't hold back, Zhong Xia warned. Nangong Ho said no more and immediately activated his divine skill, Thunderous Wrath. In an instant, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and golden lightning, like massive serpents, struck toward Zhong Xia and Xiao Zhan. However, Zhong Xia, being the god of speed, vanished into thin air just as the lightning approached. Meanwhile, the bolt aimed at Xiao Zhan inexplicably disappeared midair. Nangong Ho's expression shifted as he quickly retreated, narrowly evading the lightning that rebounded toward him. His gaze grew serious as he focused on Xiao Zhan, silently marveling at the mysterious nature of his divine domain. At that moment, Zhong Xia's voice echoed from all directions. Still have time to daze off? Try my divine skill ultimate impact. A powerful shockwave suddenly surged from behind Nangong Ho. The sheer force generated by such speed was enough to seriously injure any unguarded demigod. At this critical juncture, without some extraordinary means, Nangong Ho seemed destined to suffer a devastating blow. On the sidelines, Xiaobing anxiously turned to the dean and asked, should we stop them? Jiang Shi, however, kept his eyes fixed on the battlefield and replied, that boy always finds a way to surprise us. Dual divine roles. The observing students gasped in astonishment. Not only did Nangong Ho possess the divine role of the god of thunder, but he was also the god of wood. Even Xiaobing, their teacher, showed a look of disbelief. This kid has dual divine roles? He's hidden it far too well. Zhong Xia retreated to his original position with a grave expression. Just moments ago, he had thought Nangong Ho would succumb to his ultimate assault, but unexpectedly, countless wooden fists emerged from within Nangong Ho's body. While these wooden fists hadn't caused him significant harm, they had successfully forced him to retreat. Divine technique. Void Shadow Devour. Xiao Zhan shouted powerfully. In the area illuminated by light, a strange void suddenly appeared, as though devoured by an unknown force. This effect of nothingness rapidly advanced toward Nangong Ho, erasing all light and shadow in its path. A flicker of excitement appeared in Nangong Ho's eyes. Divine technique. Would Realm Descent? With his shout, countless towering trees burst forth from the ground beneath the Heaven Stone. However, as soon as these trees appeared, they were swallowed into the void, disappearing without a trace. It wasn't until the number of trees increased exponentially that the rate of devouring began to slow. At this moment, Nangong Ho finally discerned the true nature of Xiao Zhan's divine roles. Xiao Zhan calmly explained, my divine roles are the god of refraction and the god of light and shadow. The god of refraction can manipulate the principles of spatial distortion to alter the trajectory of enemy attacks, as you saw earlier when I refracted your thunderous strike. The god of light and shadow surpasses the speed of light, creating spatial voids that devour everything within them. Not bad, Nangong Ho remarked. These two divine roles were both branches of the god of space. If he hadn't intended to recruit Xiao Zhan as a subordinate deity, he might have killed him outright to seize his divine roles. I now stand in an invincible position. Your attacks cannot touch me, Xiao Zhan declared confidently. Is that so? Nangong Ho responded with a faint smile. Divine technique. Elemental barrier. In an instant, a transparent barrier appeared, trapping Xiao Zhan. Only Zhong Xia, leveraging his superior speed, managed to evade it. This elemental barrier, which required an expenditure of 500,000 units of faith energy, was unveiled before everyone's eyes for the first time. Inside the barrier, an inferno transformed into roaring fire dragons, arrows of rain descended from the sky, glinting blades materialized in the air, the ground turned into a swamp that devoured everything, and countless wooden fists emerged from the earth. Unbelievable! Does this incorporate 5 different divine roles? Is Nangong Ho actually a wielder of 6 divine roles? To the freshman unfamiliar with elemental forces, it seemed as though Nangong Ho simultaneously commanded the 5-element divine roles of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with the power of thunder, making it 6 divine roles. This interpretation wasn't entirely unreasonable, as elemental forces could indeed be divided into 5 distinct divine roles. The elemental forces gathered before them, forming a mysterious barrier where the powers of 5 divine domains intertwined, creating a relentless barrage of attacks. An elemental god? Jiang Shi burst into laughter. Well played, Nangong Ho. As an expert, Jiang Shi was well aware of the terrifying power of elemental forces. Beyond the 6 strongest divine domains, Such a fusion of multiple domains could easily overpower any single one. Yet, his gaze remained locked on the battle atop the Tongtian stone, as if anticipating something. Refraction, Xiao Zhan shouted, attempting to deflect the incoming attacks. However, his expression quickly changed. These attacks could not be refracted. The elemental barrier formed its own self-contained space, where all attacks endlessly cycled within. Forced to push his light and shadow divine skill to its limit, Xiao Zhan still struggled under the overwhelming onslaught. Seeing this, Zhongxia acted immediately. Extreme impact. His figure shifted rapidly, making it difficult for Nangong Ho to lock onto him. Coming at me again? Nangong Ho sneered, and the power of shadows erupted. The sky dimmed instantly as his form merged into the darkness. Without a clear target, Zhongxia dared not slow down, continuing his high-speed movements. Got you. Hidden in the shadows, Nangong Ho smirked as he locked onto the swiftly moving figure. Shadow Death Strike. Sensing the mortal threat, Zhongxia reacted without hesitation. Mighty Fist. His fist swelled to 10 times its size, delivering a powerful blow behind him. Surprised? I also possess dual divine domains, mighty god. Zhongxia turned to see Nangong Ho emerging, a triumphant grin on his face. You're celebrating too soon, Nangong Ho growled. Despairing force. A suffocating aura of despair coiled around Zhongxia, plunging him into rage and despondency. His once powerful strike faltered. Zhongxia bit his tongue in an attempt to regain clarity, but it was too late. Darkness. Nangong Ho's eyes turned pitch black, and with a single glance, Zhongxia was cast into an eternal abyss of darkness, his vitality rapidly draining away. Darkness! Jiang Shi exclaimed, trembling with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. This was unmistakably one of the fragmented 6 strongest divine domains' dark power. This revelation led him to a decision. He would spare no effort in using the Academy's full resources to nurture and protect Nangong Ho. More importantly, this dark power seemed to be connected to a forbidden area within the Academia, place left behind by a true god. You've lost. A cheerful voice rang out. Zhongxia's once cold and despairing eyes suddenly regained a glimmer of hope, but at that very moment, a sword forged from shadow energy was pointed directly at his throat. He looked again into Nangong Ho's eyes, now filled with an unprecedented fear and helplessness. For the first time, he truly felt the terrifying might of a demigod. The lingering traces of that dark power left him shaken, paralyzing his will to resist and nearly dragging him into complete surrender. I concede. Zhongxia shouted hoarsely, his voice trembling. Only then did Nangong Ho withdraw his divine skill, though his face had turned pale. Clearly, even unleashing just a fraction of that dark power had taken a toll on him. Can someone tell me how many divine rolls Nangong Ho just used? A student asked blankly. 2, no, 3. Adding to the 6 he demonstrated earlier, Nangong Ho has mastered at least 9 divine rolls. Another person responded in a daze. The crowd was stunned. For someone to simultaneously wield 9 divine rolls was unheard of on the Divine Fall continent, especially the last Onian unsettling power tied to darkness. Nangong Ho's display completely shattered their understanding. They had assumed his strength relied solely on his powerful faith-based race. After all, the stronger the faith race, the greater the feedback to its demigod, particularly in divine battles where destroying an opponent's temple could deal a critical blow. But today, they witnessed a far more terrifying Nangong Ho, one who, even without the backing of a faith race, could single-handedly triumph over any mid-tier demigod using the sheer force of his divine rolls. You've won, Xiao Zhan suddenly spoke, his voice heavy. Faced with an impenetrable elemental barrier, he chose to cease his struggle. Nangong Ho smiled faintly and dispelled the barrier. Xiao Zhan, once the Academy's unrivaled genius and undefeated war god, had admitted defeat. Xiao Zhan knelt on one knee, his expression solemn. Mighty god of thunder, god of elements, I, Xiao Zhan, pledge to become your subordinate deity. I will offer half of my faith energy annually and will obey your commands without hesitation, even unto death. I accept your allegiance, Nangong Ho replied with equal gravity. A faint connection formed between their divine realms, signifying that Nangong Ho could now directly descend into Xiao Zhan's domain. Give me the coordinates of your divine realm. I will relocate mine closer to yours, Xiao Zhan said with his usual composed demeanor. Such a transfer required the use of inscribed divine realm teleportation seal, a resource that became increasingly costly with higher realm levels. Nangong Ho nodded in agreement and transmitted the coordinates to Xiao Zhan. At that moment, a new idea began to take shape in his mind: the formation of a unified religious order. With his growing power and an expanding number of subordinate deities, establishing a structured church was becoming inevitable. Nangong Ho was preparing to wage war on the wasteland continent inhabited by the faith-based race. However, he was in no hurry. Instead, his attention shifted to Jiang Shi. Anyone else willing to challenge? Jiang Shi had many questions he wanted to ask Nangong Ho, but he held back. After all, even Zhong Xia and Xiao Zhan had lost when joining forces. Who would dare step forward for another fight? In that case, the winner of the senior students competition, Nangong Ho, Jiang Shi announced, handing over the reward to him. Next came the teachers' competition in Zone 3. Yet Nangong Ho remained standing on the Skiriching stone, with Xiao Zhan and Zhong Xia still present. The teachers exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to step forward. It wasn't just about facing the trio together. Even facing Xiao Zhan alone was a daunting task, let alone Nangong Ho, who had defeated him. Nangong Ho's strength had already far surpassed that of an ordinary teacher. The winner of the Zone 3 teacher-student competition, Nangong Ho, Jiang Shi declared concisely. At this moment, he regretted allowing Nangong Ho to participate. The competition had turned into Nangong Ho's personal showcase, leaving no room to observe the progress of other teachers and students. Nonetheless, this marked a historic moment for Qinglei Academia. Freshmen had claimed first place in all 3 zones. After announcing the results, Jiang Shi quickly escorted Nangong Ho away from the Skiriching stone. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at a secluded location. The area was eerily quiet, devoid of sunlight, surrounded by towering black bamboo that swayed in the wind, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The power of darkness? Nangong Ho asked with a frown. Jiang Shi didn't answer. Instead, he questioned, "Where did you acquire these divine roles?" He had personally witnessed Nangong Ho awaken his divinity and was certain that he initially possessed only one divine role. The origins of the subsequent roles puzzled him. Some came from the divine realm, and one was obtained from a relic. Nangong Ho replied, half-truthfully. Born in the divine realm? Jiang Shi scrutinized Nangong Ho with suspicion. Although he had never heard of divine roles emerging from the divine realm, considering the mysteries of an austere divine realm and the existence of a fully formed divine tree, it didn't seem entirely impossible. Moreover, Nangong Ho bore no trace of malicious energy, suggesting he hadn't acquired them through depriving others. How did you fuse them? Jiang Shi pressed further. I just fused them directly, Nangong Ho replied without hesitation. Directly? Jiang Shi was taken aback. While divine roles could be fused post-awakening, the process was extremely perilous. For instance, Nangong Ho, as the god of thunder, had his soul and body tempered by thunder's power. Fusing a new divine role would inevitably conflict with his existing one. Most people required meticulous preparation to fuse even one divine role. Yet Nangong Ho had managed to fuse multiple at one seat was utterly astonishing. Was your power of darkness fused the same way? Is it still incomplete? Jiang Shi continued to probe. Yes, Nangong Ho responded succinctly. Do you know where this place is? Jiang Shi asked, gazing into the depths of the bamboo forest, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. This place is called the Divine Ancestor Bamboo Forest, Jiang Shi said solemnly, standing before the dense, shadowy bamboo grove. He turned to Nangong Ho and continued, to the outside world, we claim it to be the retreat of our academy's first headmaster, Qingwentian. But in reality, this is the most critical forbidden ground of our academy. Note, the most critical, not one of them. Nangong Ho's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the depths of the bamboo forest. In that profound darkness, he seemed to see 2 pitch-black vortexes, as if they were attempting to pull his very soul into their void. An ominous sense of danger surged through him, and he quickly averted his eyes. Even with his incomplete mastery of dark power, lingering a few seconds longer might have cost him his vitality. What exactly is in there? Nangong Ho asked. I don't know, Jiang Shi replied with a shake of his head. Well, that's as good as saying nothing. Nangong Ho rolled his eyes. Jiang Shi's expression turned serious. Each headmaster has passed down the secret of this bamboo forest verbally. I hadn't intended to reveal this to you so soon, but considering the strength you demonstrated today, along with your grasp of dark power, it's a secret you must be aware of. Because in the future, you might be the only one capable of unraveling it. He went on to explain, within the bamboo forest lies a fragment of a primary divine artifact. This fragment emanates the dark power you sense. And this fragment is used to suppress something. Suppress what? Nangong Ho's curiosity was piqued. No one knows, Jiang Shi sighed. The deeper you go, the stronger the dark power becomes. In the past, some powerful individuals from the academy tried to defy the warnings, only to be completely dissolved by the terrifying dark energy after venturing just a short distance in. Over the years, the only conclusion we've drawn is this. One must possess the divine authority of darkness to approach the truth. Jiang Shi clarified that while this condition might sound straightforward, it was nearly impossible to meet. The divine authority of darkness, being one of the 6 strongest divine authorities, is beyond the control of demigods. Without sufficient strength, it would backfire disastrously. Meanwhile, true gods are restricted by divine laws and cannot descend to the demigod world. So the headmaster is pinning his hopes on me? Nangong Ho asked. Yes. but don't feel pressured. It's a secret we've already prepared to let go of. If you have the ability, it's ideal, but remember, never push yourself too far. Nangong Ho nodded in agreement. He certainly wasn't about to gamble with his life. If I'm not mistaken, you're still missing the divine authorities of silence, slumber, and cold, correct? Jiang Shi asked. That's right. These three are relatively rare, but don't worry. From now on, the Academy will do everything it can to locate relevant leads. What resources are you currently lacking? Jiang Shi quietly noted it down in his mind. Items that can quickly enhance the strength of faith-based races, as well as information on Ultra 5-star races. Nangong Ho replied after a moment of thought, his tone calm and without making any excessive demands. Just as Jiang Shi was about to respond, his brows suddenly furrowed. Wait here for a moment, he said, and before the words had fully left his mouth, his figure vanished. Nangong Ho originally intended to test the power of the dark energy, but after taking just 2 steps deeper into the bamboo forest, he felt an overwhelming pressure and had to retreat. Soon, Jiang Shi reappeared. I found the person behind Xueqing. It's a 7th-tier demigod, he said gravely, but by the time we located him, he was already dead. I suspect there's someone even more powerful pulling the strings. If my guess is correct, it's likely a true god, Nangong Ho said, then recounted in detail his experience of acquiring the despair divinity in the fusion process. After listening, Jiang Shi nodded. Such cruel methods and grand schemes could indeed only be the work of a true god. It's highly possible this true god has mastered a way to harness the power of dark energy. If that's the case, you are in grave danger. Being targeted by such an evil true god is no small matter. There's no need to worry, Dean. As long as the true god doesn't descend personally, I fear no one, Nangong Ho said, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Very well. Jiang Shi took out a small vial. This contains a drop of 6th-tier dragon demon blood. Dilute it, and have your faith-based races consume it. Their strength will undoubtedly rise a level in the short term. As for information on Ultra 5-star races, while exceedingly rare, the Academy will spare no effort in searching from now on. After giving his instructions, Jiang Shi sent Nangong Ho off, emphasizing that this matter must remain confidential. Nangong Ho naturally understood the stakes. After leaving, Nangong Ho first visited the trading pavilion, spending all his divine points and credits before heading back to his dormitory, deep in thought. Nangong, is that you? A voice called out, sounding both surprised and slightly self-conscious. Ah, it's Teacher Wang, Nangong Ho said, snapping out of his thoughts. It was Wang Geng, someone he hadn't seen in a long time. Your performance on the Tongtian stone was truly inspiring, Wang Geng said, looking at the student he had taught for only a single day. His emotions were mixed within just over a month. This student had grown to a level far beyond his reach. Sensing the distance in Wang Geng's tone, Nangong Ho sighed inwardly. He had always been grateful to this teacher. Teacher Wang, this bloodline altar is for you, Nangong Ho said, taking out a card and handing it over. Caught off guard, Wang Geng fumbled to catch it. When he realized it was a 6th-tier bloodline altar, he waved his hands in refusal. This is far too valuable. With the potential and strength of his faith-based race, he couldn't possibly afford something worth over 4 million divine points. Teacher Wang, please accept it. It's just a token of appreciation from your student, Nangong Ho said, deliberately putting on a stern expression. Or do you think that I, Nangong Ho, would become ungrateful and arrogant after growing stronger? In the end, Wang Geng accepted the altar, feeling deeply moved. He had been right about Nangong Ho all along. In the divine realm, Nangong Ho once again demonstrated a miraculous feat as 2 altars descended from the heavens. The first was a 6th-tier immortal-grade bloodline altar, designed to allow 300 Galestorm dragons to enter in succession and elevate their racial potential. This is the bloodline altar. Nangong Ho's voice thundered across the Galestorm dragon's habitat like rolling thunder. Thank you for the Thunder God's blessing, Ural responded respectfully on behalf of the Galestorm dragon clan. Immediately, the faith channel belonging to the Galestorm dragons grew broader and brighter. Following this, a second altar descended, a 7th-tier epic grade job advancement altar. This altar far surpassed the previous 5th-tier extraordinary grade altar, enabling dragon warriors to ascend directly to the rank of star diamond level eternal dragon knights, rather than being limited to the silver level berserk dragon knights. Nangong Ho then took out 6th-tier dragon demon essence blood and precisely distributed 100 portions to each Minotaur. Afterward, he summoned an 8th-tier strength attribute class altar, preparing it to further enhance the dragon warriors who were on the verge of completing their advancements. Having made these arrangements, Nangong Ho retrieved a rare time acceleration seal card. This card, crafted by the elusive god of time, could make 1 month in the divine realm equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. When will I have the chance to acquire a time-related divine office myself? Nangong Ho murmured softly before crushing the seal card. Time flew by. 1 month in the outside world, equivalent to a year in the divine realm, passed swiftly. During this period, the strength of the faith races surged dramatically. All Minotaurs advanced to 4th tier Lord level, with Mugili reaching 6th tier Immortal level. Many Minotaurs saw their divine demonic bloodline talent mysteries elevated to LV2. However, Nangong Ho himself had yet to grasp the fundamentals of the mysteries. After completing his seclusion, Nangong Ho stepped out of his quarters and encountered Mugan, who had been waiting for him. "Young Master Ho, you're finally out. The Dean asked me to inform you to meet him at the Divine Relic Stone," Mugan said. During this time, with Nangong Ho's assistance, Mugan's faith race had settled near his divine realm. "Did he mention what it's about?" Nangong Ho asked indifferently. "Seems to be related to the faith races," Mugan speculated based on the limited information he had. "Could it be news of a super 5-star race?" Nangong Ho pondered as he walked toward the Divine Relic Stone. The massive Divine Relic Stone quickly appeared before him. Sitting cross-legged atop the stone with his eyes closed was the Dean, Jiang Shi. Sensing Nangong Ho's presence, Jiang Shi slowly opened his eyes. "You've arrived." Without preamble, Jiang Shi said, "The Academy has spared no effort and recently discovered an ancient forest in the Wild Continent. That place is shrouded in perpetual darkness, an extremely in location. Our scouts have detected creatures absorbing moonlight there. After analysis, it's highly likely that the Dark Moon Elf clan resides in that forest." Dark Moon Elves? Nangong Ho frowned slightly. "They're merely a branch of the elf race, with a potential that tops out at 4 stars. Is it really worth making such a fuss over?" Jiang Shi's lips curved into a subtle smile. "The ability to absorb the power of moonlight is not unique to the Dark Moon Elves." He enunciated slowly, "Moon priestesses?" Moon priestesses? The term immediately put Nangong Ho on high alert. Information about moon priestesses flashed rapidly through his mind. They are incarnations of the moon, evolved from Dark Moon Elves, and are exclusively female. They inherit the unparalleled beauty of the elven race. Each moon priestess is accompanied by a white tiger mount and excels in archery. Their arrows never fail to pierce their targets. Most importantly, every moon priestess is born as a super 5-star race, each possessing the potential to ascend to true divinity. The thought ignited a fire in Nangong Ho's heart. While his Minotaur tribe was formidable, their combat style was overly simplistic. If he could acquire the ranged attack capabilities of the moon priestesses, his overall combat strength would skyrocket. "Where exactly are they?" Nangong Ho asked urgently. Jiang Shi handed him 2 items. "The news has already leaked, and many are heading toward that forest. Here are the Divine Realm coordinates and a seal card for the teleportation altar. It allows for the teleportation of 3 individuals at a time." After thanking Jiang Shi, Nangong Ho immediately returned to his quarters. Activating a barrier for privacy, he sat cross-legged. First, he summoned Nyoguli and Ural through his divine soul, then connected to Xiao Zhan's divine realm. "Have your griffin accompany me to a location. There's a chance we'll find a super 5-star race there," Nangong Ho said directly. After Xiao Zhan agreed, Nangong Ho inquired, "Your griffin wields the power of the Golden Principle. Do you possess a Principal Divine Stone?" "Despite my years of training, I've never come across a Principal Divine Stone," Xiao Zhan sighed. Nangong Ho replied calmly, "Once I've subdued the super 5-star race, send your griffin to my divine realm for training. I have a complete Principal Divine Monument there." "A complete Principal Divine Monument?" Xiao Zhan, typically composed, exclaimed in shock. Seeing Xiao Zhan finally show surprise, Nangong Ho laughed in satisfaction. "That's right, and it's all-encompassing. As long as you have the talent, you can comprehend any principle." With that, he departed, leaving behind a stunned Xiao Zhan. In the desolate wilderness of an ancient forest, this land of extreme darkness had long been untouched by human presence, with few divine domains choosing to settle here. Recently, however, a number of powerful races had gathered outside the forest. Each bore unmistakable marks of deep faith, clearly guided by their respective deities. A flash of light broke through the gloom, and 3 figures appeared abruptly: Nyoguli, Wooler, and the Griffin. Their overwhelming presence instantly intimidated those nearby, causing most faith-driven races to retreat. Only a few stood their ground, their expressions cold and resolute. "Let's move," Nyoguli commanded, scanning his surroundings before leading his companions straight into the ancient forest. Their goal was clear: to conquer a super 5-star race. "Stop right there." A red-blood thunder leopard, a 6th-tier immortal level being, suddenly blocked their path. "The ancient forest is off-limits." "Why?" Nyoguli growled. "This territory belongs to the Xenu sect. No one outside the sect is permitted entry," the red-blood thunder leopard declared. As its words fell, at least 30 faith-driven races of no less than 6th-tier immortal level strength formed ranks behind it. "Xenu sect? Never heard of it," Nyoguli sneered. "False believers. You'd better step aside, or my axe will taste your blood." As a member of a super 5-star race, Nyoguli dismissed them with utter disdain. "You dare court death?" The red-blood thunder leopard roared in fury, its steel claws crackling with lightning as it lunged for Nyoguli's throat. End this quickly, Nyoguli bellowed. With his 6th-tier immortal-level battle saint physique and the aid of 2 7th-tier epic-level aerial beasts, they swiftly decimated the Xenu sect's forces. In moments, the ground was littered with corpses, and the thick stench of blood forced the surrounding races to retreat further. Once certain no members of the Xenu sect remained, Nyoguli snorted coldly and led his team into the forest. From a distance, onlookers whispered among themselves, "Those three are undeniably powerful, but they've made a grave mistake crossing the Xenu sect." The sect's influence is vast across the wilderness, and many unwilling forces have been eradicated by them. Elsewhere, a pair of icy eyes suddenly snapped open. To challenge the Xenu sect is to court death, a chilling voice declared before the eyes closed once more. Immediately, countless sect members began converging on the ancient forest, utilizing teleportation cards bestowed by their deity. Meanwhile, Nyoguli and his companions, now deep within the forest, remained oblivious to the looming danger. The towering trees stretched endlessly toward the sky, their dense foliage casting deep shadows. Yet none of this hindered Wooler, a mighty dragon, from soaring effortlessly through the canopy. As soon as they entered the ancient forest, the light was immediately cut off. A stifling atmosphere filled the air, and in the darkness, a pair of mysterious eyes silently observed the intruders. Nyoguli led the team onward, his keen senses already detecting the lurking presence of nocturnal elves along the way. However, both sides maintained a tacit restraint. As they ventured deeper, the forest's scenery began to change. The dense canopy gradually thinned, and an unusual radiance enveloped the surroundings. It was not the warmth of sunlight, but an intensely cold moonlight, so powerful that it illuminated the dark forest as if it were daylight. "State your purpose," a cold voice suddenly rang out. Atop a towering ancient tree stood a majestic white tiger, and seated upon it was a stunning woman clad in silver armor, her exposed skin adorned with intricate divine markings. She was the moon priestess mentioned in Nangong Ho's intelligence, a formidable figure from a super 5-star race. "By the decree of the Thunder God, we are here to bring you to the divine realm. Worship our God, and you shall gain immense power," Nyoguli said calmly. The moon priestess's gaze swept over the three of them. "Are you all from super 5-star races?" "The dark dragon isn't," Nyoguli replied bluntly, causing Ural to grumble in dissatisfaction. "You are strong, which is why I instructed my people not to attack you," the moon priestess acknowledged. "But this is my home, and I won't leave easily. If you want me to submit to the deity you speak of, there are 2 conditions." Even with her 8th-tier legendary strength, she could still sense the threat posed by these 3. "Name your conditions." "Defeat me." Before her words had fully settled, the moon priestess's figure melted into the darkness, a display of her race's innate ability shadow stealth. "You 2 stand back. I'll take her on myself," Nyoguli ordered his companions, immediately readying himself for battle. Suddenly, the chanting of "Moon Shadow Arrow" echoed from all directions. A silver-glowing arrow shot through the air, its trajectory unpredictable and elusive. Fully alert, Nyoguli sensed the killing intent behind him. He swiftly turned, his battle axe cleaving the moon shadow arrow in 2. Though he neutralized the attack, the sheer force of the impact pushed him back 3 steps. The moon priestess reappeared on a distant hill, bowstring drawn once more. While she had anticipated that this 6th-tier immortal-level Minotaur could block her attack, she was still slightly surprised. In the brief exchange, approximately 50 powerful figures had already gathered outside the ancient forest, each rivaling Nyoguli in strength. Overhead, 2 undead bone dragons circled ominously. A 7-hang-tall frost bear roared, "Defy the true martial sect, and perish." This frost bear, unmistakably, was an 8th-tier legendary powerhouse. "Huh, those ants outside actually broke in?" A flicker of anger flashed in Urar's dragon eyes, especially when he spotted the undead bone dragons. His fury flared even more. Undead bone dragons? Traitors to the dragon race. Bone dragons were the most despised beings among the dragon race. In their pursuit of power, they abandoned the proud, powerful bodies of dragons, reducing themselves to mere skeletal undead. Any dragon who encountered them would be enraged. "This place is in Nyuguli's hands now. Griffin, come with me to annihilate these ants," Urar commanded. The Griffin, already awed by Urar's immense power and mindful of the god's prior instructions, obeyed without hesitation. A thunderous dragon roar echoed across the sky as Urar spread his wings and soared toward the outer perimeter. "Pathetic ants, how dare you covet the race chosen by the god of thunder?" he bellowed, unleashing a devastating breath of dragon fire. The Griffin followed closely behind, diving toward a 7th-tier epic-level target. Suddenly, an 8th-tier legendary ice storm bear struck. With a single punch, it conjured countless hailstones and ice spikes, which shot toward Urur in midair like arrows. Urur roared again, releasing an eruption of dark dragon flames that melted most of the icy barrage. However, due to the level disparity, many ice spikes broke through his defense. Forced to shield himself with his wings, a cacophony of sharp impacts rang out as the ice struck him. At that moment, the undead bone dragons in the sky seized the opportunity. Letting out an ear-piercing screech like grinding metal, they exhaled corrosive undead dragon breath. A single touch of this breath was enough to dissolve flesh completely. Urur roared furiously, maneuvering through the air to evade the attacks from the ground, while fending off two 7th-tier epic-level undead bone dragons. The sounds of battle thundered across the outskirts of the ancient forest. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Nugili had already activated his berserk technique, significantly enhancing his strength and speed. When a shadowy moonlit arrow shot toward him, he reacted swiftly. His muscular arm caught the arrow mid-flight, though its force pushed him back a step. Without hesitation, he hurled it back with even greater power. Divine Art, Thunderstrike. Nugili growled deeply, summoning radiant golden lightning that crackled in his hands. With a powerful kick from his sturdy legs, he transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging straight toward the Moon Priestess atop a distant hill. The Moon Priestess remained composed despite her shock, her bow drawn once more. Two moonshadow arrows streaked through the air, their silvery light dazzling. However, this time, she underestimated Nugili's strength. With a single shot, Nugili shattered the first moonshadow arrow with precision. As the second arrow whistled toward him, he unhesitatingly hurled his thunderbolt. The raw power of the thunderbolt collided with the graceful energy of the moonshadow, obliterating the arrow into dust. The residual force of the thunderbolt surged forward, heading straight for the Moon Priestess. A flicker of panic crossed her stunning face as her white tiger mount understood her plight and leapt away from the hill. With a deafening explosion, the thunderbolt leveled the entire hill, leaving only a charred, gaping crater in its wake. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Nugili closed the distance in an instant, unleashing the full might of his battle saint physique. Close combat had always been the Moon Priestess's weakness, and now she struggled to withstand Nugili's fierce and relentless offensive. Stop! I surrender. After enduring several waves of ferocious attacks, the Moon Priestess finally conceded, unable to hold on any longer. Nugili immediately halted, showing no concern about any potential trickery. Both of us are from Ultra 5 Ester races, yet your combat prowess is truly remarkable despite your weaker strength, the Moon Priestess admitted, her tone tinged with frustration. It is all thanks to the blessings of the God of Thunder, Nugili replied with a devout glow on his face. Indeed, his battle saint physique originated from Nangong Ho, with his strength and defense enhanced through the profession altar bestowed by him. Even his divine demonic bloodline talent had steadily grown under the influence of the arcane monument. I am willing to worship the God of Thunder, the Moon Priestess continued. As for my second request, I want to leave here with my people in a Moonshadow War ancient tree. The unrest in the outside world had made her realize that if they didn't leave soon, her people would face disaster. A Moonshadow War ancient tree? What tier? Nugili asked eagerly. 9th tier, demigod level. It was through its forbidden fruits that I evolved into an Ultra 5 Ester race, the Moon Priestess replied reverently. This revelation sent a shock through Nugili. 9th tier demigod level was the pinnacle of power on the wild continent. Without divine intervention, no one could surpass it. Fortunately, this war ancient tree lacked offensive capabilities. Otherwise, their mission would have been nearly impossible. May the great God of Thunder grant us guidance. Nugili immediately reported the situation to Nangong Ho, including details about the Xenu sect. Upon learning about the 9th tier demigod level Moonshadow War ancient tree, Nangong Ho's face lit up with joy. Though the war ancient tree couldn't attack, its fruits were highly coveted. Each type of war ancient tree produced fruits with unique effects, and the fruits of a 9th tier demigod level tree could elevate a 5-star race to an Ultra 5 Ester race. If this news spread, it would cause a sensation across the wild continent, driving every demigod into a frenzy. The mighty God of Thunder delivered a divine decree. With a solemn expression, Nugili announced, "The gods have granted you permission to move into the Super S-Class Divine Realm. A place has already been designated for your people to settle." Super S-Class Divine Realm? Before the words had fully settled, an ancient voice suddenly rumbled from beneath the earth. The God of Thunder is truly this powerful? Does this realm contain a divine tree? This sudden disturbance came from the awakened war ancient tree, its inquiry echoing with immense energy. Nugili, sensing the terrifying aura, replied in a deep voice, "Of course, there is a divine tree and it is a complete one." A complete divine tree? The war ancient tree's voice was filled with astonishment. It turned to the Moon Priestess and declared, "Talanya, we must relocate to the God of Thunder's realm. The fruit of the divine tree can help us ignite the divine flame. Talanya had never seen the war ancient tree, which had lived for tens of thousands of years, display such a powerful emotional reaction. She respectfully replied, "Understood, war ancient tree. I had already decided to move." Nugili hefted his axe and began walking toward the exit, his voice resolute. "I'll go deal with those pesky flies first. This, too, is the god of thunder's decree: eliminate anyone trying to seize the moon priestess. I'll go with you," the moon priestess said as she patted the white tiger beneath her. She swiftly dashed toward the forest's edge. Emerging from the dense woods, Nugili immediately joined the fray, while Talanya stayed within the trees, drawing her bow. The full strength of the legendary 8th-tier moon priestess was unleashed in that moment. Her moon shadow arrows, silent and deadly, pierced straight through the chest of a 6th-tier immortal tigerkin warrior. The devastating power of her ranged attacks was precisely why Nangong Ho so desperately sought to capture the moon priestess. With Nugili and Talanya joining the battle, the tide of the conflict shifted instantly. Meanwhile, Nangong Hao's eyes snapped open. He hurriedly broke the dormitory's protective barrier and sought out Dean Jiangshi. "I need a teleportation card," he said urgently, explaining the entire situation without reservation, even revealing details about the war ancient tree. What? A 9th-tier demigod-level war ancient tree? Even Jiangshi, known for his composed demeanor, was visibly stunned. Does this mean that, given enough time, you could produce an endless supply of super 5-star races? Jiangshi quickly regained his composure and said, "To relocate the Dark Elf clan to your divine realm, a single-point teleportation card likely won't suffice, especially for something as massive as the war ancient tree. Wait here." Moments later, Jiangshi returned, his forehead glistening with sweat. He handed Nangong Ho a divine stone inscribed with intricate runes. "Take this. It's the Academy's only 8th-tier legendary-grade teleportation altar. It can transfer a small area directly, but it's a single-use item." "Thank you, Dean," Nangong Ho said solemnly as he accepted it. Nangong Ho received the divine stone of the teleportation altar and expressed his gratitude to Jiangshi. "Distribute the rewards for the teleportation altar here," Jiangshi instructed. "After that, I'll take you somewhere." After a brief moment of thought, Nangong Ho agreed. He understood clearly that with Jiangshi's strength, any precautions he took would be futile. Without delay, he used his divine soul to connect to the divine realm, transferring the divine stone of the teleportation altar and a fixed-point teleportation card to a Minotaur, ensuring these items safely reached Nyoguli. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Nangong Ho shared Nyoguli's perspective. The battlefield before him was horrifying. Bodies were strewn haphazardly across the ground, most pierced by moon shadow arrows, unmistakably the work of the moon priestess. In the center of the battlefield, a fierce battle was unfolding. Unexpectedly, an 8th-tier legendary ice bear was being suppressed by a 6th-tier immortal-level Minotaur. The bear roared furiously, its cries filled with rage and humiliation. "Ice fury," the bear bellowed, unleashing a divine spell in a desperate attempt to annihilate the Minotaur before it. "Thunderstrike," Nyoguli responded in a deep voice, his divine runes lighting up immediately. The level 2 mastery of the principle of strength caused his combat power to surge exponentially. From a distance, the moon priestess initially planned to ambush the ice bear, but upon witnessing Nyoguli's extraordinary performance, she decisively shifted her target. She aimed her moon shadow arrows at the undead bone dragon in the sky, a testament to the pride of this top-tier 5-star race. "Die!" Nyoguli roared, his thunderous strike breaking through the ice bear's defenses. With a powerful kick, he sent the massive bear flying, and his axe followed swiftly, cleaving the creature's chest with precision. Blood gushed forth. "No! You dare oppose the true martial sect!" The ice bear roared in defiance before its death. "The true martial sect will not let this go. Neither will the deity you serve. If they dare come, I'll kill them too," Nyoguli replied coldly. With a swift motion, he brought his axe down, ending the ice bear's life. At that very moment, a demigod in a distant location opened his eyes, roaring in fury. The slain divine envoy had been an 8th-tier legendary warrior nurtured through painstaking effort. Who dares challenge the true martial sect?" the demigod roared. "I demand a round-table conference. We must uncover the demigod behind this race." That same day, all demigod members of the true martial sect convened at the temple of their deity for an emergency meeting. These demigods served as subordinate deities to the godlord, the founder of the true martial sect and a being of immense power. Meanwhile, Nangong Ho remained oblivious to the wrath he had provoked within the true martial sect. Satisfied with the victory he had witnessed, he withdrew from the divine realm. Ding! A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Sign-in location: the Tower of Divinity. Nangong Ho, do you know what exactly a divine office entails? Jiangshi stood ahead, arms folded behind his back, and asked leisurely. Following behind him, Nangong Ho was caught off guard by the sudden question and fell into contemplation. After a brief pause, he cautiously replied, "A divine office is bestowed by the laws of divinity when one awakens their divine nature. It aligns with the attributes of the awakened individual." Correct. Jiangshi nodded in approval and then continued, "Do you think achieving godhood is related to the divine office? After completing the 9 transformations of a demigod, isn't it enough to ignite the divine flame and raise it high to become a true god?" Nangong Ho frowned slightly. How does godhood tie back to the divine office? Jiangshi glanced at him sideways, his tone calm but firm. That method can indeed make one a god, but only the weakest lower-ranked true god, with little to no potential for advancement. Why is that? Nangong Ho was startled. Because of the divine office. Jiangshi slowed his pace and explained earnestly, the higher one's mastery over their divine office, the greater their potential. A demigod who can control over 50 of their divine office is destined to become at least a higher-ranked true god. Conversely, a lower-ranked true god with less than 10 mastery over their divine office would even struggle against a demigod who has over 60 mastery. I see. Then how can one increase their mastery over the divine office? By continually comprehending the true power of the divine office and increasing mastery over it. Jiangshi led Nangong Ho down a secluded path. For instance, the place we're heading to the divine office tower. As they ventured deeper, Nangong Ho noticed the presence of numerous powerful demigods lurking in the shadows, tirelessly guarding the tower. Before long, a simple yet imposing tower came into view. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, but upon closer inspection, it was mesmerizing, and one could feel the divine power within stirring restlessly. This is the divine office tower, Jiangshi announced with pride. It allows individuals to perceive the full power of their divine office, aiding in mastery improvement. This is the cornerstone of why Qinglei Academy ranks among the 5 great academies of Qingzhou. Only these 5 academies possess a divine office tower. Nangong Ho's eyes lit up, for this was precisely his new sign-in location. Ding. Sign-in at the divine office tower successful. Reward, divine office enhancement tower granted. Nangong Ho was inwardly thrilled. This system seemed to know exactly what he needed, fulfilling his desires effortlessly. Nangong? Nangong? Jiangshi called out, noticing his dazed expression and faint, peculiar smile. I'm fine. Nangong Ho quickly composed himself and asked casually, I was just wondering if I mastered the Thunder Divine Office and then fused it with another Thunder Divine Office. Would that increase my mastery? He decided to keep the secret of the Divine Office Enhancement Tower to himself. Some things, he thought, were better left unspoken. But a single divine authority can only increase control by less than 5. Jiangshi said solemnly. Do the math yourself. How many of the same divine authorities would you need to fully master it? Nangong Ho nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, simply piling up quantities was far from enough to truly master divine authority. This is the Academy's most important cultivation restricted area, the Divine Authority Tower, Jiangshi said, pointing at the building in front of them. Each entry costs 100,000 points. Today, I'll make an exception and bring you here. You're lucky, kid. Go give it a try and test your control over divine authority. Nangong Ho approached the Divine Authority Tower and sat cross-legged in front of it, his spiritual consciousness gently extending outward. As soon as it touched the tower, a purple light flashed in his mind, and his consciousness was pulled into a world of thunder and lightning. The thunderous energy here was unimaginably violent. Even the faintest trace could obliterate a demigod-level being in an instant. Feeling the pure and complete power of thunder, Nangong Ho couldn't help but mock himself compared to this. His own mastery of thunder was laughable. He quietly immersed himself in comprehension until his spiritual consciousness began to feel waves of tingling fatigue, a sign that he had reached his limit. Pushing further would inevitably result in severe damage from the tower's raging thunder energy. Closing his eyes, Nangong Ho carefully reflected and discovered that his mastery of thunder had risen from 3 to 5. This realization caught him by surprise. Had he not come to the Divine Authority Tower today, he wouldn't have known how low his control level actually was. With this in mind, he immediately used his spiritual consciousness to connect to his divine domain and retrieved the Divine Authority Enhancement Tower. He placed it behind the temple, near the divine tree. For now, this treasure was of no use to the tribe, and he preferred not to draw too much attention to it. Select the Divine Authority to enhance, the tower's mechanical voice prompted. Thunder Divine Authority. Thunder Divine Authority. Current mastery, 5. Enhancing once will consume 10 million faith power and increase mastery by 5. Proceed with enhancement? Though the cost made Nangong Ho wince, he gritted his teeth and chose to proceed. As his mastery increased to 10, he could clearly feel his control over thunder had reached a whole new level. How does it feel? Jiangshi asked eagerly as Nangong Ho opened his eyes. Without replying immediately, Nangong Ho summoned a streak of lightning into his palm. This small wisp of thunder contained a terrifying destructive force, capable of easily annihilating any being below the 6th demigod tier. That 10 million faith power was worth it, Nangong Ho thought to himself with relief. Your mastery must be at least 10 now, right? How much did it increase in such a short time? Jiang Shi asked in astonishment. 7. Nangong Ho replied with a straight face. What? Jiang Shi exclaimed in disbelief. Most people only improve by 2 their first time here. Even a genius like Xiaozhan only managed 5. You always manage to surprise me, kid. Listening to Jiang Shi's exclamation, Nangong Ho thought to himself with a guilty conscience. If I had enough faith power, I could make you question reality even more. At this moment, Nangong Ho had already returned to his dormitory from the Divine Tower. Reflecting on Jiang Shi's praise of his talent and the privilege of accessing the Divine Tower for free once a month, he began to calculate in his mind. While the generous offer was tempting, he found it hard to explain his preference for the Divine Enhancement Tower. Nonetheless, he decided to keep the opportunity for someone else, as it might prove useful to others. Satisfied with the day's gains, Nangong Ho adjusted his mindset and quickly established a connection with the Divine Realm. Upon entering, he keenly noticed a Chanhea vast primeval forest had suddenly appeared in the mountains far from the Minotaur tribe. It was clear that Mugan and his team had successfully completed their teleportation mission. At that moment, a deep voice resonated in his mind. Great God of Thunder, I, Telephones, the Moon Shadow War Ancient Tree, am willing to become your follower. Please accept my faith. I accept your faith. Nangong Ho responded with authority. Instantly, a thick, radiant channel of faith connected the War Ancient Tree directly to him. This 9th-tier demigod-level War Ancient Tree had directly ascended to a Holy Spirit. Nangong Ho quickly realized that this transformation was closely linked to the presence of the Divine Tree, could sense the War Ancient Tree's roots extending toward the Divine Tree. Telephones, how much longer until your forbidden fruit matures? Nangong Ho asked, gazing at the towering War Ancient Tree. Great God of Thunder, it will take another 10 years for a single fruit to mature. Telephones replied respectfully. A decade was far too long for Nangong Ho's liking. He would need to consider purchasing some time acceleration cards. Just then, another clear voice echoed, Great God of Thunder, I, Tyrania, the Moon Priestess, along with 150 Night Elves, am willing to become your followers. Please accept our faith. I accept your faith, Nangong Ho responded. Immediately, several channels of faith were established. The most prominent one connecting to Taranyash had ascended to an 8th-tier legendary saint. Nangong Ho regarded the Moon Priestess, who embodied both the elegance and untamed spirit of the Night Elves, with satisfaction. Tyrania, the divine radiance of the God of Thunder will shine upon every follower. I appoint you as the divine envoy of the Night Elf clan. I bestow upon you the power of despair. He touched the center of his brow, channeling a strand of despair's divine power into Tyrania. Bathed in the power of despair, her eyes glimmered with newfound strength as she felt her power surge within. Tyrania was filled with confidence in her newly mastered divine skill, Arrow of Despair. This arrow, imbued with immense power, could plunge enemies below the 8th tier into despair, leaving them nearly defenseless. She mused to herself that if she were to face Nuguli again now, she would undoubtedly defeat him with ease. Meanwhile, Nangong Ho's faith system was steadily growing stronger. He accessed the interface and carefully reviewed the detailed information about each race. The Tauran tribe demonstrated exceptional potential, rated as a super 5-star race. As a 4th-tier Lord-level race, they were primarily strength-oriented. Their divine emissary, Nuguli, had reached the 6th-tier immortal level and wielded powerful divine skills like Thunder Strike and Mass Berserk. The Galestorm Dragons, though rated with only 3-star potential, were a 4th-tier Lord-level race known for their agility and their impressive skill, Gale Bite. Under the leadership of the Dark Dragon Euler, this 5-star race had ascended to the 7th-tier epic level, mastering devastating divine skills such as Dark Inferno and Dragon Breath. The Night Elves, with their 4-star potential, had achieved 8th-tier legendary strength under the guidance of their Moon Priestess, Tyrania. They excelled in divine skills like Moon Shadow Arrow and Arrow of Despair. Switching to the follower interface, Nangong Ho noted that his followers included 2 Holy Spirits, 2 Saints, 423 Zealots, 197 Devout Believers. A total of 624 followers, comprising 100 Tauran, 152 Night Elves, and 372 Galestorm Dragons. Thanks to the 100-fold amplification within his divine domain, these followers generated over 2.7 million faith points daily, with more than 2 million contributed by the Zealots alone. However, Nangong Ho understood that rather than focusing solely on quantity, it was more beneficial to cultivate elite followers. Finally, he reviewed his deity interface. Divine Authority, God of Thunder 10, God of Darkness 1, God of Elements 2. Divine rank, 4th turn demigod. Divine skills, Thunder Wrath LV4, Dark Descent LV1, Elemental Barrier LV1. Divine domain, Super S-class, with the Divine Tree in its budding stage. Current faith points, 3.54 million. Looking at these statistics, Nangong Ho realized that his mastery over divine authority was still insufficient. Moreover, as his mastery increased, the faith points required to unleash divine skills were rising sharply. To secure more faith points, he resolved to implement his sect plan ahead of schedule and immediately convened all his subordinate deities for a council. Lord Ho, did you summon me because of the profound truth divine steel? My griffin can arrive at any time. Xiao Zhan's spirit was the first to descend into Nangong Ho's divine domain, speaking eagerly. In this divine domain, some areas were clearly visible, while others were shrouded in a deliberate division of access set by Nangong Ho. Key locations such as the Ancient War Tree, the Divine Tree, and the Divine Power Enhancement Tower were all heavily restricted. There's no rush. Let's wait until everyone is here. I have an important announcement to make, Nangong Ho said with a faint smile. He had noticed a subtle change in Xiao Zhan's usual composure since becoming one of his subordinate gods. Shortly after, Mugan's spirit descended. Unlike the outspoken Xiao Zhan, Mugan appeared particularly cautious, maintaining a reserved demeanor. The third to arrive was Zhong Xia, another subordinate god under Xiao Zhan, also representing Nangong Ho's forces. Once all three were present, Nangong Ho cleared his throat and got straight to the point. Everyone, we must discuss the establishment of a religious order. My super-level divine domain and the fully grown divine tree have already attracted the covetous eyes of various faith-based races across the wild continent. As our enemies and rival forces continue to expand, if we don't create a unified religious structure to manage this, we will inevitably fall apart like scattered sand. What are your thoughts on this? Your decision is our command, Xiao Zhan promptly replied, though his thoughts were clearly still preoccupied with the profound truth divine steel. I second that. Mugan, one of Nangong Ho's earliest followers, expressed his unwavering support without hesitation. Seeing that both his divine master and Xiao Zhan had spoken, Zhong Xia naturally voiced no objection. Good, Nangong Ho said with a piercing gaze. The order shall be called Divine Genesis, the birthplace of gods. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura of dominance seemed to radiate from him. Subsequently, Nyo Guli was appointed as the high priest of the Divine Genesis Order, serving as the Thunder God's representative on the wild continent. As for the specific construction plans for the divine domain, considering the unique strengths of those present, Nangong Ho decided to temporarily put them on hold. Mugan, Zhong Xia, Nangong Ho addressed the two. Immediately mobilize your respective races. From the center of our divine domain, expand outward for a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Within this territory, there must only be belief in the Thunder God and loyalty to my subordinate gods. The two solemnly agreed. You are my first batch of subordinate gods, and you shall receive special privileges, Nangong Ho concluded. Within my divine domain lies a complete neutral profound truth divine steel. You may each select gifted individuals from your tribes to come and comprehend its mysteries. In the future, understanding the profound mysteries will require earning them through military achievements, Nangong Ho said in a low, resolute voice as his gaze swept over the three people before him. This matter must remain strictly confidential. Can you do that? Xiao Zhan maintained a calm expression. He had long heard the rumors about the monument of profound mysteries. However, Mugan and the other person gasped audibly, disbelief flashing in their eyes. A complete monument of profound mysteries was such a priceless treasure that even Qinglei Academy or the entire Qingzhou might not possess something of its caliber. Suppressing their shock, Mugan and his companion quickly grew excited. Although their current race had not yet advanced to the super 5-star level, and thus could not comprehend the mysteries for now, the opportunity was far too precious to ignore. We swear upon our souls not to disclose anything about the monument of profound mysteries. The three of them vowed solemnly. Nangong Ho nodded in satisfaction. Rest assured, as long as you earn enough military achievements, the monument of profound mysteries is just the beginning. There will be even more treasures to come. His words ignited a burning determination in their hearts. The subsequent tasks proceeded smoothly. Xiao Zhan brought the griffin to the monument of profound mysteries to begin his comprehension process. Even with his usual composed demeanor, he was stunned for a long time upon seeing the monument. Meanwhile, Mugan and his companion wasted no time dispatching people to investigate beyond the divine realm. After handling these matters, Nangong Ho exited the divine realm, realizing a full day had passed. As he removed the restrictions on his dormitory, he saw Xiaobing standing at the door with a frosty expression. Teacher Xiaobing, why are you here? Nangong Ho greeted her quickly. Maybe I should start calling you teacher instead. Skipping classes and leaving me to relay messages to you and the principal, Xiaobing said with a hint of irritation. Even if I attended, there wouldn't be much for you to teach me. Nangong Ho muttered under his breath. What did you just say? Xiaobing glared at him, gritting her teeth. I said, Teacher Xiaobing, you're so beautiful and charming that skipping class is my loss. Nangong Ho quickly changed the subject. What does the principal want from me? How would I know? He asked you to meet him at the academy's rear mountain. Xiaobing huffed before walking away. Nangong Ho scratched his nose, thinking to himself that this icy teacher could sometimes be as temperamental as a child. When he arrived at the rear mountain, Principal Zhang Shi was already waiting for him. How are the Super 5-star races? Zhang Shi asked with concern. They've already been transported to my divine realm, Nangong Ho replied with a smile. Good. This way, your race's combat methods won't be too one-dimensional. Zhang Shi nodded approvingly. However, the Xenu sect is a significant power. You need to be cautious. With your current strength, it's better to tread carefully. The reason I called you here today is to share some news about a divine position, more specifically, the divine position of the god of sleep. This revelation caused a jolt in Nangong Hou's heart. The divine position of the god of sleep was the key element needed for the fusion of the god of darkness. To think it had surfaced in another dimension. The divine fall continent stretches endlessly, vast to the extent that even a true god could not fully explore it within their lifetime. Beyond this continent lies countless planes, each with varying levels of power. The stronger planes are capable of nurturing deities far mightier than true gods, while in weaker planes, a ninth-tier demigod is already the pinnacle of existence. Zhang Shi was introducing the situation of a lower-tier plane to Nangong Ho. Although this plane isn't of a high level and can only support demigods up to the 9th cycle, it has existed for tens of thousands of years. At the center of this plane, there's a peculiar phenomenon. Any creature that approaches it falls into a deep sleep until death. I suspect it may have nurtured a divine domain related to sleep, and I'm at least 70% certain of this. Nangong Ho's interest was immediately piqued, his eyes flashing with eagerness. As a demigod in dire need of followers, this ancient plane presented a golden opportunity. If he could gain powerful followers there, his strength would undoubtedly rise rapidly. When can we go? Nangong Ho asked impatiently. 1 year from now, Zhang Shi replied seriously. The plane is currently affected by planar storms, making teleportation difficult. I'm informing you in advance so that you can prepare. By then, more factions might also take notice of this place. Nangong Ho nodded, committing the information to memory. Is there anything else you need the Academy's help with recently? Zhang Shi asked with a smile. Nangong Ho immediately began listing a string of requests enthusiastically. Time acceleration cards, preferably with a 1:100 ratio. 2 profession altar zone focused altar and 1 swift altar. The higher the tier, the better. Specialized piercing arrows, and if possible, an steer fly type species seal card, something that pairs well with dark elves. Zhang Shi's expression darkened further with each item, and he finally interrupted, unable to hold back. Stop. Stop. Do you think time acceleration cards grow on trees? Steer species are everywhere? Should I steal piercing arrows for you? There's nothing, absolutely nothing, except 2 altars. With that, he tossed 2 seal cards and disappeared. Nangong Ho, satisfied with the altar seal cards, was just about to leave when his system suddenly notified him of a new sign in location: Flowing Radiance Bamboo Forest. This news filled him with excitement, and he immediately turned and headed toward the bamboo forest. The Flowing Radiance Bamboo Forest was named after an avatar of a time god. According to legend, this deity once wandered through the forest, gaining insights into the passage of the seasons and enhancing their mastery of time by 8. The temporal energy released during their epiphany transformed the bamboo forest into an eternal display of shimmering brilliance, resembling a dreamlike rainbow. Over the years, this site became not only a signature landmark of Xinglei Academy but also a beloved meeting spot for demigod couples. As Nangong Ho walked, his mind sifted through all the information he had on the flowing light bamboo forest, feeling both amused and exasperated at the system's choice of such a peculiar location for a check-in. As he proceeded, the crowd began to grow denser, mostly couples strolling hand in hand, which made the single demigod feel somewhat out of place. Wow, isn't that the divine prodigy, Nangong Ho? Exclaimed a girl from a passing couple, her gaze fixed on him with hearts practically shining in her eyes. Could it be that Nangong Ho has someone special in his heart too? His presence was like a bomb dropped into the serene atmosphere. More and more female demigods recognized the Academy's celebrity, with some even breaking up with their partners on the spot. The once tranquil bamboo forest quickly turned into a lively hub of excitement, even drawing couples from its depths to see what the commotion was about. Feeling awkward, Nangong Ho quickened his pace. When he finally reached the flowing light bamboo forest, the sight left him utterly astonished. The entire forest was bathed in a dazzling array of colors, dreamlike and surreal, with an almost imperceptible ripple of temporal energy emanating from it. Ding! Flowing light bamboo forest check-in successful. Reward: Time acceleration tower. Hearing the system's notification, Nangong Ho couldn't help but smile with delight. He had been worrying about finding a time acceleration card, and this reward was exactly what he needed. He's smiling at the bamboo forest. Could he be thinking of someone he loves? Look how radiant his smile is. The surrounding students began speculating, wondering which female demigod might have captured Nangong Ho's heart. Just as he was about to leave, Nangong Ho's sharp senses caught a faint yet familiar angry mutter. His brows furrowed, and without hesitation, he strode deeper into the forest. Nangong Ho just went into the bamboo forest. Should we follow him to see what's happening? Don't disturb him. Let's block the entrance for him. Who knows, maybe we'll catch a glimpse of the senior sister who managed to captivate him. With that, a group of students spontaneously formed a human barricade at the forest entrance, determined to guard Nangong Ho's seemingly precious date time. Teacher Wu Hao, the only reason I agreed to come to the illusory bamboo grove this time was because you mentioned the matter regarding the students in the Tianzi class. I am not here to listen to your nonsense. Let this be the last time. Teacher Xia Bing's cold voice cut through the serene atmosphere of the grove, her tone laced with unmistakable anger. Hearing her voice, Nangong Ho quickened his pace, a sense of surprise flashing in his heart. He hadn't expected Teacher Xia Bing to appear here. Teacher Xia Bing, please listen to me. Wu Hao's voice was urgent and impassioned. I truly like you. Am willing to do anything for you. Why do you keep rejecting me again and again? I'll make this clear one more time. Xia Bing's voice remained icy. My only goal is to ascend to godhood, not to indulge in these trivial matters of affection. Teacher Wu Hao, put away your feelings. This is the last time. If you persist, I will report this to the dean. Damn it. Wu Hao suddenly erupted in anger. I don't believe you're as cold as stone. You must have someone you care about. Is it that Nangong Ho? I've noticed the way you look at him, it's different. That must be it. Hearing this, Nangong Ho couldn't help but pick up his pace. What the hell does this have to do with me? That icy mountain of a woman only you would be interested, he muttered inwardly. As he pushed through the increasingly dense bamboo grove, a shimmering lake came into view ahead. By the lakeside stood Xia Bing and Wu Hao, locked in confrontation. Xia Bing's face was expressionless, while Wu Hao's was flushed red, his chest heaving violently as if his anger was on the verge of exploding. Teacher Wu Hao, Nangong Ho stepped forward. Teacher Xia Bing has already made herself clear. Have some dignity and let it go. Nangong Ho. Wu Hao's eyes widened with fury, his anger reaching a boiling point. This was supposed to be a private meeting between him and Xia Bing, and Nangong Hao's unexpected appearance only solidified his suspicions of some hidden relationship between the two. What's the matter? Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Teacher Wu Hao. Nangong Ho stood his ground. This is the academy, and you are just a Tianzi class teacher. Think carefully about your position before you act. Wu Hao clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his lips bitten to the point of bleeding. The last shred of rationality he had left allowed him to barely maintain the composure expected of a Tianzi class teacher. You too very well. He spat out each word deliberately before turning on his heel and storming off. Teacher Wu Hao, Nangong Ho called after him, watching his retreating figure. Take my advice, what's wrong with being alone? Free and unrestrained, living your life without attachments. Why chase after a woman? Women will only slow down your draw speed. What Nangong Ho intended as a piece of advice only came across as a mocking jab to Wu Hao, further fueling his resentment towards the shameless pair. Mind your own business, Xia Bing said coldly, clearly displeased with Nangong Ho's interference as well. This was something she had never considered before, and being caught by her own student at this moment made her feel somewhat uneasy. All right, no need to thank me. To prevent him from bothering you again, I'll walk out with you, Nangong Ho said, rolling his eyes and completely ignoring her last comment. The two walked silently towards the edge of the glimmering bamboo forest. Suddenly, Xia Bing broke the silence. What Wu Hao said earlier was nonsense. Which part? He's just a fool blinded by love, seeing everyone as a rival. Xia Bing explained, as I said, women only slow down the speed at which one can draw their sword. Instead of finding a partner, I'd rather spend time cultivating with a few top-tier clans for fun. By this time, the area outside the glimmering bamboo forest was already crowded with students. There were not only couples but also single students who had come just to catch a glimpse of the mysterious companion of Nangong, the academy's top genius. Is Nangong really in there? Of course, we saw him go in with our own eyes. It's only been half an hour. With Nangong's abilities, isn't that a bit too quick? The chatter grew louder, and the topics became increasingly bold. Just then, Nangong Ho and Xia Bing appeared at the forest's entrance. Look, Nangong's companion is coming out. To be Nangong's partner must be the luckiest thing ever. Everyone's gaze turned sharply to the entrance. Hearing these comments, Xia Bing's usually icy expression immediately turned red. She regretted not taking the side path like Wu Hao, especially as the unabashed whispers made her even more uncomfortable. She shot Nangong Ho a fierce glare before lowering her head and walking away quickly. Nangong Ho shrugged helplessly, thinking to himself, what a mess. Did I just see Xiaobing? Was that really her? Yes. And she ran off with a red face. No way. Nangong and Xiaobing. The crowd was stunned. After all, Xiaobing was known as the Academy's top ice queen, not only for her extraordinary beauty but also for her personality, which was colder than eternal frost. Usually, just looking at her for too long would earn you a glare. Yet now, this ice queen had run off blushing? When Nangong Ho finally strolled out leisurely, someone in the crowd started clapping. Soon, the applause spread like wildfire. As expected of the Academy's top genius. Nangong, you're amazing. Nangong Ho was utterly confused, feeling like he shouldn't have come to the glimmering bamboo forest today at all. He decided to head back and focus on studying the time acceleration tower. Back in his dorm, he immediately activated the barrier. Meanwhile, a shocking rumor was spreading like wildfire throughout Qinglei Academy. The Academy's top genius Nangong and Xiaobing had gone into the bamboo forest together. This news was even more sensational than Nangong breaking records. The idea of the top genius conquering the top ice queen? It was as if they were a match made in heaven. However, Nangong Ho was already deep in his own realm, completely unaware of the chaos outside. After all, what could possibly be more important than the time acceleration tower? Nangong Ho connected his divine consciousness to the time acceleration tower and immediately obtained a critical piece of information. This extraordinary structure could accelerate the flow of time within a specific area, with its effectiveness directly proportional to the amount of faith power consumed. Without hesitation, he placed the time acceleration tower next to the divine strengthening tower, as these two structures were vital to his plans. Filled with curiosity, he quickly established a link with the time acceleration tower and inquired about the maximum time flow ratio. The system's response left him utterly stunned. The maximum ratio is 150, meaning 1 day in the outside world equals 50 days within the divine realm. Operating it requires consuming 10 million units of faith power per day. Nangong Ho swallowed hard. This figure far exceeded the 120 limit of the most advanced time acceleration cards he had known, completely overturning his understanding. After some calculations, he realized that activating it for 30 days would result in 1,500 days, nearly 5 years passing within the divine realm. However, this incredible effect came with an equally staggering cost. 10 million faith power per day, amounting to 300 million for a month. Just as he was lamenting his inability to afford such an astronomical expense, the time acceleration tower delivered some exhilarating news. First-time users are entitled to 1 free trial. This revelation instantly brightened Nangong Ho's mood, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret that the divine strengthening tower didn't offer a similar benefit. Without hesitation, he opted to maximize the trial, activating the tower for 30 days at the highest time flow ratio of 150. However, before starting, he completed an essential task granting a 6th-tier immortal level Focus Altar and Swift Altar to Talania. These altars were specifically tailored for the Night Elf race. The Focus Altar boosted accuracy in ranged attacks, while the Swift Altar enhanced both casting and archery speed. This setup allowed the Star Diamond level Wyvern Knights to charge at the front, while the Night Elves provided powerful firepower from the rear. The only downside was that the individual combat strength of the Night Elves couldn't match that of Talania, the Moon Priestess, who could wield innate abilities like the Moonshadow Arrow. The main reason for this limitation was the scarcity and low yield of soft silver ore required to craft penetrating attribute bows and arrows, making such equipment prohibitively expensive and rarely used. Just as Nangong Ho was about to activate the time acceleration tower, the subordinate god Mugan requested his divine descent. Upon receiving permission, Mugan immediately reported, Lord Ho, about 700 kilometers to the north, my centaur scouts have discovered traces of the dwarves. After spotting us, those cunning creatures retreated into a mountain cave within a mining vein. Dwarves? Nangong Ho's eyes lit up with excitement. Dwarves, a 3-star race. Nangong Ho's eyes gleamed with interest after hearing Mugan's report. Though the dwarves had limited potential, their talent in forging was renowned worldwide. Given the right materials, they could craft high-quality, exquisite weapons, exactly the kind of expertise needed for building the divine realm. How many of them are there? Do they have any faith? Nangong Ho asked urgently. Mugan respectfully replied, there are about 200 of them, and so far, we haven't detected any traces of allegiance to a demigod. Excellent, you've done well. Nangong Ho nodded in satisfaction, shifting his gaze to Nugili, who was sparring with Talania. Nugili. Nugili immediately halted his movements, his expression turning devout. Your loyal follower awaits the Thunder God's command. Nangong Ho's voice rumbled like thunder. Take Talania and Ural with you, and follow the centaurs to the northern mountains. There's a group of dwarves there who have yet to submit. They need the guidance of the Thunder God. Bring the light of the divine to those mountains. By your divine command, Nuguli responded reverently. The group soon arrived at their destination. The centaur divine emissary pointed toward a cave. Revered leader, the dwarves are hiding within these caverns. Ural let out an arrogant dragon roar. Let me drive these lowly underground creatures out with my dragon breath. Foolish dragon. Nuguli barked sternly. The thunder god desires their faith, not their lives. Meanwhile, Telanya, riding her white tiger, had already entered the cave. The darkness not only failed to hinder her vision, but instead helped her locate the dwarves' hiding spot more swiftly. Inside the cave, dwarven warriors had encircled their chieftain, Gaxio. The stout dwarf, with a thick, snow-white beard, was giving orders. Grip your weapons and prepare for battle. Telanya appeared gracefully atop her white tiger, her voice cold and sharp. The dwarves' forging skills are indeed remarkable, but since when did you become so confident in battle? Recognizing her identity, Gaxio's face turned pale with shock. The moon priestess of the Night Elf clan? The appearance of a super 5-star race left him utterly stunned. Telanya knocked her despair arrow, exuding an overwhelming aura. Submit to the thunder god or die. The pressure of an 8th-tier legendary warrior made it nearly impossible for the dwarves, whose strongest fighters were only 5th tier, to breathe. The unique power of the despair arrow filled them with unease and hopelessness. Under such oppressive force, Gaxio quickly made his decision. On behalf of the dwarven race, I declare our submission. We are willing to devote our faith to the thunder god. Faced with a being capable of annihilating his entire tribe, coupled with the fact that even a super 5-star race had chosen to follow the thunder god, it was the only wise choice. The great god of thunder, we, led by Gaxio, pledge our allegiance to you. Please accept our faith. The leader of the dwarves, Gaxio, along with 278 of his clansmen, respectfully entered Nangong Ho's divine domain. The moment they stepped into the divine domain, Gaxio immediately felt the extraordinarily dense spiritual energy permeating the area. He keenly realized that merely staying within this sacred realm, without any deliberate effort, would naturally enhance their strength. I accept your faith, Nangong Ho said with satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over Nuguli and the others, impressed by their efficiency. In an instant, hundreds of faith channels were established with him, and over 200 dwarves became devout followers, contributing 1.3 million faith points to his divine power. The divine radiance of the god of thunder shall shine upon every believer. Gaxio, I appoint you as a divine emissary to lead the dwarven race, Nangong Ho declared, touching his brow and infusing a strand of divine power from the domain of gold into Gaxio's body. Roar! With a low growl, Gaxio's body began to expand dramatically. As a member of the dwarves, a race with relatively low potential rated at 3 stars, he astonishingly ascended directly to the 6th-tier immortal level under the blessing of the divine power of gold. Thank you, great god of thunder, for your divine blessing, Gaxio said with deep reverence, his thick beard trembling with emotion as he stood as one of Nangong Ho's chosen saints. Nangong Ho then conveyed his intentions to Gaxio directly. Gaxio, the god of thunder wishes to construct a city within this divine domain. Do you have any ideas? Great god of thunder, the mountains where my people once resided are rich in mithril deposits. If we were to mine it all, it would be more than enough to build the city you envision, Gaxio replied with unwavering respect. Hearing this, Nangong Ho was overjoyed. Mithril, a rare mineral capable of weakening magical attacks, would greatly enhance the city's defenses if used in its construction. However, he quickly noticed Gaxio's hesitant expression. Upon inquiry, Gaxio revealed the truth. On the other side of the Mithril Mountains, we discovered deposits of soft silver ore. However, the area is occupied by a brutal tribe of serpent folk, and several of our clansmen have already perished at their hands. The dwarves, inherently passionate about forging, were particularly eager to obtain such precious materials. Does this tribe of serpent folk have a deity they worship? Nangong Ho asked calmly, suppressing his excitement. They do. They worship the god of wood, Gaxio responded. Nangong Ho immediately recognized this as Nuguli's domain of influence. Without hesitation, he issued a command. Nuguli, have the amethyst behemoth assist the dwarves in mining all the mithril veins. By your divine will, Nuguli replied, promptly leading the dwarves to seek out the amethyst behemoth. Finally, Nangong Ho turned his gaze to the dark dragon circling in the sky. Ural, he called out. Your humble servant is always ready to heed the oracle of the god of thunder. Ural bowed his head respectfully as he spoke. The voice of the god of thunder resounded with authority. Go and scout the territory of the serpent people. As for soft silver, Nangong Ho is determined to claim it. At your command, my lord. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ural's massive form took to the skies, vanishing from the divine realm in an instant. Nangong Ho's gaze swept over the time acceleration tower, but he ultimately decided to hold his position. He intended to speed up the process only after both mithril and soft silver had been fully mined. For a dark dragon like Ural, a distance of over 700 kilometers was but an hour's flight. When his immense shadow appeared over the serpent people's territory, it immediately alarmed the demigods of that divine realm. The god of wood, Di Guang, instantly sensed the intruder. A dark dragon, he growled, and promptly issued an oracle to his followers. Followers, the majesty of the god of wood cannot be defied. Slay this false believer's dragon. Over 300 serpent people archers responded to the call, unleashing a barrage of arrows imbued with piercing power at the airborne Ural. Leading them was a unique serpent being Myxela, a divine envoy on the verge of evolving into a Medusa, a super 5-star species. Her terrifying snake hair and the mysterious staff in her hand marked her as a 5-star species with 8th-tier epic-level strength. Lowly, despicable creatures dare challenge the greatness of the god of thunder. Ural roared furiously. Though the arrows caused sharp pains as they struck his scales, he dove low, unleashing bursts of dragon breath that scorched the ground into barren wastelands. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing cry rang out. Ural turned his head to see Myxela's gray, stone-like eyes locked onto him. A petrification ray shot from her gaze struck his wing. No! Ural exclaimed as he noticed his wing rapidly turning to stone. Panicked, he fled the battlefield. Meanwhile, the god of wood, Di Guang, descended with his divine spirit into another realm to report the situation to the leader of the Xenu sect. So, we finally found you. The leader of the Xenu sect said coldly. Anyone who dares to kill members of the Xenu sect must be eradicated. Di Guang, this direction aligns with the super-class divine realm. Could it be that this dark dragon belongs to the demigod species of that realm? Indeed, Di Guang confirmed with a nod. To offend the Xenu sect is to court death. If not for other pressing matters, the super-class divine realm would already be under our control, the leader said gravely. Di Guang, gather your tribal warriors. I will send Yusin and Jiaoqiu to assist you. At the command of the sect leader, Di Guang replied, departing to carry out his orders. In the domain of the thunder god, a grim scene was unfolding. Ural was covered in wounds of all sizes, and most terrifying of all, one of his wings was already half petrified. Standing on higher ground, Nangong Ho observed everything with a grave expression. Who would have thought the snake folk could be this formidable? Nangong Ho pondered silently. Fortunately, Mizira is only a 5-star race. If they were beyond 5-star, Ural would likely have been completely petrified by now. Without saying much, Nangong Ho lightly touched the center of his brow. In an instant, a torrent of rich wood element healing energy poured down like a river, flowing into Ural's wing. This miraculous display caused all the faithful to kneel in reverence. Under the influence of the healing energy, Ural's wounds began to heal rapidly, and the petrification on his wing started to flake away. Thank you, Thunder God, Ural said, bowing low to the ground. Nyoguli, it's time to showcase the power of the Divine Revelation sect, Nangong Ho declared. He had initially planned to negotiate peacefully over the soft silver, but since the opposing side had chosen violence, he had no intention of holding back. Upon receiving the divine command, Nyoguli immediately rallied the forces. 100 dragon knights sat silently astride their Galestorm dragons, 200 amethyst behemoths followed closely behind, their mighty fists serving as their best weapons. 400 spear-wielding centaurs formed the rear, ready for ranged attacks. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan's race of green-eyed half-lion beings remained stationed in the domain to guard against any unforeseen events. Leading the army at the forefront, Nyoguli was accompanied by the moon priestess Talania. Ural circled in the air above, vowing to redeem his earlier humiliation. Move out. With Nyoguli's command, the 700-strong force surged forward in an imposing march toward the snakefolk's territory. At the same time, forces from 2 other directions, numbering in the thousands, also approached the snakefolk's domain. Within Di Guang's realm, a chilling voice broke the silence. Di Guang, our forces are in position. This time, I will eradicate this demigod's race completely. Rest assured, you son, Di Guang replied calmly. Your 8th-tier legendary ice storm bear will not have died in vain. Once we capture the demigod and seize the divine tree, the Lord God will reward us handsomely. The 3 of us should be more than enough for this task, the demigod Jiaoqiu said indifferently. Suddenly, Di Guang furrowed his brow, his divine senses extending outward. What's this? They've launched an offensive? Upon spotting the army led by Nyoguli, Yusun and the others were utterly stunned. Those 100 Minotaurs are all beyond 5-star races? Each warrior's body radiated with divine markings, leaving them incredulous. A few beyond 5-star would have been remarkable enough, but here stood an entire force of 101, including even the moon priestess herself. Followers of a false god, do you intend to oppose the true martial sect? Do you understand the consequences? a legendary 8th-tier Bloodborne stepped forward. This Bloodborne, named Augustine, appeared no different from an ordinary human. However, as a member of the 4-star race, he had fully reverted to his ancestral form, evolving into a superior 5-star species. As the divine envoy of Jiao Qiu, his presence exuded a chilling aura. His sharp teeth and claws were natural weapons, and his astonishing regenerative abilities made him nearly immortal. Behind Augustine stood 600 ice blizzard bears, aligned in perfect formation. Their heavy, rhythmic breathing filled the air, and their massive bodies radiated an oppressive sense of dread. Further back were 500 bloodborne warriors, their crimson eyes locked onto the Minotaurs as if savoring the scent of an unprecedented feast of fresh blood. At the rear of the formation were 400 serpentfolk archers, each arrow tipped with deadly poison. Behind them, the serpentfolk leader, Myxila, kept her gaze fixed on the shadowy black dragon Ural in the sky, ready to petrify it at any moment. The god of thunder is the one true supreme deity. What you worship is nothing but a false god. The Divine Revelation sect upholds the will of the god of thunder. False believers like you shall face the wrath of the thunder god. Dragon Knights charge. Upon hearing that it was the Xenu sect, Nuguli's long-standing hatred boiled over. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Talanya had already drawn her bow and loosed an arrow aimed directly at Augustine. Although the Bloodborne immediately activated their blood shadow escape technique, a force of despair had already begun to corrode his mind and body. Even Myxila's sharp warning came too late. The arrow struck true, piercing Augustine's throat with unerring precision. Despite the advanced regenerative abilities of his ancestral form, the power of despair continued to erode him, rendering him powerless to resist. Blood gushed from the wound like a fountain, and the once mighty 5-star species who had consumed the blood of an ancient dragon fell lifeless to the ground. Damn it! How can this moon priestess be so powerful? Jiao Qiu roared in fury, but as a demigod, he was unable to intervene directly in the conflicts of the wild continent. Augustine's death threw the Xenu sect's forces into disarray. At that moment, the Star Diamond level Dragon Knight finally revealed its fangs, and the earth began to quake violently. Hold your ground. Ice blizzard bears, form the blizzard wall. Myxila barked orders while keeping a wary eye on the moon priestess. Under her command, the ice blizzard bears swiftly re-established their formation. Their massive arms glowed with a frosty light as they slammed into the ground, raising a chilling blizzard wall over a meter thick. Poison arrows fire. The 400 serpentfolk archers drew their bows in unison, unleashing a volley of arrows that whistled through the air. The charge of the dragon riders was unstoppable, as 100 star diamond-ranked knights left a dazzling trail through the blizzard. With a thunderous crash, the 1-meter-thick wall of snow shattered instantly. Without hesitation, they plunged directly into the horde of ice snowstorm bears, cutting through the formation of 600 bears like a sharp blade, leaving it in disarray and pressing forward toward the Blood Tribe's stronghold. The ground began to quake as the amethyst behemoths broke into a frenzied charge. Under a dense rain of arrows, these colossal creatures let out deafening roars, their bodies instantly enveloped in a layer of purple crystalline armor. The arrows clinked harmlessly against their hardened forms, and the venom failed to penetrate. In the rear, the centaur warriors raised their divine spears in unison, silver light gleaming at the spear tips. As a naturally divine race, their weapons were especially lethal against the Blood Tribe. The silver light streaked through the air, each spear piercing its target with precision. The bodies of the Blood Tribe warriors sizzled upon impact, their anguished cries echoing across the battlefield. Tyrania's moonshadow arrows targeted high-ranking enemies, and even the 8th-tier legendary Blood Tribe warrior, Augustine, fell to a single arrow. Meanwhile, Ural roared in fury, unleashing waves of devastating dragon breath. The numerical advantage of Diguang's forces quickly diminished as they suffered relentless losses under the assault of the Divine Awakening faction. The amethyst behemoths were even more brutal and direct, smashing into the ice snowstorm bear horde with their massive fists, scattering their foes like broken fragments. As the battle turned decisively one-sided, Mizira's pupils glowed with a grayish-white light. A petrification ray shot forth, turning an amethyst behemoth that failed to dodge into a lifeless statue. Ural roared furiously, his dragon breath surging straight toward Mizira. Unflinching, she countered with her petrification ray, solidifying the dragon breath into falling stone. Just as she prepared to confront Ural further, the sharp whistle of an arrow pierced the air, causing the snakes in her hair to rise defensively. It was the despair arrow of the moon priestess. Mizira reacted swiftly, her gray-white pupils locking onto the arrow as her petrification ray froze it mid-flight. However, in the brief moment of her relief, another moonshadow arrow, swift and unseen, pierced her chest. The first despair arrow had been a feint, while the true killing blow was the follow-up moonshadow arrow. With the fall of Myxila, the faith-driven race supported by the three demigods was instantly shattered, and the battlefield quickly turned into a one-sided massacre. Impossible. How can this divine revelation cult be so powerful? Di Guang roared in fury, his voice tinged with both resentment and fear. The other two demigods had already been terrified by the sudden turn of events. Without even bidding farewell, they fled in panic back to their respective divine realms. They immediately contacted their deities, reporting the situation and the dire state of the battle, while urgently pleading for reinforcements. When Mugili stepped into Di Guang's temple, Di Guang instantly felt his strength drop by half, his once mighty power as a six-stern demigod inexplicably suppressed. A figure appeared suddenly. It was Nangong Ho. Who is your deity, and how powerful are they? Nangong Ho asked in a calm tone. A manic gleam flashed in Di Guang's eyes, though deep within his pupils lay overwhelming fear. Huh, are you finally afraid? Too late. The deity will never let you go. Afraid? I think you've misunderstood. Nangong Ho replied coldly. If that's the case, I'll deal with you first. Let's see what your true martial sex deity can do to me. With a resounding shout, thunder roared across the temple. Utilizing just 10 of his mastery over lightning, Nangong Ho had reached a profound understanding of its power. With only the divine authority of thunder, he effortlessly killed Di Guang. As he gazed at the flickering divine authority of the god of wood before him, Nangong Ho did not immediately fuse with it, but instead stored it away. After all, there were still two enemies left to eliminate. On the battlefield, Nugili led 100 dragon knights toward the Yusin race, while Talanya commanded 100 centaurs to advance on the territory of the Jiaoqiu race. These were the elite forces of their divine realms. Faced with the divine revelation cult's ferocious assault, the two six-stern demigods, weakened significantly, were no match. They were quickly defeated one by Nangong Ho. Nangong Ho acquired the divine authorities of the god of wind and the god of ice and snow. As his subordinates cleaned up the battlefield, he stared at the three newly acquired divine authorities, lost in thought. The divine authority of the god of wind could be fused, but combining the divine authorities of the god of wood and the god of ice and snow would only increase his mastery by less than 5, offering limited practical value. Looking down at the Moonshadow War Tree below, Nangong Ho had a sudden inspiration. Since the Moonshadow War Tree had already reached the peak of 9th tier demigod level, why not attempt to grant it a divine authority to continue its cultivation? Acting on this thought, Nangong Ho extracted the faith power from the divine authority of the god of wood and directed it toward the war tree. The divine authority transformed into a brilliant, multicolored glow and merged into the tree's body. At that moment, the Moonshadow War Tree felt an unprecedented surge of power cleansing its nascent divine soul, as if the path to godhood had opened before it. Where it once bore only a single forbidden fruit, 2 more began rapidly growing from its branches. Tails humbly thanks the god of thunder for this blessing. The Moonshadow War Tree said respectfully. Tails, what you just absorbed was the divine authority of the god of wood. Cultivate diligently, and one day, you too may ascend to godhood, Nangong Ho remarked, delighted to see his experiment succeed. From the Moonshadow War Tree, he could already sense faint traces of divinity. What? The divine authority of the god of wood? The Moonshadow War Tree, having existed for millennia, deeply understood the rarity of divine authority. This gift strengthened its unwavering faith in the god of thunder. Nangong Ho decisively bestowed the divine authority of the god of ice and snow upon Ural. As an elemental deity already familiar with the basics of this divine power, Ural's dragon body was instantly flooded with the surging force of his new divine role, like a torrential river. In an instant, a thick layer of frost enveloped Ural's entire body, freezing the mighty dragon into a glistening ice sculpture. Yet beneath this frozen exterior, Ural's aura surged wildly. Within moments, he broke through from the 7th tier epic level to the 8th tier legendary level, and with unstoppable momentum, ascended to the 9th tier, finally halting at the realm of a demigod. As his power reached its peak, the ice encasing his body shattered with a thunderous crack. Ural's form expanded once more, his wings spanning an impressive 20 zhong, casting a shadow so vast it seemed to blot out the sky. The overwhelming aura he exuded forced even the nearby storm dragon to prostrate itself on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Ural's channel of faith erupted with radiant light, marking the emergence of yet another 9th tier demigod-level divine spirit. The newly ascended Dark Frost Dragon offered heartfelt gratitude to the god of thunder. From this moment on, he was no longer an ordinary dark dragon but a formidable being with the potential to ascend to the realm of a true god. Nangong Ho was immensely pleased with this outcome. The addition of 2 demigod-level divine spirits significantly bolstered his power. Even though the ancient war tree lacked combat capabilities, its value was undeniable. Turning his attention to the final divine role, that of the god of wind, Nangong Ho gently fused it into his brow. Once the divine authority was fully integrated, Nangong Ho opened his eyes, and fierce winds roared around him, carrying a sharpness that seemed capable of tearing everything apart. He then announced the activation of accelerated time within his divine domain, initiating the time acceleration tower to envelop the entire realm. As he took stock of his gains, Nangong Ho realized that after slaying 3 demigods, his accumulated faith power had reached 700 million, enough to refine into 70 threads of divine power and synthesize 7 drops of divine essence. This immense power was sufficient to propel him to the 5th transition demigod level. Purple lightning roared within him as his divine soul and body underwent simultaneous ascension and enhancement. Meanwhile, the Xenu sect had begun large-scale mobilization. The sect's leader summoned over 100 subordinate deities, showcasing the profound strength of the Xenu sect. Filled with hostility toward this newly emerging steer divine domain, the sect leader ordered the assembly of legendary powerhouses from various races, preparing to personally lead an assault. The entire Xenu sect sprang into action. Various races began stockpiling resources and traveling to the gathering point via teleportation arrays. Epic and legendary tier races alike responded to the call, embarking on their journey in a grand and imposing procession. In the blink of an eye, a month passed quietly. A month in the outside world equaled nearly 5 years within the divine realm. As the last traces of the time acceleration tower's temporal energy dissipated, a magnificent city emerged into view. The city walls, inlaid with mithril, radiated a soft silver glow, illuminating the entire city with a resplendent brilliance. The city was clearly divided into 2 sections, the main city and the outer city. At the heart of the main city stood the imposing temple of Nangong Ho, surrounded by 3 iconic structures: the Monument of Mysteries, the Time Acceleration Tower, and the Divine Empowerment Tower, forming a perfect triangular arrangement. Entry into the main city required Nangong Ho's permission. The outer city, on the other hand, was meticulously divided into zones for various faith-aligned races to reside. Nangong Ho was the first to awaken from his slumber. By this time, he had fully assimilated the divine power, stabilizing his cultivation at the 5th tier demigod level. Surveying the meticulously organized divine realm, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Over these 5 years, the dwarves had devoted themselves to crafting arrows infused with soft silver, amassing a reserve of piercing arrows sufficient for a divine war. The Minotaur tribe had also made significant strides, particularly the divine envoy, Mugan, whose strength had skyrocketed from the 6th tier immortal level to the 8th tier epic level. This was the advantage of the ultras-class divine realm. The Dragon Knights had similarly shown impressive progress, with most reaching the 6th tier immortal level. After undergoing enhancements at the Bloodline Altar, the Storm Dragons had broken past their original 5th tier transcendent cap, with many advancing to the 6th tier immortal level, substantially boosting the overall combat power of the Dragon Knights. As for the 8th tier epic level Tylania, she still needed more time to break through to the 9th tier demigod level. However, with any surplus divine positions Nangong Ho might possess, this Moon Priestess had the potential to ascend directly to the demigod rank. When Nangong Ho's gaze landed on the Moonshadow War ancient tree, his smile grew even brighter. The forbidden fruits, which would typically take 10 years to mature, had ripened ahead of time. Moreover, a unique silver-glowing fruit hung among the branches. Great God of Thunder, after merging divine positions, the fruits not only matured faster but increased in number from 1 to 5. The Moonshadow War ancient tree explained excitedly. That silver forbidden fruit, imbued with the characteristics of the divine tree, can elevate a godlike race directly to an Ultra 5-ester race. Overjoyed, Nangong Ho plucked 2 of the fruits. The forbidden fruit could randomly evolve night elves into Ultra 5-ester races such as Moon Priestesses, 2-headed chimeras, jungle guardians, or demon hunters. He entrusted Tylania with the task of selecting the most outstanding warriors from the tribe. Soon, a night elf, led by Tylania, arrived beneath the ancient tree. Humbly receiving the forbidden fruit that flew toward her, she expressed her gratitude to the God of Thunder before consuming it immediately. In an instant, her petite figure began to expand, engulfed by a mass of pitch-black energy that formed a pulsating black sphere radiating terrifying power. Nangong Ho held his breath, watching intently as he awaited the birth of his first Ultra 5-ester race. When the black sphere finally burst apart, a massive, deep blue 2-headed chimera appeared before the crowd. Its expansive wings stretched across 30 feet, and its 2 ferocious lion heads exuded an aura of overwhelming dominance. This night elf had successfully evolved into an Ultra 5-ester Racea, 2-headed chimera. Nangong Ho quickly skimmed through the information on the 2-headed chimera, an 8th-tier legendary creature of a super 5-star race. One of its heads could unleash deadly flames with splash damage, capable of obliterating enemy lines in divine wars. The other head could spew highly corrosive acid, easily dissolving city walls, making it a formidable siege weapon. Excellent. Nangong Ho nodded in satisfaction. With the 2-headed chimera, His aerial combat capabilities would be significantly enhanced. Although there was only one forbidden fruit, which would take 50 years to mature again, the time acceleration tower in his possession made the weight less pressing. He turned his gaze to the divine tree. Even after devouring numerous divine souls, the radiant tree remained in its budding phase. Nearby, a dragon egg showed signs of imminent hatching. Nangong Ho looked down at another divine fruit in his hand. Though he himself did not yet have a divine race, he could bestow it upon Mugan. With this thought, he immediately summoned Mugan. This is a divine fruit. It can evolve your race into a super 5-star race, Nangong Ho said, tossing the fruit to Mugan. The latter, accustomed to Nangong Ho's rare treasures, caught it without hesitation. After the centaur consumed the fruit, Mugan was stunned by the transformation before him. His mount's size surged to 8 zhang tall, with silver glowing wings extending from its sides. It evolved directly into a super 5-star race, the Radiant Winged Pegasus. Mugan's face lit up with joy. He finally felt confident enough to fight alongside Nangong Ho as an equal. While his centaur's combat strength had greatly increased thanks to the dwarf's crafted piercing spear, the lack of a super 5-star race had always been his regret. Nangong Ho checked his faith value. After deducting 5 billion for personal power enhancement and a portion for skill upgrades, he still had 6 billion left. This was the power of a 100-fold faith value multiplier now earned 3 million faith points daily, and with 1,500 days of accelerated time, he had accumulated 4.5 billion. For an ordinary demigod, reaching such a number would take at least 500 years, but he managed it in just 5. Despite having such a vast amount of faith value, Nangong Ho, having just ascended to a 5th-rank demigod, needed to stabilize his divine soul and divine body, so he couldn't yet advance his cultivation. However, the faith value could be used to strengthen his divine authority. Nangong Ho decided to enhance his thunder authority to the limit. With an imposing aura, he activated the Divine Authority Enhancement Tower, aiming to raise his current 10 mastery of thunder to the maximum. Each enhancement increased mastery by 5, consuming 10 million faith points. To reach 90, he would need 1.8 billion points, a trivial amount for him now. However, the cold voice of the enhancement tower informed him. Insufficient cultivation level, maximum enhancement capped at 60. 60 it is, then, Nangong Ho muttered, recalling Jiang Shi's comment that this level was already incredibly powerful. 1 billion faith points were deducted immediately. The mastery level of the Thunder Divinity, 60. At this moment, Nangong Ho's body was completely engulfed in deep purple lightning, and the terrifying divine might swept across the entire divine realm. All the worshipping races instinctively prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in reverence before the god of thunder. The brilliance of the divine miracle illuminated every inch of the barbarian continent, and even extended to the divine realms of Mugan and Shaozhan. Such power. His mastery over the thunder divinity is incredibly high. If we were to fight again, just this thunder divinity alone would be enough to obliterate me. Shaozhan's soul gazed at Nangong Ho, his tone laced with unmistakable fear. Mugan appeared much calmer, merely murmuring softly, as expected of my Ho Shao. Nangong Ho quickly retracted the power of thunder into his body. At this moment, he was brimming with confidence, victorious in the divine war. This thunder divinity alone could annihilate any 9th-turn demigod. Even if his race were to lose, he was confident he could still slay any demigod below the 7th tier. Such was the terrifying strength brought by the enhancement of his divine mastery. Nangong Ho was very satisfied with the results of his month-long training. As he exited the divine realm, the system prompt immediately sounded. Ding! A new sign-in location has been refreshed. The Tower of Ascension. What is the Tower of Ascension? Nangong Ho immediately contacted Shaozhan. It didn't take long before Shaozhan appeared before him. Is Ho Shao planning to challenge the Tower of Ascension? Shaozhan, sensing the thunderous aura emanating from Nangong Ho at close range, felt even more awestruck. Just going to take a look, Nangong Ho replied with a faint smile. Then I will accompany Ho Shao. As the two walked deeper into the academy, Shaozhan explained, the origin of the Tower of Ascension is unknown, but it is present in every academy and major city across the Divine Descent continent. While it doesn't directly increase one's power, it records the mastery levels of all who leave their mark on it. It's said that only those ranked in the top 10,000 are eligible to participate in the Battle of the Divine Path. Is that just a rumor? Nangong Ho asked. No, it's true. Shaozhan's expression grew serious. Although the exact reason is unclear, demigods ranked in the top 10,000 do receive a special mark. With this mark, they can safely enter the Divine Path. Without it, entering the Divine Path is almost certain death. What exactly is the Battle of the Divine Path? The specifics are unknown. All I know is that it occurs once every 100,000 years. To break through the limits of a demigod, one must participate. Nangong Ho made a mental note to inquire about the details from the Academy's dean. He then asked, what's your rank in the Tower of Ascension? 18,916. Xiao Zhan replied calmly. The Tongtian Divine Tower stood tall and imposing, piercing through the clouds. Xiao Zhan gazed up at this legendary tower said to reach the heavens, feeling a surge of emotion welling up in his heart. Every time he stood here, he couldn't help but feel his own insignificance. The Tongtian Divine Tower only requires the soul to actively connect and leave an imprint to display the basic information of a demigod, Xiao Zhan explained to Nangong Ho. This includes name, cultivation level, and training duration. Of course, if you prefer not to attract too much attention, you can opt to use a code name. Just then, a system notification suddenly chimed in. Ding! Tongtian Divine Tower sign-in successful. Reward. Special physique creation alter. The unexpected reward left Nangong Ho momentarily stunned. A special physique creation altar? Did this mean he could endlessly create special physiques? His mind was instantly filled with a staggering Visiona 100 Ultra 5 Ester races, each possessing immensely powerful special physiques. Oh Xiao Zhan's voice pulled him back to reality. The Tongtian Divine Tower tests one's mastery of Divine Authority. If I recall correctly, your mastery of the Thunder Divine Authority was at least 40 back in the Divine Realm, right? More or less, Nangong Ho nodded, his gaze falling on the densely packed names etched on the tower's surface. These names were constantly shifting, each representing a demigod of extraordinary power. Determination sparkled in Xiao Zhan's eyes. There are at least 1,000,000 demigods on the Divine Fall continent. To have one's name inscribed on the Tongtian Divine Tower, especially within the top 10,000, is a testament to one's talent. Although he was regarded as a genius at Xinglei Academy, he knew that on the vast Divine Fall continent, he was but a drop in the ocean. Yet, this did not diminish his confidence. Instead, it fueled an even stronger fighting spirit. Since we're here, why not take a look at your progress? Nangong Ho suggested with a smile. Xiao Zhan readily agreed and immediately released his soul to establish a connection with the Tongtian Divine Tower. The power of his light and shadow divine authority surged from within him, and soon, his information appeared. Xiao Zhan, cultivation duration. 378 years, 7-turn demigod, light and shadow divine authority mastery. 39. His ranking, initially over 18,000, climbed rapidly and finally settled at 13,201. Notably, most of the practitioners ranked ahead of him only had a 1 higher mastery of their divine authority, yet their cultivation durations typically exceeded 1,000 years. Nangong Ho nodded to himself in approval. This result clearly demonstrated Xiao Zhan's exceptional talent. Xiao Zhan, too, was visibly pleased with his improved ranking, confident that breaking into the top 10,000 would be well within reach with a few more centuries of effort. Ho Xiao, would you like to give it a try as well? Xiao Zhan asked. Sure. Nangong Ho replied with a faint smile, beginning to connect with the Tongtian Divine Tower. In an instant, the forces of heaven and earth, along with the laws of divinity, coursed through his body. His name soon appeared on the tower. After a brief moment of consideration, he decided not to conceal his real name. Now, it was only a matter of testing his mastery of divine authority. A terrifying surge of thunderous divine power erupted once again from Nangong Ho. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and everyone present felt an overwhelming and irresistible pressure. Even those who were demigods trembled as if facing a natural disaster. Especially Xiao Zhanhe could barely breathe under the crushing force of the destructive aura. Fortunately, the oppressive power dissipated quickly. Xiao Zhan immediately turned his gaze to the Tower of Divinity. Nangong Ho's name was flashing and climbing the rankings at an astonishing speed before finally stabilizing. When the final information was displayed, Xiao Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief. Nangong Ho, training duration. 3 months, 5-turn demigod, Thunder God Authority Mastery. 60. Rank. 1008. This ranking was far more extraordinary than it appeared. To be within the top 1,000 among millions of demigods was an incredible achievement. What was even more shocking was that Nangong Ho had reached a 60 mastery of the Thunder God Authority in just 3 months. Xiao Zhan quickly scanned the rankings ahead. Qi Jian, training duration. 5,700 years, 9th turn demigod, Water God Authority Mastery. 68. Xin Xiu, training duration. 4,130 years, 9th turn demigod, Fire God Authority Mastery. 70. All those ranked higher were 9th turn demigods who had trained for thousands of years. In comparison, Nangong Ho's accomplishments were nothing short of astonishing. Still not enough, Nangong Ho muttered with a slight frown. Before his words faded, a mysterious force descended upon him, imprinting a mark deep within his soul. This was undoubtedly the divine path battle mark Xiao Zhan had mentioned. Simultaneously, Nangong Ho sensed a message. If he could maintain first place until the divine path battle began, he would receive an unimaginable reward. Ho Xiao is showing off again, Xiao Zhan remarked with a hint of disdain. This ranking won't go unnoticed for long. 3 months, how is that even possible? Sure enough, when Nangong Hou's name appeared on the leaderboard, the entire Divine Fall continent was thrown into an uproar. The shock wasn't just due to his authority mastery, but the fact that he had achieved it in such a brief 3-month period. Countless powerful beings sought out the god of divination, hoping to uncover Nangong Hou's origins. Yet, the god of divination dared not pry recklessly, knowing that someone with such power must possess extraordinary fortune and an unfathomable background. Meanwhile, a figure shrouded in a black cloak hurried into a secluded courtyard. God of divination, locate the divine domain coordinates of Qinglei Academy's Zhangjin for me. A raspy voice demanded, laced with murderous intent. Plague god, are you certain you want to target the one who took your despair authority? The god of divination asked calmly. Though his combat power was limited, his divination abilities made him highly sought after, as he could reveal the answers to almost any question. I'm certain. That authority was painstakingly cultivated by might cannot be taken so easily. The plague god snarled through gritted teeth. I will slaughter his followers, destroy his temples, and reclaim what's rightfully mine. 100 million divine power points, the god of divination stated flatly. Deal. The plague god's eyes gleamed with malice. Yes, it was Nangong Ho who had taken the despair authority he had worked so hard to nurture. You've already achieved a 60 mastery of the thunder god's power? Dean Jiangshi's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he were staring at a monster. This all started when Xiao Zhan and Nangong Ho left their names on the Tongtian Divine Tower. Not long ago, Jiangshi had summoned Nangong Ho to speak with him. He clearly remembered that just last month, Nangong Ho had demonstrated only 10 mastery over thunder power in front of the Divine Tower. Yet, in just 1 month, he had improved by 50. Such a rapid rate of progress was simply unheard of. Could this kid possess the thunder divine physique? A natural, perfect affinity for thunder? Jiangshi murmured to himself. Nangong Ho rolled his eyes. Dean, you saw it with your own eyes. I'd love to take you apart piece by piece and see what secrets you're hiding, Jiangshi sighed. What kind of so-called genius? Compared to this kid, it's like comparing the moon to a grain of sand. Nangong Ho remained silent. He knew Jiangshi must have had a specific reason for calling him over. Sure enough, after a brief pause, Jiangshi's expression turned serious as he asked, are you planning to develop multiple divine powers, or focus solely on the thunder god's power to become a true god? Multiple divine powers, Nangong Ho answered without hesitation. As I thought, Jiangshi frowned. I don't know how you've managed to fuse so many divine powers, but your divine body has been primarily strengthened by thunder power, hasn't it? After Nangong Ho confirmed this, Jiangshi continued, right now, your cultivation is still weak, and the mastery of your other divine powers is very low, so there haven't been any apparent issues. But once you attempt a multi-divine ninefold transformation, your divine body will definitely be unable to withstand it. For example, your dark power is inherently in conflict with thunder power. Since your divine body has been consistently reinforced by thunder power, Jiangshi trailed off, but his meaning was clear. These words made Nangong Ho deeply contemplative. While he had considered this issue before, each time he fused a new divine power, the energy had always flowed smoothly through his body, cleansing his divine soul and strengthening his divine body without any signs of conflict. As a result, he hadn't paid it much attention. Jiangshi's warning struck like a wake-up call. The divine body is like a container. It's fine to hold water, and even some sand. But if you were to add both large stones and heavy wood at the same time, the consequences would be disastrous. So, you're saying I should focus on strengthening my divine body for now? Nangong Ho asked. Exactly, Jiangshi replied. But for ordinary demigods, they typically only have 2 or 3 divine powers at most, and usually focus on mastering just one. Materials for strengthening the divine body are already rare. The Academy doesn't have any, and even if it did, it wouldn't be nearly enough for someone like you with 5 or 6 divine powers. Until you find a way to strengthen your divine body, you must refrain from increasing your mastery of the other divine powers. With this new problem weighing on his mind, Nangong Ho returned to his dormitory. Since a solution wasn't immediately apparent, he decided to set the matter aside for now. Connecting his divine soul to his divine domain, he placed the special physique altar in the inner city. This altar could randomly grant the user a special physique within 10 days, requiring 1 million faith points for each use. When Nangong Ho inspected the altar, he discovered it contained detailed descriptions of 1,000 different physiques. Nangong Ho didn't rush. Instead, he carefully studied all the constitution information displayed on the physique altar. When he stepped away from the altar, his gaze fell on new priestess Telanya, and a glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Randomly generated, is it? He muttered to himself. Among the 1,000 constitutions he had just reviewed, he discovered one that was exceptionally suitable for Telanya's unique constitution, called the Void Sacred Body. This constitution not only allowed the wielder to perceive and harness the power of the void, but more importantly, once Telanya acquired it, her arrows would be imbued with void energy, capable of killing with complete stealth. Additionally, in close combat, she could use the void power to swiftly create distance. Nangong Ho immediately summoned Telanya. Great God of Thunder, your faithful servant is always ready to hear your divine will. Telanya responded, kneeling with a face full of reverence. Enter the inner city and, under the guidance of the God of Thunder, comprehend the sacred body. Nangong Ho's voice boomed like thunder. Telanya approached the altar, and an ancient, desolate aura enveloped her. The altar was engraved with 1,000 figures whose faces were obscured by mysterious forces. Without hesitation, she sat at the center of the altar. Nangong Ho activated the time acceleration tower, setting the time flow rate to 150, covering only the special Constitution generation altar area. He then invested 1,000,000 faith points to activate the altar. Under the accelerated time, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The first attempt resulted in the celestial overlord body, the second was the heavenly demon body, followed by the immortal spirit body. Nangong Ho persisted through repeated failures until finally, after numerous attempts, the altar erupted in a silver glow. The void sacred body had emerged. Telanya opened her eyes, a bluish-black light flickering within them. She immediately drew her bow and released an arrow. The arrow seemed to pierce through the void, vanishing without a trace, impossible to guard against. Not bad. Nangong Ho nodded in satisfaction. Telanya's combat strength had indeed risen to a new level. Thank you for the divine gift of the God of Thunder. Telanya knelt again to express her gratitude. Afterward, Nangong Ho arranged for Nuguli to lead 99 Minotaur warriors to undergo sacred body comprehension every 10 days. The total investment for this was less than 1,000,000,000 faith points. Just as he was about to leave the divine realm, Mugan's divine spirit requested an audience. Mugan, what is it? Young Master Ho, my centaurs have detected a divine realm. The other side has already dispatched their race and requests an audience with you, Mugan reported respectfully. Let them in, Nangong Ho replied calmly. The Ice Crystal Unicorn, Kais, as the leader of the Ice Crystal clan and the divine envoy of the God of Divination, stood respectfully outside the divine realm. Suddenly, a commanding voice shattered the silence. The oracle of the God of Thunder, enter. Kais stepped into the misty divine realm, and her view instantly expanded. A colossal city loomed before her, its towering walls shimmering with the unique bluish glow of Mithril. As a race adept in magic, she immediately sensed the formidable power of Mithril infused within the walls. Upon reaching the outer city, Kais's slight arrogance as a member of a 5-star race vanished without a trace. On either side of the city gates stood dozens of majestic light-winged Pegasi, beings of the Ultra 5-Ester races, exuding an overwhelming aura that left her in awe. What truly made her knees weak was the sight of 100 Ultra 5-Ester warriors lined up in formation, their oppressive presence nearly suffocating her. Before the temple, Kais knelt reverently. Great God of Thunder, my lord, the God of Divination, requests to descend. Granted. A rolling thunderous voice echoed, and a figure emerged. The God of Divination, Hongfei, greets the God of Thunder, said Hongfei, appearing in a flowing snow-white gown. Her stunning figure, partially veiled, added an air of sacredness. Nangong Ho cast her a brief glance. God of Divination, what brings you here? Hongfei humbly requests to become a subordinate deity of the God of Thunder. She responded respectfully, silently noting the lack of sentiment in this divine lord. With a 5-star race under your command, why seek submission to me? Compared to the God of Thunder, I am far too weak, Hongfei replied candidly. As a ruler of a divine realm merely 1,000 miles away, she was acutely aware of the God of Thunder's expanding influence. Rather than waiting to be conquered, she opted to align herself with this unparalleled figure, who had raised the mastery of the Thunder divinity to 60 in just 3 months. Nangong Ho understood. I accept your submission. Before the words faded, a devastating thunderous pressure swept forth, a raw display of dominance. Hongfei, enduring the oppressive force, solemnly declared, Great God of Thunder, I pledge to become your subordinate deity, offering half of my faith energy annually and obeying your commands. I accept your submission, Nangong Ho affirmed, and in that moment, a connection between their divine realms was forged. After the oath was completed, Hongfei suddenly spoke, My lord, today I performed a divination. Do you happen to have a classmate named Zhangjin? Zhangjin? Nangong Ho frowned and asked, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. The goddess of divination, Hongfei, rolled her eyes, her tone tinged with impatience. He's one of your classmates from the divine class. You don't remember? He's the one who stirred up trouble between the divine lord and Mugan. Zhangjin left Xinglei Academy 2 months ago, and he might make a move against the divine lord soon. He's received support from a certain true god, which has significantly boosted his strength. However, my divine powers are limited, so I couldn't divine the exact nature of this assistance. Nangong Ho suddenly understood, recalling Mugan's previous warning. Mugan did warn me to be cautious of him, saying he holds grudges deeply. I didn't expect that the true god targeting me would ally with him. Then, his curiosity shifted to divination itself. Hong Fei, can you divine anything you want to know? Hong Fei shook her head and explained, not exactly. Divination is also constrained by the opponent's strength. If the target is too powerful, it can backfire and cause serious harm. Some unique existences are entirely undivinable, such as the Divine Lord. Everything about you seems shrouded in mist. Even a true god might only glean indirect information. She studied Nangong Ho curiously. Nangong Ho secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Secrets like his system, the Divine Monument of Mysteries, or the Divine Role Enhancement Tower would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of true gods if exposed. Changing the subject, he asked, give me the coordinates of his divine domain. Hong Fei was prepared and immediately provided the exact location of Zhang Jin's divine domain over 10,000 kilometers away from Nangong Ho's current position. Then, she made a request. Divine Lord, I'd like to relocate my divine domain to the outskirts of yours. Why? Your domain is only 1,000 kilometers from here. Because of the true martial sect, Hong Fei explained. They've repeatedly demanded my submission, and I've refused every time. Now, they've issued an ultimatum: if I don't comply, they'll resort to force. This is why I'm eager to seek refuge under your protection. Nangong Hao's eyes flickered slightly as he recalled the Dean Jiangshi's warning about the true martial sect. Can you divine the identity of the true martial sect's divine lord? Impossible, Hong Fei replied bluntly. However, their forces targeting you are nearly assembled. They'll likely arrive within a month. Nangong Ho sneered. Do they really think I'm that easy to bully? If they dare come, not a single one will leave alive. Approved, he said, granting Hong Fei's request. Her abilities were too valuable to ignore. Hong Fei left, visibly pleased. Meanwhile, Nuguli led 50 Dragon Knights, along with the two-headed Chimera and the Moon Priestess Telanya, out of the city. Although their numbers were small, they were more than enough to deal with Zhang Jin. The followers of the great god of light had gathered, and their fiercest warriors were ready to crush the heretics. In a dark temple, a crimson blood thunder leopard knelt before a divine statue. His muscular upper body was bare, but unsettlingly, his skin was covered in oozing sores, emitting a nauseating stench of decay. Zhang Jin stood to the side, watching his divine emissary, Bao Kai, with satisfaction. Thanks to the plague true god, Bao Kai had recently evolved into a super 5-star species, reaching the formidable power of a 7th-tier epic-level being. All of this was a result of the plague god's blessings, though the cost was the rotting of his flesh and the permanent depletion of potential. The strength of the entire race had risen by 2 levels. Thinking about what Nangong Ho had done at the academy, Zhang Jin couldn't help but clench his teeth in anger. Although he had left the academy, the other's reputation still haunted him. Little did he know that, in Nangong Ho's eyes, he had long become an insignificant figure. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered Zhang Jin's thoughts. His expression darkened instantly. A two-headed, 8th-tier legendary chimera was spewing acid, rapidly dissolving the steel fortress walls. Moments later, 50 towering figures came into view. Nangong Ho's Minotaur warriors. Quick! Rally the warriors! Kill them all! Zhang Jin let out a shrill cry. Bao Kai immediately left the temple to assemble the army for battle. A group of heretics. Your god has already abandoned you, leaving you in this wretched state. Let me put an end to your misery, roared Nuguli as he charged forward atop his storm raptor. The 50 Dragon Knights broke into the divine domain with unstoppable force. The two-headed chimera wreaked havoc in the skies, one head spewing acid that dissolved everything in its path, while the other unleashed flames that reduced the crimson blood thunder leopards to ash. Moon Priestess Tyrannia's shadow arrows silently pierced through the hearts of their enemies. Watching his 400 enhanced blood thunder leopard warriors being utterly crushed, Zhang Jin fell into deep frustration and fury. He pulled out a sealed card and crushed it with force. 8th-tier legendary abomination, decayed poison dragon, earth-devouring carrion beast, come forth, destroy them all. This was the plague god's contingency plan. In Zhang Jin's mind, no matter how powerful Nangong Ho was, these 3 legendary tier creatures would be more than enough to handle the situation. As soon as the 3-headed, 8th-tier legendary creature appeared, a nauseating stench swept across most of the divine realm. Without hesitation, the Moon Priestess unleashed the power of despair, combining it with the holy void physique. An arrow shot through the air, tearing through the beast before it could even react. The newly emerged Earth Devourer carrion beast collapsed with a deafening thud, lifeless. Nuguli quickly followed up with his assault. With a thunderous roar, Divine patterns illuminated his entire body as the essence of strength erupted in an instant. Die, he bellowed, swinging his massive axe with the force to split the heavens. The 8th-tier legendary abomination hastily lashed out with its plague chains in defense, but they were as fragile as paper before Nyoguli's overwhelming power. The abomination was cleaved in two, green ichor spraying everywhere. The two-headed chimera was not to be outdone. Both heads unleashed their fury simultaneously, spewing streams of corrosive acid and fire that intertwined into a deadly barrage. The final putrid poison dragon let out a piercing scream under the terrifying assault before being reduced to ashes in moments. Zhang Jin watched in despair as the 3 legendary creatures he had painstakingly prepared were annihilated in the blink of an eye. These were supposed to be his trump cards against Nangong Ho. What made his despair even deeper was that Nangong Ho's side, though deploying only a small group of elites, consisted of individuals whose combat prowess was unmatched, each capable of taking on 10 opponents single-handedly. The battle raged on for some time. When Nyoguli finally slew the last guardian of the temple, the divine emissary Leopard Kai, Nangong Ho himself appeared. Nangong Ho, Zhang Jin spat out through gritted teeth. So you're Zhang Jin? Nangong Ho said casually, as if only now recalling who he was. This simple remark ignited Zhang Jin's fury. You deserve to die. As a newcomer, you have no right to be so arrogant. Every member of the divine class is a genius. Why must you upset the balance and place yourself above us? Zhang Jin roared hysterically. Nangong Ho looked at the now-twisted Zhang Jin and sighed softly. Jealousy truly does turn people into something unrecognizable. Suddenly, Zhang Jin burst into maniacal laughter. Ha, ha, I know I can't beat you, but you've already caught the attention of the plague true god. You're doomed. The means of a true god are far beyond your imagination. Before he could finish speaking, a power not his own erupted within him, a fragment of divine power left behind by the plague true god. Zhang Jin, whose strength had plummeted due to the annihilation of his faith-based races, suddenly surged to the half-divine 8th transformation, his face now grotesque and contorted. If it were the true god's actual descent, I might be concerned. But a mere trace of divine power. Nangong Ho sneered, deep purple lightning surging around him, radiating an aura of utter destruction. Plague Shroud. Zhang Jin shrieked, summoning a foul-smelling deep green shield above him. Yet the shield lasted only 3 breaths before being obliterated by the lightning. No, I don't want to die. Zhang Jin let out a final, unwilling roar before being consumed by the lightning. Thousands of miles away, the plague true god sensed the dissipation of his divine fragment. Enraged, he destroyed his entire dwelling and roared, Nangong Ho, I will personally reclaim the divine authority that belongs to me. The great thunder god, Nangong Ho stood within the divine realm, his gaze fixed on the extraordinary ancient tree before him, a 5th-tier transcendent being now corrupted by the power of plague. The pool beneath the tree shimmered with an ominous dark glow, its waters saturated with the repugnant essence of disease. The tree's branches were heavy with grotesquely shaped fruits, their purpose a mystery even to Nangong Ho's vast knowledge. A searing light drew his attention, a divine authority of light belonging to Zhang Jin. Before he could reach for it, the voice of Nuguli suddenly echoed. Nangong Ho smirked inwardly. For a demigod possessing such a noble divine authority, Nuguli's pettiness was laughable. He noticed Zhang Jin's divine soul drifting toward the ancient tree, evidently being absorbed. Without delay, Nangong Ho claimed the divine authority of light and carefully examined the ancient tree. He quickly discerned its faith power was exceptionally weak, realizing it was an artifact bestowed upon Zhang Jin by the true god of plague. The god had not only intended to use Zhang Jin to eliminate Nangong Ho, but also to make Zhang Jin his representative. However, Zhang Jin's untimely demise after acquiring the tree's faith caused its power to dissipate instantly. Take it back, Nangong Ho commanded in a deep voice, considering that the Moon Shadow War ancient tree might be able to purify this corrupted tree. Upon returning to his divine realm, Nangong Ho prepared to absorb the divine authority of light. Suddenly, a voice filled with longing interrupted him. Great Thunder God, may I humbly request this divine authority be granted to me? The voice came from the dragon egg. Once lifeless, the egg had begun showing signs of vitality after being placed near the divine tree, and now it was on the verge of hatching. Nangong Ho paused and thought. Though the rare divine authority of light was highly tempting, the opportunity to aid the dragon egg's hatching was even rarer. He ultimately decided to grant the divine authority to the egg. Extracting the faith power from the divine authority, Nangong Ho cast it toward the egg. The authority traced a brilliant arc through the air before merging into the egg. Instantly, a strong heartbeat reverberated throughout the divine realm. In the distance, the dark frost dragon Ural stirred from its slumber, opening its massive eyes to gaze toward the divine tree. Muttering about the annoying aura, it soon drifted back to sleep. A resounding dragon's roar pierced the heavens, accompanied by the sound of the eggshell breaking. A tiny dragon emerged, its forehead glowing with the light of the divine authority, which then fully merged into it. Bathed in golden radiance, the dragon's body rapidly grew from 2 meters to 5 meters, and finally settling at 10 meters in length. As it opened its eyes, an overwhelming aura erupted, shaking the entire divine realm. 7th rank epic. It's actually a holy golden dragon. Nangong Ho stared in shock at the scene before him. Standing on the ground was a massive dragon, its entire body shimmering in golden hues. Each scale radiated a sacred brilliance. This was a holy golden dragon, a species of the highest caliber among dragons. It was naturally born to suppress all forces of darkness, evil, and the undead. Although it was currently at the 7th rank, that was only because it had just hatched. Given time to adapt to its power, reaching the 9th rank demigod level would simply be a matter of time. The dragon lowered her proud head with deference and said, "Great God of Thunder, thank you for your blessing. Please bestow a name upon me." A robust channel of faith instantly connected to Nangong Ho. This was no surprise, for without Nangong Ho placing the dying dragon egg by the divine tree and granting it the divine authority of light, she would not have survived. This act of salvation had long made her regard Nangong Ho as her deity. "I name you Denise." Nangong Ho's authoritative voice echoed around them. "Denise thanks the great God of thunder," the dragon replied. She glanced at the divine tree nearby, then spread her wings and soared into the sky. Her massive silhouette swept over the entire city, blotting out the sun. The branches and leaves of the divine tree swayed in the wind, as if bidding her farewell. Not long after, Mugan and the others returned, dragging an ancient tree behind them. As soon as they entered the divine domain, the force of plague began to spread, contaminating the pure spiritual energy. The nearby Minotaurs immediately began vomiting as the sickness rapidly spread. Though it was merely a trace of a true god's power and harmless to Nangong Ho, it posed a deadly threat to the Minotaurs. Just as Nangong Ho was about to destroy the ancient tree, both Denise and the Moonshadow War ancient tree spoke up simultaneously. "Great God of Thunder, I can purify this tree. Great God of Thunder, please do not destroy this tree." The sky cleared as Denise hovered above the ancient tree, releasing a concentrated breath of sacred light. Under the dragon's breath, the plague's power melted away like snow under the sun, and the infected Minotaurs quickly regained their health. The dark green plague energy dissipated, and the ancient tree unfurled its branches. Even its fruits became vibrant and radiant. The ancient tree awakened, its leaves rustling softly. "Ah, such relief. Thank you, holy dragon, for your help." Tiles gazed at the towering, fully purified 5th-tier extraordinary ancient tree before him and introduced it to Nangong Ho. This is a divine ancient tree known as the Sound Spirit War Tree. Its fruit, the Sound Spirit fruit, not only enhances the human body by increasing strength and defense, but legend has it that when it grows to the 9th-tier demigod level, it can bear the Sound Spirit divine fruit, which even has effects on deities. Hearing this, Nangong Ho's heart trembled, and a flicker of fervor lit up in his eyes. This was precisely the method he had been searching for to strengthen his body. Realizing that this ancient tree had been obtained through the intervention of the plagued true god, he couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. Not only had he acquired the divine role of the god of light, enabling the dragon egg to hatch, but now he had also solved the problem of fortifying his body. Tiles added, however, the Sound Spirit War Tree requires a significant amount of divine ethereal stones as nourishment to grow. Divine ethereal stones. Nangong Ho murmured thoughtfully. "It seems I'll need to ask Hongfei to divine the location of a deposit. To secure the faith of the ancient tree," Nangong Ho solemnly declared, "Sound Spirit War Tree, were it not for the Thunder God, you would have long been corrupted by the power of the plague and lost your divinity. Moreover, this golden holy dragon is also a follower of the Thunder God." The ancient tree, Brandon, immediately responded in an aged voice. Brandon thanks the Thunder God and is willing to become a follower of the Thunder God. A bright channel of faith instantly connected to Nangong Ho. Though it was only at the level of a devout believer, Nangong Ho was unconcerned, knowing that with time, this faith would deepen. Nangong Ho then relocated Brandon next to Tiles. When Brandon realized that Tiles was a 9th-tier demigod level war tree, his leaves trembled in astonishment. What shocked him even more was the sight of the nearby fully formed divine tree, a being that could only be born in a super-class divine realm. In that instant, Brandon's faith in the Thunder God surged dramatically, elevating him directly to the level of a zealous believer. Nangong Ho nodded in satisfaction and immediately summoned Hongfei to inquire about the whereabouts of the divine ethereal stones. Upon hearing this, Hongfei instantly understood. "It seems the Divine Lord has obtained the Sound Spirit War Tree. Please wait a moment while I perform a divination." A sacred radiance appeared on her face as the power of divination rippled outward, resembling the flow of time's river before her eyes. Lord Divine Master, Hong Fei said, panting heavily, beads of sweat sliding down her pale, delicate face. It was clear that the earlier divination had drained a significant amount of her divine power. Over 30,000 kilometers to the south, there's a vein of divine ethereal stone. However, it lies within the territory of the Xenu sect. A seventh-turn demigod named Wei Fu guards the area, and their forces are currently gathering there. Xenu sect? Nangong Ho narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in them. In that case, why wait for them to come knocking? Mugan, Xiaozhan, Zhongxia. At his command, 3 subordinate deities appeared swiftly. After a brief introduction of Hong Fei's identity, Nangong Ho issued his orders directly. Each of you will deploy 200 believers from your respective races. The troops will be led by Nyoguli. Head straight for the Xenu sect's stronghold. Mugan and the others accepted the order and departed. Hong Fei blinked her bright eyes, her voice tinged with worry. Lord Divine Master, shouldn't you send more troops? They have at least 2,000 men. Sometimes, numbers mean very little, Nangong Ho replied with a faint smile. His words left Hong Fei filled with curiosity. While she had foreseen that her own believers were no match for Nangong Ho's forces, she still couldn't grasp the true extent of his power. Soon, the army was assembled. 100 dragon knights, 200 centaurs, 200 amethyst behemoths, and 200 jaded halfling folk, totaling 700 warriors. Move out, Nyoguli commanded, activating the teleportation seal cards. Since each card could only transport 100 individuals, they had to use them 3 times in succession to complete the teleportation. The remaining 500 kilometers were covered in just over an hour. Through his mental connection with Nyoguli, Nangong Ho observed the battlefield in its entirety and shared the scenes with Hong Fei. The charge of the 100 dragon knights shook the earth, while twin-headed chimeras spewed fire and corrosive acid, relentlessly wearing down the city walls. Caught off guard during a meeting, Wei Fu and his 3 demigods were both enraged and astonished. Those Minotaurs? That demigod from the ultra-class divine realm dares to attack my domain. Wei Fu roared in fury, courting death. How dare they invade with such a small force? In an instant, all the races within Wei Fu's divine domain began to mobilize. Over a dozen legendary tier 8th rank species, including the Gale Saint Eagles and the Xian Flame Sky Trampling Elephants, followed by hundreds of epic tier 7th rank species. Even the weakest among them were extraordinary 5th rank beings. But just then, a colossal shadow swept across the skies of the divine domain. Accompanied by an earth-shaking dragon's roar, an overwhelming aura of terror caused every legendary creature to tremble in fear. A 9th rank demigod-level dark dragon? Hong Fei exclaimed in shock, rendered speechless. In the Savage Continent, 8th rank legendary creatures were common, but those who ascended to the 9th rank demigod level were exceedingly rare. A single 9th rank demigod level dark dragon was enough to turn the tide of any battle. Even more astonishingly, this was no ordinary dark dragon, it was a 9th rank demigod level dark frost dragon. The sudden appearance of a 9th tier demigod level dark frost dragon left Wei Fu and the other 3 demigods utterly shocked. The massive dragon's body circled in the skies above the divine realm, and with an earth-shattering roar, Wular opened its colossal jaws, unleashing a frost breath infused with the divine power of the god of ice. A wave of freezing cold swept across the entire divine realm in an instant, causing the temperature to plummet to an extreme low. A river of frost spread wildly along the dragon's flight path, and wherever it passed, over 300 believers of the faith-based races were instantly turned into ice sculptures, their lives extinguished. Such was the terrifying might of a 9th tier demigod-level being. On the other side of the battlefield, Nyoguli demonstrated astonishing combat power, relying on the unique constitution of his battle saint physique. Despite being only at the 7th tier epic level, he effortlessly slew the 8th tier legendary level Xian Yin treading sky elephant. Hong Fei stared at the battlefield in shock. That Minotaur is not only the divine emissary of the God Lord, but also possesses the battle saint physique. And there's another with the great sun thunder physique, while that moon priestess has the void saint physique. This is nothing surprising, Nangong Ho replied with a calm smile. Give it a few more months, and all under my command will possess unique constitutions. The battle tilted overwhelmingly to one side. Even though Wei Fu and his allies commanded over 2,000 faith-based races, they could hardly withstand the onslaught. Just as Wei Fu prepared to send out information, Nyoguli stormed into his temple, fervently calling out, "O great god of thunder, please descend." Nangong Ho gave Hong Fei a signal before immediately descending into Wei Fu's divine realm. At this moment, with his temple breached and his power of faith drastically diminished, Wei Fu's strength had fallen to the level of a 5th-turn demigod. A mere 5th-turn demigod? You're not even worthy of the God Lord's attention. Wei Fu roared furiously. Is that so? I wonder how heartbroken your God Lord would be if I were to kill a few of you. Nangong Ho replied with a cold sneer, as thunderous power began to gather around him. At that moment, a demigod sneered menacingly. Are you sure you shouldn't be more concerned about your own divine realm? Nangong Ho's expression darkened as he sensed over 300 undead creatures had already infiltrated the outskirts of his divine realm. Leading the charge was an 8th-tier legendary undead bone dragon, its massive skeletal frame carving a chilling arc through the air. This undead army was originally heading toward Hongfei's divine domain but found it deserted, as she had relocated next to Nangong Ho's domain. The god of undead, initially planning to retreat, changed course upon receiving news from Wei Fu and his companions, heading straight for Nangong Ho's domain. You're celebrating too soon, Nangong Ho remarked with a faint smirk, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. This paltry undead race isn't even enough to fill the teeth of a golden holy dragon. Surprisingly, Nangong Ho didn't deploy Denise for battle. Instead, he issued a simple order to Mugan and the others. Do not deploy the faith-based races. His aim was to force the god of undead to descend in person, so he could slay him directly. Let me send you on your way first. Nangong Ho's gaze sharpened suddenly. In an instant, several deep purple bolts of lightning roared forth like raging dragons, carrying destructive power as they surged toward the 4 individuals. Vitality of all things. Blazing sun impact. Autumn's decay. Bitter winter. 4 distinct forces erupted simultaneously. It turned out that these 4 were none other than Wei Fu, the god of spring, the god of summer, the god of autumn, and the god of winter. However, against the destructive power of the lightning, their resistance was visibly strained. Wei Fu, whose strength had already waned, was particularly vulnerable. This won't hold him off. Combine our powers, Wei Fu shouted. The divine forces of the 4 seasons intertwined and merged in midair, managing to temporarily stave off the lightning's onslaught. Interesting. You can even merge your powers, Nangong Ho chuckled lightly. The divine roles of the 4 seasons, you'll take them. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the divine authority of the elemental god activated. An elemental barrier instantly enveloped the 4, unleashing a relentless torrent of elemental attacks within. Damn it, just how many divine roles does this guy have? Wei Fu and the others roared in frustration, their meticulously planned scheme effortlessly dismantled by a demigod. Wei Fu, the god of spring, was the first to fall, consumed by unending flames. The remaining 3 soon followed, their anguished cries echoing as they perished one after another. For pure divine essences streaked across the sky, heading toward Nangong Ho's domain. With a wave of his sleeve, Nangong Ho collected all 4 divine rolls. Mugili, take all the divine essence crystals back, he commanded. With that, he stepped forward and returned to his domain. At that moment, Hongfei was fully focused on monitoring the movements of the undead forces, unaware that Wei Fu and the others had already been slain. Watching the 8th-tier legendary bone dragon breach the outer city and head directly for the inner city, she couldn't help but express her concern. My lord, Wei Fu's situation can wait for now. Shouldn't we prioritize dealing with the god of undead in front of us? Wei Fu and the other 4 demigods are already dead, Nangong Ho replied calmly. I let him come in on purpose. What? Wei Fu and the other 4 demigods are dead? Those were 4 high-level 7th-turn demigods. Hongfei stared at Nangong Ho in shock, her understanding of demigods completely overturned. Doesn't that mean the god of undead descending here is just walking to his death? Haha, so this is the legendary Super S-class divine realm? What a magnificent place. The god of undead, Zhu Jin, stood at the edge of the divine realm, watching as his undead bone dragon had already breached the defenses and entered the inner city, letting out a triumphant laugh. That foolish demigod never expected me to launch a sneak attack. His race dared to provoke Wei Fu and the others. Let's see how you plan to defend yourself now. As long as he seized the temple, he could complete his descent. Once that happened, defeating this demigod would be child's play. The massive undead bone dragon landed effortlessly in front of the temple. Following close behind, the god of undead stepped into Nangong Ho's divine realm. He took a deep breath and sneered, "What an exquisite aura. Too bad a weak demigod like you doesn't deserve it." Looking down from above, the true god of undead gazed at Nangong Ho and Hongfei with a pitying expression. His undead bone dragon stood ready to destroy the statue of the demigod before him at any moment. You're even slower than I expected, Nangong Ho said calmly, scrutinizing the god of undead like a hunter sizing up its prey. Your companions are waiting for you. Haha, my companions won't be seeing me anytime soon, the god of undead declared arrogantly. Because after I kill you, I'll head straight for the Lord God. Killing a demigod of a Super S-class divine realm and taking the divine tree, that will be my crowning achievement. No, you're overthinking it. Nangong Ho chuckled softly. They're waiting for you at the end of death. Now, you can go join them. Undead creatures dare to step into the divine realm? Holy purification. A resounding dragon's roar echoed across the heavens as the massive form of Denise, the holy golden dragon, appeared in midair. Streams of golden holy breath rained down. Although Denise was only a 7th-tier epic-level creature, as the natural nemesis of undead beings, this attack alone was enough to be fatal. The undead bone dragon roared in terror, instantly purified by the holy power. Over 300 undead creatures howled in agony under the sacred aura, disintegrating into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Super 5-star, another Super 5-star species. And it's a holy golden dragon. Hong Fei was stunned, finally understanding why Nangong Ho had remained so composed. Damn you! You had a trump card all along. The god of undead raged. But so what? I am a height-ear demigod, tier 7, and you are merely mid-ear. Die. Undead ensnarement. Chains forged from death and resentment shot toward Nangong Ho, aiming to seize control of his mind. Yet Nangong Ho remained unfazed. Feudal struggle. With a mastery level of 60 over the thunder divinity, he unleashed its power. A vast ocean of deep purple lightning engulfed the god of undead in an instant. The sheer destructive force was so overwhelming that Hong Fei could not withstand it and had to retreat from the divine realm. Nangong Ho gazed at the vanquished god of undead, whose divine soul had been devoured by the divine tree, leaving only the undead divinity floating quietly in its place. His eyes burned with determination. Another divinity was about to be his. Finally, Nangong Ho reached the moment to tally his gains. Aside from the 5 divine positions containing the power of faith, what excited him the most was the opportunity to merge new divine positions thunder, wind, and the 4 seasons sspring, summer, autumn, and winter into the 4 seasons divine position. Even more thrilling was the possibility of further merging the 4 seasons with elemental divine positions to form nature, one of the 6 most powerful divine positions. Suppressing his inner excitement, Nangong Ho first reviewed the faith value he had accumulated. The 5 demigods directly contributed 11.5 billion faith points, bringing the total to an astonishing 12 billion. This ensured he no longer had to hesitate when using faith points to accelerate time. When he turned to look at the divine tree, he noticed a delightful transformation. The tree had advanced directly from its budding phase to its growth phase. Along with this progression, a radiant, crystal-clear light merged into his body, although he couldn't precisely sense its location. Based on the information he had gained from the ancient Moonshadow War tree, the divine tree's growth was divided into 5 stages: budding, growth, flowering, fruiting, and maturity. Each stage would bring mysterious returns. It took at least a dozen divine souls just to push the tree into the growth phase. The next 3 stages will likely require even more, Nangong Ho murmured to himself. After organizing tasks for his subordinate gods, he waited for Nyoguli and the others to return. Soon, they brought back over 10,000 pounds of divine ethereal stones and, following his instructions, placed them beneath the ancient Sound War tree. Nangong Ho immediately activated the time acceleration tower, setting it to its maximum ratio of 150 for a duration of 1 month, which would consume 300 million faith points. During this accelerated period, the Minotaurs efficiently arranged for their warriors to visit the altar for special physique creation, while the ancient Sound War tree greedily absorbed the divine ethereal stones. Meanwhile, the holy golden dragon, Denise, unapologetically took a nap beside Ural. Her holy aura even caused slight discomfort to Ural, a 9th-tier demigod. Just as Nangong Ho was preparing to begin merging the 4 seasons divine position, the godlord of the true martial sect erupted in fury. Damn it, all 5 of them failed. Who exactly is this Nangong Ho? Upon hearing the news of his subordinate god's complete defeat, the godlord was consumed with rage. Though losing a few subordinate gods meant little to him, the repeated failures were intolerable. Calming himself, the godlord shifted his focus from the divine tree to Nangong Ho himself. Turning to the god of archery, he asked, "The 1 500 years joint academy competition is being held at your academy, correct?" "Yes, godlord," the god of archery replied respectfully. "Good. I don't need to tell you what to do I? Rest assured, godlord. I will make sure Nangong Ho does not leave alive." The god of archery responded resolutely. Natural divinity, one of the 6 supreme divine powers, and never before had a demigod managed to grasp such unparalleled strength at such an early stage. Yet, at this moment, Nangong Ho had achieved it, though the price he paid nearly cost him his life. The instant the divinity of seasons merged perfectly with the divinity of elements to form the natural divinity, the incomplete divinity of darkness within him erupted in violent rejection. The 2 supreme divine powers clashed fiercely within his divine body. Even though the divinity of darkness was incomplete, it would never allow the natural divinity to reign over it. Nangong Ho's pride, his 5-fold enhanced divine body, was now riddled with fine cracks, on the verge of collapse. The forces of darkness and nature each claimed half of his body, battling against each other, nearly tearing him apart. He could feel his divine body disintegrating bit by bit, and if this continued, annihilation would be his only fate. I really brought this on myself this time, Nangong Ho thought in despair. The ease with which he had fused divine powers in the past had made him complacent, causing him to underestimate the unprecedented collision of two supreme divinities. Just as despair was about to overwhelm him, a radiant and multicolored crystalline light emerged from deep within him. It was the life-giving power of the divine tree, a gentle and vibrant energy that began coursing through his divine body, repairing it as it approached collapse. Under this harmonious influence, the warring divine powers gradually calmed. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when Nangong Ho opened his eyes again, they shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance, reflecting the cycles of the seasons and the forces of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. An unprecedented sense of power filled his entire being. He realized with clarity that any derivative divine power stemming from the natural divinity would be rendered ineffective before him. Although his current strength and control were still limited, he could already alter the weather within a small area. That was far too close. Enhancing my divine body must become a top priority, Nangong Ho resolved inwardly, then shifted his gaze toward the domain below. 5 years had passed, and the ancient war tree, Yinling, had absorbed most of the tens of thousands of gene of divine ethereal stones, yet its strength remained at the 5th transcendent level. This slow progress frustrated him, but he had no choice but to wait patiently. Finally, his eyes fell upon the Minotaur tribe. Over these 5 years, all 100 Minotaurs had awakened their special Constitutionza development that, at least, brought him some satisfaction. The path of advancement had indeed slowed to a crawl. Nangong Ho observed the moon priestess Talanya, who remained at the 8th tier legendary level, and frowned slightly. The threshold to the 9th tier demigod level was extraordinarily high. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and a bold idea formed in his mind. Why is it that demigods on the Divine Descent continent can gain divine domains upon awakening their divinity, while those on the wildlands cannot? This thought grew uncontrollably in his mind, like wildfire. What if I used a trace of the origin power of a natural divine domain? Could it help Talanya comprehend her own divine domain? Without hesitation, he summoned Talanya. She knelt before him, her voice filled with reverence as she said, "Great God of Thunder, your most devoted follower is always ready to heed your divine will." Although Talanya belonged to his faith-bound race and would obey his every word, Nangong Ho still asked solemnly, "Do you wish to ascend to the 9th tier demigod level?" "I do," Talanya answered resolutely. "I want to become the strongest and follow the God of Thunder to conquer the plains." Nangong Ho's voice rumbled like thunder. "Very well. I shall grant you a trace of the most powerful origin force. This is an unprecedented endeavor, and I cannot guarantee the outcome. Will you still accept this risk?" "I will," Talanya declared with unwavering determination. Nangong Ho spoke no further. A glowing, multicolored orb of origin force emerged from within him and floated outward. This orb resembled a miniature natural world, encapsulating the cycles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, as well as thunder, wind, and rain. Though it was but a trace of origin power, it visibly weakened Nangong Ho. As the origin force merged into Talanya's body, an extraordinary transformation began. Her eyes closed, and her body slowly rose into the air. The grass and trees around her grew wildly before withering in an instant, as the 4 seasons cycled rapidly around her. Her aura began to ascend steadily toward the 9th tier demigod level. Suddenly, a thunderclap shattered the skies, and the once clear heavens turned ominously dark. A terrifying lightning tribulation began to take shape, leaving Nangong Ho astonished. Unlike the tranquility when he had bestowed the Moonshadow War ancient tree with its divine domain, this time, the act had triggered a lightning tribulation. 81 bolts of thunder crashed down in succession, and Talanya countered each with her Despair Arrow and Moonshadow Arrow. After enduring the tribulation, a sacred light descended from the heavens, enveloping her. Bathed in this divine radiance, her stunning beauty and graceful figure appeared even more striking. "She's awakening her divinity," Nangong Ho exclaimed in shock. Although the divine light was far weaker than that of the Divine Descent continent, it was unmistakably a genuine awakening of divinity. When the light finally dissipated, a divine domain emblem glimmered on Talanya's forehead. Wind and fire. This was a brand new divine domain, blending the agility of wind with the ferocity of fire. The wind fueled the flames, and the flames harnessed the power of the wind. Tyrania expressed her gratitude to the God of Thunder for his blessing. A newfound, sacred aura radiated from her, signaling her ascension to a 9th tier demigod. What made her transformation even more extraordinary was that her divinity did not come from bestowed divine authority but awakened on its own, indicating her boundless potential for the future. Nangong Ho observed Tyrania, his brow slightly furrowed. The only thing that puzzled him was her apparent inability to establish a divine domain. This was vastly different from his own experience. He had been able to continuously integrate divine authority even during his demigod stage, eventually mastering the ultimate divine authority. It seems these matters will require time to figure out, Nangong Ho murmured softly, his gaze resting on Tyrania. Train well. I look forward to the day we fight side by side across the plains. At this moment, Tyrania exuded an aura far more powerful than Ural's. Nangong Ho did not leave the divine domain immediately, but decided to seize the opportunity to advance his own cultivation. Thanks to the energy feedback from the divine tree, his divine body and soul had stabilized, fully preparing him for a sixth transformation. This time, Nangong Ho chose to use the natural divine authority instead of the thunder divine authority to refine the power of faith. To his surprise, while advancing from the fifth to the sixth transformation originally required only 6 drops of divine power, this time, it consumed the equivalent of 60 drops, 60 billion faith points, 10 times the previous amount. Fortunately, his accumulated faith was sufficient to cover the cost. Meanwhile, at Xinglei Academy, Jiang Shi anxiously asked Mugan, "Has Nangong returned from his retreat yet?" "No, headmaster," Mugan replied. "I've tried multiple times to descend into his divine domain, but there's been no response. Although the accelerated time in his divine domain is nearing its end, there's still no sign of activity. The joint competition among the 5 great academies is only 10 days away," Jiang Shi sighed. "It seems we'll have to depart for Titan Academy without him." As the lowest-ranked academy, Jiang Shi had hoped to rely on Nangong Ho to restore their reputation, but to his dismay, Nangong had chosen this critical moment to enter seclusion. In the end, Jiang Shi led Xiaozhan and 10 other students to depart early. 5 days later, Nangong Ho finally succeeded in advancing to the 6th transformation. Despite the tenfold increase in the consumption of faith, the powerful refining speed of the natural divine authority had actually shortened the time required. "Let me see how well I've mastered the natural divine authority," Nangong Ho muttered to himself. Nangong Ho activated the Divine Power Enhancement Tower to check his mastery level over the nature divinity. 3. He frowned slightly, somewhat surprised. Even after merging 60 of his Thunder Divinity Mastery, the control over this supreme divinity remained so low. He decided to begin the enhancement process, his eyes scanning the balance of faith points. 6.5 billion. That was more than enough for multiple enhancements. This type of divinity cannot be enhanced directly. It must be enhanced through subdivision, the tower's cold, mechanical voice announced. "Then I'll start with the Thunder Divinity," Nangong Ho decided immediately. 200 million faith points vanished, raising his Thunder Divinity Mastery from 60 to 70. Simultaneously, his Nature Divinity increased from 3 to 3.5. This discovery made Nangong Ho's eyes light up. Enhancing the other 11 divinities would also improve his mastery over the Nature Divinity. Without hesitation, he proceeded with continuous enhancements. The Wind Divinity rose to 70, bringing the Nature Divinity to 9. The Metal Divinity reached 70, and the Nature Divinity climbed to 12.5. It wasn't until all 11 divinities were enhanced to 70 that his Nature Divinity finally reached 38.5. "The progress is so slow," Nangong Ho muttered under his breath. If anyone else had heard this, they would have been utterly astonished. Achieving this level of mastery over a supreme divinity was already extraordinary. After completing the enhancements, Nangong Ho left his divine domain and pushed open the door to his dormitory. A striking figure was standing outside. "Her again," he instinctively mumbled. "What did you just say?" The visitor was Xiaobing, who immediately felt something was wrong the moment she saw Nangong Ho. Her divine power became chaotic, and her divinity's strength seemed to bow in submission. To her shock, she realized her power was reduced to only 60 of its usual capacity. As a demigod at the 9th stage, on the verge of ascending to true godhood, Xiaobing couldn't comprehend why this was happening in front of someone who had only recently advanced to the 6th stage of demigodhood. A bold suspicion crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Absolutely impossible. There's no way such a divinity could be mastered by a mere demigod. Teacher Xiaobing looks even more stunning than before. "May I ask what brings you to me this time?" Nangong Ho quickly changed the subject. "Humph, as if I'd come looking for you willingly," Xiaobing replied coldly. "The dean and the others have already headed to the Titan Academy. They specifically asked me to wait for you to finish your seclusion and take you there." "Titan Academy? What for?" "To let you show off," Xiaobing snapped, clearly annoyed, and turned to leave. "Ahem, Teacher Xiaobing, please mind your language. Do I really need to show off? This is just my natural, effortless charisma shining through." Nangong Ho rolled his eyes and reluctantly followed her. The Divine Fall continent is vast and boundless, divided into 4 major regions: Qingzhou, Zhongzhou, Xianzhou, and Luozhou. Qingzhou alone spans hundreds of billions of square kilometers. Even a powerful 9-turn demigod would require tens of thousands of years to traverse its entirety. Because of this, Divine realm coordinates are particularly crucial on this continent. With these coordinates, disputes between demigods can be swiftly resolved through the strength of their respective races. The 5 major academies are so far apart that every time they host a joint competition, participants must set off well in advance. Joint competition? Not interested. If you had told me earlier, Teacher Xiaobing, I wouldn't have gone. At this moment, Nangong Ho stood alongside Xiaobing on a long-distance teleportation array. To reach Titan Academy, they would need to switch arrays 3 more times. This year's champion reward is a sealed card for a witch rebirth pool, Xiaobing said coldly. A witch rebirth pool? Nangong Ho exclaimed in surprise. Witches are a powerful race, naturally born with the strength of a super 5-star lineage. They resemble humans in appearance and are categorized into 3 types. The witch mage, skilled in various forms of magic, the witch priestess, adept in healing and toxic arts, and the witch warlock, capable of summoning formidable demon servants. However, nurturing a witch is no easy task. The rebirth pool requires vast amounts of energy and a century of incubation. For instance, to cultivate a witch mage, one must use pure essence of heaven and earth combined with various attribute spirit stones for immersion, making the process extremely challenging. Just a single witch rebirth pool? That's a bit stingy, Nangong Ho muttered under his breath. There's also a month of enlightenment at the Wall of Power and a top-grade Wuxiang dragon mushroom, Xiaobing added. Seeing Nangong Hao's puzzled expression, Xiaobing provided further explanation. The first principle of Titan Academy mastered the divine power of strength, but instead of establishing a divine realm, he focused on refining his divine body. He trained beside that wall for 10,000 years, imbuing it with the essence of strength. It offers unique insights for enhancing one's divine body. As for the Wuxiang dragon mushroom, Xiaobing continued, it can fully unlock the potential of a divine body. To put it simply, if the divine body is like a water tank, the Wuxiang dragon mushroom can make the tank larger and sturdier. After hearing this, Nangong Ho was quite satisfied with the 3 rewards, especially the Wuxiang dragon mushroom. As someone destined to fuse multiple supreme divine powers in the future, unlocking the full potential of his divine body with the mushroom would provide a solid foundation for his growth. If you don't want to go, then forget it, Xiaobing said finally. Xiaobing glanced at him briefly, her tone indifferent. Seeing the obvious interest in his expression, she couldn't help but feel an urge to put this self-righteous guy in his place. If the dean specifically asked for me, it seems our academy's performance isn't looking great, Nangong Ho said with a faint smile, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Xiaobing rolled her eyes at him and chose to ignore him altogether. The two walked in silence, traveling through one teleportation array after another. As Nangong Ho had mentioned, Qinglei Academy indeed ranked the lowest among the 5 major academies. Meanwhile, in another location, Xiao Zhan and Zhong Xia stood glaring at a smug, bald-headed youth before them. Qinglei Academy? Might as well just remove it from the 5 major academies. Sending a few losers and calling them geniuses? The bald youth, Zhu Tong, looked down at them with utter disdain. Zhu Tong, don't get too cocky. If Shen Mingzi weren't in seclusion, you wouldn't even have the chance to show off like this. Mugan shouted angrily. Zhu Tong, a 7th-ranked demigod and inheritor of the God of Strength's legacy, was exactly the genius Xiaobing had mentioned, one who followed the path of body reinforcement laid out by the first dean of Titan Academy. Even with the 3 of them working together, they had been no match for him in their earlier confrontation. Shen Mingzi? Zhu Tong burst into laughter. A freshman who's only been here for 3 months is your savior? Qinglei Academy has truly fallen. He didn't even bother acknowledging Nangong Ho. My divine authority mastery has reached 60, and I've conquered the 1008th floor of the Sky Tower. Crushing you is as simple as lifting a finger. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xiao Zhan retorted coldly, Humph, so what? In the face of my power, divine authority is nothing. 2 days from now is the joint academy competition. Let's see if your Shen Mingzi can even make it, Zhu Ting said with a derisive laugh. When the time comes, they'll crush him in front of everyone. With that, he left with the students of Titan Academy, walking away arrogantly. Mugan glared at his retreating figure in fury. What's there to be so proud of? No telling when Ho Xiao will finish his seclusion, Xiao Zhan sighed. For now, let's focus on tomorrow night's academic exchange. At Qinglei Academy, he might have been considered a genius, but compared to students from other academies, he barely ranked at the bottom. This was one of the reasons Qinglei Academy remained at the lowest rank. Time flew by, and with no sign of Nangong Ho, Xiao Zhan had no choice but to take Zhong Xia and Mugan to the so-called academic exchange, which was, in reality, just a show-off event for top students from other academies. Meanwhile, Nangong Ho and Xiaobing finally arrived at Titan Academy. Teacher Xiaobing, could you take me to see the Power Stone Wall? Nangong Ho asked eagerly as soon as they arrived. As representatives of their academy, they were free to move around Titan Academy as long as they didn't enter restricted areas. While the Power Stone Wall was technically off-limits, observing it from the perimeter was still permitted. Nangong Hou's urgency stemmed from the system's sign-in notification that had just echoed in his mind. In the darkness of the night, the power stone wall towered majestically. Two smooth stone walls stood facing each other, inscribed with intricate and mysterious symbols. Even from the outer perimeter, Nangong Ho and Xiaobing could feel the overwhelming and unparalleled force emanating from it. Ding! A system notification echoed in Nangong Ho's mind. Power stone wall sign-in successful. Reward: Divine Body Enhancement Tower. The news sent a jolt through Nangong Ho, and a delighted smile spread across his face. A problem that had troubled him for so long was now resolved. With the Divine Body Enhancement Tower, he no longer had anything to fear. The Power Stone Wall is no big deal. Teacher Xiaobing, let's head back, Nangong Ho said eagerly, impatient to test the effects of the Divine Body Enhancement Tower. Xiaobing responded calmly, go back and change your clothes. Tonight is the Academic Exchange Conference for the 5 Great Academies. She paused briefly. Go and earn some respect for us. I've attended these conferences before, and Xinglei Academy is humiliated every time. You may be insufferable, but you're the most fitting person for the job. After returning to the dormitory arranged by the Colossal God Academy, Xiaobing hurriedly contacted Jiang Shi, while Nangong Ho wasted no time connecting to the Divine Realm, placing the Divine Body Enhancement Tower next to the Divine Authority Enhancement Tower. How do I enhance it? Nangong Ho asked eagerly. The system displayed, detected hosts Divine Body Strength. Ordinary Divine Body, 30 Strength. Enhancing once requires 10 million faith points. This strength was already slightly above that of a typical demigod, as most demigods focused solely on enhancing divine power, often neglecting the strength of their divine body. Enhance it 10 times. Nangong Ho commanded decisively. After the enhancements, the strength of his ordinary divine body increased to 80. Realizing each enhancement only raised the strength by 5, Nangong Ho ordered 4 more enhancements, pushing the ordinary divine body to 100 and advancing it to the transcendent divine body. He then pressed on, performing 20 consecutive enhancements. His divine body level ascended rapidly from transcendent divine body to radiant divine body, then to immortal divine body, and finally to stellar divine body. Only when he felt his body swelling and reaching its limit did Nangong Ho stop. What incredible power, Nangong Ho murmured, feeling the surging energy within him and recalling Xiaobing's words. Now, I can indeed crush divine techniques with just the power of my divine body. Though his outward appearance hadn't changed much, his entire presence now exuded a primal, untamed strength. Dressed in a fresh set of clothes, Nangong Ho headed toward the venue of the Academic Exchange Conference. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan and 2 others stood in an opulent pavilion, their faces filled with anger and humiliation. Inside the pavilion, 10 cushions were arranged in a circle, with divine fruits and fine wine placed in the center. But all the seats were already occupied. What do you mean? Is this how Giant God Academy treats its guests? Zhong Xia stood up furiously, his voice filled with anger. Zhu Teng looked down at Xiao Zhan and the other 2 with a condescending gaze, a sneer of disdain playing on his lips. Only the weak talk about fairness. The strong rely on their power. The lowest here are 7th-turn demigods. What makes you think you're qualified to sit? Around them, the other 9 faces lit up with mocking expressions. Zhong Xia glared at Zhu Teng in frustration but was powerless to respond. Just then, a deep and commanding voice came from outside the door. Then where should a 6th-turn demigod sit? Young Master Ho. Xiao Zhan and the others turned their heads at the sound, only to see Nangong Ho, dressed in white, walking in at a steady pace. Zhu Teng squinted as he scrutinized the newcomer. So, you're Nangong Ho? The divine son of Xinglei Academy? That's right. Nangong Ho nodded slightly toward Xiao Zhan and his companions before shifting his gaze to the seated crowd. I think everyone here is trash, and if you're trash, how dare you sit? Get lost. As his words echoed, an overwhelming pressure filled the room instantly. It wasn't just an aura of invincibility, but also a divine suppression that left no room for resistance. Arrogant. A strong figure from Mingshi Academy shot to his feet, ready to attack. Nangong Ho let out a cold snort. If you're not convinced, then I'll beat you until you are. With the wind divine power enhancing him, he appeared in front of the opponent in a flash, delivering a ferocious punch. The Mingshi Academy expert tried to counter with his gold divine power, but to his shock, his divine abilities suddenly failed. He could only watch helplessly as Nangong Ho's fist slammed into his chest. With a scream, the man was sent flying through the wall, leaving a gaping hole in the building. A series of screams followed, leaving only 3 men and 2 women still seated. Mingshi Academy's top talent, Feng Chong, stood up. He wielded the rare gravity divine power, with a mastery level of 50, ranking 8,700th in the Tongtian Divine Tower. Thousand-fold gravity. Feng Chong unleashed his power, and the air became oppressively heavy. However, the force, strong enough to crush an 8th-turn demigod, had no effect on Nangong Ho, whose divine body had already been refined to the Stellar Radiance divine body level. Zhou Sheng, the top talent of Litan Academy, also stepped forward. He was an 8th-turn demigod and wielded the divine power of faith with a mastery level of 50.3. Faith deprivation? But the power he prided himself on was effortlessly suppressed by Nangong Ho's 4 seasons divine power. The power of the 4 seasons was more than enough for Nangong Ho to dominate the demigod realm. As for his nature divine power, no one had yet pushed him to the point of needing to use it. Seems like, as the divine child of Qinglei Academy, you do have some skills. But when it comes to raw strength, I, Zhu Tong, have never lost. Kneel before me. Zhu Tong, as the host, fixed his gaze on Nangong Hou's defiant stance. In an instant, a surge of unparalleled physical power erupted from him. His fist, as imposing as a mountain, roared toward Nangong Ho with an overwhelming force. Impressive, but not enough. Nangong Ho smirked faintly, raising his own fist to meet the attack. He intended to use this opportunity to test the true potential of his starry divine body. Mugan and the others watched the scene unfold with a mix of worry and unease. Zhu Tong was renowned for his unparalleled strength even without invoking his divine power of strength. It was exceedingly rare for anyone, even a demigod, to overpower him in pure physical combat. Was Nangong Ho being too reckless by confronting him heathen? The two fists collided with the force of celestial bodies colliding. The deafening impact echoed throughout the venue, sending a shiver through everyone present. As the dust settled, Zhu Tong's face twisted in pain, his punching arm grotesquely deformed. Blood spurted from his mouth as he was sent flying, crashing through the once grand pavilion, now left in ruins. The contest of divine physical strength had ended with Nangong Ho emerging victorious. Even though Zhu Tong hadn't activated his divine power, the outcome was nothing short of astonishing. Now that's a real jooting pain. Mugan and his companions couldn't hold back their laughter, their pent-up frustration from their time at the Giant God Academy instantly dissipating. Meanwhile, 2 female students from Bella Academy were seated on meditation cushions nearby. One of them, a girl with a cute, almost doll-like appearance, gave a mischievous smile, her small tiger teeth faintly visible. Mugan leaned in and whispered to Nangong Ho, "Young Master Ho, this is Mo Xian from Bella Academy. Remember her? We ran into her at the True God's ruins. The one next to her is her elder sister, Mo Shi, the creepy skeleton." The mention sent a shiver down Nangong Ho's spine, his skin prickling. Emoshi spoke, her voice unexpectedly rich and magnetic, carrying the tone of a mature and confident woman. "Divine child Nangong Ho, meeting you today, I see your strength is indeed remarkable. Since you've already dealt with them, shall we proceed with some academic exchange?" Her beauty and grace were striking, rivaling even Xia Bing. Mugan and the others exchanged amused looks, thinking to themselves, "Looks like young Master Ho is about to take on sisters now. I have nothing to discuss with you. If you're not leaving, then stay put and don't leave. We've got fine wine and delicious food now, all we're missing is some dancers. Mugan, go call over some seniors from Qinglei Academy. With a scene this beautiful, we should be drinking and enjoying a dance." Nangong Ho dismissed Mo Zai's suggestion outright. To be honest, he had no interest in any so-called academic exchange. Everything about him was truly inexplicable. The existence of the Steer Divine Domain and the Divine Power Enhancement Tower was simply awe-inspiring. Compared to him, the strength of everyone else present seemed utterly insignificant, not even worth engaging with. "Nangong Ho, you're going too far. My sister and I are both geniuses from Bella Academy. What you're doing is an insult to us." Mo Xian exclaimed angrily, her delicate face flushed with fury. "Then let's have a fight." Nangong Ho responded with an expressionless face. Just as Mo Xian was about to retort, her sister, Mo Shi, unexpectedly held her back. "Mo Xian, if the son of the divine wants to watch, then why not perform a dance?" she said, rising gracefully to her feet, clearly prepared to comply with Nangong Ho's request. "Young Master Ho, how about a little deep and shallow exchange?" Mugan teased with a playful wink. "Say one more word, and I'll throw you out too." Nangong Ho threatened with a light chuckle. When the students of Qinglei Academy arrived, the scene before them became an unforgettable memory. A supposedly solemn academic exchange had transformed into a private dance performance. What was even more shocking was that the performers were the famous genius sisters of Bella Academy, and the audience consisted solely of Qinglei Academy members, with no one else present. That night was destined to become a disgraceful chapter in the history of Titan Academy. The geniuses who had been thrown out by Nangong Ho were indignant, but knew that confronting him at this moment would only lead to further humiliation. They could only swallow their anger and vow to reclaim their dignity in the next day's joint competition. The following day, everyone tacitly avoided mentioning the previous night's incident. However, The other 4 academies looked at Qinglei Academy with undisguised hostility in their eyes. Old Jiang, it seems Qinglei Academy has come prepared this time. The dean of Mingshi Academy remarked pointedly. Super genius? Let's wait until the competition is over before making any conclusions. The dean of Titan Academy replied, his expression extremely grim. Jiang Shi finally had his moment of triumph. Look at you old guys every year. It's you who laugh the loudest. This time, it's Qinglei Academy's turn, don't you think? If you're so confident, old Jiang, why not change the rules? The dean of Litan Academy sneered, suggesting, let everyone enter the virtual divine domain planes together. The last one standing will be the victor. The proposal gave Jiang Shi pause. While Nangong Ho's strength was undeniable, in a group battle, the other academies might very well team up against Qinglei Academy. I agree to this method of competition, Jiang Shi finally said, but let's raise the Stakisa wager of 5 tons of heaven and earth essence, 100 kilograms of each elemental spirit stone, a set of 7 colored rootless bones, and a linglong heart. Do you dare to bet? Old Jiang, you seem quite confident in your academy's Shinmingzi. The voice of the Giant God Academy's headmaster carried a hint of mockery. These materials are all from reincarnated witch mages. With the rewards from this competition, it would only take 100 years to cultivate a super 5-star witch mage. The headmaster's expression twitched slightly. These 3 rewards were originally prepared for his academy's genius, Zhu Teng. However, last night, Zhu Teng was defeated by Nangong Ho, which caused a crack in his long-held belief in invincibility. Even without using his divine power of strength, Zhu Teng's sheer physical prowess alone should have made him unbeatable. What's wrong? Are you scared? Jiang Shi, in contrast, remained calm and composed. He'll wager the essence of heaven and earth. The headmaster of Litan Academy gritted his teeth, secretly vowing that even if they lost, he would ensure Nangong Ho was the first to leave the virtual divine realm planes. He'll offer 100 kilograms of spirit stones of various attributes. The headmaster of Mingshi Academy chimed in, clearly sharing the same intent. He'll put up the 7-colored rootless bone. The headmistress of Bella Academy said with an expressionless face. The exquisite heart he'll contribute that. The Giant God Academy headmaster said coolly. Old Jiang, since this is a wager, shouldn't you put something forward as well? Then he'll offer the divine tower. Jiang Shi replied calmly. You've all been trying to push Qinglei Academy out of the top 5 academies for a long time. This time, I'll grant your wish. His words caused an uproar among the crowd. The divine tower was the foundation of an academy, essential for cultivating top-tier experts. Jiang Shi's move was nothing short of a gamble. The other headmasters called their participants to their sides, their expressions serious as they gave last-minute instructions. Nangong, I've really put my heart and soul into this for you, Jiang Shi said as he informed Nangong Ho about the stakes, urging him to give it his all. 1 8th-tier legendary bloodline altar, and 2 8th-tier legendary professional altar zone for strength and 1 for defense. Nangong Ho boldly stated his conditions. You little brat, taking advantage of the situation. These rewards were meant for you in the first place. Jiang Shi roared in anger. Mugan and the others huddled behind Nangong Ho, silently marveling at how only Ho dared to make demands at such a critical moment. I'm under a lot of pressure too, Nangong Ho explained. Didn't you just call them trash last night? You brat. Do you believe I want to expel you from the academy? Jiang Shi's fury grew even more intense. I don't believe you, Xiaobing added coldly from the side, catching Jiang Shi off guard. If you lose, I'll skin you alive. Jiang Shi's remark was his tacit acceptance of Nangong Ho's conditions. The originally collaborative competition had turned into a tense standoff due to these wagers. The 4 academies eyed the divine tower greedily, each determined to claim it. The joint competition held once every 500 years begins now, the Giant God Academy headmaster announced. 50 beams of light descended instantly, enveloping Nangong Ho and the others. On one hand, their faith-based races could be transferred to the virtual divine realm. On the other, their safety could be ensured. Suddenly, a massive image appeared in the sky, revealing an expansive divine realm. This divine realm featured a diverse terrain, including mountains, rivers, and deserts. Although Zhu Teng focused solely on the path of strength and had no faith-based races, he was content to be an observer for now, waiting to watch the battles between the faith-based races. Even so, the strength of the 4 great academies was not to be underestimated. Among them, the other 9 students from Zhu Teng Academy were all exceptionally talented. Nearly 5,000 faith-based races appeared in the divine realm in an overwhelming display. Among them were 15 5-star races, 5 beyond 5-star races, over 30 8th-tier legendary experts, and nearly 100 7th-tier epic-level powerhouses. The moment Zhu Teng Academy's races entered the divine realm, they brought immense pressure to the virtual space. Following closely behind, Litan Academy, led by Zhou Sheng, along with Mingshi Academy and Bela Academy, also transferred their respective faith-based races into the divine realm. The total number of faith-based races from the 4 great academies reached an astonishing over 20,000. Among them, there were nearly 500 7th-tier epic-level individuals, roughly 158th-tier legendary ones, and countless 6th-tier immortal-level beings. With such combined power, not to mention dealing with Nangong Ho, they had enough confidence to sweep across the Wildlands continent. All the races uniformly turned their gaze in the same direction toward the place where Qinglei Academy's faith-based races were expected to appear. Do you all have no shame? Jiang Shi, though expecting this, couldn't help but mock. Scared? If you admit defeat, we can cancel the wager. After all, we're all part of the 5 great academies and should help each other. The head of Jushin Academy laughed heartily. I'm not scared at all. In fact, I'm tempted to raise the stakes. Jiang Shi maintained his confident demeanor outwardly, though he wasn't as assured as he pretended to be. The outcome of this battle rested entirely on Nangong Ho, and Jiang Shi wasn't clear about Nangong Ho's true strength. However, seeing how calm Nangong Ho was, it didn't seem like he was bluffing. Nangong Ho, the divine son of Qinglei Academy, I'm eager to see just how strong you are. Juting vowed inwardly to crush Nangong Ho's races later. Moxine whispered to her sister, Sister, I thought Nangong Ho was already arrogant enough, but I didn't expect their headmaster to be even more arrogant, letting just 10 of them challenge our 4 great academies. What? Feeling sorry for him. Did you develop a crush on him while dancing last night? Maybe you should help him out later? She teased. Sister, what are you talking about? Moxine retorted. That guy may look good and be strong, but he's a total straight-laced guy. He might not even like women. The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, last night, he had genuinely seemed to only appreciate the dance and claimed to feel tired shortly after. They're here. Before she could finish speaking, fluctuations appeared again in the divine realm. The faith-based races of Shaozhan, Mugan, Zhongxia, and others began to emerge, totaling around 3,000. Among them, there were fewer than 28th-tier legendary experts and just over 100 7th-tier epic-level individuals. Haha, with this level of strength, you dare to challenge us? Zhu Teng laughed loudly. I never said I was challenging you. It's you who shamelessly decided to join forces, Nangong Ho replied with a faint smile. Still, this number should barely be enough to push me to use my full strength. With that, his races began to make their appearance. Followers, it is time to show your might. The voice of Nangong Ho, the god of thunder, echoed through the divine realm like a rolling thunderstorm. Shatter the resolve of your enemies with your courage, trample their pride with the weapons in your hands, and rise above all other races with your invincible presence. Within the divine realm, all warriors immediately knelt, their expressions solemn. Tyrania, seated atop a majestic white tiger, wore a look of devout reverence. Is it finally time to go to battle for the god of thunder? Suddenly, 3 colossal silhouettes appeared in the skies above the divine realm. The holy light dragon, the dark frost dragon, and the twin-headed chimera. Their immense forms blotted out the sun as they hovered, ready to join the fray at any moment. For the god of thunder, destroy all enemies, bellowed Nuguli, a 7th-tier epic warrior, gripping his massive battle axe tightly. Though his strength was unmatched by Tyrania, who had reached the 9th-tier demigod level, his combat prowess was formidable in its own right. Nangong Ho nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Move out. In an instant, the scene shifted. Nuguli and his comrades now stood on the vast plains of the virtual divine realm. Their group of just over 100 exuded an overwhelming aura, forcing the opposing army of over 20,000 to unconsciously retreat several steps. This elite force, composed of 100 Ultra 5-Ester races, was undoubtedly the centerpiece of this divine battlefield. At the forefront stood 100 dragon knights, radiating a bloodthirsty energy. Juting and his companions stared in awe, particularly at the mysterious black divine patterns etched onto the Minotaur's bodies, each emanating an unsettling, powerful force. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed from above, drawing all eyes skyward. 3 massive figures loomed, nearly eclipsing the sun itself. First was the twin-headed chimera, with its lion's head, goat's body, snake's tail, and outstretched blue-black wings. This 8th-tier legendary creature immediately caught the attention of the Great God Academy's headmaster and others. Following it, a radiant holy dragon soared gracefully. Her divine brilliance caused unease to ripple through the dark races, particularly within Ma Xin's skeletal army. This was none other than the fabled Holy Golden Dragon, a being said to be capable of slaying gods, and she too had reached the 8th-tier legendary level. Qinglei Academy truly has deep reserves of power, the Great God Academy's headmaster remarked, his tone tinged with unmistakable envy. As the progeny of a deity, it's only natural that all resources would be poured into their cultivation. Jiang Shi's face lit up with a broad smile, but it quickly turned into a look of uncertainty and suspicion. The scene before him made him wonder, could this really be the dragon egg he had purchased back then? one that was nearly devoid of life? And yet, here it was, reborn in the hands of this young man. But the shock was only just beginning. A massive, shadowy figure swept past the sacred golden dragon. Its enormous dragon eyes gleamed with unyielding pride and defiancy, was unmistakably a 9th-tier demigod-level dark frost dragon. 9th-tier demigod level. The headmaster of Litan Academy exclaimed in disbelief. On the wild continent, nurturing a 9th-tier demigod-level being was already an almost impossible feat, let alone one of the dragon race, a supreme species. The headmaster of Mengshur Academy shook his head in astonishment. A freshman who's been enrolled for less than half a year, how could he achieve something like this? Even a senior student who has trained for 1,000 years couldn't possibly raise a 9th-tier being this quickly. Among the faith-based species under us old folks, there are only a scant few that have reached the 9th-tier demigod level. Wait, the headmaster of Bella Academy suddenly noticed the icy glow shimmering on Ural's forehead. This dark dragon seems to have also mastered the power of the frost divinity. Nangong Ho, how many more surprises are you going to give me? Jiang Shi was completely at a loss for words, overwhelmed by astonishment. In just over 2 months, this young man had cultivated a 7th-tier epic-level dark dragon to such heights. This level of talent was beyond anything words could describe. Moxin gazed obsessively at the 2 dragon silhouettes in the sky, realizing that today, their so-called genius reputations were destined to be utterly overshadowed by Nangong Ho. Unlike the dazzling entrance of Ural and the others, Tylanya chose to quietly ride her white tiger, following behind the Minotaur. Her goal was singular and resolute: eliminate anyone who stood in the way of the god of thunder. Pull yourselves together. Fong Chong of Mengshur Academy roared. So what if he has a 9th-tier demigod-level dark dragon? We have over 20,000 faith-based species. We can overwhelm it with sheer numbers, even with 8th-tier legendary-level beings. Exactly. Zhou Shang of Litan Academy echoed. They only have a total of about 4,000 people. We can definitely win with superior numbers. Charge into battle. Crush the faith of these false believers. With a commanding shout from Nyoguli, 100 Dragon Knights launched a ferocious charge. Even outside the divine realm, the sheer momentum of this Dragon Knight Legion was like a cataclysmic flood, determined to obliterate anything in its path. The twin-headed chimera unleashed its dual might, spewing a fiery dragon of corrosive acid and flames that wreaked havoc across the battlefield. The dark frost dragon skimmed low over the ground, releasing a river of frost that froze everything in its wake. Even 8th-tier legendary opponents were not spared from its icy grip. The sacred golden dragon radiated a golden brilliance, its divine aura dissolving swathes of dark creatures. Its sacred dragon breath purified countless undead beings before they could even let out a scream. This Nangong Ho is truly terrifying, everyone exclaimed in astonishment. None of those present could fathom how such a peerless genius, with a mastery of divine authority reaching 60, could have come into existence. The Qinglei Academy was poised to make a stunning impact in the battle of the divine path. Even the headmaster of Bella Academy, though reluctant to admit it aloud, knew deep down that such a prodigy would dominate an entire era, compelling all other talents to submit. The rise of Qinglei Academy was now unstoppable. However, today's battle was far from straightforward. While the race led by Nangong Ho indeed boasted unparalleled individual combat prowess, this was a war conflict that could not be decided by a mere handful of individuals. The Minotaur's initial charge was truly awe-inspiring. Their unstoppable momentum forced over 3,000 other races to retreat from the virtual divine realm. However, this also caused their charge to lose steam. As a general rule, once cavalry loses its momentum, its combat effectiveness diminishes significantly. But Nangong Ho's performance shattered all conventional understanding. 100 Dragon Knights simultaneously dismounted from their Galestorm dragons. The real battle was only just beginning. Nyoguli, the divine envoy of the Minotaur tribe, was the first to charge into the enemy ranks. The might of his sacred combat physique erupted, and with every strike, he annihilated swathes of enemies. This is the ancient sacred physique, the headmaster of Titan Academy remarked in awe. While it can easily overpower an 8th-tier legendary warrior, a single individual alone cannot turn the tide of the battle, unless— Shut up. You and your jinxed mouth. The headmaster of Litan Academy interrupted sharply, his eyes filled with shock. Because at that moment, the remaining 99 Minotaur warriors simultaneously unleashed the power of their sacred physiques. When the heavy fist of a 7th-tier epic-level golem struck a 6th-tier Minotaur warrior, a golden-yellow radiance erupted from the Minotaur's body. Not only was the Minotaur unharmed, but with a single axe swing, it severed the golem's head cleanly. Is that the celestial tyrant physique? The Titan Academy headmaster murmured. No, that's the immortal sacred physique. Look over the reeds, the stellar sacred physique, capable of channeling the power of the stars. Far from being weakened by the loss of their mounts, the Minotaur warriors unleashed even more ferocious combat power. One by one, their unique physiques activated, and they tore through the battlefield like tigers among sheep. Impossible! The headmasters of Titan Academy and others roared in fury. 100 unique physiques? How is this even possible? When did unique physiques become as common as cabbages? The tide of the battlefield shifted dramatically. The confidence of the allied forces, which initially relied on their numerical advantage, began to waver. 100 beings with unique physiques had completely obliterated their edge. Even though the Minotaurs displayed astonishing combat prowess, their numerical disadvantage was still apparent. The 100 Minotaurs were divided into 100 independent battalions, each surrounded by enemies, outnumbering them several times over. At that moment, an 8th-tier legendary Titan giant clad in golden armor swung a spiked mace violently toward the back of a Minotaur. If the blow landed, it would undoubtedly deal fatal damage. Suddenly, a silver flash streaked across the battlefield. An arrow, seemingly shot from nowhere, pierced through the Titan giant's heart with precision. In a burst of light, the massive figure disintegrated instantly. Similar scenes unfolded across the battlefield. Every arrow struck its target with unerring accuracy, and no matter how strong the enemy was, none survived being hit. The Moon Priestess Telania finally revealed her terrifying true power. Is this, the Moon Priestess? A super 5-star race? Onlookers were stunned. The 4 deans, their eyes sharp as lightning, immediately grasped the key detail. She's also a 9th-tier demigod. A 9th-tier demigod-level Dark Frost Dragon was already shocking enough, and now another of the same level appeared, a Moon Priestess who was an extraordinarily deadly ranged attacker. But the most shocking revelation was yet to come. The Dean of Bella Academy suddenly stood up. This Moon Priestess's divine authority bears the mark of the Primordial Continent. She is a 9th-tier demigod acknowledged by the Primordial Continent. This discovery left everyone astounded. On the Divine Fall Continent, demigods typically establish their divine realms on the Primordial Continent, relying on deities working behind the scenes to cultivate followers. However, the Primordial Continent almost never awakened divine authorities, let alone acknowledged them. Such a phenomenon had been unheard of for tens of thousands of years. The battlefield was now completely one-sided. 3 terrifying aerial species continued their relentless assault, each attack wiping out hundreds of enemy soldiers. Combined with the overwhelming momentum of Nyoguli and others fighting above their level, the battle had become a landslide victory, rendering the intervention of figures like Mugan unnecessary. This is terrifying. This is Lord Ho. This is the god I follow. Mugan and Xiao Zhan's eyes sparkled with pride. Laughing heartily, Nangong Ho stepped into the divine realm where the 40 stood. Well, it seems your pride and confidence are so fragile, aren't they? Now, let's have some fun. I can't wait to cultivate the next super 5-star race. At that moment, all eyes shifted from the battlefield of the faith-driven races to the higher realm above where a clash between demigods was about to unfold. Nangong Ho, the divine prodigy of Qinglei Academy. We acknowledge that you are the strongest among the new students. No one's faith or race can surpass yours. But when it comes to divine power, you still fall short. You are merely a mid-tier level 6 demigod, while we are high-tier level 7 and level 8 demigods. Juting stood at the forefront, his battle spirit surging. Watching their faith-based races being defeated below, their once unshakable confidence had begun to crack. At this moment, only by defeating Nangong Ho in a contest of divine power could they regain their lost self-assurance. You said the same thing last night, Nangong Ho replied, a faint smile playing on his lips. Even when surrounded by 40 demigods, he maintained an unsettling calmness. Last night, we underestimated you. But this time, with 40 of us joining forces, you have no chance of victory. Zhou Sheng roared, his long hair whipping wildly in the surge of divine energy. As geniuses, each of them carried immense pride. Today's alliance was already a humbling act. If they lost again, they would completely lose hope of defeating Nangong Ho. Is that so? Then let's begin. Give it your all, because I fear you might not even get the chance to strike. A commanding and overwhelming aura erupted from Nangong Ho, exuding disdain for everything before him. Attack! Juting charged first, unleashing a heaven-shattering punch imbued with the terrifying power of his strength-based divine authority. The sheer force of the blow caused the entire divine realm to tremble. Immediately after, Feng Chong ignited the center of his brow, unleashing the horrifying might of his gravity-based divine power. Zhou Sheng summoned the colorless, formless flames of faith, capable of collapsing the beliefs of anyone they touched. Mo Shi wielded the Sword of Desire, a weapon that could consume its victims with their own inner cravings, leaving them as empty shells. The others launched their attacks as well. Violet mutant flames swept across the heavens, far surpassing the power of ordinary fire gods. Storms howled, lightning roared, and the combined force could shred any ordinary level 9 demigod into pieces. Yet, They were facing Nangong Hou, a figure who from the moment of his awakening had demonstrated an aura of unrivaled invincibility. Confronted with this horrifying onslaught, which could even make true gods wary, Nangong Ho merely spoke softly. Natural divinity, it's time to show the world your true strength. A glowing sphere slowly emerged from his body, expanding as it floated outward, absorbing every ounce of divine energy stemming from natural powers. As everyone stared at the luminous orb, they realized with shock that within it lay an entire, complete world. The seasons cycled endlessly, storms and thunder raged across the skies, and the elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth erupted with lethal intent. The five deans rose from their seats once again, their expressions heavy and complex, eyes glimmering with a mix of astonishment, yearning, and fear. The divine authority of nature, one of the six supreme divine authorities, has actually been mastered by a sixth-tier demigod. The Dean of the Titan Academy's eyes shone with an unusual light, and his control over it has reached at least 30. The Dean of Litan Academy spoke with admiration. Old Jiang, this is beyond the realm of genius. He's worth every effort from your Qinglei Academy to nurture. The revelation of the divine authority of nature today will undoubtedly draw the attention of every true god on the fallen divine continent. The Dean of Mingshi Academy sighed. The Dean of Bella Academy, her eyes darting with calculation, suggested, Old Jiang, since this boy enjoys watching the Emoshi sisters dance, why not let them accompany you back to Qinglei Academy? She was secretly plotting if the Emoshi sisters could win Nangong Hou's favor. It would be not only their opportunity, but also a significant advantage for Bella Academy. However, Jiang Shi remained silent, his expression growing ever more grave. His heart churned with turmoil. Nangong Ho had previously wielded a fragmented dark divine authority, yet now he could fully control the divine authority of nature. Were these two authorities not inherently conflicting? Wouldn't such a clash cause his divine body to explode and disintegrate? What Jiang Shi didn't know was that without the nourishment of the divine tree, Nangong Ho would indeed have been obliterated. The power of the divine authority of nature far exceeded anyone's imagination. Even the deans present had only heard of its name, but never witnessed its true might. At this moment, everyone's focus was drawn to the battle in the sky. Nangong Ho had unleashed the natural world, his most formidable offensive technique. Against this complete natural world, all divine power attacks dissolved instantly, like snowflakes falling into boiling water. The gathered prodigies retreated from the divine domain one after another, their faces still marked by shock and fear from the battle. This fight was destined to make Nangong Hou's name resound across Qingzhou and even shake the entire fallen divine continent. However, when everyone else had exited the divine domain, Nangong Ho remained suspended in midair. Xiaobing initially thought he was showing off, unaware that Nangong Ho was genuinely unable to leave. Not only him but his entire race of believers was trapped in the same predicament. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically. Nangong Ho and his followers were transported into his own divine domain. Even more astonishing was the sight before them: a ferocious army of about 5,000 believers, radiating murderous intent. Panwei, what is the meaning of this? Are you declaring war on Qinglei Academy? Shut down the virtual divine realm immediately. Jiang Shi roared furiously at Panwei, the headmaster of Giant God Academy, as he glared at the sudden anomaly in the sky. The scene that unfolded left everyone present utterly shocked. 5,000 powerful faith-based creatures stood in perfect formation, led by a massive gray-black meteor at the forefront. Seated atop the meteor were two shamans draped in ceremonial robes. These legendary 8th-tier shaman priests were flanked by 5 fallen angels, their once pure faces now consumed by darkness, their bodies etched with ominous black runes. Each fallen angel gripped an ebony chain tightly in their hands. What was even more startling was the figure standing behind these fallen angels. A diminutive dark ranger, an elf abandoned by the light, wielded a pitch-black longbow, radiating the overwhelming presence of a 9th-tier demigod. Behind him loomed an army of 5,000 cave spiders, a 4-star species infamous for their highly corrosive webbing. That's the race of the Academy's god of archery, Guahe. A teacher from Giant God Academy exclaimed in shock. Jiang Shi's eyes burned red with fury, his killing intent palpable. Panwei, if anything happens to Nangong Ho today, I swear by the gods, I will not rest until Giant God Academy is destroyed. The tension escalated as Mugan and others prepared to act, and the atmosphere became charged with hostility. You old lunatic, do you think I'm stupid enough to do something like this? Panwei shouted in desperation, immediately summoning the teachers in charge of the virtual divine realm to investigate the cause. The headmaster of Bella Academy tried to mediate, attempting to calm the situation. Stop arguing. Let's assess the situation first. You all saw Nangong Ho's strength just now. Those 5,000 faith-based creatures shouldn't be too much of a problem for him. Damn it. Where's Guahe? Find him now. What is he trying to do? Panwei bellowed in anger, issuing orders for a thorough investigation while continuing to roar furiously. This matter truly has nothing to do with the Titan Academy. The dean's voice had barely faded when a cold, sinister voice echoed from the mouth of the abyss spider. Nangong Ho, let me introduce myself. My name is Guohei, a former teacher at Titan Academy. The voice carried a hint of arrogance. I suppose the Academy must be frantically searching for me now, but alas, they're destined to fail. I don't care who you are. Nangong Ho's calm voice came through Nyoguli. Let me guess, did the god of the Xenu sect send you? Guohei let out a smug laugh. Correct. You are indeed the first person the god regards so highly. By tampering with the coordinates of the virtual divine realm during the Academy's grand competition, I managed to descend directly into your domain. Don't expect anyone to come to your rescue. Who exactly is your god? Nangong Ho asked, his tone steady. At the mention of the god, Guohei's voice betrayed a faint tremor. The god's power is beyond your wildest imagination. These mighty races are nothing more than the trivial strength granted to me by the god. Perhaps after your death, I might share the truth with you. Nangong Ho ceased his questioning. The sound of rolling thunder reverberated in the air. If intelligence couldn't be acquired, then the matter could only be resolved through force. Suddenly, a two-headed chimera launched a ferocious attack, unleashing a blazing dragon of fire and a surge of corrosive acid. Ural and Denise appeared just in time, vowing to rid the thunder god of this blasphemous impostor. A formidable 9th-tier demigod-level dark dragon. As expected, Guohei sneered. But we've come prepared. Before his words had fully landed, 5 fallen angels unfolded their wings and soared into the air. The chains in their hands radiated a dazzling black light as incantations filled the air. The 5-soul dragon-binding chains. The Dean of Mingxia Academy exclaimed in shock. This sinister weapon required the blood of 5 dragons to nurture it and ultimately sealed their souls. Its power to suppress dragons far surpassed that of the dragon-severing gate. Indeed, the proud 9th-tier demigod-level Dark Frost Dragon was tightly bound by the 5 chains and crashed heavily to the ground. At the same time, 2 8th-tier legendary dragon-severing gates appeared, trapping both the two-headed chimera and the holy golden dragon. In an instant, Nangong Ho's greatest forces were subdued. Jiang Shi was growing increasingly anxious. You brat, use your abilities now. If anything happens to you, Qingzhou will be on the brink of collapse. Nangong Ho's unparalleled brilliance displayed during the Academy's grand competition today had left everyone in awe. If he were to fall, not only would Qinglei Academy lose all hope of rising, but Jiang Shi himself would be condemned as a failure by the Academy. Haha, without these 3 flying races, half of your combat strength is gone. The god of archery, Guohei, looked at the struggling dragon on the ground and let out a wild, arrogant laugh. The situation was dire. Seeing Ural and the others in trouble, Nugili roared, "War charge!" He led the dragon riders into a fierce assault. At that moment, 2 shaman priests suddenly sprang into action. Seated atop a meteorite, they began chanting powerful incantations. The gray meteorite emitted an eerie glow, revealing the dark magnetic force hidden within. This preparation, this method, the headmaster of Titan Academy frowned deeply, alarmed in his heart. Although Guohei no longer had ties to the Academy, if anything happened to Nangong Ho, Jiang Shi would undoubtedly hold him accountable. The dark magnetic force can restrict the movements of any race, Xia Bing murmured, worry flashing in her eyes. All the spectators fixed their gaze on the projection in the sky, afraid to miss a single detail. Sure enough, the once unstoppable charge of the dragon riders came to an abrupt halt. They were all frozen in place, unable to move. The moon priestess seized the opportunity to strike. 2 moonshadow arrows pierced through the air, aimed directly at the throats of the 2 shaman priests. However, a deep voice echoed, "Dark arrows." 2 pitch-black arrows instantly shattered the moonshadow arrows. The Dark Ranger and the Moon Priestess locked eyes, both 9th-tier demigod archers searching for a flaw in the other. Nangong Ho, all your tricks have been neutralized, Guohei laughed. If you have no more moves, prepare to meet your end. 5,000 cave spiders simultaneously spat out corrosive webs, weaving an impenetrable net that descended upon the dragon riders. I told you, you're celebrating too early, Nangong Ho said calmly. A mere meteorite, and you dare try to suppress divine and demonic bloodlines? Those who dare challenge the god of thunder shall be obliterated. Nugili growled. Divine and demonic bloodline art essence of strength. The divine runes on 100 minotaurs lit up simultaneously, their brilliance shooting to the heavens. A colossal, even more solid axe materialized in the sky, radiating an aura of utter destruction. He still had something hidden up his sleeve. Jutung smiled bitterly. We haven't even forced out his full power, Zhou said, shaking his head, the arrogance in his eyes gone. Xiao Zhan's expression remained calm, for he knew Nangong Ho's ultimate weapon had yet to be unleashed. Faced with the intact monument of power's essence, those around had already comprehended the second level of the essence of strength. Under the force of this essence, not only would a meteor be obliterated instantly, but even a 9th-tier demigod-level race would be reduced to dust in a heartbeat. You brat, Jiang Shi cursed with a laugh, his tightly clenched fist gradually relaxing. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and his brows furrowed. Wait, how could this kid advance his comprehension of the divine demonic essence so quickly? Could he have obtained a fragment of the essence of strength? If Nangong Ho were present, he would undoubtedly sneer with disdain. A fragment of essence? Who would bother with such trash? I possess a complete monument of essence with no attributes. As the essence of strength erupted, the magnetic force on the meteor shattered under its destructive aftershock. The massive axe howled through the air, cleaving through the web of spider silk ahead. The web disintegrated before it could even last a single breath. Under the terrified gazes of the two shaman priests, the massive axe struck down heavily. With a deafening crash, the entire Titan Academy trembled. The ground was split in two by the strike, and neither the meteor nor the shaman priests left a single trace behind. Countless faith-based beings who failed to evade in time perished instantly. This single blow eradicated half of the 5,000 faith-based beings present. Charge for war. Nyoguli roared, initiating the assault. This time, the Dragon Knights surged forward with unstoppable momentum. The fate of the cave spiders was sealed. At that moment, the Dark Ranger made her move. Dark Absorption. An arrow infused with black and blue light shot straight toward Nyoguli, capable of instantly draining his life force if it landed. Scorching arrow. Tylanya, who had been closely watching the Dark Ranger, immediately unleashed her divine power. Empowered by her Windfire divine authority, an arrow composed entirely of flames tore through the air. This time, there was no balance between the two forces. The scorching arrow incinerated the Dark Absorption arrow completely before piercing the Dark Ranger's body. The Dark Ranger let out a pained wail as divine energy surged uncontrollably within her, unable to extinguish the flames. Tylanya's divine power as the Moon Priestess far surpassed hers. In just 3 breaths, this 9th-tier demigod-level warrior turned to ash, scattering in the wind. Impossible. How could a 9th-tier Dark Ranger lose to a Moon Priestess? Guohei's carefully laid plans continued to crumble, leaving him no choice but to watch helplessly as the Dragon Knights slaughtered his faith-based army. Enraged, the 9th-tier demigod-level Frost Dark Dragon let out a furious roar. Absolute Ice Seal. A massive, temperatureless ice sphere erupted from its mouth, freezing everything in its path, even the air itself. 5 dual-winged fallen angels failed to evade in time and were instantly turned into ice sculptures, shattering into fragments upon hitting the ground. Freed from the 5-soul dragon lock chains, Ural's dragon tail struck heavily against the 8th-tier legendary-level Broken Dragon Gate. With the sound of relentless cracking, the Broken Dragon Gate collapsed into rubble. Guohei's every strategy was utterly destroyed. Damn it. I didn't expect to fail again this time. Nangong Ho, just you wait. The Lord God won't let you off. We'll meet again someday. With the last faith race in the Divine Realm defeated, Guohei's schemes were utterly shattered. The virtual Divine Realm returned to calm. Nangong Ho slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as he looked at the Dean of the Titan Academy. I need Guohei's Divine Realm coordinates and a teleportation card. Panwei frowned deeply, clearly displeased with Nangong Ho's assertive tone. However, knowing he was in the wrong, he merely signaled to a nearby teacher, who promptly provided the requested information. Meanwhile, Guohei was pacing back and forth in his own divine realm, his expression dark and foreboding. He struggled to accept that his meticulously planned operation had failed. Even with the assistance of a 9th-tier demigod-level Dark Ranger sent by the Lord God, they had fallen short. The thought of the inevitable punishment from the Lord God caused his heart to sink to the depths. As Guohei cursed Nangong Ho, a violent tremor suddenly shook the realm. His divine realm was under fierce attack. Nangong Ho, Guohei roared, his eyes blazing with rage as he looked below. The scene before him filled him with dread. Nyoguli and others were wreaking havoc in his divine realm, showing no mercy to the false deity who had schemed against the Thunder God. Before long, Nyoguli stormed into the temple, ready to exact vengeance for the Thunder God. Nangong Ho stepped into the divine realm with composure, his tone calm. I said, why wait for later? Here we are again. What are you going to do? The once proud 8th-tier demigod and Titan Academy teacher now appeared like a frightened bird. Tell me, who exactly is the Lord God behind you? Nangong Ho asked calmly. The Lord God? Ha ha ha. Guohei suddenly burst into laughter. So, even you fear the Lord God. He's a descendant of a true god, the true god's pawn on the barbarian continent. You've crossed his path, and no matter how powerful you are, your fate is sealed. Fear? You're overthinking it. Nangong Ho shook his head, though inwardly, he grew more cautious. The identity of the Lord God as a descendant of a true God explained the immense power of the Xenu sect. This threat needed to be eliminated swiftly. That's impossible. Even after witnessing Nangong Ho's power firsthand, Guahe remained convinced that he was no match for the Lord God. Nothing is impossible. Just like at the start, you never imagined I'd make it to your divine realm. Nangong Ho chuckled softly as a deep violet thunderbolt streaked with black erupted suddenly. Boom! With a blinding flash of white light, Guahe didn't even have time to react before the thunderbolt obliterated him completely. His soul was directly expelled and instantly absorbed by the divine tree as nourishment. A radiant divine authority hovered in the air, and Nangong Ho swept his sleeve, collecting it into his divine realm. Fixing his gaze on the bow and arrow divine authority, Nangong Ho's brow twitched slightly. Although he could fuse divine authorities at will, such non-supreme ones no longer caught his attention. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized that no one among his clan, except for Tailania, was suitable. As for the Dark Elves, their strength was far too weak to handle such power. Turning his eyes beyond the divine realm, Nangong Ho suddenly thought of Mugan. He immediately summoned Mugan and handed the divine authority to him. This bow and arrow divine authority is perfect for your centaur. It will enhance his strength, penetration, and precision. Divine authority? Mugan stammered in disbelief. Is this Guahe's divine authority? Although he had no doubt about Nangong Ho's ability to defeat Guahe, the fact that the divine authority remained intact truly astonished him. Noticing Mugan's confusion, Nangong Ho attributed the success to the divine tree, explaining that it separated the divine authority when devouring the soul. Thank you, Lord Ho. Mugan immediately grasped the deeper meaning and solemnly swore. I swear upon my soul that I will never reveal even a fragment of Lord Ho's secrets. Should I violate this oath, my soul will be utterly destroyed. Such a divine oath ensured his eternal silence, as uttering even a single word would result in his soul's annihilation. Nangong Ho nodded, signaling him to withdraw, then left the divine realm. Jiang Shi promptly approached to assess the situation with caution. Nangong Ho dismissed it with indifference, stating that Guahe was hardly a threat. Turning to face Pan Wei, the headmaster of the Titan Academy, Nangong Ho's tone grew cold. Headmaster Pan, I demand an explanation. An explanation for what? We were just as in the dark. Pan Wei responded with irritation. Guahe has already been killed by you. What more do you want? In the dark, you say. Nangong Ho sneered. What if I hadn't been strong enough? The joint competition is being held at your academy, and Guahe was one of your teachers. Do you intend to dismiss this with just a few words? Does Titan Academy think Qinglei Academy is so easy to bully? Pan Wei let out an angry laugh. Well, even the younger generation dares to question me like this now. Jiang Shi, is this the stance of your Qinglei Academy? Jiang Shi stood his ground. The divine child represents our academy. Anyone who dares to harm our divine child is an enemy of Qinglei Academy. If the divine child chooses to fight, our Qinglei Academy will never back down. Pan Wei, this is indeed an oversight on the part of your Titan Academy. You should make amends. Seeing the tension between the two sides escalating, the headmaster of Mengshi Academy quickly stepped in to mediate. Pan Wei, noticing Jiang Shi's firm stance and realizing his own fault in the matter, grudgingly replied, What kind of compensation do you have in mind? Nangong Ho seized the opportunity without hesitation and laid out his demands bluntly. First, the rewards for the joint competition must be fulfilled. Second, 10 pieces of the Supreme Wuxiang Dragon Ganoderma. Third, the number of slots for the Strength Stone Wall should be increased to 10, with a usage period of at least 3 months. Fourth, I want unrestricted access to the restricted areas of the Titan Academy. Impressive, Jiang Shi thought to himself. This kid is even more ruthless than I am. The Titan Academy headmaster flew into a rage upon hearing this. Do you think Wuxiang Dragon Ganoderma grows on trees? At most, you'll get 2 pieces. 1 month at the Strength Stone Wall is the limit. As for the restricted areas, you can only observe from the outer edges. However, the promised rewards will, of course, be honored. Deal, Nangong Ho said with a triumphant smile. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Pan Wei tossed over a spatial ring and turned to leave. The other headmasters could only exchange wry smiles as they handed over their wagers. Before departing, the headmaster of Bella Academy gave Nangong Ho a meaningful look and said, Young man, you're quite impressive. If you're fond of the MOX and sisters, they could spend more time with you. Nangong Ho, however, dismissed the suggestion indifferently. What good would that do? Can they help me cultivate a race of believers or enhance my power? Humph, women only slow down the speed at which I draw my sword. And so, the 5 Academy joint competition came to an end. The news of Nangong Ho, a freshman from Qinglei Academy, single-handedly defeating 40 prodigies from the other 4 academies, coupled with his astonishing mastery of a nature godhood, quickly spread across the entire Shunfall continent. While others were still basking in the joy of victory, Nangong Ho was already impatient to move on. He turned to Jiang Shi and said, "Headmaster, you can handle the allocation of those 10 slots. I won't be going. I have other matters to attend to, so we'll head back now." Returning to the dormitory arranged by Titan Academy, Nangong Ho immediately activated the restrictions and connected his divine soul to his god domain. The tension from the battle still lingered in the air as he swiftly placed a rebirth pool in the forest outside the city. The pool was carved with 3 indistinct images of witches, surrounded by an intricate array of ancient inscriptions. The rebirth pool, spanning a diameter of 10 meters, reflected mysterious runes on its calm surface. Following the sequence, Nangong Ho carefully added the primordial essence, elemental spirit stones, the 7-colored rootless bone, and the exquisite heart into the pool. As the final material was introduced, a strange phenomenon occurred. One of the witch patterns carved onto the rebirth pool suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Shortly after, a powerful and rhythmic heartbeat echoed through the space. Gradually, a blurry figure began to take shape within the water, accompanied by the awakening of an overwhelming aura. Not bad, a super 5-star witch mage. Nangong Ho nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze to the Moonshadow war zone. Over there, 4 black fruits and 1 silver fruit were nearing full ripeness, estimated to mature completely in a few decades. By then, he would be able to create 4 more super 5-star beings. After inspecting the Moonshadow war zone, Nangong Ho shifted his attention to the sound spirit ancient tree nearby. The ancient tree, still maintaining its 6th-tier immortal grade state, was slowly absorbing the remaining energy of the divine ethereal stone. Finally, Nangong Ho's eyes landed on his divine servant, Nugili. As the first holy spirit, Nugili's strength still lagged far behind the moon priestess Tyrania. Although Nangong Ho had once considered granting him a divine role, witnessing Tyrania's divine power had changed his mind. If he wanted to cultivate a 9th-tier demigod, he had to aim for the strongest. However, the divine role of nature seemed unsuitable for Nugili, so this matter would have to wait. After handling the affairs of his divine domain, Nangong Ho exited the realm and retrieved 2 pieces of premium Wuxiang dragon Ganoderma from his spatial ring. The Ganoderma emitted an intoxicating fragrance, with the faint image of a miniature dragon swimming within. He consumed the Ganoderma directly, feeling its medicinal power dissolve instantly. A warm energy flowed through his body, significantly strengthening his divine physique, bones, and bloodline. 3 days passed quietly. Then, the system notification sounded. Ding! A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Sign-in location: Divine Rift Canyon. Nangong Ho, who had been cultivating in seclusion within his dormitory, opened his eyes, lifted the restrictions, and stepped out the door. A somewhat familiar voice called out, "Nangong, you're out of seclusion? And you are?" Nangong Ho asked, looking at the young man before him with a hint of confusion. "I'm Feng Tian, assigned by the academy to guide you," Feng Tian replied, his tone tinged with clear reverence. Just a few months ago, they had explored the true god's ruins together. Back then, Feng Tian had considered Nangong Ho a rival, but now, they were no longer on the same level. "Oh, it's you. Very well. Where is your academy's Divine Rift Canyon?" Nangong Ho inquired. The Divine Rift Canyon, as legend has it, marks the most glorious era of the Titan Academy. During that radiant age, the academy not only reigned supreme among the 5 great academies, but also produced 2 unparalleled champions. However, what should have been the academy's proudest moment was forever altered by the arrival of one woman. The 2 champions, once allies, became bitter enemies over love, culminating in an earth-shattering duel in the mountains behind the Titan Academy. They chose the most primal method to settle their conflict: pure physical combat. The battle was so intense that it flattened the rear mountain and split the range, creating a bottomless canyon. Tragically, both warriors perished from their grievous injuries. This cataclysmic clash not only dealt a severe blow to the academy but also served as a cautionary tale for generations to come. To commemorate the event, the academy erected colossal statues of both combatants on either side of the canyon, which came to be known as the Divine Rift Canyon. As Feng Tian recounted the story, Nangong Ho shook his head slightly, his gaze falling on the scene before him. A bottomless canyon stretched across the rear of the Titan Academy, dividing the mountain range into 2. On either side of the canyon stood 2 towering statues, locked in eternal opposition. Their faces were frozen in expressions of battle fervor, as though capturing the intensity of that legendary duel forever. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Nangong Ho's mind. Ding! Divine Rift Canyon sign-in successful. Reward: Tier 9 demigod level angel rebirth pool acquired. The reward filled Nangong Ho with excitement. Compared to the witch rebirth pool he had painstakingly obtained before, the Tier 9 demigod level angel rebirth pool was nothing short of a windfall. Angels, born with extraordinary 5-star strength, were known for their fearsome offensive power. Whether it was a radiant angel or a fallen angel, their presence was enough to strike fear into the hearts of many. Just like the 5 legendary fallen angels he had encountered before, if it hadn't been for the enraged Ural using divine power to annihilate them, Nangong Ho would have been in serious trouble. Now, the thought of being able to endlessly create a legion of Tier 9 demigod angels filled him with boundless anticipation for the future. As Nangong Ho was lost in thoughts of his angelic army, a steady voice broke through his reverie. Nangong Ho. It was Jutong. His usual arrogance had faded, replaced by a newfound calmness. It was clear that his previous defeat had shaken his once unshakable confidence. What is it? Nangong Ho asked calmly. Why is your divine body so strong? Jutong asked in a low voice. I just casually enhanced it. Is it that difficult? Nangong Ho replied with a faint smile. After all, strengthening his divine body was as simple as spending some faith points at the Divine Body Enhancement Tower. Jutong was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly regained his composure. On the path of divine battles, we will meet again. With that, he turned and walked away. Will we? Perhaps by then, you'll only be able to gaze up at my back. Nangong Ho chuckled softly. He then returned to his dormitory, eager to connect to his divine realm and retrieve the angel rebirth pool. It's actually the light angel rebirth pool. As the rebirth pool revealed itself, a surge of intense light energy rushed forth. The pool's walls were intricately carved with the figures of 5 light angels, each exuding a solemn and majestic aura. The angel of judgment wielding the sword of judgment, the angel of trial holding a scepter, the angel of radiance cradling a gem, the angel of order brandishing a spear, and the angel of battle gripping a war lance. The combined power of these 5 angels could easily annihilate an entire race of tens of thousands. Nangong Ho contentedly placed the rebirth pool on the plains outside the city. What was astonishing was that as soon as the pool touched the ground, it began to generate an abundant energy on its own, instantly filling the entire pool without the need for additional materials. The dense light energy surged continuously, even influencing the surrounding vegetation, causing it to grow wildly. In just 200 years, it can produce a 9th-tier demigod-level light angel. Nangong Ho couldn't hide his delight. The level of this rebirth pool clearly surpassed that of the witch rebirth pool. He immediately checked the faith values and activated time acceleration for the 2 rebirth pools in the Yinling ancient tree region. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The 10 individuals who had been comprehending at the Power Stone Wall all made progress, their divine bodies strengthened to a level surpassing ordinary demigods. Panwei was eager to send the people from Qinglei Academy away, while Jiang Shi had numerous questions for Nangong Ho. Thus, the group bid farewell to Titan Academy and spent 5 days returning to Qinglei Academy. As soon as they arrived back at the academy, Nangong Ho and Jiang Shi found a secluded spot to talk. You reckless kid. Do you realize the kind of upheaval revealing a nature divine authority can cause? You've drawn the attention of the true gods. Jiang Shi didn't question the source of Nangong Ho's nature divine authority, but spoke with evident concern. So what? True gods cannot descend. I have nothing to fear, Nangong Ho replied calmly. Jiang Shi's expression remained worried. While true gods can't descend themselves, they've already started scheming in the shadows. It's said some gods are gathering resources to construct a super teleportation altar, aiming to bypass divine laws and continuously send their faith-based races here. Their offspring are also competing for dominance over the savage continent, vying for followers. You, with your supreme divine authority, have been suppressing them. Do you think they'll take that lying down? Scheming? Nangong Ho narrowed his eyes, his first thought going to the godlord of the Xenu sect. What exactly were these people plotting? In any case, Jiang Shi said with a serious tone, what you need to do now is keep growing stronger, conquering planes, and increasing the number of your faith-based races. While their combat strength is top tier, their numbers are still far too few. Conquer planes? Nangong Ho asked, looking at Jiang Shi with a puzzled expression. The next stage after the 9 transformations of a demigod is to ignite the divine flame and establish a divine kingdom. As Nangong Ho listened to Dean Jiang Shi's explanation, he gradually understood this critical process of advancement. The divine kingdom, also known as the divine realm, is not only the dwelling of deities but also a sacred sanctuary for devoted believers. For instance, Nangong Ho's current divine realm and the place where his followers, such as Nyoguli, reside. When the divine kingdom is elevated, the area of the wilderness continent where the divine realm is located will ascend into the skies. Many true gods name this elevated domain the divine world. Jiang Shi continued explaining, ordinary believers can only live in planes known as the mortal realm. True gods, residing in the divine world, rule over all beings, while believers thrive and spread their faith in the mortal realm. His tone carried a sense of gravity. Without enough planes for believers to inhabit, faith cannot continue to grow. The quality of a plane's environment directly impacts the strength of believers' faith. This clarified why true gods and certain 9 transformation demigods continuously sought to conquer new planes. Over countless years, the population of the mortal realm had expanded to staggering numbers, millions, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of believers requiring vast living spaces. At the same time, the faith power generated daily by these believers reached into the billions. The process of igniting the divine flame, Jiang Shi continued, essentially involves burning the demigod's divine soul, forging a connection between their will and the divine world and mortal realm. This allows true gods to hear all believers' prayers and even descend their will through their followers. He stressed the importance of conquering planes. Acquiring new planes not only expands the scope of the mortal realm but, more importantly, brings in new faith-based races. That is the true wealth. When discussing the wilderness continent, Jiang Shi explained that it had become a prime location for demigods to establish their divine realms because it was a high-level plane with the most comprehensive range of races. Once the wilderness continent is fully divided, no new divine realms can be established unless a new continent is discovered. Although these details were premature for Nangong Ho, considering his exceptional strength among demigods, Jiang Shi deemed it necessary to inform him in advance. I see. Nangong Ho nodded thoughtfully. Jiang Shi handed over 3 sealed cards. All right, you have your plans, and I won't interfere. Here's what you asked for, take it, and leave quickly. By the way, that plane will open in 10 months. Thank you, Dean, Nangong Ho said, accepting the sealed cards containing the legendary 8th-tier altars before turning to leave. Back in his dormitory, Nangong Ho immediately entered seclusion, entrusting the 3 altars to Nyoguli for management. With an increasing number of subordinate races, it was no longer feasible for him to handle everything personally. Checking his faith reserves, he found that, including the gains from defeating Wahei, he still had over 20 billion faith points remaining. Nangong Ho activated the time acceleration tower for 6 months, gaining an additional 1.8 billion faith points. However, this was still insufficient to support his transition to the 7th transformation. His 6th transformation had already been extraordinary, consuming 60 drops of divine power. Advancing from the 6th to the 7th transformation, which marked the leap from mid-tier to high-tier demigod, would require exponentially more faith points. For now, however, Nangong Ho prioritized consolidating his divine soul and body rather than rushing to increase his cultivation level. Time passed quietly, while elsewhere, the god of the Xenu sect was seething with rage. Useless. All of you are useless. The god master's furious roar echoed through the grand hall. He had been preoccupied with other matters, and only now learned of the god of archery's failure. The god of frost, one of the earliest deities to follow the god master, stepped forward, his words carrying a chilling aura. God master, please calm your anger. While we did underestimate Nangong Ho's strength, it was not a total loss. At the very least, we have uncovered all of his cards. It had better be so, the god master replied coldly. I hear he has gained control over the domain of nature. Such an enemy must be eliminated as soon as possible. He paused briefly. I am entangled with matters in the Demon Mountains. This task will be left to the 8 God Kings. Do not fail me again. Before his words had fully settled, the God Master's figure had already vanished. The 8 God Kings, the most powerful demigods of the Xenu sect, and the first to follow the God Master, stood in silence. The God of Frost surveyed them, his chilling presence palpable. Everyone, since the God Master has spoken, we must now deliberate on how to deal with Nangong Ho. Among us, the God of Decay, who resides beneath the Dark Mountains, is closest to Nangong Ho. Perhaps we should rely on his devoted races for this mission? Someone suggested. The God of Decay did not object. No problem. Each of you must contribute 10 legendary tier 8 races for a blood sacrifice. I will use the demon altar to summon more powerful demonic forces. Agreed. The God of Frost responded without hesitation. Though the loss of 10 tier 8 legendary races was painful, the God Master's plan could not afford to fail. Meanwhile, upon learning that Nangong Ho had gained control over the nature domain, the Plague True God immediately sought out the Divination True God. He knew that if Nangong Ho ascended to true godhood, his own defeat would be inevitable. He had to eliminate Nangong Ho before he could ignite his divine spark. Plague True God, I will no longer divine for you. The Divination True God refused firmly. Anyone who can wield the domain of nature must be one favored by great destiny. Assisting you would entangle me in karmic consequences. An essence fragment of the divination domain. The Plague True God gritted his teeth as he spoke, his expression filled with anguish. What? The Divination True God faltered, and under the temptation of the essence fragment, he finally relented. One last time. I will use all the power of my domain to divine for you. Soon, sacred light and the power of time radiated from the Divination True God. He closed his eyes in concentration, sweat beading on his forehead. After a long time, his eyes snapped open, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What happened? The plague true god asked urgently. Damn it! The divination true god gasped, his face filled with shock. Nangong Ho's fate is shrouded in a veil of mist. I was struck by an unknown force when I tried to peer into it. What is the result? The plague true god ignored the other's injuries, pressing for answers. 6 months from now, his divine realm will descend upon the Arlan Plain. The divination true god replied with deep regret. Had he known, he would never have traded for that essence fragment. The Arlan Plain. The plague true god murmured, his eyes gleaming with ruthless determination. For demigods, time is the least valuable commodity. Nangong Ho embarked on his longest seclusion yet. Though only 10 months had passed in the mortal world, 41 years had elapsed within the divine realm. When he opened his eyes, his entire being radiated the stable aura of a 6th-stage demigod. These 41 years of arduous cultivation had solidified his realm entirely, leaving him only a sufficient accumulation of faith to ascend to the 7th stage. He immediately checked the accumulation of faith, 2.48 million points of faith per day, compounded over 14,000 days under accelerated time, amounted to a total of more than 37 billion points of faith, equivalent to over 370 drops of divine power. Combined with his original reserve of 20 billion divine power, he now had a total of 57 billion divine power. His attempt to break through proved fruitless, and Nangong Ho realized that his natural divine office required an exponentially greater amount of divine power to ascend to the 7th stage. Turning his gaze toward the witch rebirth pool, he observed its increasingly intense energy fluctuations. A faint silhouette of a woman, curled with her knees drawn up, was intermittently visible within the pool. This Ultra 5-ester witch mage would still require over 50 years to awaken. As for the angel rebirth pool, it had only recently begun its gestation and was still in the early stages. When he shifted his attention to the Moon Shadow War Tree, his long-awaited smile finally appeared. After several rounds of time acceleration, 5 forbidden fruits had fully ripened, signifying his ability to cultivate 5 Ultra 5-ester combatants for his race. Telenya, the forbidden fruits have matured. Select warriors from the tribe, Nangong Ho commanded. Telenya, who was in the midst of training, promptly responded, I shall follow the Thunder God's decree. She quickly selected 4 warriors and led them to the Moonshadow War Tree. As the 4 warriors consumed the forbidden fruits, they were immediately enveloped in dense black energy. When the energy dissipated, 2 two-headed chimeras emerged first. They let out high-pitched cries and soared into the sky with powerful wing beats. Thank you for the Thunder God's blessing. Nangong Ho nodded in satisfaction, signaling them to seek out their companions. With this, his aerial forces now included 3 8th-tier legendary two-headed chimeras. The final figure to appear was a forest guardian. She possessed a unique appearance, a blend of half-elf and half-stag, with massive antlers and leaf-like mane exuding a strong natural aura. The most celebrated ability of her race was the group entanglement skill, capable of summoning the ancient roots of night trees to restrain enemies. Combined with the abilities of the Moon Priestess, she would become a formidable presence on the battlefield. Thank you for the Thunder God's blessing, the Forest Guardian said with a bow before vanishing in the shadow of the Moonshadow War Tree. Nangong Ho's gaze finally settled on the last representative of the Ultra 5-star races. This was a burly demon hunter, his entire body a deep, enigmatic shade of purple. 2 menacing demon horns jutted from his forehead, giving him an intimidating presence. Although his eyes were covered with a black cloth, it did not hinder his vision. Instead, it heightened his sensitivity to demons. His powerful, well-defined muscles hinted at explosive strength, and in each hand, he held a crescent-shaped weapon radiating magical energy. As the most unique existence among the nocturnal races, the origin of demon hunters was steeped in legend. They were once the most formidable warriors of the night races. To protect their people, they were forced to make a pact with dark forces, resulting in their current fearsome appearance. Yet beneath this terrifying exterior lay a heart wholly devoted to guarding the nocturnal clans. They were the bane of demons, endowed not only with extraordinary sensory abilities, but also with unique skills designed to counter demons. Dark Sacrifice cloaked their entire body in black flames, which were lethal to weaker foes and inflicted multiplied damage on demons. Meanwhile, Demonic Descent allowed them to transform into a powerful demonic form, enabling them to summon hellfire projectiles from afar and gain enhanced vitality. Thanks be to the Thunder God for this blessing, Ted said reverently in his hoarse voice. After consuming the forbidden fruit, the faith of these 4 warriors, who were already Nangong Ho's devotees, had grown even more steadfast, making them devout disciples. Nangong Ho looked at Ted with satisfaction. Although he had not yet secured the Watcher, the last Ultra 5-star race of the Nocturnal clans, he wasn't concerned that it was merely a matter of time. Under the protection of the Divine Realm, the Nocturnal Elves thrived and multiplied, their population steadily expanding. There were no predators, no threats, all thanks to the Thunder God's benevolence. As a result, every newborn nocturnal elf was taught to worship the thunder god, ensuring the steady growth of the faithful. Suddenly, Nangong Ho's brow furrowed slightly as he received a request for an audience from Hong Fei. He granted her permission to appear. This time, Hong Fei was a stark contrast to her previous self, displaying deep reverence the moment she arrived. Hong Fei greets the great divine lord, she said, fully aware that this young divine lord had already mastered the divine authority of nature. As a demigod of divination, she understood the significance of such supreme authority. No divination demigod, or true god, could accurately foresee the divine lord's fate without paying an unbearable price. Hong Fei, what brings you here? Nangong Ho asked calmly. My lord, I have been divining information regarding the divine lord of the true martial sect. Hong Fei replied respectfully. Oh, have you uncovered anything of note? Nangong Ho raised an eyebrow. Hong Fei smiled faintly. Some clues. The wild continent, as a higher plane, boasts vast, boundless lands and a comprehensive distribution of numerous races. On this continent, demigods establish divine domains and actively cultivate their followers. Some acquire racial seal cards through their resources, while others focus on converting races that remain without faith. In a unique region of the wild continent stands a mountain range perpetually shrouded in black energy. This place, known as the Demon Mountain Range, is a name that strikes fear into many. It is home to various powerful demon species. These demons lack faith and possess chaotic and extreme minds, causing other races to avoid them. Even demigods tend to steer clear of this place when establishing their divine domains. Yet at this moment, a massive army has gathered at the outskirts of the Demon Mountain Range. Leading them is a 9th-tier demigod-level Dark Ranger, clad in a black cloak. He surveyed the vast throng of believers behind him, numbering at least 100,000. Among them were numerous 8th-tier legends and 7th-tier epic beings, with 5-star and even super 5-star races seen everywhere. These demons are chaotic precisely because they lack faith. Our Lord is merciful and will bring light to every corner of the Demon Mountain Range, the Dark Ranger proclaimed loudly. Prepare yourselves, attack the Demon Mountain Range. As he spoke, countless demons began to emerge from the mountain range. Hellfire demons engulfed in infernal flames, abyssal lords wielding sharp weapons, burly doom guards, and fell lords clad in heavy black armor marched out in succession. Most terrifying of all, several powerful dreadlords opened their crimson eyes, their presence sending chills down the spines of onlookers. Are you saying that the true martial sect's godlord is attacking the Demon Mountain Range? He intends to convert these demon races into his followers. Nangong Ho asked, falling into deep thought after hearing the news. Do not worry, my lord, Hong Fei said softly. These demons are chaotic in mind and number over 100,000. For the true martial sect's godlord to subjugate them, it would take at least half a year. Nangong Ho initially considered taking immediate action, but restrained himself upon recalling the more pressing matter of acquiring the divine authority of sleep. You've done well, Nangong Ho said with satisfaction, looking at Hong Fei. He deeply appreciated the assistance of a divination-specialized demigod. My lord, Hong Fei continued, I also divined that a god of decay is performing a blood sacrifice, seemingly summoning some powerful force. The target appears to be you. It's obvious that this must be the work of that godlord. Nangong Ho sneered. Once I've dealt with my current tasks, they'll first eliminate that god of decay, and then head to the Demon Mountain Range to confront this godlord. No schemes or tricks can stand against absolute power. Hong Fei, you've done excellently. I remember your faith race is the divine race, the ice crystal unicorn, right? Nangong Ho squinted at Hong Fei, his gaze carrying a hint of inquiry. That's correct, Hong Fei admitted with a nod, followed by a sigh. But my abilities are limited, and I haven't yet evolved it into a super 5-star race. Looking at the numerous faith races possessed by Nangong Ho, a wave of envy surged in her heart. Nangong Ho took out the final divine forbidden fruit of the Moonshadow War Tree from his pocket and handed it to Hong Fei. Take this divine forbidden fruit. It will allow your ice crystal unicorn to evolve into a super 5-star race. Thank you, Lord God. Hong Fei accepted the fruit with immense joy. At this moment, she felt even more certain that following such a powerful godlord was the right choice. By the way, Nangong Ho continued, once your ice crystal unicorn evolves into a super 5-star race, you can come to the inner city to train. I have an arcane monument here that can help her comprehend the power of the arcane. You are welcome to come as well. Hearing the words arcane monument, Hong Fei was stunned into silence. After a moment, she regained her composure, her face lighting up with ecstatic delight. The arcane monument was incredibly precious. Even gaining a mere fragment of its insights could greatly enhance one's strength. She quickly bowed to Nangong Ho, swore a divine oath, and left with joy. After handling these matters, Nangong Ho exited the divine realm. Today was an important day. He was heading to the Aran Plain, and there was no room for delay. Just as he stepped out of his dormitory, The system's notification sounded in his mind. Ding. New sign-in location, refreshed sign-in location. Plain Temple. Jiang Shi had been waiting outside for quite some time. Seeing Nangong Ho emerge, he said nothing and immediately led him toward the academy's back mountain. Along the way, many powerful presences were stirred but quickly fell silent again upon recognizing Jiang Shi and the academy's divine heir. Dean, where are we going? Nangong Ho asked. The Plain Temple, Jiang Shi replied, his gaze profound. This temple was built with the academy's foundation accumulated over thousands of years. As they walked, Jiang Shi explained the details of the Plain Temple. This temple not only recorded information about countless planes, but also housed a plane teleportation array capable of temporarily transmitting a demigod's divine realm beyond the planes. This was why true gods and wealthy demigods tirelessly sought materials to construct plane teleportation arrays. However, each teleportation consumed a vast amount of void stones, a mineral so rare that even the reserves of Qinglei Academy were only enough to allow Nangong Ho a single use. We're here, Jiang Shi suddenly announced, coming to a halt. Before them stood a circular structure, at the center of which was a massive rectangular plane teleportation array. Suspended above the array was a deep blue galaxy, with billions of glowing white points of light shimmering within it, each one representing an individual plane. Ding, sign-in successful. Reward, 1 super bidirectional teleportation array. The super bidirectional teleportation array can transport demigods' faith-based races to any location, including different planes, as long as the coordinates are known. This feature left Nangong Ho deep in thought. Each regional bidirectional teleportation costs 20 million faith points, while interplanar teleportation requires 100 million faith points. Nangong Ho? Nangong Ho? Seeing him lost in thought, Jiang Shi had to call out to snap him back to reality. Watching Nangong Ho's stunned expression, Jiang Shi smirked inwardly, but wisely refrained from saying anything that might dampen his spirits. In truth, Nangong Ho was secretly delighted. Ordinary planar teleportation arrays were hardly worth mentioning in his eyes. His super bidirectional teleportation array not only eliminated the need for void stones, but also allowed seamless travel powered solely by faith energy. Dean, how do I operate the return function of this teleportation array? Nangong Ho asked as he regained his composure. Jiang Shi solemnly took out a planar teleportation sensing card. After you complete the mission, simply crush this card. Be sure to keep it safe. Otherwise, your divine realm will remain trapped in the Yalan plane forever. Remember, that place cannot withstand the power of your divine kingdom. Nangong Ho gave a faint smile, choosing not to mention the capabilities of his super bidirectional teleportation array. Taking his seat in the planar teleportation array, he watched as Jiang Shi placed 10 kilograms of void stones into the slot. A dazzling white light burst forth, and Nangong Ho felt his divine realm detach from the wild continent and traverse through the starry void. Seizing the moment, he arranged his sign-in rewards within the inner city. Though this teleportation altar was only half the size of a typical planar temple teleportation array, its functionality far surpassed the latter. After a long journey, Nangong Ho sensed his divine realm slowing down and eventually coming to a halt after colliding with an invisible barrier. To ensure safety, he cautiously dispatched an elite team. Tylanya, Nuguli, the Jungle Guardian, the Demon Hunter, Ural, and 50 Dragon Knights. This squad was more than capable of handling any unexpected threats. Through Nuguli's vision, Nangong Ho finally observed the new plane. A dense forest stretching endlessly towards the ocean, with a towering mountain range piercing the clouds at its center, likely the birthplace of the sleep divinity Jiang Shi had mentioned. However, as Nuguli stepped onto the land, the scene before them was shocking. Trees uprooted, and signs of intense battles everywhere. Stay alert, Nuguli warned in a low voice, leading the group toward the mountains. Their expressions grew increasingly grim along the way, more and more corpses littered the ground. In the forest littered with corpses, Tylanya fixed her gaze on the bodies scattered across the ground. These fallen blood elves bore a striking resemblance to the night elf race, with their elongated ears, but the distinctive blood cloud mark on their foreheads revealed their true identity. They were blood elves, a prominent branch of the night elf race in this dimension. Seeing the tragic deaths of her kin, Tylanya's brow furrowed in anger. As they ventured deeper, the casualties became even more concentrated. Eventually, the dense forest gave way to an open plain. What lay before them was shocking. At least 100,000 blood elves were gathered in the center of the plain. Most of them were only at the 4th-tier lord level in strength, their bodies bearing varying degrees of injuries. Surrounding them was a group of water elementals, their entire forms glowing a vivid green and exuding a strong aura of water magic. This 4-star race was renowned for their mastery of water magic, and at this moment, each water elemental was enveloped in a distinct aura of divine power. So, you've finally arrived. A massive water elemental with a deep blue form stepped forward. The water droplet symbol on its forehead marked it as a 9th-tier demigod. As soon as it spoke, thousands of water elementals surged forth from the sea, encircling Mugili and his group. Their numbers were staggering, reaching at least 6,000. Even more terrifying were the 10 8th-tier legendary three-headed hydras that emerged from the water. These 5-star aquatic titans, each capable of unleashing magic of different elements from their 3 heads, radiated overwhelming power. As the draconic aura filled the air, the ground began to quake. 5 9th-tier demigod-level golden behemoths appeared, their massive forms moving with heavy steps. These 5-star beasts, known for preying on dragons, were far superior to Zhongxia's amethyst behemoth. Strangely, the divine power emanating from them was entirely different from that of the water elementals. What an elaborate setup, Nangong Ho muttered as he observed the formidable assembly before him. No less than 6 9th-tier demigods stood among them. Just as he began to question their identity, the water elemental let out a mocking laugh. Nangong Ho, I didn't expect we'd meet here. That familiar voice instantly made Nangong Ho realize who it was. Wu Hao, the former teacher of the elite Tianzi class who had resigned in anger after being rejected by Xiaobing. Since the Phantom Bamboo Forest incident, he had not been seen at the academy. With just your strength, it doesn't seem possible for you to traverse dimensions, Nangong Ho remarked, his gaze shifting to the golden behemoths as he pondered the truth behind the scene. The Plague True God? At this moment, only the Plague True God, his old adversary, seemed capable of orchestrating such a force. You are Nangong Ho. This time, I will kill you. What belongs to me, I will take back. After your death, all your secrets will be mine, including your divine authority. The golden behemoth let out a deep, menacing growl, its voice brimming with threat. Although the Plague True God could not fully descend, the fragment of will he transmitted through his devoted race was enough to instill fear. To deal with Nangong Ho, he had paid a hefty price, not only dispatching his own believers, but also offering Wu Ho numerous benefits to form an alliance. This time, he was determined to succeed. Nangong Ho's lips curled into a faint smile. Oh, is that so? The assembled forces were indeed intimidating, but not enough to make him retreat. You think this is all the preparation I've made? You'd better worry about your own divine domain. The golden behemoth growled before the will of the Plague True God quickly dissipated. Nangong Ho frowned and withdrew his consciousness to glance toward his divine domain. What met his gaze was a formation of 200 abominations wielding spiked maces, all at the 6th-tier immortal level. Behind them stood 300 ghoul warriors, most of whom had reached the 7th-tier epic level. At the rear loomed 3 abyssal demons at the 9th-tier demigod level, their grotesque and terrifying forms exuding an overwhelming aura that made the air feel heavy. The scale of this army was intimidating, but for the Plague True God, who had existed for tens of thousands of years, nurturing such a powerful race of believers was nothing extraordinary. If the cost hadn't been so steep, he would have dispatched even more 9th-tier demigods. Yet, even with this force, he was already brimming with confidence. Slaughter the false believers and raise the false demigod's domain, roared one of the abyssal demons. The abominations and ghoul warriors launched their ferocious assault. Foul creatures of the underground dare to trespass upon the divine domain? Holy purification! A resounding dragon roar pierced the air as the sacred golden dragon, Denise, unleashed a radiant beam of holy light. Wherever the light passed, ghouls and abominations were reduced to ash. From the mountain ranges beyond the outer city, 3 two-headed chimeras soared into the battlefield, their fiery breath engulfing and annihilating swathes of abominations. Damn it! How does he still possess such formidable power? The Plague True God's will was shaken. He had assumed that, with such a formidable force, dealing with a demigod of merely 1 year's standing would be effortless. Yet, he had gravely underestimated Nangong Ho's strength. Though the 3 abyssal demons had reached the 9th-tier demigod level, their advantage vanished when faced with the sacred golden dragon, a natural bane to dark races. Moreover, during this time of accelerated cultivation, Denise had advanced to the 8th-tier legendary level. Charge of war. Even in the absence of Mugili, the Dragon Knights showed no sign of fear. Decades of rigorous training had significantly enhanced their strength, with many reaching the 6th-tier immortal level. Carefully nurtured by Nangong Ho and each possessing an ancient sacred physique, these Dragon Knights were capable of battling above their rank. Their charge effortlessly shattered the oncoming ghoul warriors. Damn it! Use the true artifact now. The Plague True God's hysterical roar echoed throughout the divine realm. 3 abyssal demons, obeying the command, exchanged a knowing glance before simultaneously retrieving an orb emanating a dense aura of plague. The moment this true artifact appeared, a visible wave of gray-green plague energy surged outward like a tide, rapidly contaminating the entire divine realm. The majestic golden holy dragon soaring in the sky was the first to be affected. Her imposing figure suddenly plummeted like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Her once radiant golden scales dimmed instantly, and putrid, festering blood began to seep from her body. The dragon knights on her back were even more vulnerable, collapsing to the ground, completely drained of strength. The air was thick with the stench of death, disease, and weakness, spreading across the divine realm. Nangong Ho furrowed his brows deeply, a sense of dread welling up in his heart against the true god power imbued in the artifact. He found himself momentarily at a loss for a countermeasure. Ha ha ha! The plague true god laughed maniacally. Nangong Ho, your destiny is about to be mine. I will slowly strip away the faith of all your worshipping races and turn them into my followers. As for you, prepare to die in agony. Just as the situation seemed dire, a radiant, multicolored divine light suddenly erupted from the center of the divine realm. Wherever this light reached, the plague energy dissipated like snow under the scorching sun. It was the divine tree. As the foundation of the divine realm, it was unleashing its purifying power to resist the corruption. All races bathed in the light of the divine tree began to rise again, their diseases and weakness swept away. The golden holy dragon let out an earth-shaking roar, her innate holy power resonating with the divine tree's brilliance, obliterating the three abyssal demons into nothingness. The plague orb, now without its controllers, fell to the ground. The battle quickly turned into a one-sided slaughter, ending only when the last abomination fell. The golden holy dragon carefully picked up the plague orb with her claws and transported it to the temple. As Nangong Ho prepared to destroy the true artifact, a sudden thought struck him. Instead of destroying it, why not temporarily seal its power using the forces of nature? It might prove useful in the future. With that in mind, he cast a spell to seal the orb's plague energy. Having completed this task, Nangong Ho turned his gaze toward the Arlan Plain, where the battle still raged on. Group entanglement. At the moment the jungle guardian unleashed their power for the first time, the ancient roots of the sacred tree shot out like giant pythons, rapidly extending toward the 5 golden behemoths and 10 three-headed wyverns. The thick roots swiftly ensnared these formidable creatures, but against such 9th-tier demigod-level beings, this restraint was destined to last only a fleeting moment. As the golden behemoths began to struggle violently, Tylania made her move. Her wind and fire divine abilities erupted with immense power, forming into a blazing arrow. As the arrow streaked through the air, the surrounding atmosphere ignited instantly. Under the terrified gaze of one of the golden behemoths, the arrow pierced straight through its chest with precision. Roaring flames engulfed the massive beast, leaving behind nothing but a pile of ashes. Such is the terrifying nature of mutated divine abilities, their power far surpasses that of ordinary ones. Meanwhile, the demon hunter faced the 9th-tier demigod-level opponents by directly activating his demon form. His body swelled instantly, enveloped in an eerie green flame. With a low growl, the concentrated demon energy shot out as a green beam, piercing through the chest of another golden behemoth before it could even react. Its life force drained rapidly, and it collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. The remaining 3 golden behemoths had just broken free from the roots when a thunderous dragon's roar echoed above them. As lifelong adversaries, dragons showed no mercy to golden behemoths. The power of extreme frost descended from the sky, and a massive shadow flashed by. In an instant, the 3 golden behemoths were transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. The 5 mighty 9th-tier demigod-level golden behemoths were thus effortlessly annihilated, leaving the enemy in utter disbelief. Impossible. How can you be this strong? Even Wu Hao, a teacher at the academy for over a millennium, had only ever cultivated 3 9th-tier demigod-level beings. Sensing the dire situation, the water elemental spirits quickly gathered their strength, raising a colossal wave 20 meters high to counter the charging dragon riders. However, the dragon's frost breath once again demonstrated its overwhelming power, freezing the towering wave in an instant. Bereft of their water magic's protection, the 5,000 water elemental spirits were no match for the dragon rider's charge. Gully and his companions tore through them like wolves among sheep, unleashing merciless carnage. As for the 10 three-headed wyverns, they were unable to unleash their full might before being completely slaughtered by the combined efforts of the Moon Priestess and the Demon Hunter. The Plague God's assault on Nangong Hou's divine domain was far more formidable than this, yet it still ended in total defeat. How could such a trivial force from the Arran Plain hope to succeed? At that moment, the Blood Elves erupted in fierce resistance, turning the tide of the battle from the very beginning. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 water elemental spirits were utterly annihilated, leaving no survivors. The Blood Elves knelt on the ground, reverently expressing their gratitude to the Moon Priestess. Thank you, Goddess, for your aid. May you become the eternal faith of our people. As a branch of the Night Elves, the Blood Elves had previously been forcibly suppressed by the water elemental spirits, who sought to seize their faith. The timely arrival of the Moon Priestess and her companions completely reversed the situation. Her display of demigod power left the Blood Elves in genuine awe. Channels of faith began to form from the Blood Elves, extending directly to the Moon Priestess. The Moon Priestess looked uneasy. As a follower of the God of Thunder, she deeply understood that the Blood Elves should be worshipping the God of Thunder, not herself. From a high vantage point, Nangong Ho observed everything, his expression thoughtful. How fascinating. Even Tyrania can gain the power of faith. Is this the privilege of being a demigod recognized by the wild continent? The idea of faith species ascending to the 9th-tier demigod level and harvesting faith was unprecedented in his understanding. However, since this anomaly occurred within his own faith species, he saw no reason not to embrace it. Tyrania, since you've gained their faith, the God of Thunder permits you to retain 20% of the faith value annually, Nangong Ho declared decisively. After all, the stronger the faith species, the more it would benefit him. Thank you for the God of Thunder's benevolence, Tyrania said devoutly. Immediately, a new channel of faith formed from her, directly connecting to Nangong Ho. Nangong Ho's gaze shifted northward, where he sensed an aura similar to that of the wild continent. He issued a command, Nuguli, go and eradicate those false believers and destroy the pseudo-god's divine domain. By the decree of the God of Thunder, Nuguli responded without hesitation, leading Ur and others toward Wuha's divine domain. Tyrania, your task is to reclaim the divine authority of sleep. This mission was best suited for Tyrania, as her powers of wind and fire could counteract the influence of the sleep domain. Moreover, with 10,000 blood elf guards accompanying her, success was assured. By your divine command, Tyrania departed under the protection of the blood elves, while Nangong Ho smiled faintly. Meanwhile, Wu Hao was in a fit of rage within his own divine domain. Seated in the temple was a 7th-tier epic-level golden behemoth, a devout follower of the plague god. Curse it! How is he this strong? Wu Hao roared. His agreement with the plague god stemmed partly from his resentment toward Nangong Ho and partly from his confidence in their inevitable victory. However, reality had dealt him a crushing blow. Even my divine artifact has failed. This child's fortune is truly overwhelming, the plague god lamented, feeling the sting of his heavy losses. Plague god, activate the teleportation array and let me escape. Wuha's anger turned to fear as he realized that Nangong Ho, known for his ruthlessness, would never spare him. It's too late, the plague god cackled. I've sealed this space with the power of plague. So what if we can't kill him? Without a teleportation array, he'll never elevate his divine kingdom in this lifetime. Madman, I haven't left yet. Wu Hao bellowed, his eyes nearly bursting with fury as he realized the plague god had cut off his escape route. Well, I didn't want to give you that reward for nothing. The plague god's voice gradually faded away. Damn it, he got here so quickly. Wu Hao's face was ashen as he watched Nangong Ho's forces step into his divine domain. At this moment, the divine domain was nearly defenseless, with most of its strength annihilated in the previous battle. Only 2 9th-tier demigod water elementals and fewer than 1,000 fire elementals remained. Under the lead of Ur, the aerial overlord, 3 8th-tier legendary warriors swiftly began a massacre. The last follower of the plague true god also fell during the battle. As Nuguli stepped into the temple, Nangong Ho followed closely. The moment Nangong Ho entered the divine domain, a piercing sound filled with bone-chilling coldness came from behind, aiming directly at him. Though sudden and fierce, the attack was nothing more than a minor inconvenience for Nangong Ho, who had fought countless battles and slain several demigods. He countered immediately, unleashing a thunderous strike with 70 mastery over lightning, carrying a devastating force capable of obliterating the entire divine domain. Wu Hao let out a scream of agony as his body was torn apart, forcing him to retreat rapidly. As a 9th-tier demigod, even though he hadn't ignited his divine fire, his strength surpassed that of the demigods Nangong Ho had previously faced. Though gravely injured by the strike, he managed to survive. Nangong Ho, you can't kill me. Wu Hao's voice trembled. I am a teacher at Xinglei Academy. I was wrong, I shouldn't have envied your relationship with Xiaobing. For the sake of our past teacher-student bond, spare me. I am willing to become your subordinate god. Oh, and the plague true god gave me a map to an ancient Titan race ruin. It's filled with unfaithful light titans. Subordinate god? Nangong Ho sneered. Not just anyone qualifies to be my subordinate god. If you chose to stand against me, you should have been prepared to die. As for those things, they will naturally belong to me after you're dead. He paused briefly. And let me tell you a secret, I actually have nothing with teacher Xiaobing. We've probably spoken fewer words than you and I have exchanged just now. Before Wu Hao could respond, a pitch-black bolt of lightning exploded in the air. A flash of white light engulfed Wu Hao, leaving him no time to scream as he perished. A pure divine soul flew toward Nangong Ho's divine domain, leaving behind only a shimmering divine vocation of an assassin. It turned out that Wu Hao had attempted to unleash his divine vocation's power the moment Nangong Ho entered his domain. Unfortunately, the vast gap in mastery over divine power sealed his fate. Nangong Ho claimed the divine vocation and cast his gaze downward, where he saw Nuguli holding a detailed, marked parchment map. The map would only become accessible once Nuguli placed it in the temple. Deeper within the divine domain, Nangong Ho discovered a peculiar ancient tree laden with densely packed blossoms. Hundreds of bees buzzed around, busily gathering nectar, while a faint, elusive floral fragrance lingered in the air. Although Nangong Ho did not recognize this ancient tree, his instincts told him it was undoubtedly a treasure. Without hesitation, he ordered Nuguli to move it away. After handling these matters, he returned to the divine realm and turned his attention to Priestess Talanya, who was approaching the mountain range. The scene around the mountain range was unsettling. Many animals lay dormant in the grass, some already lifeless, yet still wearing peaceful expressions. An elusive force attempted to invade Talanya's consciousness, trying to pull her into slumber. Talanya let out a cold snort and immediately activated her divine power to form a protective barrier on her body, blocking out the eerie force. As she ventured deeper into the valley, the surroundings grew increasingly silent, as if all vitality had been drained away. At the same time, the force of sleep pressing against her grew stronger. Eventually, Talanya stopped in front of a massive boulder. Within the transparent stone, a rhombus-shaped divine fragment emitted a faint glow. Nangong Ho carefully observed the stone engraved with mysterious divine patterns. His brows furrowing slightly, sensed an aura similar to the profound divine steel. Though its power was weaker, there was no doubt it was a fragment of the sleep profound power, though its energy was nearly depleted. Who would have thought that a small plane like Yalin could hide a fragment of the profound power? It seems the ancient war of the gods must have been truly earth-shattering, Nangong Ho mused to himself. With a solemn expression, Talanya retrieved the divine fragment and used the power of her wind and fire divinity to isolate its energy. Everything went smoothly afterward. She first returned to the divine realm to place the sleep divinity in the temple, then returned to the Yalin plane to handle the affairs of the Blood Elf clan. Meanwhile, Nuguli and the others completed their task, planting the mysterious ancient tree near the ancient tree of sound and war. The three ancient trees now surrounded the divine tree. The parchment scroll was carefully stored in the temple. When Talanya returned, Nangong Ho crushed the plane sensing card, only to find that the transmission power was blocked by a layer of plague energy. That plague true god really went all out to deal with me, he remarked with a shake of his head, though he smiled, feeling fortunate to have the super bidirectional teleportation array from his rewards. Plane teleportation, wild continent. Nangong Ho activated the teleportation array, and 1 billion faith points were instantly deducted. The divine realm lit up brilliantly, and within a few breaths, he returned to the wild continent, much faster than an ordinary teleportation array. Opening his eyes, Nangong Ho thought to himself that there were still many matters to address, including the Yeto-befused divine fragment. However, since he was now in the Plane Temple, he would have to wait until he returned to his residence. You're back already? Why didn't the teleportation array react? Zhang Shi asked, puzzled. Maybe it's old and broken, Nangong Ho replied with a light chuckle, brushing off the question. Broken? That's impossible. Did you get the divine fragment? Zhang Shi, too eager to wait, skipped over the teleportation issue and asked about the secret of the academy's first headmaster behind the mountain. Yes. I'll head back to fuse the divine fragment first. Nangong Ho nodded in response and turned to leave. Back at the dormitory, Nangong Ho immediately connected with the divine realm. Tiles, do you recognize this ancient tree? He asked eagerly. This appears to be a 7th-tier epic flower spirit war tree, and it has yet to be claimed by anyone for faith. The deep voice of Tiles, the god of thunder, resonated. Nangong Ho quickly searched his mind for information about this tree. The flower spirit war tree blooms once every 50 years, and during its flowering, spirit bees are nurtured within its buds. These bees collect nectar that can be brewed into 1,000 flower brew, the effects of which depend on the tree's tier. Brewed from a 7th-tier epic flower spirit war tree, the 1,000 flower brew could provide significant enhancements for practitioners below the 7th tier. With this realization, Nangong Ho's eyes burned with excitement. This plague true god was practically his bringer of fortune, first gifting him the sound spirit war tree, and now this flower spirit war tree. Flower spirit war tree, are you willing to devote your faith to the god of thunder? Nangong Ho asked in a voice that rolled like thunder. O mighty god of thunder, please accept my faith. It is my honor to worship the god of thunder, the flower spirit war tree responded respectfully. Having already spent some time in the divine realm and witnessing the 9th-tier demigod moon shadow war tree and the divine tree, it had long decided to pledge its faith. Instantly, a robust channel of faith connected to Nangong Ho. This ancient tree's faith was at the level of a zealous believer, just shy of becoming a saint. However, Nangong Ho was in no rush. Under the influence of the moon shadow war tree, It was only a matter of time before it advanced to saintly faith. After gaining this new source of faith, Nangong Ho turned his attention to the parchment scroll in the temple. Slowly unrolling the map of the primordial continent, he noticed a specially marked location, the dwelling of the Bright Titan clan, which happened to be a divine realm relic left behind after the fall of a true god. As expected, Nangong Ho thought to himself, the information provided by Wu Hao was indeed accurate. The Bright Titans, a 5-star race, were said to carry a trace of divine blood. Each member of the clan stood 7 zhang tall, with immense strength comparable to golden behemoths. More importantly, they not only inherited the power of the Titans, but also possessed the attribute of light, making them natural enemies of dark and demonic races. Considering the Red Consort's divination, which suggested that the god of decay was summoning dark forces, and the fact that the Divine Lord was attacking the Demon Mountain range, Nangong Ho decided to explore this relic first. However, this task could wait for now. His immediate focus was on the Assassin Divine Roll in his possession. From the Divine Roll, he extracted 200 billion faith points, equivalent to 200 drops of divine power. Combined with the 500+ drops of divine power he already had, it was more than enough to support his 7th transformation. Looking at the divine vocation before him, Ted chose not to merge with it. As a demon hunter living in solitude within the forest, he was not warmly received by the night elves, even though he and Tylanya were both followers of Nangong Ho. Suddenly, the voice of Nangong Ho echoed in Ted's mind. Ted immediately knelt down, his expression devout. A dazzling light streaked across the sky. It was the assassin vocation cast down by Nangong Ho, heading straight for Ted. The god of thunder began to reveal divine signs, prompting all devout races to kneel and pray. The assassin vocation slowly integrated into Ted's brow, perfectly blending with his innate demon hunter abilities. The power of the vocation transformed his body continuously until the integration was complete. Ted's strength surged instantly to the level of a 9th-tier demigod, and his faith ascended to that of a holy spirit. Nangong Ho nodded in satisfaction, then summoned Hong Fei to verify the authenticity of the map. Using the parchment for divination, Hong Fei confirmed traces of a true god's presence at the location. However, she couldn't determine if it was the Bright Titan or foresee the potential dangers. What she could confirm, though, was that this parchment was the key to unlocking the true god's relic. After Hong Fei withdrew, Nangong Ho produced the sleep vocation. Despite the constant emanation of sleep's power, it had no effect on him. He decisively chose to merge with it. As soon as the vocation entered his brow, it was devoured by his incomplete dark vocation. Upon completing the fusion, Nangong Ho opened his eyes. His left eye radiated endless darkness, while his right eye glimmered with pure green light. With the fusion of the sleep vocation, the dark vocation's power visibly grew. To complete the dark vocation, only the rare vocations of silence and cold remained, which he would need to search for in the future. Nangong Ho then activated the time acceleration tower and began his cultivation. While 5 days passed in the outside world, 250 days elapsed within the divine realm. This 7th transformation consumed 700 drops of divine power, finally elevating him into the ranks of high-tier demigods. He immediately invested 200 million faith points to enhance 11 vocations to 80 mastery, with the natural vocation reaching 44. After strengthening the vocations, he focused on upgrading his divine body. Following 30 rounds of enhancement, his Starshine divine body reached its limit, evolving into the supreme divine body. Now, he could effortlessly kill a 7th transformation demigod with a single punch. Satisfied with his current state, Nangong Ho finally turned his attention to the parchment. It was time to venture into the relic. Be careful. This should be the place. The atmosphere here feels oppressive. There's definitely a powerful presence. In an unknown region of the wild continent, Tylanya, Taida, Nyoguli, and the Holy Golden Dragon led 50 dragon riders, fully prepared for battle. The super bidirectional teleportation array had indeed fulfilled Nangong Ho's desire to travel anywhere at will. At this moment, they stood at the location marked on the parchment, an open and seemingly ordinary area. Nyoguli, with a solemn expression, tossed the parchment forward. To everyone's surprise, the parchment vanished into thin air midair. Immediately, an inexplicable power stirred and then dissipated, and the scenery before them changed. In an instant, a colossal ruined city appeared, filled with broken walls and desolation. It seems this plague true god truly is my lucky star, Nangong Ho thought to himself, relieved. Everything before him confirmed the plague true god's words. Suddenly, a furious roar shook the earth. How dare false believers intrude? Kill them all. The true god's domain does not allow the presence of impostors. With the roar, the ground trembled violently, and the crumbling city walls collapsed with a deafening crash. From the ruins emerged a horde of massive thunder beasts, their silver horns crackling with electricity. These 5-star creatures were masters of lightning, capable of unleashing devastating thunder attacks while enhancing their own power through the energy of lightning. At least 100 thunder beasts appeared before them, most of them at the 7th tier epic level, with 10 of them adorned with golden horns, signifying their status as 9th tier demigods. However, despite their numbers, it was evident that they were aged, their vitality diminished, and they were nearing the end of their lives. Your god has fallen, and your faith no longer exists. Why persist in clinging to ignorance? Nyoguli asked in a deep voice. We would rather die than abandon our faith. Just as you, would you so easily forsake your own beliefs? The thunder beasts replied resolutely. The battle erupted instantly. The dragon riders charged ferociously, and the holy golden dragon unleashed its dragon breath from the skies. With his newly acquired assassin divine power, Taida became an unstoppable force, taking down a thunder beast with each strike. Tai Lanya's windfire divine power was even more formidable, her blazing arrows striking with unmatched precision. Though the thunder beasts fought valiantly in their final stand for their fallen god, their aged bodies could no longer sustain their once mighty strength. Soon, as the last thunder beast fell, the battlefield grew silent once more. Without a word, Nyoguli and the others pressed onward, venturing deeper into the ruins of the city. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding light dimmed progressively. Suddenly, an eerie mist enveloped the group, forcing Nyoguli and his companions to halt. Out of the fog, 50 figures slowly emerged, causing Nyoguli and his team to frown deeply. These figures looked identical to Nyoguli and his companions, except for the lack of divine markings on their bodies and their unnaturally dark skin. So, this kind of race really exists, Nangong Ho murmured in astonishment as he observed through Nyogula's eyes. This was a super 5-star race known as Zero. Essentially a mass of mist, they could mimic any creature they saw. Even more astonishing, after mimicking, they would gain a 10 increase in attack power compared to the original. This truly is the domain of a true god, Nangong Ho remarked, though he couldn't help but covet the power of these 50 formidable Zero beings. However, the immense faith power radiating from them was a testament to their unwavering loyalty. No words were exchanged. Nyoguli led 50 Minotaurs as they leapt off the Gale Storm Dragon, launching a direct charge. Tyrania and the others silently observed this battle of honor. While these Zero were a lethal threat to other demigod races, they were up against Nangong House people, whose sacred body power could not be replicated. The battle erupted with the overwhelming force of the sacred bodies, and deafening booms echoed through the air. Though these Zero were carefully cultivated as trump cards by their true god, today, they were destined to fall alongside their god. The fight soon ended, and the corpses on the ground gradually dissolved into black mist and disappeared. Move forward, Nyoguli growled. Encountering such a formidable enemy midway through their journey heightened everyone's vigilance. As the dense fog dispersed, the scene ahead transformed once again. The ground was littered with bones, exuding a chilling and foreboding aura. Hehe, I sense the presence of false believers. So, it seems those old fools of Leguang are dead, and even the Zero couldn't stop you? A crazed and sinister voice echoed. 10 figures wielding dark crimson scythes appeared, each with 3 horns protruding from their heads and eyes filled with malice and madness. These were the Scythe Demons, a super 5-star race that delighted in decapitating enemies and consuming their blood. Their unbreakable scythes, combined with their mind-disrupting demonic power, allowed them to easily claim their opponents' heads. What's more, all 10 of these Scythe Demons had reached the 9th tier demigod level of strength. A 9th tier demigod level demon? Interesting. The demon hunter Ted took a step forward, his expression as unyielding as iron. As a demon hunter, his very existence was defined by his mission to hunt demons. Even if it meant making deals with darkness, even if it meant being scorned by his own people, this mission was etched into his very bloodline. At this moment, 10 9th tier demigod level Scythe Demons hovered in the air, their grotesque forms exuding menace. Yet this sight didn't make Ted retreat. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. Since consuming the forbidden fruit, this was his first confrontation with the demon race. How could he not feel his blood boil with excitement? Curse you, demon hunter! The Scythe Demons shrieked in piercing voices. Kill him! Ted's presence drove them into a frenzy. To demons, a demon hunter was just as much a mortal enemy as they were to him. Nyoguli was about to step forward to assist, but was stopped by Tyrania. She shook her head lightly. No one understood better than her the overwhelming advantage a demon hunter possessed against demons. The time for hunting demons has come, Ted growled, charging alone into the group of demons. Dark green flames erupted from his body, a manifestation of the power granted by his dark sacrifice. This flame, devoid of heat, burned the very soul of its victims and inflicted devastating damage on demons. One Scythe Demon, unfortunately brushing against the flames, let out an agonized screech. Ted seized the opportunity and drove his circular weapon straight through its chest. In the next instant, he unleashed a deadly blow using his assassin's divine skill. His figure vanished momentarily, and his half-circular weapon reappeared to slice through another demon's throat from behind. Seeing two of their comrades fall in quick succession, the remaining scythe demons flew into a rage, swinging their deadly scythes to block all of Ted's escape routes. Ted roared, "Demon's Descent," as the power of his contract surged forth. A colossal demon, wreathed in green flames, materialized. Its fiery hand grabbed one of the scythe demons, extinguishing its life in an instant. At that moment, a scythe slashed toward Ted's back, but to the scythe demon's shock, Ted emerged unscathed. This was the marvel of demonic power. While it enabled him to hunt demons, it also granted him extraordinary vitality and defense. Nangong Ho watched the scene with satisfaction. Demon hunters truly are the bane of the demon race. It's a pity I don't have enough of them. If I could form an army of demon hunters, it would be a nightmare for every demon-worshipping race, he thought to himself. One moon shadow war tree is far from enough, but he dismissed the thought as idle fancy after all. 9th tier demigod level war trees were exceedingly rare. The battle raged on for half an hour. When the last scythe demon fell, Ted reverted to his normal form. He surveyed the field of corpses with an impassive expression and said coldly, "Where there is a demon hunter, there is no place for demons to exist." The bodies of 10 demons lay lifeless on the ground as Nuguli and his group continued forward. This time, their journey was unusually smooth, with no interference from any other races. As they ventured deeper, they arrived at the second city. As soon as they stepped through the city gates, a powerful wave of light energy washed over them, causing everyone to instinctively pause. Exchanging glances, Nuguli and his companions silently pondered. Could this be the territory of the Light Titans? "Who are you?" a thunderous voice suddenly echoed. Moments later, a colossal beast approached. The Light Titan stood an imposing 7 jong tall, his body covered in golden fur, with muscles bulging like small mountains. Just his mere presence exuded a crushing aura, as though he could shatter stone with ease. "Light Titan," Nuguli said in a deep voice. "Indeed, I am Tang Lei, the chieftain of the Light Titan clan," the giant beast declared, his voice rumbling like rolling thunder. Nangong Ho carefully observed the massive figure before him, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. A 9th tier demigod, and without any trace of divine power. The fact that he reached such a level through his own cultivation clearly indicates that this divine realm has been abandoned for a long time. Nuguli stepped forward, meeting the Titan's gaze directly. "We are followers of the God of Thunder. We have come to earn your faith and lead you out of this place." "The followers of the God of Thunder are this weak?" Tang Lei sneered, looking down at Nuguli, who was significantly smaller in stature. "He is unworthy of my clan's faith. How dare you?" The sacred golden dragon roared thunderously. "The mighty God of Thunder is omnipotent." It soared across the sky, landing atop the crumbled city walls. Tang Lei turned his gaze to the 8th tier legendary dragon in the air and spoke slowly, "If any among you can defeat me, I will willingly pledge my faith to the God of Thunder." The condition made it clear to everyone present though the Light Titans longed for freedom after being trapped here for so long, they would only follow a leader strong enough to conquer them. "Very well." Nuguli leapt down from the storm dragon. "I am Nuguli, chieftain of the Minotaur tribe, divine emissary of the God of Thunder, and high priest of the sacred Thunder Order. I accept your challenge." "You? An 8th tier legendary being is too weak," Tang Lei said dismissively, his gaze shifting to Tyrania. "Let the moon priestess on the white tiger face me instead. Only she exerts enough pressure to be worthy." "Umph. The pride of divine and demonic bloodlines shall not be insulted." Nuguli growled in fury, tossing aside his massive battle axe and charging forward barehanded. Against an opponent who belittled him, he knew only his fists could earn their respect. "Then let me shatter your pride," Tang Lei roared, throwing a punch of his own. The two fists, vastly different in size, collided in midair with a deafening boom. The terrifying shockwave instantly reduced the surrounding city walls to rubble, forcing even Tyrania and the others to squint and retreat. The sheer power of this clash reverberated through everyone's hearts, leaving them awestruck. "You're strong, but it's not enough." A trace of unprecedented seriousness emerged on the face of Tang Lei, the Light Titan. In the brief clash of fists with Nuguli just moments ago, this 9th tier demigod-level powerhouse found himself unable to gain the upper hand, leaving him utterly shaken. "You're not bad yourself," Nuguli responded in a deep voice. His strength, already bolstered by the power of the Profession Altar, was further amplified by activating his battle Saint Physique and partial divine runes. Yet even so, he could only fight Tang Lei to a standstill. "Again." Tang Lei roared, launching another furious charge. The fierce clash between the two powerhouses created earth-shattering tremors, with surrounding buildings collapsing under the shockwaves of their battle. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of nearby light titans, and within moments, 3 to 4 dozen formidable clan members had gathered. Among them were several 6th-tier immortals, and even a few 8th-tier legends. The intense battle raged on for an entire half-hour. As the fight progressed, the power of Nugili's battle Saint physique continued to climb, while Tang Lei began to feel the mounting pressure, gradually falling into a disadvantage. This unexpected turn forced him to re-evaluate the Minotaur standing before him, who was merely at the 8th-tier legend level. "You've earned my respect. The god you serve is indeed powerful," Tang Lei said solemnly. "But as I said, to win the faith of the Light Titans, you must defeat me. If you can withstand this punch, I will acknowledge the Thunder God. Fight." At this moment, Nangong's battle Saint physique had reached its peak. Light Divine Fist. Tang Lei's golden fur radiated dazzling light as he unleashed a massive fist formed entirely of pure light energy. Its sheer force caused the ground beneath them to crack and crumble. Nugili took a deep breath, the divine runes on his body lighting up and emitting a dark, abyssal glow. Essence of strength. A giant axe formed from gray-black energy materialized before him. Though it was a manifestation of his goddemon bloodline alone, its power was undeniable. The two forces collided midair, and the world seemed to momentarily fall silent. Realizing the impending danger, Tai Lanya quickly led her people to retreat over 100 meters away. When the dust finally settled, a massive crater over 100 meters in diameter had appeared at the site of the clash. Nugili and Tang Lei stood facing each other. "I never thought an 8th-tier legend could defeat me," Tang Lei muttered as he staggered and fell to the ground, coughing up golden blood. "This is the power of faith." Nugili's face turned pale, yet he stood tall with his back straight. At this moment, the rest of the Radiant Titans approached with earth-shaking steps, each of their movements leaving deep imprints on the ground. "It matters not," the chieftain spoke. "We Radiant Titans have long awaited the opportunity to emerge. Such a powerful god of thunder is indeed worthy of our allegiance." This warlike tribe of Radiant Titans had been subdued by Nugili's strength. Nangong Ho turned to the chieftain. "Tang Lei, what else do you know about this relic?" Now that the Radiant Titans had submitted, Tang Lei spoke frankly. "When we were born, the gods of this divine realm had already fallen. In this city lies a Titan rebirth pool, but it has long been depleted of energy due to the passage of time." At this point, a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. Deeper within the city, there seems to be an even more formidable race. Nangong Ho gazed thoughtfully toward the depths of the divine realm, as if sensing a faint, watchful gaze upon him. "It seems the true gods' means extend far beyond this." He quickly made a decision to abandon any further exploration. His objective had been achieved, and Nugili and the others were nearing their limits. There was no need to take unnecessary risks. Under the divine command of the God of Thunder, Nugili led the Radiant Titans in retreat. Only after they exited the true god's relic did they feel the air grow easier to breathe. Outside the relic, they discovered a teleportation sigil. Once everyone stepped onto it, a flash of light enveloped them, and they vanished. The relic returned to silence, save for an enraged roar echoing from its depths. With a flash of white light, the group found themselves back in the divine realm. The dense spiritual energy was so overwhelming that even the Radiant Titans, though mentally prepared, were left astonished. The voice of the God of Thunder echoed across the sky. "Radiant Titans, do you pledge your faith to the God of Thunder?" Before the words fully settled, the sky above the divine realm turned pitch black. Bolts of thunder coiled through the clouds like dragons, their oppressive might bearing down upon the Radiant Titans. Nangong Ho understood that to make this proud race submit, absolute power must be displayed. Under the terrifying divine pressure, Tang Lei trembled as he spoke. "Tang Lei, chieftain of the Radiant Titan tribe, along with 35 of my kin, humbly pledge our faith to the great God of Thunder. Please accept our devotion." The God of Thunder accepts your faith. Instantly, channels of faith connected directly to the heavens. Although the Radiant Titan's faith was still shallow, Tang Lei had only reached the level of a fanatical believer, while the others were at best true believers. Nangong Ho was not in a hurry. Deep and unwavering faith required time to cultivate. Now, Nangong Ho's forces had grown by 36 super 5-star Radiant Titans, all of whom held immense potential. Especially Tang Lei, who had already reached the 9th-tier demigod level through his own efforts. With the right divine role, he could ascend even further. With his power expanding once more, Nangong Ho's gaze shifted westward. It was time to begin. "The God of Decay, we have offered you a sacrifice of 30 legendary 8th-tier beings from our races. Including the 20 from your side, that makes 58th-tier beings in total. Has the offering still yielded no results?" In this domain shrouded in darkness and the stench of decay, the voice of the Sun God carried a hint of discomfort. Surrounding him were 5 demigods, standing solemnly on either side, the atmosphere heavy with tension. "Sun God, Watch your tone. One of the god of decay's demigods immediately rebuked. The god of decay is one of the 8 sovereign gods. You are in no position to question him.
If it were your master, the god of cold, perhaps that would be acceptable.
Enough. The god of decay raised a hand to quell the dispute. We are all working for the supreme god. Return and inform the god of cold that the sacrifice has been highly successful. Soon, I will prepare for battle and launch an assault on the domain of that Nangong Ho. After receiving a definitive answer, the sun god and his companions departed. Just as the god of decay was about to issue orders to his subordinates, his expression suddenly darkened. What's wrong, my lord? One of the demigods, noticing the change, asked urgently. He has come to us of his own accord, the god of decay murmured. Mobilize all your forces. At this moment, Nangong Hou's army had already formed ranks outside. At the forefront stood Nyoguli, leading 100 dragon knights, their formation impeccably disciplined. Behind them were 36 radiant titans. Tylania, Tida, and the jungle guardians flanked the sides. Further back were the amethyst behemoths, centaurs, and emerald-eyed half-lion men. Overhead, Ural, Denise, and a 3-headed chimera circled continuously in the skies. The god of decay's fortress was an imposing sight, made up of 4 inner cities, each with its own unique characteristics. At his command, an enormous swarm of faith-bound races poured out, kicking up clouds of dust. This army, numbering no less than 50,000, was composed entirely of elite warriors, with even the weakest among them reaching the 5th-tier extraordinary level. Star-ranked and super-star-ranked combatants were a common sight within the ranks. What stood out most were the 10 powerful presences leading the army. 2 pitch-black hell dragons, emanating an aura of the infernal, circled ominously in the air. These dragons were 9th-tier demigod-level beings, masters of dragon magic whose very roars could shatter the souls of weaker races. Beneath the hell dragons, 3 necromancers cloaked entirely in black stood motionless. Their glowing, ghostly green eyes peered out from the shadows of their hoods, radiating an aura of bone-chilling dread. Any race caught in their gaze would feel as though their very soul was being stripped away. 3 necromancers stood ahead, belonging to a race of supreme 5-star entities infamous for their cruelty and evil, serving as harbingers of death. These 9th-tier, demigod-level necromancers wielded necromantic magic, capable of effortlessly claiming the lives of their enemies. Beside the necromancers, 5 abyssal lords of the same 9th-tier, demigod level stared forward with bloodthirsty eyes. As members of a supreme 5-star race, they possessed formidable power in both physical strength and magic. Behind these 10 9th-tier demigod-level beings, countless 8th-tier legendary and 7th-tier epic warriors stood in orderly ranks, ready to obey orders and tear their enemies apart. The will of the god of decay descended upon their subordinate races, speaking coldly, Nangong Ho, I never thought you would actually dare to come. It seems the intelligence was correct. You are indeed exceedingly arrogant. Haha, Nangong Ho laughed heartily, your intelligence is a bit off. I'm not just arrogant. I'm invincible. Invincible? The god of decay sneered. We have 50,000 elite believers here. What do you have to secure victory? In the world of demigods, slaying a few insignificant ones doesn't make you a ruler. Is that so? Then watch closely, Nangong Ho replied calmly. After dealing with you, I plan to confront your so-called divine master. Unfortunately, you won't live to see it. With those words, Nangong Ho withdrew his will. There was no point in further verbal sparring. Feeling the resolve of the god of thunder, Nyoguli immediately commanded, Divine Enlightenment Sect, attack. At the forefront, 10 9th-tier demigod-level hell demons summoned at the cost of sacrificing 58th-tier legendary beings by the god of decay grinned cruelly as they watched the dragon knights charge forward. Demon Hunter Ted moved like a shadow, activating his assassin's divine power in an instant. In a single strike, he severed the head of one of the necromancers. Such was the stark difference between those with divine powers and those without. Damn it, a demon hunter. The remaining 9 hell demons were both furious and alarmed. The light titan followed closely behind, unleashing a fist of radiance. The overwhelming light energy caused immense agony to the hell demons. The holy golden dragon, Denise, arrived just in time, releasing a breath of divine purification. Damn it, a holy golden dragon. The remaining hell demons let out agonized screams, filled with regret. These beings of light, along with the holy dragons and the demon hunter, were their natural nemesis. The god of decay was livid, his rage uncontrollable. Where did he get a light titan? A demon hunter? Didn't those useless fools claim they'd forced Nangong Ho to reveal all his cards? How many more does he have hidden? What is going on? Can anyone explain this? My lord, what should we do? In the domain of the god of decay, terror filled the eyes of the 3 demigods. Nangong Ho's strength far exceeded their expectations. Not only did he command 5-star and even beyond 5-star races, but he also had 100 sacred bodies under his command. This shattered the limits of combat power. 6th-tier immortal-level Minotaur warriors were relentlessly hunting 7th-tier epic-level halfworks. Such a scene defied all logic and belief. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, Nangong Hou's forces were composed of the elite, making victory through sheer numbers impossible. They had pinned their hopes on 10 9th-tier demigods to turn the tide, but with the appearance of the Light Titan and the Demon Hunter, that hope was utterly crushed. Damn it! The intelligence said he only had one chimera. Why are there 3 now? The god of decay roared in fury. His once proud fortress, designed to withstand the corrosion of a single chimera, was now half collapsed under the relentless assault of the 3 chimeras' acid. Over 50,000 faith-bound races were being slaughtered mercilessly, and it was only a matter of time before Nangong Ho's army stormed the temple. As a demigod who wielded the power of nature, he knew he was no match. Hold them off. They'll go seek the Lord God. The god of decay bellowed. Fortunately, he still had a contingent of faith-bound races stationed in the Lord God's temple. He immediately descended into the Lord God's domain. Lord God, I have failed my mission and urgently request reinforcements. Failed? The Lord God's voice thundered with rage. You knew his trump cards, so how could you still fail? For years, the word failure had become almost foreign to the Lord God. The god of decay hastened to explain. He has a light titan and a demon hunter, completely countering our blood-sacrificed demon race. The Lord God's brows furrowed deeply. A light titan and a demon hunter? This Nangong Ho truly is favored by fortune. His tone suddenly turned icy. So, you lost? I am incompetent, the god of decay admitted, trembling with fear. If you are incompetent, then you shall die. The moment the words left the Lord God's lips, the god of decay's life force was snuffed out. His body shriveled rapidly until only a human skin remained. Suspended in the air was a crimson, diamond-shaped crystal. Upon closer inspection, the translucent figure of the god of decay could be seen sealed within it was unmistakably a divine authority. With a mere gesture, the Lord God sent the crystal away without even sparing it a glance. The divine essence plummeted straight down, only to be caught instantly by a towering blood-red tree over 3 meters high. Countless branches, like greedy tendrils, coiled around it and completely devoured the divine power. Nangong Ho, the God Lord murmured softly, then turned his attention towards the Demon Mountains. That was where his true focus lay. The goal of this campaign extended far beyond merely eradicating the demon race. After the god of decay fled in haste, his 3 subordinate gods gazed despairingly at the battlefield below. The outcome had been decided from the very beginning. When Mugan stormed directly into the god of decay's temple, Nangong Ho followed and stepped into their divine realm. The 3 demigods, each at the 8th tier, dared not hesitate and launched their most powerful attacks. Corrosive mists, blazing dragon flames, and piercing wooden spikes all roared toward Nangong Ho. They knew well the price of betrayal. Even if they surrendered, this newly ascended 7th-tier powerhouse would not spare them. However, Nangong Ho didn't even need to call upon his nature divine power. With just the power of thunder, he effortlessly shattered their combined assault. The overwhelming lightning force engulfed the 3 instantly, and their divine souls were subsequently drawn into Nangong Ho's divine realm. After claiming the 3 divine essences, Nangong Ho's gaze was drawn to a deep black, glowing altar in the depths of the divine realm. A 9th-tier demigod-level hell demon summoning altar? He examined the artifact closely, quickly realizing it required blood sacrifices to summon hell demons, creatures notoriously difficult to control. As Nangong Ho was about to abandon the artifact, Demon Hunter Ted spoke up, Great God of Thunder, the energy from this altar can accelerate the ripening of the forbidden fruit, allowing night elves to evolve into demon hunters. At the same time, Mugan uncovered another treasure. My lord, this 7th-tier epic-grade corrupt war ancient tree may have withered, but it has produced a heart of the tree. Nangong Ho immediately turned his attention to the radiant, multicolored orb of pure energy. As a rare essence that could only be birthed by ancient trees over 3,000 years old, the heart of the tree could greatly accelerate the growth of any ancient tree. Even with his composure, he couldn't help but feel delighted by this unexpected discovery. Take it back, take it all back, Nangong Ho ordered with a smile. This time, it was truly worth the journey. Mugan directed his tribe in organizing the spoils of war, while the altar before them emanated an aura of solemnity. The victory in this grand battle further solidified the faith of the Light Titan clan in Nangong Ho, the god of thunder. His ability to effortlessly slay 3 deities perfectly aligned with their reverence for strength. Surveying the spoils, Nangong Ho began distributing divine roles. He first summoned the Jungle Guardian and bestowed upon her the divine title of Extreme Wood, which radiated a verdant glow. This was a mutated divine power nurtured by the essence of the celestial Jinmu tree, granting its wielder wood-based spells imbued with the tree's resilience. As the divine essence merged into her forehead, the jungle guardian was enveloped by a thick tree root exuding the aura of Jinmu. The root was soon absorbed into her, enhancing her group entanglement spell to become nearly impossible to escape. Next, Nangong Ho granted the divine role of corrosion to the two-headed chimera. Watching as one of its lion heads began merging with the attribute of strong acid, he had a sudden inspiration and decided to attempt fusing the remaining flame divine role with the other head. This bold decision caused the chimera to roar in agony as the two divine powers clashed violently within its body. Fortunately, the fusion was ultimately successful, endowing the beast with dual attribute attack capabilities. Finally, the demon hunter Ted plucked 4 fist-sized fruits from the ancient Moonshadow war tree and placed them on the Hell Demon altar. The altar immediately exuded a pitch-black infernal aura, but surprisingly, this energy was not used to summon demons. Instead, it was absorbed by the fruits. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the fruits rapidly swelled and ripened, while the altar gradually cracked and crumbled, its energy completely drained by the fruits. Finally, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed around the altar. The energy within the Hell Demon altar was completely drained, leaving it covered in cracks before it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Nangong Ho's gaze remained fixed on the 4 fruits at the center of the altar, fruits that would normally take 50 years to ripen but were now fully matured. Tyrania, select 4 of our bravest warriors, Nangong Ho commanded in a deep voice. Tyrania quickly brought forth 4 carefully chosen night elf warriors. They took the ascension fruits from Ted without hesitation and consumed them immediately. In an instant, the scene seemed to replay Ted's own creation. 4 brand new demon hunters emerged, bathed in radiant light. Thank the god of thunder for this blessing. The 4 hunters knelt and prayed devoutly, their faith elevated from fanaticism to sainthood. Ted, these 4 demon hunters will follow you from now on, Nangong Ho announced with satisfaction. The addition of 4 8th-tier legendary combatants of a top-tier race greatly lifted his spirits. Next, Nangong Ho turned his attention to the heart of the tree. He gazed at the 3 war trees before him. The Moonshadow tree had reached the 9th-tier demigod level, the Blossom Spirit tree had advanced to the 7th-tier epic level, while the Sound Spirit tree, Brandon, remained at the 6th-tier immortal level. With a gesture, Nangong Ho directed the pure heart of the tree toward Brandon. As it merged with the tree, Brandon's aura surged, its leaves shaking violently as it swiftly broke through to the 8th-tier legendary level. The 300 fruits on its branches also ripened in unison. Nangong Ho picked one of the Sound Spirit fruits to test. Initially tart, it transformed into a fragrant sweetness, providing a subtle yet tangible enhancement to his divine physique. While minor, it was undeniably beneficial. He distributed the remaining fruits to the Minotaur warriors, 3 for each. Instantly, their muscles swelled, brimming with explosive power. Excellent, Nangong Ho remarked with a cold smile. Next, we set our sights on the Demon Mountains. Mysterious God Lord, let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Young Master Ho, are you sure you want to launch a campaign against this Demon Mountain range? Mugan gazed at the vast, undulating mountains before them, his tone laced with concern. This place is inhabited solely by chaotic demon species, and these demons are utterly insane. Gaining their allegiance would be nearly impossible. At this moment, Mugan and Hong Fei stood within Nangong Ho's divine domain. From their vantage point, they could see that the army led by Ted had already reached its destination. Although this elite force numbered only about 250, each member was specifically chosen to counter demons. 5 demon hunters, jungle guardians, the holy golden dragon Denise, 36 light titans, along with Mugan's own contingent of 100 centaurs and 100 ice crystal unicorns. The divine lord of the Xenu sect is in the Demon Mountain range, Nangong Ho said with a cold smirk. Subjugating the demons? That's just a smokescreen. Hong Fei's expression turned grave as she spoke. Divine lord, I can only divine that there is an incredibly powerful force here, but I cannot discern its true nature. That divine lord may have discovered some secret about this place, which is why they are attacking the Demon Mountain range. Their strength has grown even greater than before. Though their numbers were the smallest, Hong Fei knew well that these warriors would become the demon's worst nightmare. No matter, Nangong Ho replied nonchalantly. All will be revealed in time. It's just a pity that the Demon Mountain range is so vast, making it difficult to pinpoint their exact location. Otherwise, I would have liked to test this divine lord's strength myself. Today, I will open the inner city and allow some exceptionally gifted species to comprehend the sacred body. Nangong Ho continued, his hands clasped behind his back. Each of you has 50 slots. If you're dissatisfied with the sacred body they obtain, it can be replaced. These words left Mugan and Hong Fei utterly shocked. The sacred body could be replaced? Such an ability was akin to that of a creator. No wonder Nangong Ho's people all possessed sacred bodies perfectly aligned with their attributes. With Nangong Ho's command, let's begin. Ted received the divine order and led the army into the Demon Mountain Range. Hehehe. So even enslaved believers dare to enter the Demon Mountain Range. Came a sinister laugh as thousands of demons swarmed in from all directions, letting out piercing shrieks. Kill them. Use their blood to nourish the demon forest and their flesh to breed new demons. Damn it. Ted muttered under his breath as he gripped his weapon tightly, preparing for the fierce battle ahead. This was merely the outer edge of the Demon Mountain Range. Deeper within lay countless more demons, waiting to strike. A demon hunter? The demon's exclamations were mixed with anger. And the Lightborn. This is demon territory. Without hesitation, Ted led 5 demon hunters charging into the swarm of demons. Among them, one had reached the 9th-tier demigod level, while the other 4 were 8th-tier legendary hunters. To these hunters, no matter how many demons there were, they were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. The battle erupted in an instant. The demon hunters moved swiftly through the horde, each strike taking multiple demon lives. Even before figures like Hong Fei could make a move, the demon hunters had already claimed the lives of hundreds. Nangong Ho noticed something unusual. The fallen demon corpses were undergoing a strange transformation. Their blood was being rapidly absorbed by the earth, and their bodies were shriveling up. This phenomenon caught his attention, though he remained unworried. In this desolate continent, where the highest power level was 9th-tier demigod, he was confident in handling any situation. Suddenly, a thought struck Nangong Ho. If the forbidden fruit can absorb the energy of the hell demon altar to accelerate its maturation, could it also absorb the energy from the blood and corpses of these demons? He immediately consulted the Moonshadow War Tree, Tails. Great God of Thunder, Tails answered respectfully, indeed, it is possible. However, such forbidden fruits would only allow night elves to evolve into demon hunters. Excellent! Nangong Ho exclaimed with excitement. Then use the teleportation array to head to the demon mountains. I shall create a demon army. The Moonshadow War Tree immediately retracted its roots, transforming into legs as it stepped into the teleportation array. While Hong Fei and the others were still speculating about their deity's sudden excitement, Tails had already appeared in the demon mountains, quickly rooting itself into the ground. Countless branches extended like tendrils toward the demon corpses, intercepting the blood that was about to be absorbed by the earth. A miraculous scene unfolded. The freshly picked forbidden fruits sprouted new buds and began growing at an astonishing rate. What normally took 50 years to mature could now be achieved in mere months. This sight left Hong Fei utterly stunned. A 9th-tier demigod-level war tree such an existence was exceedingly rare, even among ancient and seasoned demigods who had cultivated for thousands of years. Only now did she understand why their deity possessed several ultra-starent races. It was all thanks to this Moonshadow War Tree. What seemed like a meaningless skirmish in the Demon Mountains had brought Nangong Ho an incredible reward. In the Divine Realm, 2 altars and 2 ancient war trees were under the effect of accelerated time. With Ted guarding the Demon Mountains, there was no immediate concern for safety. After some consideration, Nangong Ho decided to leave the Divine Realm. The moment he stepped out, a system notification sounded. Ding! The sign-in location has been refreshed. The new sign-in location is the Purple Cloud Sea. Nangong Ho chuckled and shook his head. Gaining power so effortlessly, this is the kind of thing even novels wouldn't dare to write. But after being in seclusion for so long, it's time to go out and take a look around. Everyone he passed along the way stopped to bow respectfully. Greetings, Lord Divine Sun. Some whispered among themselves. It seems that Lord Divine Sun's strength has advanced even further since his last seclusion. Be confident, drop this seems. Someone else chimed in. Lord Divine Sun single-handedly defeated the peerless geniuses of the 4 great academies. Nangong Ho smiled and nodded in acknowledgement of the greetings. He suddenly realized that since enrolling in Qinglei Academy, he had never truly taken the time to explore the campus. Today, he decided to set everything aside and quietly immerse himself in the beauty of his surroundings. As he strolled, he unknowingly arrived at the sacred stone. It was here that he first bonded with the sign-in system, forever altering the course of his destiny. Continuing forward, he found himself at the edge of a cliff near the heaven-reaching stone. Though the spot lacked any particularly striking scenery, it exuded an overwhelming sense of grandeur. Below the cliff, clouds swirled in misty layers, and the setting sun dyed the white vapor a vivid purple. Amid the roiling clouds, a sound reminiscent of crashing waves arose, as if a vast purple ocean was surging below. This is the Academy's place of tranquility, the Purple Cloud Sea, came the voice of Dean Jiangshi, filled with a touch of nostalgia. When I was a student, I would come here to meditate whenever I hit a bottleneck in my cultivation. Are you facing some difficulties in your training? Ding. Sign in at the Purple Cloud Sea successful. Reward, 1 race duplication divine card. The system promptly announced. Nangong Ho smiled faintly. Not at all. just wandering around and picking up a reward along the way. A reward? What kind of reward? Jiang Shi looked at him, puzzled, wondering if the young man had overtrained to the point of losing his senses. Dean, what is a race duplication card? Nangong Ho asked, changing the subject. It seems you've realized that your race's population is too small and want to expand it, Jiang Shi explained. The race duplication divine card contains the power of creation, allowing you to replicate the population of a race. However, since your races are all above 5-star level, it might not be possible to duplicate them. Of course, there are limits on the quantity and racial grade, Jiang Shi replied earnestly. He explained to Nangong Ho the current situation regarding racial replication cards on the Divine Descent continent. The best cards could only replicate 4-star races. The target strength had to be below the 5th tier, and the maximum number was capped at 1,000. Nangong Ho nodded thoughtfully. Although he didn't understand why Jiang Shi suddenly brought this up, he was already calculating the quality of the system's reward cards in his mind. By the way, Jiang Shi suddenly remembered something important. Since you've come out of seclusion, I might as well tell you some news. Nangong Ho gave him a curious look. In 10 years, the divine domain where the God of Light fell will be opened. The 5 major academies will jointly activate it. Inside, countless races and resources await discovery. As the divine heir of the academy, you must participate, Jiang Shi said gravely, gazing into the distant sea of purple clouds. The God of Light? Nangong Ho was stunned. As a cultivator with considerable experience, he understood the hierarchy of deities, demigods, true gods, and above them, heavenly gods. He had rarely encountered even true god-level opponents, let alone a heavenly god. The fall of a heavenly god underscored the peril of the divine realm. Jiang Shi continued to explain the cause of the God of Light's demise. Within him was sealed another entity, the God of Darkness. After a divine war, the God of Light could no longer suppress the dark power. The constant clash of the two forces led to a split in his personality. To prevent the darkness from destroying the world, he attempted to forcibly merge the two divine authorities and create a new one. However, light and darkness were inherently incompatible, and the collision of their powers ultimately resulted in an explosion. Thus, the God of Light perished. Jiang Shi's words were intended as a warning to Nangong Ho, who had already fused multiple divine authorities. He feared that Nangong Ho might repeat the tragic fate of the God of Light. How is the fusion of your sleep authority coming along? Jiang Shi asked. After receiving Nangong Ho's affirmative response, Jiang Shi muttered to himself, still missing the silence authority and the cold authority. He reminded Nangong Ho to focus on his cultivation before leaving. Back in his dormitory, Nangong Ho eagerly examined the information on the racial replication divine card. It could replicate 5-star races, with targets of up to 7th tier epic level, and could add 100 individuals at a time. This far exceeded his expectations, causing him to laugh uncontrollably. It meant he could instantly gain the battle strength of 107th tier epic level 5-star races. As expected, other people's hard work and cultivation can't compare to my casual strolls. Nangong Ho began contemplating which race to use this divine card on. In the Demon Mountains, a massive and intense crusade was underway. Entangling roots, the forest guardian uttered in a low voice. The ground trembled as countless sturdy trees burst forth, ensnaring hundreds of 6th-tier immortal demons like giant constricting serpents. The demons roared madly and struggled with all their might, but they remained firmly bound by the unyielding trees. 5 demon hunters, armed with crescent-shaped weapons, began their harvest. As their weapons swung, demon blood splattered, and bodies fell one after another, quickly absorbed as nourishment by the Moonshadow War Tree. The Bright Titan's fighting style was far more direct and violent. With each strike of its radiant divine fist, the entire Demon Mountains shook. In the blinding light, dozens of demons were reduced to ashes under the purification power. By comparison, the centaurs and ice crystal unicorns, though greater in number, appeared somewhat disadvantaged. Their attack power fell short of the others, leaving them to deal with the stragglers. After a full day of fierce battles, 4 fruits on the Moonshadow War Tree had nearly ripened. Thanks to the astonishing efforts of Ted and his allies, over 10,000 demons had been slain in just one day. And this was only the outskirts of the Demon Mountains, where most demons were below the 5th-tier transcendent level. If they ventured deeper into the heart of the mountains and faced more powerful demons, the forbidden fruit would mature even faster. Nangong Ho was highly satisfied with the results. Ted, you fought all day. Withdraw from the Demon Mountains now. His voice boomed like thunder. Though the demons seemed endless, Ted dared not disobey the decree of the God of Thunder. He immediately led the Bright Titans to retreat, setting up camp at the outskirts. Tanglei, have your 7th-tier epic level kin return to the Divine Realm, Nangong Ho ordered, intending to replicate the Titan race. Other races were either too advanced to replicate or lacked potential, but the Bright Titans were the perfect choice. Although Tanglei was puzzled by the request, he complied, bringing 13 7th-tier epic level kin back to the Divine Realm. where they stood quietly in the outer city. Tanglei, this is a divine race replication card. It contains a trace of the power of creation and can directly replicate 107th tier epic level Bright Titans, Nangong Ho said, tossing the card to Tanglei. Tanglei stared at the card in his hand, stunned. The propagation of powerful races had always been an arduous challenge and unchangeable rule of the world. Yet the god of thunder could defy this, creating life from nothing and instantly adding 107th tier epic level kin. It was nothing short of a true divine miracle. As Tanglei crushed the card, a mysterious force spread, enveloping the Bright Titans present. Then, an astonishing sight unfolded. Figures imbued with dense light elements began to materialize out of thin air. The power of the copy divine card gradually faded, and the figures of 100 light titans became vividly clear before the crowd. Though they shared a common origin, each titan possessed unique appearances and auras. Witnessing such a miracle, the light titans knelt in unison, praying, "Great God of Thunder, your might commands the reverence of all. Your divine miracles stretch across every inch of the wildlands." As their prayers continued, the power of faith grew even stronger. Nangong Ho observed the scene with satisfaction and then led this expanded army back to the Demon Mountain range. The sudden growth from just over a dozen light titans to a force of 100 astonished everyone. With this formidable addition, the campaign against the Demon Mountain range progressed significantly faster. The most tangible result was that the forbidden fruits, which originally took 2 days to mature, were now ready in just one. Ted returned to the Divine Realm with 4 forbidden fruits, where Tylania and 4 of her kin were already waiting. These 4 fruits quickly facilitated the evolution of the Dark Elves, increasing the number of demon hunters to 9. Witnessing this rapid enhancement in combat strength, Nangong Ho became increasingly confident that eradicating the entire Demon Mountain range was only a matter of time. As he prepared to leave the Divine Realm, Xiaozhan urgently requested an audience. "Xiaozhan, what is it?" Nangong Ho immediately permitted his arrival. "Young Lord Ho, we've encountered a troublesome demigod," Xiaozhan began directly. "I've fought him several times, but haven't been able to defeat him." "Oh, even you couldn't handle him? Who is this opponent?" Nangong Ho's interest was piqued. "He's a powerhouse from the 5-star Sword Demon clan. They wield swords as their primary weapon and possess an innate sword aura with piercing effects," Xiaozhan explained, his expression serious. This unique ability had proven difficult for him to counter. "Then let Nuguli deal with him. Give me the coordinates," Nangong Ho responded decisively. Facing a clan like the Sword Demons, known for their formidable individual combat prowess, it was crucial to be wary of their close combat capabilities. Xiaozhan immediately provided the exact location. Nangong Ho then issued a divine command to Nuguli. With a flash of light from the teleportation array, Nuguli appeared at the designated spot, leading 100 dragon knights. The green-eyed half-lion warrior, upon seeing reinforcements arrive, promptly cleared a path. At that moment, over 300 sword demons surged out from behind the city walls. Each was towering and muscular, carrying an iron sword on their back, a weapon that had long fostered a powerful sword aura within them. "Calling for backup when you can't weenies that wrong?" the green-eyed half-lion shouted defiantly. "You're welcome to summon reinforcements as well." The sword demon leader, brimming with battle intent, sneered, "Humph. So what if 100 super 5-star clans join you? Our clan's swords have slain countless super 5-star warriors." "Is that so?" Nuguli replied calmly. "Let's see if a mere 300 5-star warriors can withstand a single charge from my dragon knights." "Arrogant!" The sword demons roared in unison, drawing the iron swords from their backs. Their sharp sword aura surged, ready to tear apart any enemy daring to advance. The charge of war. 100 dragon knights launched a perfectly coordinated assault. Facing the ferocious onslaught of dragon knights, the sword demons swung their iron swords, attempting to showcase their vaunted combat prowess. However, the dragon knights, enhanced by the professional altar and having consumed 3 sound spirit fruits, now possessed strength that even the light titans would not dare to underestimate. The sword strikes of the sword demons were effortlessly deflected by the dragon knights, and their formation crumbled instantly under the momentum of the war charge. Were it not for Nayugula's command to show mercy, these 300 sword demons might have already become cold corpses on the battlefield. "It seems your pride amounts to nothing," Nuguli said, seated steadily atop his storm dragon, looking down at the sword demons with contempt. "Take me to your temple. The great god of thunder wishes to meet your deity." The sword demons were about to respond when their expressions suddenly changed, clearly having received a divine oracle. Reluctantly, they led Nuguli and the half-lion, Beijing, into the city, while the rest stayed outside awaiting further orders. "Aren't you afraid we'll lead you into the city and then kill you?" One sword demon couldn't help but sneer. "You wouldn't dare," Nuguli replied with overwhelming confidence. "If you kill us, you'll all die too, including the god you worship. Besides, you couldn't kill me even if you tried." The sword demon snorted coldly and fell silent, quickly leading the group into the temple. "Let's go and see this demigod," Nangong Ho said with a faint smile, his hands clasped behind his back as he walked into the enemy's divine domain. Xiao Zhan followed closely behind, eager to see the face of a demigod who could rival him. As soon as the two stepped into the divine domain, they were engulfed in a pink mist. "Do you prefer the pure charm of a white moonlight or the exotic allure of a cinnabar mole?" a teasing voice echoed. A veiled woman appeared before Nangong Ho, dancing gracefully. Her enchanting gaze brimmed with tenderness, and her mesmerizing movements, accompanied by a captivating fragrance, seemed almost irresistible. "Not bad," Nangong Ho commented on her dance. "White moonlight carries a pure and delicate beauty, while the cinnabar mole exudes a unique, exotic allure. But to me, women are merely obstacles on my path to godhood. With no woman in my heart, my thunder strikes with unrelenting force. Spare me your tricks, or under my thunder, everything will turn to dust." Nangong Hao's gaze cleared, while Xiao Zhan was still struggling against the illusion. "My lord, how heartless you are," the woman said pitifully, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Nangong Ho. "How could you bear to be so cruel to Yin Mei?" For a moment, Nangong Hao's heart wavered, but he quickly sneered. "It seems you wish to test my thunder." In an instant, endless thunder roared forth, its destructive aura enveloping the entire divine domain, like the wrath of the heavens descending. "Stop! Stop!" Yin Mei cried out in alarm. "You're Nangong Ho?" Nangong Ho was completely immune to both illusions and enchantments, which left Yin Mei in utter disbelief. As a seventh-turn demigod, while her offensive strength wasn't particularly remarkable, her dual priesthood as the god of illusion and the god of enchantment had claimed the lives of many other demigods. These two complementary divine roles made her exceptionally dominant in controlling the battlefield, yet they proved utterly useless against Nangong Ho. What terrified her even more was the menacing thunder swirling above her. Any sudden move on her part would result in her instant obliteration. Under this immense pressure, Yin Mei had no choice but to suppress all her abilities, allowing Xiao Zhan to finally break free from the illusion. "Oh, you know me?" Nangong Ho withdrew the thunder, his tone calm and composed. With a trace of fear, Yin Mei replied, "To have such terrifying mastery over thunder, there's no one else I can think of besides Nangong Ho, who's ranked on the Tongtian Divine Tower." "So I'm that famous," Nangong Ho chuckled lightly. "I didn't expect the deity worshipped by the Sword Demon clan to be a female demigod." Turning to Xiao Zhan, he added, "And you call yourself a genius of the academy, yet you can't even defeat a woman?" "It was evenly matched," Xiao Zhan replied earnestly. "Huh, I was clearly holding back," Yin Mei retorted, glaring at him with dissatisfaction. "Yin Mei, would you be willing to become my subordinate deity?" Nangong Ho interrupted their quarrel. Yin Mei looked at Nangong Ho seriously. "Do you know about the Xenu sect? They are incredibly powerful. I have a grudge against one of the women tied to their 8 god kings. If I become your subordinate deity, you'll have to bear their wrath." "The Xenu sect? Huh?" Nangong Ho burst into laughter. "Then all the more reason for you to become my subordinate deity. After all, I'm already dealing with the Xenu sect." Yin Mei stared in astonishment at the young demigod before her, amazed by his confidence. Thinking of her enemy, she gritted her teeth, dropped to one knee, and declared, "I, Yin Mei, am willing to become Nangong Hao's subordinate deity. I will offer half of my faith value annually and will obey your commands without hesitation." "I accept your allegiance," Nangong Ho solemnly replied. A bond was instantly forged between them, allowing him to descend into Yin Mei's divine realm at will. Yin Mei then handed Nangong Ho a coordinate map of a nebula plane and explained, "Lord God, this is the cause of my enmity with Ji Yin. We initially got along well, and discovered it together while exploring a ruin. However, this map created a rift between us. Our strengths are evenly matched, and after several confrontations, neither of us could gain the upper hand. Recently, she pledged allegiance to one of the 8 god kings, gaining significant support and expanding her forces. In a few days, she plans to launch a divine war against me." "Correction, there are only 7 god kings now," Nangong Ho said as he examined the map, noticing it was only a partial coordinate with unclear specifics. He added nonchalantly, "And soon, there will be only 6. In a certain divine realm, Ji Yin, the alluring goddess, lay lazily on her bed. She was dressed in a sheer, translucent gown that revealed glimpses of her delicate shoulders. Her captivating beauty was impossible to look away from, but it was her eyes that were most enchanting. Just one glance could draw anyone into the depths of worldly desires, leaving them hopelessly ensnared." "Well then, many thanks to the god king Wushang," Ji Yin said as she accepted the racial seal card handed to her by the god of cold wind. A charming smile graced her lips. "Would the god of cold wind care to sit with me on my bed?" The god of cold wind looked up at Ji Yin and was instantly overwhelmed by her seductive power. He found himself walking toward her bed, unable to resist. With each step, a portion of his divine energy was drained away. By the time he reached the edge of the bed, he collapsed, completely powerless, and fell to his demise. Heh, with such feeble strength, you dared to dream of sharing my bed? Ji Yin sneered coldly before shifting her attention to the racial seal card in her hand. Without hesitation, she crushed it. Instantly, 57th tier epic grade thunder ants, 10 8th tier legendary grade savage goblins, and 2 9th tier demigod grade ancestral vampires appeared before her. Gazing at these formidable creatures, a glint of greed flickered in Ji Yan's eyes. This was precisely why she willingly served as the plaything of the God King Wushang. Yin Mei, let's see how you plan to contend with me this time. Once I obtain the complete starfield coordinate map, my faith-based races will grow even stronger. Ji Yin immediately commanded her nine-tailed fox clan to assemble. This 5-star magical race was renowned for their mastery of illusions, capable of driving enemies to turn on one another in chaos. However, just as her forces finished gathering, Yin Mei's army launched an invasion into her divine realm. Yin Mei, you dare to come here? Are you courting death? Ji Yin sneered. Though she had crossed swords with Yin Mei more than 10 times and was familiar with her swordsmanship, her expression changed when she saw the reinforcements Yin Mei had brought. With the support of Nangong Ho, Yin Mei had not only gained Tyrannia, but also secured the aid of Ural. The addition of these 2 9th-tier, demigod-grade races shifted the tide of the battle instantly. Charge into battle. The Dragon Knights wasted no time and launched their assault. Fox Mirage. The nine-tailed fox clan unleashed a pink haze of seductive mist, but the Dragon Knights effortlessly broke through it. A mere charm spell? You think that will affect beings with divine and demonic bloodlines? Attack, bellowed Nyoguli, as the Dragon Knights charged into the ranks of the nine-tailed foxes, slaughtering them mercilessly. Damn it! Ji Yin cursed in fury. Thunder ants, attack! Savage goblins, kill them! Ancestral vampires, hurry slay them now! Yet even the 2 9th-tier ancestral vampires were no match for the combined might of the Dragon Knights and Tyrannia. They, too, were swiftly annihilated in the face of overwhelming power. Before long, the place turned into a battlefield drenched in blood. The Dragon Knights finally unleashed their true power, their attacks swift and lethal, leaving the nine-tailed heavenly foxes almost defenseless. Yin Mei watched the scene unfold, swallowing hard. It was now clear that the Dragon Knights had been holding back earlier, and only now were they revealing their terrifying combat capabilities. High above, Ji Yin stared in horror as her kin were slaughtered before her eyes. A mix of rage and fear gripped her, and what frightened her even more was that this fearsome army was about to invade her divine domain. Faced with such a powerful demigod, she had no confidence in securing victory. Only Wushang can save me now, Ji Yin thought to herself. Fortunately, she had left some of her faith-bound followers in Wushang's temple. With this in mind, she immediately abandoned the battlefield and vanished in an instant. When Nyoguli led the Dragon Knights to Ji Yan's temple, Nangong Ho arrived to find nothing but an empty space. She must have gone to find Wushang, Yin Mei said, her voice still tinged with disbelief. To breach Ji Yan's divine domain in such a short time was an achievement beyond her imagination. Where is Wushang? Nangong Ho asked. To him, this was a matter of locating a dimensional coordinate, a prize of immeasurable value. I don't know. All I know is that Wushang is incredibly powerful, Yin Mei replied, shaking her head. Nangong Ho narrowed his eyes and ordered Nyoguli to escort a captured, nine-tailed heavenly fox back to their domain. He then summoned Hong Fei. At that moment, Hong Fei, delighted by the recent acquisition of a sacred body for her race, answered the call without hesitation. After learning of Nangong Ho's intentions, Hong Fei began a divination using the captured nine-tailed heavenly fox. While directly locating Ji Yin was difficult, pinpointing other members of her faith-bound race was relatively easier. It didn't take long for Hong Fei to track down another group connected to Ji Yin. Meanwhile, Wushang's expression darkened as Ji Yin suddenly appeared before him. You're telling me there are 100 Ultra 5-star Dragon Knights? He asked again for confirmation. Upon learning that Nangong Ho was responsible, Wushang's anger deepened. The Xenu sect hasn't even settled scores with him yet, and now he dares to bring trouble to my doorstep. He knew all too well that the location of his divine domain had likely been exposed. After forcing Ji Yin to confess that she was being hunted over the nebula dimensional coordinate map, Wushang immediately made his way to the divine domain of the Xenu sect's High Lord. High Lord, Nangong Ho is targeting me over a fragmented dimensional coordinate map, Wushang reported. Despite being one of the 8 God Kings and possessing extraordinary strength, he felt no certainty in facing Nangong Ho alone. I understand. Return for now. This time, I will send Zhu Xiu to assist you, the High Lord said calmly. Hearing the name Zhu Xiu, Wushang couldn't help but shudder. As the High Lord's left divine guard, Zhu Xiu had already reached the realm of a 9th-turn demigod, and the faith-bound races under his command were immensely powerful. With Zhu Xiu's support, Wu Shang now had absolute confidence in confronting Nangong Ho. So this is Wu Shang's divine domain? Not bad at all. The faithful followers of Nangong Ho's race had arrived at the outskirts of Wu Shang's divine domain through a teleportation array. 100 dragon knights formed a neat formation, their eyes glinting with bloodlust, exuding an aura as steady as a mountain. Talanya sat calmly at the rear, commanding the troops, while in the skies above, Ural and 3 two-headed chimeras circled endlessly, creating an intimidating aerial barrier. With 3 ninth-tier demigod-level powerhouses against one of the 8 divine kings, Wu Shang, this lineup was more than sufficient. Nangong Ho, do you think bringing such a small force to my doorstep is enough? Wu Shang's voice was filled with disdain. You clearly underestimate the true martial sect. As one of the 8 divine kings, I assure you, your arrogance will cost you dearly. As Wu Shang's words echoed, countless of his faithful warriors surged forth from his divine domain. Leading them were heavily armored Halfrek warriors, wielding massive spiked clubs, their eyes burning with madness. Among this army were 28th-tier legendary Halfreks and 5 9th-tier demigod-level warriors. Although these demigod-level Halfreks had not obtained divine authority after all, divine titles are not easily acquired. Nangong Ho was an exception who had gained divine authority through slaying demigods. The rest of the Halfreks were all at least 5th-tier extraordinary-level warriors. In the skies, 3 ultra-elite Dragonhawk knights armed with gleaming silver spears watched sharply. This race, combining the dragon's formidable physique with the eagle's agility, had all reached 9th-tier demigod-level strength, fully showcasing the profound power of Wu Shang, one of the 8 divine kings of the true martial sect. Despite facing this elite army of at least 3,000, Nangong Ho merely chuckled. While Wu Shang's forces were also highly specialized, they were still no match for the precision and strength of Nangong Ho's elite troops. The battle erupted in an instant. The Dragon Knights charged first, while Talanya's arrows streaked through the air like lightning, aimed at the Dragonhawk Knights above. Even with their keen senses, the Dragonhawk Knights couldn't track the trajectory of these arrows imbued with the power of moonlight. Watch out! One Dragonhawk Knight managed to cry out a warning, but his comrade had already been struck through the throat by an arrow. Such was the power of Talanya's moonshadow arrows combined with her void god physique. Without even relying on divine authority, she could effortlessly kill 9th-tier demigod-level opponents. Ural's dragon roar shook the heavens, unleashing a cascade of frost that poured down like a waterfall, claiming the lives of hundreds of Halfreks with each breath. The 3 two-headed chimeras dove simultaneously, their mouths spewing corrosive acid and blazing flames like twin raging dragons ravaging the battlefield. Among them, the chimera infused with both corrosive and flame divine authority was particularly fearsome. Its acid dissolved Halfreks into pools of liquid before they could even scream, corroding deep pits into the ground. Meanwhile, the deep red flames from its other head scorched the air with crackling intensity, incinerating countless Halfreks into ash in an instant. Although Nangong Ho had only 4 aerial combat units, each was a powerhouse, inflicting devastating casualties on the enemy forces. In just a moment, a third of the original 3,000 believers of the race had been wiped out. Within the divine realm, Wu Shang let out an enraged roar. Damn it! Where did this Nangong Ho get so many powerful races? At this rate, my race won't last much longer. Why hasn't the left divine guard arrived yet? Nearby, the alluring goddess Yin Mei trembled in fear, not daring to make a sound. The man she had just latched onto turned out to be so overwhelmingly powerful that even the mighty god King Wu Shang was being utterly crushed. As Wu Shang's race continued to suffer devastating losses in the relentless slaughter, the ground suddenly began to quake violently. A look of excitement instantly appeared on Wu Shang's face. The left divine guard. The left divine guard has finally arrived. Mugili and the others furrowed their brows, swiftly disengaging from the battle and regrouping in a defensive formation. As the tremors grew stronger, an army exuding an aura of malevolence and brutality came into view. At the forefront were 50 bloodthirsty demon warriors, their eyes glowing crimson and their muscular bodies radiating deadly power. Intricate divine patterns were etched into their skin, and their sharp, dark red claws gleamed menacingly. This Ultra 5 Esther race had all reached the 6th-tier immortal level, with their leader being a terrifying 8th-tier legendary. Behind them stood 100 dark behemoths, their heavy breaths resonating through the battlefield. Once a pure 5-star race, they had embraced darkness in their pursuit of strength, attaining 7th-tier epic-level power. Further back were 5 infernal skeletons engulfed in hellfire, wielding bone blades capable of effortlessly severing heads. Each of them was a 9th-tier demigod. In the sky above, a pitch-black black flame phoenix spread its massive wings, spanning Tianzhong, resembling a colossal dark cloud that blotted out the sun. This 9th-tier demigod-level being, also possessing divine authority, caused Nangong Hou's brow to furrow deeply. Suddenly, a ghostly figure materialized out of thin air, its entire form cloaked in darkness. Nangong Ho, I am the left divine guard, personal protector of the Supreme God. By the Supreme God's decree, I am here to end your life. My name is Zhuxiu. At the moment of your death, you may remember the one who brought your end. This was a 9th-tier demigod-level shadow wraith, its forehead faintly marked with divine authority. Not only did it possess extraordinary speed and stealth capabilities, but it also had a 20 chance of resurrection and wielded the deadly Shadow Phantom Curse. This would be the most formidable opponent Nangong Ho had faced since becoming a demigod. The deity of the Xenu sect was indeed enigmatic and unfathomable. Nangong Ho gazed at the battlefield before him, deep in thought. A single left divine guard had demonstrated such overwhelming power, far beyond what an ordinary demigod could contend with. Lord Deity, perhaps we should retreat for now? As long as they don't know the coordinates of your divine realm, they won't be able to do much to you for the time being, Yanmei suggested. She had originally believed this battle to be a guaranteed victory, especially since Wu Shang's race had been slaughtered without resistance. However, the sudden appearance of the left divine guard had completely disrupted the situation. Based on the strength he exhibited, Yanmei knew even her prized sword demon would struggle to stand against him. Retreat. Nangong Ho chuckled lightly. Since I became a demigod, the word retreat has never been in my vocabulary. Besides, I possess its rank divine realm. Where exactly would I retreat to? Seeing Nangong Ho's unyielding arrogance, Yanmei sighed inwardly. This conflict had stemmed from her actions, and as Nangong Ho's subordinate deity, it was even less appropriate for her to back down now. Lord Deity, let my sword demon join the fight, she proposed, already prepared to fight to the death. But Nangong Ho shook his head, rejecting her offer. At that moment, the left divine guard, Zhu Shou, spoke coldly from the other side. The number of people who wish to kill me is countless. What makes you think you're any different? If you manage to kill me, I wonder if your so-called mysterious deity will cough up 3 liters of blood in rage. Impressive, Zhu Shou sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. There aren't many who dare to be so arrogant in front of me, but you're one of them. Unfortunately, the others like you already have grass growing 3 meters high on their graves. If you insist on fighting, then show me everything you've got. They'll make sure you watch as your entire race is annihilated. Nangong Hou's resolve began to waver, and he summoned the demon hunter Ted, who was far away in the demon mountains. Meanwhile, his original forces began retreating back to his divine realm through a 2-way teleportation array, like a receding tide. Soon after, new troops emerged. 136 radiant titans appeared first, their powerful light energy instantly dispelling the surrounding malevolent aura. Under Yanmei's astonished gaze, 9 demon hunters, led by Ted, entered the battlefield, their eyes immediately locking onto the spectral skeletons on the opposing side. The forest guardians followed closely, standing silently at the ready. A deafening dragon's roar echoed across the field, heralding the arrival of the holy radiant dragon and signaling the commencement of war. 50 dragon knights, led by Nuguli, charged impatiently toward 50 bloodthirsty demon warriors. These two forces, both bearing divine and demonic bloodlines, were about to prove their honor through each other's blood. Meanwhile, 100 radiant titans advanced heavily toward the dark behemoths. These two races, both renowned for their formidable physical prowess, were poised for a brutal and ferocious clash. The two sides clashed like colliding comets, the tremendous impact instantly scattering the surrounding races. The battle erupted in an instant, with forces from all sides springing into action simultaneously. Ted was the first to strike, activating his assassin's divine power. Moving like lightning, he charged directly at the 9th-tier, demigod-level skeletal wraith. The other demon hunters followed closely, shouting in unison, Demon's Descent, as they transformed into streaks of black shadows and surged forward. In the air, Ural let out an earth-shaking dragon's roar, his massive dragon form hurtling straight toward the black flame phoenix. At the same time, Tylania readied her longbow, releasing the moon shadow arrow in a flash. Yet, the usually infallible divine arrow astonishingly missed its target. The shadow phantom had vanished mysteriously, as if it had never been there. Tylania quickly lowered her bow, remaining on high alert as she scanned her surroundings. On another side of the battlefield, the allied forces of Dragon Knights and Light Titans launched an assault against Wusheng's forces. The Holy Light Dragon, leading 4 two-headed chimeras, was more than enough to hold off the remnants of Wushang's troops. Incredible! Is this the true power of a god lord? Yanmei gazed at the young god lord, utterly astonished. Although Nangong Ho appeared calm on the surface, his eyes were fixed intently on the battlefield, not daring to let his guard down for even a moment. 50 Dragon Knights had dismounted their storm dragons and were now engaged in close combat with the bloodthirsty demon warriors. Empowered by the might of the sacred body, the previously evenly matched bloodthirsty demon warriors began to lose ground. This turn of events enraged the descendants of divine and demonic bloodlines, and the crimson divine markings on their bodies suddenly flared with an intense, soul-piercing glow. They're about to unleash their ultimate technique, Nangong Ho muttered under his breath. Sure enough, the glowing divine markings of the 50 bloodthirsty demon warriors intertwined, forming a raging sea of blood. Blood ultimacy, they roared in unison. Wherever the blood sea swept through, the weaker races were utterly drained of their blood, leaving only lifeless remains. Despite its overwhelming presence, the blood sea lacked a tangible density, clearly indicating it was only a first-tier bloodline ultimate technique. At that moment, Nyoguli bellowed, "Strike them down and glorify the might of the divine flame purple gold bull." Power ultimacy. The ultimates of 50 Minotaurs activated simultaneously, and a massive battle axe, radiating a dark gray light, materialized in midair. Its power far surpassed that of the blood seed. His was the strength of a second-tier ultimate technique. Strike. With Nyoguli's command, the colossal axe cleaved toward the blood sea. No. Impossible. Left Guardian shouted in disbelief. How did he elevate power ultimacy to the second tier? Even the God Lord himself couldn't obtain ultimate fragments. Where did he get them? Watching as the 50 bloodthirsty demon warriors he had painstakingly cultivated faced annihilation, Left Guardian was furious yet powerless. As a demigod, he was forbidden from interfering in the battles between races and could only stand by helplessly as the events unfolded. The massive axe descended with a deafening roar, as a sea of blood surged forward to meet it heeding. Yet, the torrential crimson barrier held for only 2 breaths before the unstoppable force of the axe cleaved through it. Wherever the axe blade passed, the earth itself was split apart, leaving deep fissures spreading across the battlefield. The gray-black glint of the axe reflected in the eyes of 50 bloodthirsty demon warriors, who couldn't even let out a single scream before their lives were extinguished. In this clash between descendants of gods and demons, the Minotaur emerged victorious with overwhelming dominance. Zhuxianwei Zhuxiu watched the scene unfold, his heart wrenching in pain. 50 Ultra 5-star warriors had been lost just like that. Worse still, with the bloodthirsty demon warriors gone, there was nothing left to hold back the Dragon Knights, who now had free rein to enter the fray. On the other side of the battlefield, the duel between the Dark Behemoth and the Golden Titan was raw and brutal, with the sound of flesh meeting flesh echoing relentlessly. What had been an evenly matched fight was decisively tipped when the Dragon Knights joined the battle, sealing the Dark Behemoth's inevitable defeat. The most harrowing battle was that of the Wraith Skeletons. Against the Demon Hunter Ted, who had fused with the divine powers of an assassin, 3 out of 5 9th-tier demigod-level Wraith Skeletons had already fallen. The remaining 2 struggled desperately to hold their ground. In the skies above, the Black Flame Phoenix and Ural were locked in a deadlock. Despite Ural's furious roars, he could do little against the Black Flame Phoenix, who had fused with divine powers. The most enigmatic confrontation played out between Tyrania and the Shadow Wraith. The Shadow Wraith had completely concealed its presence, leaving no trace of its movements. Tyrania, with a cold snort, abruptly shifted her strategy and began targeting other enemies. Her moonshadow arrows flew one after another, each one striking with deadly precision, claiming the lives of 8th-tier legendary creatures. When Tyrania finally aimed her bow at the Black Flame Phoenix, locked in fierce combat with Ural, the power of her wind and fire divine abilities locked onto her target. In the moment the Black Flame Phoenix was struck by Ural's tail, Tyrania seized the opportunity. Her blazing arrow tore through the air. But just as the arrow was about to strike, a jet-black blade flashed with lightning speed, slicing through the air toward Tyrania's throat. The Shadow Phantom's mastery of assassination timing was impeccable. Just as he was about to succeed, a faint smile appeared on Tyrania's lips, and her entire figure vanished instantly. At that moment, her Void's sacred body ability erupted in full force. The Shadow Phantom had clearly not anticipated that Tyrania had such a hidden card up her sleeve. By the time he realized something was amiss and tried to retreat, it was already too late. The arrow originally aimed at the Black Flame Phoenix suddenly disappeared into thin air. This was Tyrania's plan all along. Her true target from the start was the Shadow Phantom himself. Using the powers of her Void's sacred body, she perfectly concealed the arrow's trajectory, tricking her opponent into thinking she was targeting the Black Flame Phoenix. The scorching arrow struck true, piercing through the Shadow Phantom's chest as searing flames began to rage uncontrollably. However, the danger was far from over. Despite being struck, the Shadow Phantom suddenly activated his racial ability, Shadow Ghost Hand. A pitch-black arm shot through the flames, aiming directly for Tyrania's vital points. In that critical moment, the Forest Guardian appeared just in time, shouting, "Mass Entangle!" Thick roots surged forth, tightly binding the Shadow Phantom. No matter how much he struggled, he could not escape. Stripped of his stealth abilities, the Shadow Phantom was doomed. Tyrannia's Moonshadow arrow sliced through the air, putting an end to his life once and for all. From a high vantage point, Wushang witnessed everything, his face filled with despair. His people had been nearly wiped out, and the left Divine Guard race, in which he had placed so much hope, faced inevitable extinction. As the Forest Guardian ascended the temple steps, Nangong Ho stepped forward resolutely. Ji Yan's voice immediately rang out. Seductive enchantment. The scene before Nangong Ho's eyes shifted abruptly. He found himself in a pink-hued room surrounded by stunning women, each exuding allure and calling out to him seductively. The pure light of Yen Mai's moonlit beauty and the crimson mark on my heart surpass anything you have to offer, Nangong Ho said, his gaze clear and unwavering. A mere trick of seduction, and you think to sway me? Thunderstrike. A devastating bolt of thunder crashed down, obliterating everything in its path. Ji Yan, a master of enchantment, stood no chance. She could only let out a final scream before perishing on the spot. Wushang immediately cast Fleeting Time, Flowing Years, revealing his true identity as the god of time. His original plan had been to combine Ji Yan's enchantment with his powers, lulling Nangong Ho into a daze before slowly draining his life away. But to his dismay, Nangong Ho was completely immune to such sorcery. An impressive divine authority. I'll take it for myself, Nangong Ho said calmly, unfazed by the threat of life slipping away. Thunder dragons roared to life, shattering the surrounding temporal energy in an instant. Under Wushang's terrified gaze, the dragons pierced through his body. Nangong Ho, you are indeed powerful. But in the face of a true divine artifact, even you have no escape. Nangong Ho squinted slightly, waving his wide sleeve. In an instant, two divine rolls transformed into streams of light amidst the endless thunder and were absorbed directly into his sleeve. Zhu Xiu stared intently at the dissipating thunder. Though he was curious about the essence of those two beams of light, he couldn't fathom their nature. His attention, however, was entirely captivated by the terrifying power of lightning displayed by Nangong Ho. As expected, Zhu Xiu thought to himself, this young man's control over lightning has reached an unimaginable level. Ordinary ninth-turn demigods are no match for him. You speak of pawns? Beneath the true gods, who isn't a pawn? Zhu Xiu sneered. But I firmly believe that the Lord God will break free from the status of a pawn and become a true player. And you today, your fate is sealed. Everything you possess will belong to the Lord God. He asked me to deliver his name to you, Deepening. Before the words had fully left his lips, Zhu Xiu solemnly drew a dazzling longsword. The blade radiated an intensely sharp sword energy, so powerful that even Wushang's divine domain struggled to withstand it. Numerous vortex-like spatial rifts appeared around them. This power, capable of tearing through stable space, was a clear testament to the terrifying might of a true divine artifact. Deepening? Nangong Ho chuckled lightly. Quite audacious, I must admit. However, he is worthy of being remembered by me. As for the true divine artifact, with a thought, the plague divine artifact, originally resting in the temple, flew to his side. The power of plague? Zhu Xiu was visibly shocked. Yuri backed by a true god as well? This was never mentioned in our intelligence. Have we failed to force out your true trump card all along? Indeed, Nangong Ho replied smoothly. Behind me stands the plague true god, who spares no cost in providing me with resources. How does your Lord God intend to challenge me? What? At any cost? Zhu Xiu finally understood why Nangong Ho had grown so powerful in such a short time. Today, no matter what, under the might of a true divine artifact, you will die. Strike. With Zhu Xiu's furious roar, a terrifying blade of light tore through the heavens. The entire divine domain began to collapse, and the wilderness for millions of miles trembled. This strike, imbued with the wrath of a true god, could annihilate millions. Nangong Ho, bearing the full brunt of the attack, finally experienced the sheer terror of a true divine artifact. The last time the plague divine artifact was used in the divine domain, it wasn't directed at him and was ultimately purified by the divine tree. But now, he could feel his divine soul and body on the verge of being torn apart by this power. Facing this strike, he found himself utterly unable to resist. So this is the power of a true divine artifact? Truly formidable. Nangong Ho's expression grew grim. He quickly dispelled the power of nature and summoned the plague divine artifact. The dense power of the plague formed a barrier to block the attack. Unfortunately, the artifact had already been used once before, and its remaining divine power was now dangerously thin. The long sword in Zhu Xiu's hand finally struck the plague orb, producing a series of sharp, grating cracks. The surface of the orb instantly became covered in dense fractures, seemingly about to shatter under the might of this divine weapon. However, Nangong Ho remained calm, showing no distress over the damage to the orb. As long as it could block this fatal strike, it was enough. Thunder. Nangong Ho's eyes narrowed as he summoned a black-purple thunder dragon, its destructive power roaring toward Zhu Shou. Space. Zhu Shou shouted. A bizarre scene unfolded. Space seemed to open up like an invisible, gaping maw, slowly swallowing the rampaging thunder dragon. Spatial divinity. Nangong Ho furrowed his brows slightly. This was a powerful branch of the supreme space-time divinity, ranking among the top 3 below the supreme level. Impressive. Your attacks can't harm me, Zhu Shou said confidently, though unease crept into his heart. His spatial power should have devoured the attack instantly, yet Nangong Ho's thunder continued to resist stubbornly. This could only mean that Zhu Shou's mastery of spatial divinity was still far from complete. Such an excellent divinity. He'll take it, Nangong Ho said, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. World of nature. As his words fell, a complete world embodying the cycles of the seasons and the forces of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning suddenly formed. Even spatial divinity was incapable of consuming an entire world. Only the higher space-time divinity could achieve such a feat. Natural divinity. Zhu Shou cried out in terror. The rumors were true. Nangong Ho had indeed mastered a supreme divinity. Against such overwhelming power, Zhu Shou was utterly outmatched. Nangong Ho, just you wait. We'll meet again, he yelled as he attempted to flee the Wushang divine realm. Trying to escape? A flicker of dark energy, incomplete yet potent, flashed in Nangong Ho's eyes. Zhu Shou was momentarily stunned, falling into a fleeting daze. This brief lapse was all it took for the world of nature to envelop him entirely. The boundless power of nature began to relentlessly crush the unwelcome intruder. Nangong Ho, you can't kill me. I am the left divine guard of the God Lord. You have no idea how terrifying the God Lord is. Release me now. Zhu Shou screamed and struggled within the world of nature. Deepening? Nangong Ho sneered. One day, he too will beg for mercy just like you. As Zhu Shou perished, the world of nature dissipated. Yet something strange occurred. His divine soul, wrapped in thick darkness and death energy, along with the divine weapon he wielded, flew toward an unknown destination instead of Nangong Ho's divine realm. Nangong Ho's brows knitted tightly. Could Zhu Shou's soul be returning to Deepenings's divine realm? What kind of power was this? Unable to make sense of it, he dismissed the thought. Sooner or later, he would confront Deepening. Even you failed? Deep within the divine realm, Deepenings's face was dark as he gazed at the pitch-black soul before him. From the soul emanated the voice of Zhu Shou, trembling with fear. Yes, my lord. This Nangong Ho is terrifying. Not only does he wield the power of natural divinity, but he also possesses a true divine artifact. A true divine artifact? Deepenings's brows furrowed deeply. After hearing Zhu Shou's report, he responded coldly. The plague true god? How audacious. I will inform my father and personally eliminate this plague true god. His eyes turned back to the soul. As for you, since you failed, you shall become its nourishment. My lord, I am your left divine guard. I am your— Zhu Shou's desperate plea was abruptly cut off as a sapling, black as ink, suddenly opened a massive maw and devoured his soul entirely. Deepening watched this scene unfold and muttered to himself, still too few souls. It seems I must hasten the conquest of the barbarian continent. When mentioning Nangong Ho, a cold smile crept across his face before he fell into deep thought. At the same time, Nangong Ho remained blissfully unaware of the events transpiring in the divine realm. He was brimming with joy as he took stock of his gains. Is this the complete Starfield plane coordinate map? A star spirit race was born in this plane. Nangong Ho was overjoyed to discover a race with the potential to reach a 5-star level. According to legend, the ancestors of the star spirit race were the ancient star gods, who once commanded countless stars and could unleash their power to attack enemies. Though their ancestor had eventually fallen, their divine authority had not vanished but had instead fragmented into 5 pieces. It was said that if the star spirit race evolved into a super 5-star race and awakened the star source, they could locate and merge the 5 fragments, ultimately achieving demigod status, with the potential to return to the realm of the ancient star gods. Every star spirit was born accompanied by the fall of a star, and they could evolve into a super 5-star race simply by absorbing stellar energy. Not only were their bodies as resilient as meteorites, but they could also emit star beams that completely immobilized their enemies. This reminded Nangong Ho of the scene where 2 shaman mages had used meteorite power to restrain the Minotaurs, revealing a striking similarity. Even more formidable, the star spirits could harness the power of star beams to summon celestial bodies, a nightmare for airborne combatants. Nangong Ho's heart burned with excitement as he carefully secured the Starfield plane coordinates. Although he could use a super teleportation array to travel there at any time, he decided to hold off for now. The star spirit race was immensely powerful, and he needed thorough preparation before taking action. Finally, his gaze fell upon the three divine authorities in his possession: the enchanting authority, the time authority, and the space authority. He chose to fuse with the time authority first, immediately sensing a flow of temporal power coursing through his body. This power could age or nurture, and even this faint trace of it gave him a profound understanding of the terrifying nature of time divinity. Nangong Ho opened his eyes, a hint of weariness now visible in their depths. He swiftly merged the spatial divinity into his body, and his gaze fell upon the last captivating divinity. This particular divinity made him pause for a moment of contemplation. It was clear he wouldn't choose to merge it himself. Yet, his search for a suitable race of believers to inherit it had yielded no results. After a brief moment of thought, the image of Yin Mei appeared in his mind. Yin Mei, Nangong Ho called softly. Responding to his summons, Yin Mei soon descended into the divine realm and greeted him respectfully. Lord God. Having witnessed the earth-shattering battle earlier, her reverence for this deity had only deepened. This alluring divinity, can you merge with it? Nangong Ho asked directly. Alluring divinity? Yin Mei looked at the divinity in surprise, her eyes flickering with a trace of excitement. Isn't this Ji Yan's divinity? However, she quickly explained with enthusiasm, Lord God, this divinity shares the same source as the two I already possess. It won't place too much burden on my divine body. More importantly, once the three divinities merge, they can evolve into the red dust divinity. Nangong Ho was momentarily stunned, quickly recalling relevant information in his mind. The red dust divinity, though unconventional, was exceedingly powerful. Any being touched by its power would fall into an endless illusion of worldly desires, ultimately losing their vitality to its enchanting allure. Then it shall be yours, Nangong Ho said with a faint smile. The strength of his subordinate gods could only benefit him. With this matter settled, Nangong Ho instructed Ted to lead the Light Titans back to the Demon Mountains. He then summoned Mugan. Young Master Ho, Mugan greeted, his face glowing with delight. Recently, 50 of the centaurs under his command had attained sacred bodies, greatly enhancing their strength. This development left him both astonished and deeply grateful. Mugan, how proficient are you in wielding your wood divinity? Nangong Ho asked. Only at 32, far behind Xiaozhan and the others, Mugan admitted with a wry smile, acknowledging the relatively low level for a 7th-tier demigod. Nangong Ho led him to the divinity tower. Release your wood divinity. Although puzzled, Mugan complied. Suddenly, the divinity tower emitted a notification. Wood divinity, mastery level, 70%? Mugan stared at Nangong Ho in disbelief, feeling the surging increase of wood elemental power within himself. Don't look so shocked, it's just 70, Nangong Ho remarked nonchalantly. Before his words fully settled, a radiant channel of faith suddenly lit up from Mugan's body. This is a faith conduit. Mugan, how are you feeling right now? Do you feel an overwhelming admiration for me? Nangong Ho asked, his tone carrying a hint of probing as he gazed at Mugan before him. At this moment, even Nangong Ho, who was usually calm and composed, couldn't hide his astonishment at the phenomenon unfolding before him. A clearly visible channel of faith had formed between him and Mugan. This signified that Mugan had become his faith-bound race, or more precisely, his faith-bound demigod. Such a phenomenon of faith forming between demigods was something Nangong Ho had never encountered before. Young Master Ho, I am your subordinate deity, and you are my master, Mugan replied respectfully. If you command me to live, I shall live. If you command me to die, I shall die. Where would there be room for fervent admiration? Mugan seemed unaware that he had already become a devotee of Nangong Ho. In his perception, the abilities Nangong Ho had just displayed were far beyond his imagination, raising the mastery of an intricate divine role to 70 in just a single breath. Such a feat was something even a true god would struggle to achieve. It was this moment of awe that solidified Mugan's belief in Nangong Ho as an omnipotent deity, forging an unbreakable bond of faith. All right then, you may leave now, Nangong Ho said with a wave of his hand. After Mugan departed, Nangong Ho immediately opened the follower interface, and the information that appeared left him stunned. Follower, Mugan. Divine rank, 7th-tier demigod. Divine role, God of Wood. Divine role mastery, 70. Event, you have gained a new follower and earned 10 million faith points. With the effect of 100-fold amplification, a single demigod could contribute such an astonishing amount of faith points daily, far exceeding Nangong Ho's expectations. Once he calmed down, Nangong Ho realized it was necessary to consult the dean about this anomaly, and also to learn more about the divine path war. Leaving his divine domain, he went directly to find Dean Jiangshi. It seems your power has already reached this level, Jiangshi remarked gravely. If that's the case, there are some things you need to know. Jiangshi then revealed a shocking truth. The history of the divine fall continent spanned billions of years, during which countless demigods, true gods, and even celestial gods had emerged. Every demigod had to establish their divine domain and choose a faith-bound race, while every true god constantly sought to expand their divine realm by conquering planes. This relentless expansion had drastically reduced the number of available planes and non-believing races, leading to an increasingly dire situation. Are you suggesting that another war of the gods might break out? Nangong Ho asked with a frown. Quite possibly. But before the war of the gods erupts, demigods will be their primary targets, Jiang Shi said solemnly. If demigods can have followers, why can't demigods themselves become followers of true gods? The scarcity of followers has already driven many true gods to turn their eyes toward the demigod population. The celestial god had now shifted his sights to demigods and true gods. Jiang Shi had initially intended to remain silent about this startling revelation, knowing that such a truth could shatter the resolve of an ordinary demigod. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. Can this really work? Nangong Ho's eyes burned as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi nodded solemnly, and this simple gesture instantly dispelled all of Nangong Ho's doubts. Regarding the issue of faith among demigods, Jiang Shi continued to explain. Since demigods inherently possess divinity, earning their faith is exceedingly difficult. The case of Mugan was a rare exception, had personally witnessed Nangong Ho's journey of growth and knew many of his secrets. Over time, Nangong Ho had planted an impression of omnipotence in Mugan's heart. This time, by directly elevating Mugan's divine authority to 70, Nangong Ho had completely reshaped his worldview, turning him into a devout believer. Aren't true gods unable to act against demigods? They reside high above in the divine realm, so how do they descend? Nangong Ho pressed further. Some true gods are constructing super teleportation arrays that bypass divine rules. As long as they don't unleash their true godly powers, they won't be detected. Moreover, many demigods have already become their disciples, acting as their representatives to recruit followers, Jiang Shi explained. Has Deepening become someone else's disciple? And what exactly is the divine path war? Nangong Ho was determined to get to the bottom of it. Jiang Shi's expression turned grim. The divine path war occurs once every 100,000 years. Only those who undergo the baptism of divine rules can ignite their divine flame and establish a divine kingdom on the path. However, the divine path only allows 100 demigods to pass through. Only 100. Nangong Ho gasped, covering his mouth in shock. The continent of Xinzhue was home to at least 1,000,000 demigods, yet the divine path, which appeared only once in 100,000 years, permitted only 100 individuals to ascend to true godhood. The elimination rate was terrifying. It was no wonder that everyone spoke of the divine path war with such gravity. Back in his quarters, Nangong Ho fell deep into thought. The sheer amount of information he had learned today was overwhelming. Even becoming a demigod merely made one prey for true gods. In this chaotic world, who were the pawns, and who were the players? True gods, celestial gods, no matter who they are. If they dare to stand in my way, I'll destroy them. If calamity is inevitable, then I will become the anomaly within it. A sharp light burst from Nangong Ho's eyes as he issued his divine command to Nyoguli, gather the troops and prepare for planar teleportation. I will conquer the nebula plane. Meanwhile, in a secluded mountain range, the plague god was meticulously inscribing a complex teleportation array. Damn it! Damn it! Who have I offended to have so many true gods hunting me down? He cursed under his breath, quickening his movements. I can't wait any longer. This time, I must teleport back. Nangong Ho, just you wait, we're about to meet again. The nebula plane is at least hundreds of millions of light years away from the wild continent. Even with the teleportation array of the plane temple, it takes half a month to reach. At this moment, Nangong Ho was fully focused on comprehending the divine monument of mysteries, while his divine domain traversed through the planes. His conversation with Jiang Shi had left Nangong Ho deeply uneasy. He was eager to enhance his strength, not only to strengthen the faith of his race, but also to improve his own power. Facing the unpredictable methods of true gods, as a demigod, he had to prepare for any eventuality. Mastering the mysteries would undoubtedly become a powerful card in his hand. Time flew by, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. As the power of planar traversal gradually weakened, Nangong Ho opened his eyes to see a plane bathed in cold starlight before him. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as his gaze shifted to one side of his divine domain where he sensed a faint fluctuation of temporal power. If not for his recent fusion with the deity of time, he would have missed this subtle anomaly. Could it be that another divine domain already exists here? Nangong Ho's expression darkened. The Star Spirit clan is mine to claim. He immediately issued an oracle to Nyuguli, commanding him to lead Tailanya and others to investigate the anomaly. As expected, it wasn't long before they encountered a barrier completely different from the nebula plane. Nyuguli and the others exchanged glances before stepping through without hesitation. The scene before them changed instantly. A refreshing fragrance filled the air, and the ground was adorned with flowers and grass, resembling a paradise. Mutated animals and demigod beasts roamed leisurely, grazing and wandering. If Nangong Ho hadn't been aware that this was another demigod's divine domain, he might have thought they had stumbled into a hidden realm. Who goes there? A thunderous voice shattered the tranquility. Moments later, 300 large-mouthed fishmen appeared, wielding frying spatulas, though fewer than 100 carried blades or clubs. Huh. Nangong Ho noticed, to his surprise, that these fishmen, originally only at 3-star rank, had all reached 5-star rank. While largemouth fishmen generally had low attack power, even at higher ranks, it was clear that significant resources had been invested to achieve this. Mugili spoke in a deep voice. By the command of the great god of thunder, we are here to inspect. Take us to your temple. The temple is a sacred place for worshipping the god. You false believers will not enter, the fishman leader declared firmly, raising his massive spatula. Then we'll have to fight our way in, Mugili replied. Releasing a sharp and menacing aura, the fishman leader's head swayed slightly, as if receiving divine instructions. He then led his troops to part and create a path. Mugili strode forward with confidence. Through Mugili's vision, Nangong Ho observed that the city was filled with stoves, and mountains of various ingredients were piled everywhere. The scene piqued his intense curiosity. When Mugili arrived at the temple, Nangong Ho also stepped into the opposing divine domain. Running around, and yet you've still managed to catch up with me.
Forget it, it'll never become one of your believers.
A voice echoed from within the temple. A middle-aged demigod glared at Nangong Ho, his eyes filled with vigilance. A god's follower? Who's hunting you down? Nangong Ho asked in a calm tone. You're not one of them? The middle-aged demigod frowned, scrutinizing Nangong Ho cautiously. No, Nangong Ho replied simply, shaking his head. The demigod visibly relaxed. That's good, that's good. Brother, you better leave quickly. I've been targeted by a true god. A true god is not someone you can afford to provoke. The corner of Nangong Ho's mouth lifted slightly. A true god? Sorry, but provoking them is exactly what I can do.
And more than one, actually.
He gave the demigod, whose strength was merely at the 8th tier, a once-over before continuing. But I'm curious, why would a true god target someone as weak as you? Seeing the change in the demigod's expression, Nangong Ho quickly added, Oh, don't take it the wrong way. I'm not singling you out. To me, anyone below a true god is weak. Brother, that explanation makes me feel a little better, the demigod said with a roll of his eyes. But noticing Nangong Ho's formidable strength, his demeanor gradually relaxed. The demigod introduced himself as Hilton, explaining that he had awakened dual divine roles as the god of cooking and the god of flora. This explained why his divine realm was filled with various plants. His 4th ascendier-long life as a demigod should have been peaceful, but he had unexpectedly caught the attention of a true god. The god had sent an emissary to force Hilton into becoming a follower. Due to his race's low combat capabilities, Hilton had no choice but to exhaust his resources to activate his planar temple and flee, eventually ending up in the Nebula Plane. So, is your divine skill some kind of fiery stir-fry? Nangong Ho suddenly asked. The god of cooking role is indeed rare, but its offensive power seems rather low. Hilton sighed helplessly. Shouldn't you be more concerned about why a true god wants me as their follower? So, is it fiery stir-fry? Nangong Ho pressed on. Yes, yes, yes. Hilton finally surrendered. My divine skill is using the heavens and earth as a wok, placing enemies inside, and then stir-frying them over high heat. I see. Then what value do you hold for a true god? Nangong Ho finally got to the point. Hilton straightened his back with pride. Because my divine role allows me to create food that can induce racial evolution. Consuming it over time leads to continuous evolution. And my flora role enables me to cultivate more ingredients. Nangong Ho's eyes lit up. Food capable of evolving a race, this meant the potential to produce an endless supply of top-tier races. It was no wonder the surrounding races all reached a 5-star level of strength. If you don't want to die, then come with me, Nangong Ho declared without hesitation. This god of cooking was someone he was determined to claim. Aren't you afraid of offending that true god? Hilton asked gravely. His emissary on the wild continent is the godlord of the Sky Alliance Church. Nangong Ho's expression remained indifferent. Do you know the coordinates of his divine realm? I can go and destroy him right now. Though I don't know why you're so arrogant. The aura emanating from you is undeniably powerful and intimidating, Hilton said, gazing directly at Nangong Ho with genuine reverence in his tone. He had noticed that the other party commanded not only an astonishing number of super 5-star races, but also numerous 9th-tier demigod-level beings. In this era where demigods are as common as stray dogs, pledging allegiance to a strong figure is indeed a wise choice, Hilton mused after a brief pause. I am willing to become your subordinate deity, but I have one condition: I will not participate in combat. Cultivating a 5-star race takes an incredibly long time. For low-potential races, It requires at least several thousand years, and even for those with exceptional talent, it still takes centuries. Nangong Ho responded with a faint smile. You only need to focus on your role as the god of culinary arts. To be honest, your combat prowess is indeed negligible. Hilton gave a wry smile and nodded, then began the ritual to swear allegiance as a subordinate deity. After Nangong Ho felt the connection between their divine realms being established, he nodded in satisfaction. Lord God. Hilton hesitated, rubbing his hands awkwardly. I've spent all my savings on planar transmission and can't find a way back. No problem, Nangong Ho replied readily. Merge your divine realm with mine. I have a personal two-way teleportation array that can take you back to the Wildlands continent. With your divine realm near me, no one would dare to provoke you. Hilton was utterly shocked by this statement. You actually own a private two-way teleportation array? He gasped. Could it be that you're an illegitimate child of some true god? After all, even major powers required thousands of years to construct such an array, and its use demanded an immense amount of resources each time. Nangong Ho responded calmly, it's just a teleportation array. No need to overreact. Shifting the topic, Nangong Ho asked, now, tell me about the situation in the Nebula Plain. I've explored it once, Hilton recalled. The star spirit race resides there, with around 500 five-star beings. They've already produced a star core, and I lost several of my races because of it. His tone turned pained as he spoke of the losses. Hearing this, Nangong Ho couldn't hide his delight. Although he didn't say it aloud, he thought to himself that Hilton was merely the appetizer. The true target was the star spirit race. Afterward, Nangong Ho returned to his divine realm and dispatched Nuguli and others to the Nebula Plain. There, endless gray-brown mountain ranges stretched across the land, bathed in starlight, casting a cold and serene atmosphere over the entire plain. According to Hilton's guidance, the star spirits lived in a secluded valley. After half a day of grueling trekking, Nuguli and his companions finally reached the mountaintop. As they gazed down below, the sight before them left them utterly speechless, their hands instinctively covering their mouths in shock. The valley was no ordinary valley. It was an immense void that pierced directly through the Nebula Plain. From their vantage point, the pitch-black cosmos was clearly visible, with meteors occasionally streaking across the expanse. Near the plain's edge, countless caves were neatly arranged, resembling a colossal beehive. This was the dwelling place of the star spirits. Star spirits. Nuguli's voice echoed through the valley. The great thunder god has bestowed his mercy upon you, guiding your path with divine radiance and granting you strength through faith. With faith, you shall grow even more powerful. Show yourselves at once and become followers of the thunder god. After a long pause, the star spirits began to emerge from their caves one after another. Their bodies were as black as ink, with only their eyes gleaming like moonlight. Leading them was a star spirit with a celestial mark on his forehead. This was none other than the legendary Star Source. The proud star spirits already have their faith, and that is the ancient star god. We will never forsake our belief, Star Source declared with unwavering pride. A fallen star god cannot compare to the thunder god, Nuguli said devoutly. The great thunder god will dominate the universe and reign supreme in the divine realm. To have faith in him is your greatest honor. How dare you? Those who insult the star god shall perish. Star Source roared, his moonlit eyes darkening into a void-like blackness. A silver-white beam of light shot from his eyes. This was the star ray, capable of paralyzing its target. Immediately after, 500 star spirits launched their attacks in unison, a barrage of star rays raining down like a storm. Foolish, insignificant star spirits. The might of the thunder god is beyond your comprehension. Ural let out a piercing dragon's roar. Absolute freeze. The power of the ice and snow divine authority erupted, and a massive, temperatureless, icy breath descended from the heavens. All the star rays converged on this colossal sphere of ice. Despite Star Source's legendary 8th-tier power and the 6th-tier immortality of many of the other star spirits, they could only slow the descent of the sphere against the overwhelming 9th-tier demigod force. Unite. Summon the celestial star. Star Source commanded. All the star spirits' star rays converged into him, and his entire being transformed into a radiant full moon, emitting a dazzling white light. A massive star ray shot skyward. What happened next was utterly breathtaking. A colossal celestial body, hundreds of kilometers in diameter, descended from the heavens. Its overwhelming momentum was so terrifying that it seemed capable of crushing the entire plane into oblivion. This was the star spirit's most formidable combat technique, the summoning of the celestial star. The stronger the star spirit, the larger and more destructive the summoned star. Scorching arrow. Tyrania shouted in a low voice as the power of her wind and fire divinity erupted in an instant. The celestial body summoned by the combined effort of 500 star spirits, though possessing the might of a 9th-tier demigod, was still insufficient before Tyrania. As a powerhouse among demigods, how could an ordinary star spirit race hope to stand against her? Compared to the celestial body, the scorching arrow was as small as an ant against an elephant. Yet, upon contact, it unleashed an astonishing force. Wherever the arrow struck, countless cracks spread rapidly like a spiderweb. A flame, resembling a primordial fire, began to burn wildly, and in an instant, it consumed the massive celestial body entirely, leaving not a trace of ash behind. The star spirit race's most formidable technique, their pride, was shattered by a single arrow from Tyrania. Meanwhile, Ural's massive snowball plummeted from the sky, its extreme chill causing the surrounding star spirits to shiver uncontrollably. Foolish star spirits, do you intend to drag your entire race to ruin for this? Nyoguli said coldly, his gaze fixed on Xingyuan. Relying on 9th-tier demigod strength, don't think you can force us into submission. If you dare, fight us fairly. Xingyuan roared in defiance. Only the weak speak of fairness, Nyoguli sneered.
The god of thunder is merciful, so I shall grant you this wish.
Before he finished speaking, the snowball in the sky vanished abruptly. The divine patterns on Nyoguli and his allies began to glow as the essence of power was unleashed. The terrifying aura bore down on Xingyuan, leaving him utterly powerless. Such was the might of divine essence. How many races could withstand it? Xingyuan, will you truly doom your entire race because of your foolishness? Nyoguli's presence at this moment was akin to that of a deity holding dominion over life and death. Under the suffocating pressure, Xingyuan still stood firm. This is merely your strength. If you want us to submit, you must prove that the god you worship is stronger than the ancient star god. Stubborn fool. Nyoguli prepared to unleash the power of essence, but suddenly recalled Nangong Ho's words. He stopped himself, his expression turning reverent. At that moment, a blinding white light illuminated the dark star spirit realm. Thunder roared, fierce winds howled, and, astonishingly, rain began to fall, an unprecedented phenomenon in the thousands of years of the star cloud realm's existence. Wherever the rain fell, tender sprouts broke through the ground, showcasing the miraculous power of Nangong Ho's nature divinity. No way. Hilton, the god of culinary arts, exclaimed in shock from afar. The Supreme Lord possesses the nature divinity? The revelation that such a supreme divine authority was wielded by a demigod left him utterly astounded. The Lord of the gods cannot possibly be an illegitimate child of a lesser deity. At the very least, he must be the offspring of a celestial god, Hilton muttered to himself, staring in awe at the events unfolding before him. Raindrops slid down Xingyuan's face as he gazed at the scene before him, his heart overwhelmed with reverence. To alter the natural world so effortlessly, such a god was countless times more powerful than the star god. Around him, the star spirit clansmen dropped to their knees, their devotion shining through every expression. Xingyuan, on behalf of the star spirit clan, submits to you. We are willing to worship the god of thunder. Xingyuan knelt with both knees on the ground, his face filled with piety. In an instant, channels of faith connected directly to Nangong Ho's divine realm. Xingyuan was immediately elevated to a saint, while many others became devout believers. This was no surprise. Having already awakened, Xingyuan had a deeper understanding of the vast disparity between the powers of gods. The more he understood, the greater his awe grew. The other clansmen had always followed Xingyuan's lead, so his submission signified the allegiance of the entire Star Spirit clan. Your faith has been received by the God of Thunder. Rest assured, the God of Thunder will help you find the 5 divine fragments. A voice, resonating like thunder, echoed in the hearts of every star spirit. What followed was only natural. 306-star immortal-level star spirits entered Nangong Ho's divine realm under Xingyuan's leadership, while 200 remained in this plane to construct statues and temples dedicated to the God of Thunder, praying and spreading the faith day and night. Hilton's divine realm was also integrated into Nangong Ho's. The super teleportation array activated, and Nangong Ho's divine realm began another journey through planes. A month later, the divine realm returned to the wild continent. Hilton could now focus on refining his recipes, leaving the troublesome matters of the Heavenly Alliance to the Lord of the Gods. As soon as they returned, Mugan requested an audience to report on the past month's developments. The Devil's Mountain remained stable, with demon hunters and light titans delving deep into the mountain range, engaging in battles with numerous 6-star immortal-level demons. This accelerated the ripening of the War Tree's fruits. Their territorial expansion in the surrounding areas was also progressing smoothly, with several weaker demigods already assimilated as subordinate deities. Excellent. Withdraw your forces for now. Assist Hilton in gathering ingredients or transplanting rare plants into my divine realm, Nangong Ho said with satisfaction. With Hilton's presence, it was essential to elevate his race's potential to a 5-star level. As for the Star Spirit clan, they were tasked with finding suitable dwellings within the divine realm. Nangong Ho's gaze turned toward the Devil's Mountain, where an endless tide of demons surged forth. Yet the demon hunters showed no fear. Instead, they grinned with excitement. The Devil's Mountain stretched endlessly, and no one could say how many demons were hidden within. But at this rate, it was only a matter of time before they encountered the race of Deepening. I can hardly wait to face the descendants of a true god. Nangong Ho chuckled softly, then ordered the forest guardians to retrieve 60 fully ripened forbidden fruits, signifying the addition of 60 beyond Fivister demon hunters to their ranks. The mighty god of thunder, the forbidden fruits of the demon hunters have reached their limit. 5 months passed quietly. Immersed in the profound stone tablet of mysteries, Nangong Ho finally opened his eyes, his consciousness returning to reality. His gaze pierced through the void, locking onto the direction of the Demon Mountain range. During this time, Tiles tirelessly absorbed demonic blood, enabling the war ancient tree to produce over 200 more forbidden fruits. However, as Tiles had warned, unless his strength advanced further, the forbidden fruits for the demon hunters had reached their capacity. Even if the war ancient tree continued to grow, any new fruits would belong to the other 3 races. Still, this outcome greatly satisfied Nangong Ho. A force of 300 super 5-star demon hunters, this army exceeded the Tauren Legion he had obtained earlier by 200 warriors. Such a formidable demon hunter army was enough to sweep through the entire Demon Mountain range. Just as Nangong Ho was about to recall Tiles, a prayer from Tade reached him. Mighty god of thunder, we've discovered a city ahead filled with strong infernal demon auras. Shall we proceed? Nangong Ho immediately focused his attention. Within the canyon of the Demon Mountain range, a palace-like city stood tall and imposing. Thick, tangible demonic energy shrouded the entire structure, and countless demons surged forth from within. 7th-tier epic demons beyond count, over 100 8th-tier legendary demons, and even more than 29th-tier demigod-level entities. The presence of this palace, could it signify that the Demon Mountain range is the divine domain of some fallen true god? Nangong Ho mused. The demons' vigilant stance clearly indicated their desperate efforts to prevent outsiders from entering the palace. Tade, kill all these demons and enter the palace. Nangong Ho commanded without hesitation. The demon hunters, already eager for battle, launched their assault the moment the order was given. Even when faced with such a formidable demon horde, the 8th-tier legendary demon hunters remained unstoppable, with the 9th-tier demigod Tade, bearing divine authority, leading the charge. The demons could only fall amidst their despairing roars. When the last demon was slain, Tade led his subordinates to the palace entrance. Looking up, they saw a plaque above the doorway inscribed with the words, Northern Gate, Yellow Springs. It seems this isn't the only entrance, Nangong Ho remarked with a slight smile. That brat Deepening is still nowhere to be seen. Looks like he's destined to trail behind me. After assigning the Radiant Titans to guard the entrance, Tade led the demon hunters into the palace. Inside, rows of stone pillars lined the hall, each carved with images of various infernal demons. Between the pillars stood statues of hellish demons in diverse and menacing forms. The 3-headed hellhounds, known as a super 5-star species, are infamous in the underworld for their ferocity. They move with lightning speed, leaving only a faint shadow in the air. Each hellhound is equipped with razor-sharp teeth and claws as natural weapons, but their most terrifying trait lies in their 3 heads, capable of spawning countless other hellhounds. The stronger the hellhound, the more offspring it can produce, and the more powerful they are. Equally formidable are the Abyssal Demon Lords, also a super 5-star species. These magical demons, born from the depths of the abyss, excel in using nether impact as their primary form of attack. As the group advanced along the path, statues of various 5-star species lined both sides. The air carried a distinct aura, a warning to false believers. Any who dared to tread here would face dire consequences. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. A hellfire dragon suddenly awakened from its perch atop a stone pillar. As it opened its mouth to speak, the sight before it rendered it speechless. 300 demon hunters were staring directly at it. An awkward silence fell over the scene. Nangong Ho, sensing the dragon's lack of faith, smirked and asked, "What is this place?" Receiving Nangong Ho's cue, Ted fixed a cold gaze on the hellfire dragon. Fear was evident in the dragon's expression as its head slightly recoiled. Stammering, it replied, "Thighs is the divine domain of the true god of hell." Inwardly, it thought to itself that only a god could have nurtured a force capable of breaking through the outer demonic defenses. The true god of hell? Has he fallen? Ted asked, his face devoid of emotion. The hellfire dragon hesitated, glancing toward the depths of the palace. But feeling the murderous intent emanating from Ted, it quickly confessed, "I've been here since birth and have never left. Although I've never seen the true god of hell, the inherited memories tell me he hasn't fallen. He's merely waiting for the right moment to awaken." Nangong Ho sneered inwardly. Another elaborate scheme of a so-called true god. Ted, staring directly at the hellfire dragon, whose strength had reached the legendary 8th tier, spoke coldly. The mighty god of thunder has taken notice of your power. You have two choices: offer your faith or face death. The Hellfire Dragon initially intended to assert its draconic pride, but, upon seeing Ted's narrowed eyes, wisely chose to pledge its faith to the god of thunder. What lies within? Ted's tone remained icy. The Nether River, the Hellfire Dragon replied calmly. Huangquan, this mysterious realm, is said to be the cradle of all infernal beings and legends. Nangong Ho stood at the edge of the divine domain, his gaze deep and unwavering as he looked ahead. He understood all too well that controlling Huangquan meant controlling all infernal creatures, including the countless demons. In the shallow layers of Huangquan, weaker demons were quickly born, but in its depths, powerful infernal demons required extensive time to form. This was the secret behind the endless emergence of demons in the Demon Mountains. A sharp glint flashed in Nangong Ho's eyes. No wonder Deepening had chosen to attack the Demon Mountains. It turned out a fragment of Huangquan was hidden there. However, obtaining Huangquan was no easy task. The infernal true god had placed Huangquan behind a divine temple, and anyone who sought to approach it had to first go through the temple. It was a brilliant arrangement. Every being born from Huangquan bore an imperceptible mark that no other deity could detect. For this reason, these demons would rather die than change their allegiance. Once the infernal true god awakened, these marks would instantly convert into faith energy. Nangong Ho let out a cold laugh. He was well aware that the demigods within the temple could strike down any outsider of a different faith. To ensure safety, he instructed Tade and the others to rest where they were while he swiftly exited the divine domain and sought out Jiang Shi. Huangquan. Jiang Shi frowned deeply. This must be the domain of a true god, and legends say Huangquan can nurture all living things. That true god might still be lying dormant at the bottom of Huangquan. Are you sure you want to claim this fragment of Huangquan? Nangong Ho nodded resolutely. Jiang Shi handed him its class terrain ceiling card. Ordinary terrain only requires a class ceiling card, but Huangquan is different. Even with its class card, I can't guarantee it will hold. If you don't want the energy of Huangquan to give rise to chaotic demons, you'd better find a powerful infernal race's reincarnation pool to infuse it with Huangquan water. Does the academy have one? Nangong Ho asked.
No.
Jiang Shi rolled his eyes. Don't think ultra 5-star races are as common as cabbages. Nangong Ho chuckled lightly and returned to his quarters. He handed the ceiling card to Tade. Go in. With the decree of the Thunder God, Tade stepped forward without hesitation. As they ventured deeper, the roaring sound of rushing water gradually reached their ears. A colossal statue stood before them, its face obscured by some unknown power. Any being, regardless of race, would feel a soul-deep fear in its presence. Suddenly, a majestic voice boomed through the space. How dare you? A follower of a demigod dares to trespass into the temple of a true god. You court death. The sky instantly turned turbulent and colorful, as a terrifying force of attack began to build.
Humph.
Nangong Ho snorted coldly, stepping into the opponent's divine domain without hesitation. Before him, at least 20 demigods were channeling their divine powers, their target clearly being the faith-bound race of Nangong Ho. You are their deity, a mere 7th-tier demigod, yet you dare to covet the true god's Huangquan, roared a hell demon lord with twin horns. He was an 8th-tier powerhouse, and with his furious outcry, hellish energy surged forward like a torrent of the Huangquan, sweeping toward Nangong Ho. Just a few followers of a true god. Do you think becoming demigods gives you the right to do as you please? Nangong Ho said coldly. Thunder. With his shout, countless black lightning bolts coalesced into thunder dragons that surged toward the demigods, aiming to engulf them. These demigods were the holy spirits of the hell true god, beings of immense power, each wielding divine authority. Once a true god ascends and establishes their divine kingdom, these formidable holy spirits can reside alongside them in their divine domain. Facing so many demigods wielding divine authority, even an ordinary 9th-tier demigod would struggle to avoid destruction. But Nangong Ho was no ordinary demigod, possessed a supreme divine authority, and had an 80 mastery over thunder. The pure, masculine nature of thunder made it the bane of these hellish demigods. How can you have such mastery over thunder? The demigods exclaimed in shock. Stop. We are the holy spirits of the hell true god. Even if we die, as long as the true god awakens, our divine souls will be reborn in the divine realm. Aren't you afraid of the true god's vengeance? Nangong Ho sneered, showing no mercy as the thunder continued its onslaught. The cries of agony gradually faded, leaving behind 20 black glowing divine authorities suspended in midair, while 20 divine souls, still retaining their will, fled toward the depths of the divine domain. However, something unexpected occurred. A powerful force of suction emanated from the direction of Nangong Ho's divine domain. It was the power of the divine tree. What's happening? I can't control it. The divine souls wailed in despair as they were drawn in streams of light toward Nangong Hou's divine domain, becoming nourishment for the divine tree. Nangong Ho calmly collected the 20 divine authorities, but he could sense a terrifying presence beginning to awaken. So there really is a true God, he muttered, frowning, and gestured for Ted and the others to quicken their pace. After bypassing the temple, a murky, torrential river came into view. Hundreds of demons were crawling out of the river, and deep within its waters, faint silhouettes of monstrous figures in the process of being born could be seen. This was the Huangquan River, capable of spawning all manner of demons, though it was merely a fragment extracted by the Hell True God. The real Huangquan River, with its boundless and overwhelming torrents, would be unbearable for mortals to behold, stretching endlessly beyond the horizon. In the depths of the yellow springs, a coffin flickered in and out of view. Nangong Ho focused intently, sensing a force deep within the river that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding currents. Though he realized this might be the domain of the true god of the underworld, he had already resolved to claim the yellow springs for himself, undeterred by the presence of this wounded deity. Whether it was due to severe injuries or the fall of his divine kingdom, now reduced to a relic of the wilderness, the state of this underworld god was clearly far from its former glory. Confident in his mastery of nature's divine authority, Nangong Ho was fully prepared to handle any potential conflict. Collect, Ted growled in a low voice, immediately activating the geomorph sealing card in his hand. In an instant, the card unleashed an immense suction force, causing the surging waters of the yellow springs to rise into a towering wave. Kill! Kill! The demons on the riverbank erupted in fury at the sight, charging at Ted and his group. 300 well-prepared demon hunters sprang into action, swiftly cutting down all the demons, none of whom exceeded the 6th tier in strength. Meanwhile, an anomaly unfolded on the other side of the demon mountains. All the demons suddenly descended into madness, retreating en masse toward the depths of the mountains like a tidal wave. This strange phenomenon caught the attention of the Dark Ranger. For half a year, she had led an army of 10,000 from various races to assault the demon mountains, losing 30,000 soldiers in the process, yet failing to penetrate the mountain's core. Seeing the demons retreat so erratically, she immediately began a prayer to investigate. The will of Emperor Patian, the divine leader of the true martial sect, descended in response. It cannot be that the true God has awakened, he declared. My father once gravely wounded him, shattering his divine kingdom and damaging his soul. But then, a possibility struck him, sending a chill through his heart. Nangong Ho. Charge with everything you've got. Push into the heart of the mountains at any cost. Emperor Patian roared, a sense of foreboding rising within him. At this moment, Nangong Ho remained focused on the scene before him. The geomorph sealing card was steadily absorbing the waters of the yellow springs, instantly reducing the powerful demons being nurtured within it to mere sustenance for the river. The process continued for a full 10 minutes. As the yellow springs were completely drained, a pitch-black coffin was fully revealed, and an overwhelming aura began to surge skyward. Nangong Ho was certain that inside the coffin lay a true god on the verge of rapid recovery. The yellow springs had not only been healing the injuries of this underworld god, but had also concealed his presence. Now, as the god's aura grew stronger, countless channels of faith extended from the surrounding demons, connecting to the mysterious coffin. Nangong Ho watched everything unfold with cold eyes and immediately ordered Ted and the others to retreat. Although there might still be other treasures hidden within the palace, having already acquired the Huangquan, he was unwilling to risk his subordinates any further. At this moment, the Huangquan, trapped by the geomancy seal card, continued to roar and surge violently, as if it might break free at any moment. This instability prompted Nangong Ho to make the decisive call to withdraw immediately. Ted, riding his hell dragon, swiftly pushed towards the outskirts. As soon as they burst out of the palace gates, deafening sounds of battle erupted. The Light Titan had already engaged the enemy. Kill them. They're the ones who stole the great true god's treasures from the abyss. Slaughter them all and reclaim the treasure, roared the enraged returning demons. Faced with the oncoming swarm of enemies, Ted and his group fought back without hesitation. 3 demon hunters simultaneously activated the dark sacrifice. Any lesser demon who came into contact with this power was instantly consumed by flames from the inside out. Yet, despite the devastating counterattack, the demons charged relentlessly, significantly slowing the group's retreat. Nangong Ho, however, remained unperturbed. These weaker demons posed no real threat to the demon hunters, especially with the Light Titan providing support. To him, a safe retreat was merely a matter of time. As the team reached the mountainside, it seemed they would reach the dual-direction teleportation array at the mountain's base in just 1 hour. But at that moment, a force suddenly emerged, led by none other than the Dark Ranger, Deepening. A flicker of doubt crossed his face as he saw the 300 demon hunters. Deepening, We finally meet. Nangong Ho's voice resonated with laughter as his will descended. I must thank you for drawing the firepower of the Abyssal Mountain, allowing me to take the Huangquan without a hitch. Damn it. Hand over the Huangquan, it doesn't belong to you. Deep Ocean's eyes blazed with fury. Centuries of planning had been reduced to nothing, stolen away by someone else. His rage was palpable. Once it's in my pocket, there's no giving it back. Deepening, this time, you'll be left drinking my bathwater. Nangong Ho mocked. The true god schemes are not something a mere demigod like you can control. If you want handed over, then you'll die. I have 70,000 troops here. Your few hundred men think they can escape? Kill them all. Deepening commanded, and the Dark Rangers immediately raised their bows, taking aim. While the true god calculates against me, the coffin maker is already preparing his casket. Nangong Ho sneered. Since we have some time, we'll play with you a bit. Before he finished speaking, Ted had already launched an attack, charging directly at the Dark Rangers. These ranged fighters had to be dealt with at close range to neutralize their threat. The Dark Rangers, fully aware of this, instantly fired 3 dark arrows, cutting off Ted's retreat like lightning. If he stopped to block them, he would face an endless barrage of attacks. What made the situation even more dire was the fact that these dark races, unlike the demons of the abyss, were not restrained by the demon hunters. If Ted, the one with divine authority, was killed, and the 70,000-strong forces coordinated their attack, they might very well succeed in annihilating Nangong Hou's group. False believer. How dare you challenge the mighty god of thunder? Ted growled low, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight. The 3 arrows from the Dark Ranger missed their mark, striking only the spot where he had just been standing. A wave of deadly danger surged through the Dark Ranger, but before she could react, a flash of cold light swept across her throat. The 9th-tier demigod-level Dark Ranger fell, her life extinguished in an instant. The tide of the battlefield shifted dramatically. 300 demon hunters abandoned their skirmishes with the demons and charged into the ranks of the 70,000-strong allied army. These 8th-tier legendary warriors became a nightmare for the army unless met by a 9th-tier demigod-level opponent. The Radiant Titans followed closely behind, each step shaking the earth. Their auras of light caused immense suffering to the dark races. Meanwhile, the Hell Dragon left its palace for the first time, letting out an earth-shattering roar of excitement. Wherever its dragon breath touched, the victims suffered no external wounds but had their souls obliterated. The battlefield grew increasingly chaotic. The demons, who had initially targeted Ted and his allies, now turned their attacks on the dark races. Damn it! Deep Ocean's eyes flared with fury as he roared in anger. How dare he act so insolently? I swear I will personally destroy everything he holds dear. It was the first time his subordinate gods had seen him so enraged. At his command, all subordinate gods began mobilizing their forces, preparing to march toward the Demon Mountains. The 70,000-strong army dwindled rapidly under the onslaught of Ted and the Radiant Titans. Like sharp blades, they cut through the enemy ranks, their movements swift and deadly. Combined with the attacks from the demons on the periphery, the enemy forces soon fell to less than 30,000, and the number continued to plummet. Deepening, I've had enough fun. I won't be sticking around. Nangong Ho laughed heartily, ordering a retreat as the terrain sealing card was on the verge of succumbing to the pressure from the Yellow Springs. Not a chance. Deepening bellowed, his remaining forces launching a desperate counterattack to prevent Ted and his allies from retreating. If they could delay them even for a moment, reinforcements would soon arrive in waves. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Nangong Ho sneered coldly as all 300 demon hunters simultaneously activated their demon descent transformation skill. The Light Titans led the charge, with the demon hunters following behind and the infernal dragons soaring above. The 3 groups formed a triangular formation as they sped toward the perimeter. Just as Nangong Ho had anticipated, Deep Ocean's demon army was utterly incapable of halting their breakout. Before long, the group reached the teleportation sigil at the edge of the Demon Mountains. A flash of light illuminated the area, and Ted and his companions vanished instantly, leaving only Deep Ocean's enraged roars echoing among the hordes of demons. Meanwhile, deep within the palace at the heart of the Demon Mountains, a chilling and intense energy began to surge. At the bottom of the river of the Yellow Springs, a coffin shattered with a thunderous crack, and a stern-faced man stepped out with measured steps. The great calamity is near. Though my awakening was disrupted by an anomaly, my injuries are no longer a concern, the Hell True God declared in a deep, resonant voice. The thief who took my Yellow Springs may not realize that it carries my imprint. While I cannot harm you, I can sense the location of your divine realm at any time. Once I rebuild my divine kingdom, I shall reclaim the Yellow Springs. With a furious roar, countless demons retreated like a receding tide. The entire Demon Mountains broke away from the wild continent with a deafening tremor, replaced by an endless barren wasteland. The Hell True God had returned to the divine realm with his kingdom, leaving Nangong Ho unaware of the unfolding events. At this moment, Nangong Ho was busy carving a river through the canyon behind his divine realm. Ted crushed a terrain seal card, releasing the waters of the Yellow Springs, which began nurturing new demons. Finally, it's in my hands, Nangong Ho murmured. However, these newborn demons are far too weak. I'll need to locate a rebirth pool to strengthen them. Ted stationed 300 demon hunters to guard the canyon and handle those demons unfit to become believers. Nangong Ho surveyed his divine realm, planning terrain suitable for the survival of various races. As he exited his divine realm, intending to visit the Academy's trading pavilion, a system notification sounded. Ding. A new sign-in location has been refreshed. The Ancestor God's old residence. Curious about the Ancestor God's old residence, Nangong Ho first headed to the trading pavilion to purchase various terrain construction cards, including mountains, rivers, plains, and snowfields. He then sought out Jiang Shi to inquire about the mysterious location. The Ancestor God's old residence? Jiang Shi looked at him in surprise. That's where the first dean of the Academy once lived. It's located deep within the Ancestor God's bamboo forest. To reach it, you'll have to pass through a bamboo forest filled with dark energy. Honestly, we've only heard of the place, no one has ever truly seen it. In a dimly lit temple, Deepening knelt respectfully on the ground before a towering statue that seemed to pierce the heavens. The statue exuded an overwhelming aura of authority that made it impossible to discern its true features. Yet, the sheer pressure it emitted was enough to suppress any thought of resistance from any living being. This was Deepenings's father, a true god-level entity. Useless. A deep voice echoed through the vast temple. Even with a divine weapon in your hands, you failed, wasting all my efforts. Compared to your brothers, you are a great disappointment. Father, it is my incompetence, Deepening said, clenching his fists tightly, his voice resolute. Please grant me one more chance. This time, I will personally destroy Nangong Ho and reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to us. Do not fail me again. The true god's voice remained calm. I will bestow these divine roles upon you to strengthen your race. I will also seal a fragment of my will within the divine sword. Remember, if you fail this time, you know the consequences. Accelerate the plans on the barbarian continent and recruit more demigods as my followers. The war of the gods could erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, in another divine domain, 30 demigods stood in orderly formation as their godlord, Pu Yang, convened a council. We have finally located Hilton's divine domain coordinates, Pu Yang said coldly. Let's see who can protect you this time. A subordinate deity stepped forward to report. Lord Pu Yang, Hilton's divine domain coordinates seem to overlap with that of the super-class divine domain. He may have already pledged allegiance to Nangong Ho. A super-class divine domain? Pu Yang's eyes lit with interest. The one controlled by Nangong Ho, who wields the most powerful divine authority. Perfect. I'd like to see it for myself. The subordinate deity continued. The true martial sect has already clashed with the divine awakening sect multiple times. They are now amassing a large force, and their target appears to be this super-class divine domain. It seems Deepening is truly enraged. A gleam flashed in Pu Yang's eyes. A complete divine tree is indeed worth claiming. Hilton is someone we have our eyes on. If I can't have him, no one else will. 5 divine generals, prepare the troops. Our target is the super-class divine domain. While these two factions secretly schemed, Nangong Ho, unaware of the looming danger, stood outside the divine ancestor bamboo grove with Jiang Shi. Although he had already fused the darkness and sleep divine authorities, the power still felt incomplete. Are you sure you want to go in? Jiang Shi asked with a frown, sensing the ominous aura of darkness. That's a shard of the prime divine artifact, far stronger than a complete true divine artifact. I want to take a look. If it's too much, I won't force it, Nangong Ho replied in a deep voice. His mastery of the dark divine power had grown significantly since last time, and with the complete natural divine power now under his control, he might truly uncover the secrets within. In that case, I'll wait here for you, Jiang Shi said solemnly. But promise me don't push yourself too hard. Nangong Ho nodded in agreement and stepped deeper into the divine ancestor bamboo forest. The pitch-black bamboo swayed in the wind, rustling as if welcoming its guest. The overwhelming darkness surged like a tide, seemingly eager to swallow the intruder whole. With a cold snort, Nangong Ho summoned his incomplete dark powers to envelop himself, reducing the suffocating pressure of the terrifying aura slightly. As he pressed forward, he pondered what secrets might be hidden in this place. The deeper he went, the quieter it became. The darkness grew denser, as though he were walking into the belly of some colossal beast. After what felt like an eternity, the path suddenly opened up before him. Who would have thought this was hidden within the divine ancestor bamboo forest? Nangong Ho exclaimed in surprise. 2 towering, Smooth peaks stood opposite each other, with a narrow gap between them that seemed to exhale waves of dark energy. Nestled between the two peaks at the gap's entrance was a simple thatched hut, blocking the way. Could that be the divine ancestor's old dwelling? Nangong Ho murmured to himself. The distance was still too great for the system to confirm any progress, so he had no choice but to press on. Just then, the endless dark energy seemed to sense the intruder, surging violently toward Nangong Ho, intent on consuming and dissolving him. There's something truly terrifying here. Nangong Hao's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth. His incomplete dark divine power was no match for this overwhelming force. Glancing at the thatched hut, Nangong Ho decisively withdrew his dark power and instead unleashed his natural divine power. A miniature world of lush green energy enveloped him, shielding him from the corrosive darkness at the cost of rapidly depleting his divine strength. He dared not linger, advancing step by step toward the hut. At last, as he reached the doorway, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Divine Ancestor's old dwelling successfully signed in. Reward: 1 Ultra 5-star Hell Rebirth Pool for your race. Ha, just what I needed, Nangong Ho thought with delight. With this, he could nurture even more Ultra 5-star races for the Yellow Springs treasure. He was ready to leave, but as he gazed at the unassuming thatched hut so close at hand, he hesitated. After all, this was the residence of the first headmaster. Who knew what secrets might lie within? With a crisp creak, the sound of a door opening echoed. Nangong Ho pushed open the door of the thatched hut and stepped inside. Strangely enough, the unsettling aura of darkness vanished without a trace the moment he entered. He withdrew the natural power that enveloped him and carefully examined the hut. To his surprise, the interior was impeccably clean, as if untouched by the passage of time. In the modest space, a small wooden table stood alone in the center, bearing 4 items. An ancient incense burner, a hefty book, an elegant calligraphy brush, and a faintly glowing spatial ring. In front of and behind the table were 2 meditation cushions, while behind the rear cushion loomed an incongruous bronze-cast door. Nangong Ho knelt on the front cushion, unable to contain his curiosity, and eagerly picked up the book. The moment he opened the first page, an overwhelming surge of consciousness nearly shattered his mind and soul. In his mind's eye, the figure of a man dressed in white appeared, roaring furiously at the heavens. What is a god? The end of gods is but lies. Tragic, lamentable. A single tear slid down the man's cheek. Though Nangong Ho had never met the first dean, he was certain this was Qing Wentian. What does it mean that the end of gods is lies? This question lingered in Nangong Ho's mind, yet no answer emerged. He set the book aside and reached for the calligraphy brush. The moment his fingers touched it, a sharp, lethal force surged forth, threatening to obliterate him. With a cold snort, Nangong Ho activated his natural divine power to envelop the brush. After a fierce contest of wills, the brush finally submitted, revealing its true nature as a divine artifact, surpassing even the relics of the plagued true god in quality. Finally, he opened the spatial ring, retrieving 3 jade bottles and a scroll. The first bottle contained 5 drops of golden mid-tier semi-divine behemoth blood, enough to create 5 9th-tier semi-divine light titans. When he opened the second bottle, he couldn't help but gasp. Inside the single drop of blood, a golden 5-clawed dragon's shimmering shadow swam continuously. Nangong Ho gazed intently at the golden liquid inside the jade bottle. A flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. It was actually the blood essence of a 5-clawed golden dragon, and its quality had reached mid-tier demigod level or higher. He carefully put the blood essence away, his heart brimming with joy. The 5-clawed golden dragon was already rare and immensely powerful. This single drop of blood essence was enough to help a sacred golden dragon break through to the 9th-tier demigod level. Even more exciting was the possibility that such concentrated blood essence could naturally develop a divine attribute, which would undoubtedly elevate Denise's combat power by several levels. With 2 bottles already containing such invaluable blood essence, Nangong Ho eagerly opened the 3rd jade bottle. A soft pop sounded as the stopper was removed, revealing a small object inside, part stone, part gold in appearance. He examined it closely but couldn't immediately identify its origin, deciding to consult Jiang Shi about it later. Finally, his attention turned to the parchment scroll. As he slowly unfurled it, the first thing that caught his eye was a line of 13 wild and chaotic characters. Stronger, stronger, ever stronger. Perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope. The handwriting was filled with deep unwillingness and despair. When he fully opened the scroll, a breathtaking image appeared before him, nearly causing him to drop it in shock. It was a massive fiery bird with dazzling, multicolored feathers radiating brilliance. Its flawless form exuded an unparalleled majesty. It was none other than the 7-colored divine phoenix. This was a mythical creature even more powerful than Ultra 5-star species, born with 9th-tier demigod strength and destined to become a true deity upon reaching adulthood. Their potential was nearly limitless, capable of ascending to true god, celestial god, and even supreme god status. Most astonishingly, the total number of such mythical beings would never exceed 9. Nangong Ho, trembling with excitement, examined the coordinates marked on the map. The location of the 7-colored divine phoenix was right at the center. Although the map had existed for countless millennia and the phoenix might have already been discovered, he wasn't about to give up on this lead so easily. After carefully storing the parchment scroll, he conducted another thorough check of the room to ensure nothing was overlooked. Finally, his gaze fell upon the bronze door. He was convinced that the shard of the main divine artifact lay beyond it. Once this door was opened, all the secrets would be revealed. Why hasn't that kid come out yet? Jiang Shi paced anxiously outside the divine ancestor bamboo forest, his footsteps echoing clearly in the silent surroundings. He's been in there almost a whole day. Could he have failed to withstand the power of darkness and died? As the dean, he couldn't afford any mishap to Nangong Ho, who represented the academy's hope. Dean, isn't it bad luck to curse me like that? A calm voice emerged from the darkness. Soon, a figure became visible. It was Nangong Ho. His face was pale as paper, his body slightly frail, but a faint, almost imperceptible gleam flickered in his eyes. What happened? Jiang Shi quickly stepped forward, his concern evident. Nothing. Nangong Ho shook his head, though the lingering fear in his gaze betrayed his inner turmoil. Recalling the earlier events, he still felt a chill in his heart. The secrets behind the bronze door had left him deeply unsettled. When he placed his hand on the bronze door, a terrifying force of darkness surged through his palm and invaded his body. It was an unprecedented experience, endless, absolute darkness that stripped away all senses, making him feel as though he was on the brink of eternal descent. If not for his natural divine power instinctively releasing a sliver of energy at the last moment, he might have vanished from this world entirely. Did you make it inside? Jiang Shi, noticing Nangong Ho's reluctance to elaborate, asked expectantly. Nangong Ho nodded and recounted his experience behind the door in detail. After listening, Jiang Shi frowned deeply. What could the first dean's cryptic hints mean? What secret lies behind the bronze door that requires fragments of a primary divine artifact to suppress? Dean, what is this? Nangong Ho asked, taking out a jade bottle. This is the rebirth stone of the Thunder Cyclops. Jiang Shi exclaimed in shock after examining the bottle. He explained that the Thunder Cyclops was a super 5-star species born with 9th-tier demigod level power. Towering at 8 zhang tall, it could tear dragons apart with its bare hands, and its single eye unleashed devastating thunderous power. You've struck gold this time, kid. Jiang Shi sighed as he handed the jade bottle back to Nangong Ho. Even the coordinate map of mythical creatures has surfaced. It seems the great calamity is truly approaching. What materials are needed to bring this rebirth stone to fruition? Nangong Ho asked with a smile. Jiang Shi explained that the Thunder Cyclops was born by absorbing the divine thunder of creation. The thunder power within this rebirth stone was somewhat weak and would require more thunder energy. However, with Nangong Ho's 60 mastery of the thunder god's power, it should be sufficient. After offering a few words of advice, Jiang Shi departed. Eagerly, Nangong Ho returned to his dormitory and entered his divine domain. His followers awaited him. The god of thunder will reshape the landscape of the divine realm. Do not be astonished. As soon as Nangong Ho finished speaking, he crushed the divine realm construction card in his hand. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. The once flat ground began to tremble violently, and towering mountain ranges rose from the earth like colossal dragons. Dense forests sprouted rapidly across barren lands, and crystal-clear rivers meandered through the terrain. This awe-inspiring transformation left the worshippers in reverence, witnessing once again the unparalleled power of the god of thunder. They fell to their knees, praying with utmost devotion. It took half a day for the transformation to cease entirely. Nangong Ho's divine realm was now completely renewed. To the north stretched the vast Oxen Plains, guarded by the Minotaur tribe. The south was home to the shadowy Night Forest, the new sanctuary of the Dark Elf clan. The west featured the undulating Titan Hills, where the Radiant Titans resided. And to the east lay the magnificent Dragon Valley, now the domain of the dragon race. Elsewhere in the divine realm, the Wraith Peak rose in the northwest, the birthplace of the Witch clan. Adjacent to it was Angel Peak, the home of the celestial angels. On Giant Peak, the Thunder Cyclops claimed the highlands, while Hell Valley and the River Gorge became the breeding ground of the Infernal clan. The Star Abyss, a canyon thousands of meters deep, served as the enigmatic dwelling of the Star Spirit tribe. Nearby, the Dwarven Plains provided a home for the dwarves. The outer city of the divine realm was constructed with 6 gates, each named after one of the 6 ultimate divine domains: nature, death, life, darkness, light, and time-space. At the heart of the inner city stood the Divine Revelation Hall. This grand design reflected Nangong Ho's immense ambition had begun building such a majestic divine kingdom even before igniting his divine flame. Naming the gates after the 6 supreme divine domains further underscored his extraordinary vision and boldness. Under the leadership of their respective chiefs, the various tribes gradually migrated to their designated territories. Nangong Ho specifically summoned the Dwarven clan. Start designing the Divine Revelation Hall immediately and report the required materials to Nuguli. While these 3-star dwarves possessed impressive forging talents, they still fell short of the skills needed to craft divine artifacts. To address this, Nangong Ho had already instructed the god of culinary arts, Hilton, to begin enhancing their capabilities. Meanwhile, the flower spirit war ancient tree in the inner city had blossomed and borne fruit, allowing the spirit bees to produce the precious 1,000-flower mead. Nangong Ho distributed the 100 pounds of mead among the tribes. 20 pounds each went to the Minotaur tribe and the Radiant Titans, both nearing 7th tier strength. The Dark Elf clan, being relatively weaker, received 50 pounds, while the dwarves, whose strength capped at the 5th tier, were allocated 10 pounds. This 1,000-flower mead could significantly accelerate the enhancement of strength, especially during the first consumption. After completing these arrangements, Nangong Ho retrieved 3 jade bottles, preparing to cultivate even more high-level combat forces. Tang Lei, here is a drop of mid-tier demigod golden behemoth blood. You may fuse with it, said Nangong Ho, as a drop of golden blood hovered in the air. Thank you for the Thunder God's blessing, Tang Lei replied respectfully. Since the attributes of the golden behemoth closely aligned with those of the Radiant Titan, the fusion would not cause significant rejection. The moment the golden blood touched Tang Lei's body, it was instantly absorbed. In the next moment, a deafening roar echoed throughout the divine realm. Tang Lei's originally 7's hangtall form began to swell rapidly, stopping only when it reached Tinzhong. His fur transformed into a pure golden hue, radiating an overwhelming sense of dominance. His power surged from a 1-turn demigod to a 3-turn demigod, and the accompanying surge in faith elevated him to the rank of a holy spirit. There are 3 more drops of behemoth blood here. Bestow them upon your kin, Nangong Ho said, producing 3 more drops of golden blood. Tang Lei returned to the tribe with the blood, carefully selecting 3 devout members at the 8th tier legendary level. Soon, 3 thunderous roars rang out in succession as the chosen Radiant Titans successfully ascended to 1-turn demigods. With this, the Radiant Titan clan now boasted 4 demigod-level powerhouses. Nyoguli, this drop of blood is for you, Nangong Ho said, turning to Nyoguli, who had reached the peak of the 8th tier legendary level. As the blood fused with Nyoguli, an earth-shaking bellow erupted. In midair, the shadow of a colossal divine bull hundreds of zhang tall appeared. This was the true form of the divine flame purple gold bull. Nyoguli's body expanded to 13 zhang, with dark divine patterns now adorned with golden gleams. His immense aura was so overpowering that even the races beyond the divine realm, such as the Mugan, trembled in fear. His strength leapt directly to a 9th tier 2-turn demigod. Nangong Ho nodded in satisfaction and then opened a second jade vial, taking out the blood of a 5-clawed golden dragon. Denise, this drop of 5-clawed golden dragon blood is yours. The holy golden dragon Denise, who had been resting in the Dragon Valley, immediately flew over to receive the blessing with reverence. Nearby, Ural watched the golden dragon blood with a hint of envy in his eyes. The golden dragon's shadow instantly merged into Denise's body. She soared into the sky, letting out a resounding dragon roar. Her dragon form expanded rapidly to 15 zhang, her outstretched wings blotting out the sun as her aura climbed higher and higher, finally reaching the level of a 9th tier 4-turn demigod. At that moment, a thunderous rumble suddenly echoed across the divine realm. Thunder tribulation had arrived. This drop of 5-clawed golden dragon blood contained the power of at least a high-tier demigod. Nangong Ho fixed his gaze intently on Denise, who was undergoing her tribulation in midair, hoping this would awaken her divine authority. Denise's powerful dragon body easily withstood the impact of the lightning tribulation. Even as the increasingly intense bolts of lightning left her battered and torn, the residual energy of the dragon blood swiftly healed her wounds. With the final bolt of lightning striking down, the heavens showered radiant light, marking the pivotal moment of divine awakening and the birth of a divine authority. Nangong Ho watched the scene with delight. The holy light dragon, a pinnacle existence among dragons, demonstrated extraordinary talent. As the brilliance faded, a divine mark appeared between Denise's dragon horns. Her authority was that of holy light. Holy light authority. Nangong Ho exclaimed in astonishment. This was the most powerful authority within the domain of light. With it, Denise's strength would rise to an entirely new level, enough to strike fear into the hearts of the dark races. Turning his attention, Nangong Ho retrieved a final jade bottle containing the rebirth stone of the Thunder Cyclops. He tossed the stone toward the summit of Giant's Peak, and to everyone's amazement, the stone, initially the size of a fist, expanded more than 20-fold upon landing. Today, I shall witness the might of the Thunder Cyclops with my own eyes, Nangong Ho growled. With a roar of thunder, he summoned a pitch-black thunderbolt of annihilating force, striking the rebirth stone. The sheer power could have destroyed an entire mountain, yet the stone merely glowed faintly, effortlessly absorbing the thunder's energy. If you want to devour it, then feast to your heart's content. Nangong Ho laughed as he summoned even more thunderbolts. Denise, having just completed her tribulation, instinctively recoiled her dragon head. The power of this thunder even made her uneasy. After enduring the relentless bombardment, the rebirth stone began to emit a dazzling brilliance akin to a miniature sun. Only then did Nangong Ho halt the thunderstrikes. As cracks spread across the stone, it shattered with a thunderous roar, revealing a 13-hang-tall thunder cyclops surrounded by arcs of lightning. The sheer force of its presence caused half the mountain to collapse. The cyclops opened its singular eye, absorbing all the surrounding lightning, then knelt reverently and proclaimed, "I humbly request a name from the great thunder god." "I grant you the name Beta," Nangong Ho declared. "Great thunder god, please accept Beta's faith," the cyclops bellowed, its voice echoing throughout the valley. "I accept your faith," Nangong Ho replied. A channel of faith was established between Nangong Ho and Beta. Pleased, Nangong Ho nodded. Beta was now a second-tier demigod-level saint of the 9th rank. Finally, Nangong Ho turned his gaze toward Hell Valley. There, a slumbering hell demon dragon lay, while demons were beginning to crawl out of the nearby river of the Yellow Springs. Summoning a super 5-star hell rebirth pool, he cast it into the river. In an instant, the once calm Yellow Springs began to churn violently, forming a massive whirlpool that reached deep into the riverbed. The patterns on the rebirth pool lit up one after another, and the emerging demons were immediately transformed into pure Yellow Springs energy, which surged into the pool. The mighty god of Thunder is he creating an ultra 5-star Hell Legion? The Hell Dragon, slumbering in the depths of the Hell Valley, opened its massive, copper bell-like eyes, gazing at the awe-inspiring scene before it. Within Hell Valley, one ultra 5-star race after another emerged in succession. 3-headed hellhounds, abyssal overlords, lords of fear, and fell lords, each race appearing in groups of 100 rose and fell like waves within the valley. The waters of the Yellow Springs River, drained of all energy, had turned from murky darkness to crystal clarity, and the ultra 5-star Hell Rebirth pool had finally returned to a state of calm. It was a breathtaking sight. Typically, nurturing a race through an ordinary rebirth pool required an incredibly long time, much like the Witch's rebirth pool. However, the Yellow Springs discovered by Nangong Ho contained an extraordinarily pure form of hellish energy. Combined with the power of the rebirth pool, it had taken only half a day to bring forth 400 ultra 5-star beings. Even more astonishing, these beings were born with 7th-tier epic-level strength. As ultra 5-star races, they possessed the potential to ascend to the 9th-tier demigod level. The moment these hellish beings emerged, they offered their faith. For radiant streams of devotion connected directly to Nangong Ho, instantly elevating them to the level of fanatical believers. Nangong Ho observed his divine domain's follower statistics with satisfaction. 1 divine servant, 6 holy spirits, 20 saints, 1,743 fanatical believers, and 589 devout believers. The racial distribution included 100 Minotaurs, 280 Dark Elves, 480 Storm Dragons, 360 Dwarves, 300 Demon Hunters, 136 Light Titans, 401 Hell Races, 300 Starborn, and 1 Thunder Cyclops, a total of 2,358 followers, generating a daily faith value of 20 million. Hissed, Nangong Ho drew in a sharp breath. With 100-fold amplification, just over 2,000 followers could produce such an astonishing amount of faith, surpassing many demigods who had been developing their domains for millennia. However, recalling his last 7th transformation, which consumed 700 drops of divine power equivalent to 70 billion faith points, she knew it was still far from enough. Atop Lich Peak, the energy fluctuations of the Witch's rebirth pool grew increasingly intense, revealing a faintly discernible graceful silhouette. It would still take 50 years for the first witch to be born. On Angel Peak, the gestation of angels required even more time, approximately a century. It's about time to search for the 7-colored phoenix, Nangong Ho murmured to himself. Shortly after, the high priest of the Divine Revelation sect, Nuguli, gathered Tyrania, Danasi, and the jungle guardian Talifu to step onto the super teleportation array together. Nuguli glanced at the divine domain coordinate map in his hand, let out a deep roar, "Let's go," and the group vanished into the radiant light. To the south, there exists a bird with scales before and antlers behind, a serpent's head and a fish's tail, dragon-like patterns on its turtle-like back, the jaw of a swallow, and the beak of a rooster. This is the phoenix. Its tail shimmers with 7 colors. It perches only on parasol trees, eats only bamboo seeds, and drinks only from sacred springs. soaring across the heavens and seas of the world. It is called the seven-colored phoenix. Mythical creatures are called mythical for a reason. They exist only in myths. Among these legendary beings, each wields earth-shattering power, and the seven-colored phoenix stands out as one of the most extraordinary. According to legend, the seven-colored phoenix can undergo nirvana 9 times in each realm, with each rebirth further elevating its strength. In the far southern reaches of the barbarian continent, four figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Though night had fallen, the lingering glow of the setting sun illuminated the area as if it were daylight. A suffocating heat surrounded them, and before them lay a vast and awe-inspiring volcanic field. Dozens of towering volcanoes, each nearly 10,000 meters high, erupted with streams of magma, transforming the region into a forbidden zone for life. In such harsh conditions, no species could survive, and even the divine beings dared not establish domains here. Stay alert, Mugili whispered as he led the way toward the volcanic cluster. According to the map, their destination lay at the heart of these volcanoes. Could it be that the seven-colored phoenix resides within the volcano? Nangong Ho furrowed his brows before nodding in understanding. It makes sense. The seven-colored phoenix is of extreme fire affinity, so choosing such a scorching environment seems fitting. Fortunately, the team Nangong Ho had assembled this time consisted entirely of 9th-tier demigod-level beings. Otherwise, the intense heat alone would have forced them to retreat. Even so, they had to rely on their demigod powers to withstand the searing temperatures. As they finally scaled the first volcano, a deafening roar erupted. Endless streams of magma shot out from the crater, accompanied by a surge of powerful energy. 400 flame golems, forged from molten lava, emerged from the volcano. Although these mindless creatures only possessed 5th-tier extraordinary level strength, their sheer numbers were daunting. Finish this quickly. The four exchanged a glance and, leveraging their 9th-tier demigod powers, effortlessly swept through the flame golems, leaving only scattered chunks of hardened magma in their wake. The journey ahead felt like a progressively challenging trial of strength. The second volcano brought forth 306th-tier immortal-level flame golems. The third unleashed 207th-tier epic-level ones, while the fourth presented 108th-tier legendary-level golems. Though the enemies grew stronger with each volcano, to these demigod-level warriors, such obstacles were no more than insignificant pests. Finally, as they ascended the fifth volcano, the sight before them left them all stunned. At the base of the volcano, in a basin, stood a dense grove of towering green bamboo, defiantly thriving amidst the fiery volcanic terrain, stark contrast to the surrounding landscape. That's the marked location on the map, Nugili said, pointing toward the bamboo grove. Remembering the Thunder God's warning, he understood the gravity of their mission. But just then, the entire volcano began to tremble violently. Something's wrong. Fiery magma erupted from deep within the volcano as an overwhelming aura began to awaken. Who dares disturb the slumber of the great fire spirit god? A thunderous voice roared, causing the volcano's magma to boil furiously. A massive fiery red hand, formed entirely of lava, emerged from the crater and slammed onto the volcanic rock, melting the solid stone instantly. Moments later, a colossal fire spirit god, standing 50 zhang tall and composed entirely of molten lava, broke free from the mountain. The fire spirit god can only be born after thousands of years of gestation within extremely high-temperature magma. This creature, made entirely of scorching magma, is a purely fire elemental being, born with the power of a rank 9 demigod. First transition. On volcanoes, they can command endless magma in battle, making them formidable. However, as they are strictly classified as a species rather than a race, they are incapable of contributing faith energy. A mere flame demon dares to act so arrogantly. Is this the habitat of the seven-colored phoenix below? Nugili asked, frowning as he endured the intense heat. You'll find out after you're all dead, the fire spirit god roared, hurling countless masses of blazing magma like burning meteors toward Nugili and his companions. Courting death, Nugili growled, unleashing the power of his divine demonic bloodline. Swinging his axe, he shattered the incoming magma meteors. This was his first full display of his rank 2 demigod strength. Despite the fire spirit god's towering 50 zhang height, his rank 1 power was no match for Nugili, who cleaved him from head to tail with a single swing, causing the massive figure to collapse into molten magma. You foolish Minotaur. Here, ith mighty fire spirit got him an immortal and indestructible existence. A strange scene unfolded as the scattered magma reassembled, and the fire spirit god reformed his body. Within this volcano, unless the entire mountain was split apart and all magma eradicated, he could not truly be defeated. I should have brought that dim-witted dragon Euler over, Talanya muttered as she loosed an arrow. Her moonshadow arrow struck the fire spirit god with precision, but it had no effect. Far away in the divine realm, Euler suddenly sneezed. Strange, Could that silly dragon Danasi be thinking of me? He shook his head and went back to sleep. Ha ha, don't bother struggling, stay here and keep me company. The fire spirit god laughed maniacally, swinging his massive fists as he unleashed a relentless onslaught on the group, causing over a dozen volcanoes in the area to tremble with agitation. The power you rely on is nothing more than the magma of this volcano. In that case, let me seal this magma and see if you can still claim to be immortal. High above in the sky, Danasi let out a powerful dragon roar. She activated her holy light divine ability, unleashing a complex circular magic array that radiated dazzling, sacred light as it descended toward the volcano. As the holy light seal took effect, the entire volcano was enveloped in divine brilliance. The previously violent volcano instantly calmed, and the searing heat gave way to a refreshing coolness in the air. The fire spirit god's fiery body dimmed from bright red to a dark crimson. Now let me see if you can still claim to be indestructible. Die. Mugili once again unleashed his rank 2 demigod power, his axe slicing through the air with a gray glow. No. The fire spirit god let out a terrified roar as his body was consumed by countless gray beams of light, disintegrating into nothingness with a deafening explosion. All that remained was a pile of volcanic rocks. Thanks to Nangong Ho bringing Denise along, they were able to sever the fire spirit god's connection to the magma. Without her, this mission would have ended in failure. After a brief rest, the group began their descent down the mountain. At the base, a breathtaking sea of bamboo stretched out before them. These bamboo stalks were not the usual vibrant green but instead a rare, striking crimson. Mugili and the others exchanged wary glances, cautiously stepping into the bamboo forest. The outskirts of the forest were eerily silent. After about 10 minutes of walking, a rustling sound suddenly arose from all directions. On the ground, countless tiny black serpents flooded deeper into the forest like a surging tide, their sheer numbers creating a chilling spectacle. Are these blackwater serpents? Mugili frowned, studying them closely. Suddenly, the entire bamboo forest began to tremble violently. A towering beast, taller than the bamboo itself, was moving deeper into the forest, toppling the trees in its path. A Vajra demon ape? Mugili had just identified the creature when a piercing screech echoed from above. A massive shadow streaked across the sky. It was a 9-nether dark sparrow, yet another fearsome and legendary beast. These beasts were born in the harshest environments, inherently savage and cruel by nature, incapable of faith or allegiance. Hurry, pick up the pace. Mugili growled, a foreboding sense of danger welling up inside him. The group quickened their steps and finally emerged from the bamboo forest. Before them was a colossal waterfall cascading from the heavens, and beneath it stood a radiant red phoenix tree, its brilliance dazzling to behold. Hanging quietly from one of its branches was a massive egg, roughly 20 meters in diameter, glowing with a shifting rainbow of colors. A terrifying aura emanated from it, as if it could erupt at any moment. Beneath the tree, the previously small blackwater serpents had fused into a giant black-striped python, its forked tongue flicking menacingly as it stared greedily at the egg. The arrival of Mugili's group did not go unnoticed by these ferocious beasts. So, even you mindless puppets dare to covet the 7-colored phoenix egg? Get lost, the Vajra demon ape roared, its voice shaking the earth as it swung a mountainous fist. The sheer force of its attack cracked the ground, displaying its formidable power as a level 2 demigod. The treasures favored by the great god of thunder are not for lowly beasts like you to claim.
Attack.
Though the Vajra demon ape towered at a height of over 20 zhang, far surpassing Mugili, he showed no fear and countered with a punch of his own. This is the phoenix's most vulnerable moment during its rebirth. If I consume this egg, I can evolve my bloodline, and the limitations of being a demigod will no longer bind me. The blackwater python opened its massive jaws, lunging toward the 7-colored phoenix egg. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.